All right, you and I are about to meet the deadliest instructor in this elite academy, and yeah, this villainous-looking guy is our main character. To show off his power, he calls up a beautiful student and drops her in one hit right in front of the legendary hero, even taking a shoulder wound just to prove a point. Even with blood dripping, he doesn't move an inch to treat it, just stands there like an absolute boss watching over the class. She is totally swooning. But honestly, on the inside, our guy is screaming in absolute agony right now. Showing off his ultimate move worked perfectly on her, but now his wrist is screaming in pain. All right, no more talking. Let's get started. Let's begin. We start with text appearing on the screen. The world is a place that is always overflowing with chaos and total madness. Some people share a god's blessing. In the midst of chaos, those who overcome the darkness and emerge victorious are called the true heroes. The defeated enemies usually just vanish, but their legends continue to echo within the shadows of the villainous organizations. This is the Disthorsa evil organization. And this is exactly where our wild journey begins. Deep inside this dark facility, standing among rows of soldiers in uniform, a bright blonde girl stands out. Meet our striking Western beauty, Sjina. Sjina is currently waiting for her first lesson to start after being assigned to training group number 5. But she is definitely not happy about it, scowling because she really wanted to join group 1 to master swordsmanship. Group 5 is led by an unknown instructor who specializes in nothing but basic survival skills. The training is notoriously hard and useless, mostly because the man in charge is a total nightmare. That man is slowly approaching now with heavy steps, and his first words feel more like a brutal interrogation. "You must be the new recruits," he says, with a stiff posture and eyes like ice. He is known as the coldest devil in Disthorsa, scaring everyone with a single glance. "I see you already know who I am." The trainees are shaking in their boots. The Ice Devil, Instructor Number 5, finally gives an order. Number 23. Step forward. Number 23 is stunned as he draws his sword and tells her to attack him with everything she has. She hesitantly moves in. Both take their stances. Sjina thinks number 23 is just average, but she's curious to see the swordsmanship of this mysterious Group 5. She is feeling smug and incredibly confident right now. Even if he is the instructor, he is way too arrogant. His stance is full of holes. Number 23 grips her sword tight and lunges. Instructor number 5 doesn't even flinch. At the very last second, he swings his arm with terrifying precision. Watch this closely. He deflects her weapon like nothing. As she falls, he scolds her, asking the girl to tell him her own mistake. On the ground and ashamed, she admits she couldn't hold the sword properly and lost her breath. The air goes dead silent. He turns to the other students and asks if anyone has a better answer than this fool. Everyone looks away, trying to hide. Then, a single hand goes up. It's the way she holds the sword. Sjina adds. And how she gave up. The instructor frowns, demanding to know why she thinks that. She explains that if you aren't confident in your skills, don't hold a sword. If you see an opening, you must strike until the end. He coldly concludes. You're not stupid, but you're wrong. Sjina freezes. Under the scorching sun, his shadow stretches across the grass as Instructor Number 5 suddenly swings his blade directly at her. She's shocked it's the exact same move number 23 used. She barely manages to react and counters his strike. Metal screams against metal. "Do you understand now?" he asks. Blood begins to soak through his collar from a new wound. Somehow, Sjina actually managed to stab Instructor Number 5 right in the collarbone area. You feel that too, right? But look. His blade is right against her neck. Sjina realized in shock that her most dangerous weakness was exposed. Instructor Number 5 forces Sjina to explain it. She stutters. "If you can cut through flesh and bone." Her chin is suddenly lifted by the blade. Wrong. He lowers his sword to school her. "The move you learned is the one strike, one kill technique. It doesn't care about distance, and it definitely doesn't care about defense." Sjina wipes her sweat, stunned. "One strike?" He confirms. "If you fail, it means you're dead." He's not just teaching Sjina, he's warning number 23 as well. If you don't have the courage to die, don't use it. A breeze blows through as he casually turns to walk away. Because if you can't take a life, being alive is unacceptable. Sjina mumbles to herself that she'll never forget those words. She truly witnessed his power that day. even with blood still wet on his clothes. Trust me, he's just getting started. After 20 laps and 100 shadow cuts, he tells them there's no rest until they finish every single rep. Yes, sir, they all shout in unison. He rolls his eyes and points at number 23 and number 7, declaring they owe 10 extra laps and 50 pull-ups before telling them to get lost. Seeing their shocked faces, he scoffs, asking if they are actually too weak to handle it. No, sir, the girls yell. Stick with me as the sun sets over this training ground and the real work begins. They sprint across the massive yard, swinging swords until their arms go numb in this harsh regime. But Sjina looks up, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. She notices Instructor 5 standing there, refusing treatment just to keep a strict eye on their progress. Yet, there is one thing about him that surprises her more than anything else. It is his piercing, relentless stare, a look that says they have no right to even complain. His shoulder is bleeding, yet he does not flinch. Sjina feels her entire perspective shifting in an instant. She realizes she was wrong to underestimate him and knows she must pay for her earlier disrespect. Now, as she runs, the punishment feels like a weight being lifted off her chest. She is actually grateful this training is providing the clues she needs to save the Javain family. Sjina smirks to herself, realizing she can truly learn a lot from this mysterious man. Her regret for joining Group 5 is gone. Meanwhile, Instructor 5 stands there like a stone statue. To the students, he looks like he is calmly enjoying the view of their suffering. But here is the part you and I need to watch closely inside. He is absolutely screaming in pure agony. It hurts so much he wants to curse. He feels like a punching bag villain right now. His body used to be faster. He wonders how he let a mere kid wound him like this. Still, he acknowledges number 7 is no ordinary rookie if she managed to tag his shoulder. With hair and eyes like that, she looks exactly like a hero, making him grit his teeth. Why would a hero sneak into a villain organization? Could she be a spy sent to destroy them? He catches Sjina staring and wonders what she wants. When she smiles, his blood starts to boil and his temper flares. How can she smile while he is dying of pain? Her expression is driving him absolutely insane. Instructor 5 begins imagining all sorts of dark scenarios behind that simple look. He decides it is the mocking smirk of a hero who thinks they have won already. He gets angry, fearing she will ruin his peaceful life as a low-level, third-rate villain. He vows to make her pay. Who cares if she is a hero? His rage is burning bright. He decides to target her specifically, while innocent Sjina is just excited to learn more. You and I are following the story of our main character, Kain Jonan. To survive in Death Souls, he works as a low-ranking instructor and a bottom-tier villain. After the sword practice, everyone collapses in exhaustion except for one person who refuses to quit. Number 23 looks up in awe as Sjina counts out her swings. 130. 131. She keeps pushing. 132. Finally, her body hits the limit, and she stops, drenched in sweat. She is spent, but she refuses to look weak while Instructor 5 is watching her every move. Kain stands there with crossed arms, looking completely dissatisfied and stern as he observes the field. In reality, he is just thinking about his wound and how much he wants to go eat. He is desperately waiting for this girl to just give up so he can finally leave. Through Sjina's eyes, she only sees a cold master demanding perfection. She prepares for one last push. Kain is getting annoyed. He does not get paid for overtime, so why is he still here? He just wants to quit for the day and get his shoulder treated immediately. Suddenly, Sjina's face goes pale. Her sword drops as her vision begins to blur into darkness. Her body trembles as she mutters like a machine, saying she needs to train just a bit more. Then, the world spins. She collapses, and the other students scream that she has fainted. Instructor 5 calls it. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride with this duo. All right, stick with me because you and I are about to see one frustrated instructor deal with a very stubborn student. The group trudges back in defeat, but number 23 lingers, glancing back with hesitation before finally walking away. Left with no choice, Kain grumbles as he hoists Sjina onto his back, cursing his luck for this annoying duty. But the moment she is on his shoulders, his spine lets out a sickening crack. The pain is so sharp he cannot breathe. He is definitely making her pay for this. Next thing we know, he is ruthlessly tossing her onto an infirmary bed. Man, she is heavy. Kain grimaces in frustration, thinking about how much grief this one girl has caused him. Watching her sleep peacefully makes his blood boil. He needs to vent this anger, and suddenly, a dark idea starts to form. He lets out a wicked laugh. As a bottom-tier villain with nothing to lose, it is time to have some fun. She will regret ever playing games with him. If he gets caught, he will just claim he suspected her of being a secret spy. Now, pay attention, because this little investigation of his is about to uncover something way bigger than he expected. Time to disarm her. He starts pulling a mountain of hidden darts from her clothes. Wait, these definitely aren't standard issue gear. He even finds hidden poison and sharp blades tucked into the soles of her shoes. Cain is completely stunned. Is this kid actually a real spy? He stares at the gear in his hands, his mind racing with the possibilities. Then he sees the crest on her ring. It is the emblem of the legendary Javan family. He starts panicking. How is he supposed to handle a spy from a powerhouse clan? Since she is his student, any trouble she makes falls on him. If she gets caught, his pay gets cut, or worse, he gets fired. His head is spinning as he tries to find a way out. This is a nightmare. Should he keep her secret, or just arrange a little training accident to make her disappear? People die in evil organizations every day. He makes his choice. If he kills her, it has to be a perfect, flawless strike. To a hero, obstacles are just stepping stones to getting stronger. He needs to approach this like a true professional. You and I can see where this is going, but Sjina has no idea she is sleeping through her own execution prep. She is lost in a deep dream, oblivious to the storm brewing around her. Suddenly, a memory from her past begins to flicker. Back then, Sjina had asked the doctor about her father's condition. The man hesitated, saying he was doing his best to fight. She knew willpower was not enough for this illness. The doctor then suggested she seek out a specialized pharmacist for help. Sjina mentioned the secret order of masterless knights and the Javan clan, famous for their legendary stone sword technique. However, things changed. Like a mossy stone, the stone sword style had become outdated, and the family's fame was fading. Her father pushed too hard. Eventually, he fell ill and was forced to give up. Sjina could not stand the thought of her father's hard work vanishing. As the heir, she had to find a solution. Was there any way to save the family name other than the stone sword? Her footsteps suddenly faltered as a revolutionary idea sparked in her mind. What if she learned other techniques? If she could master all three major sword styles? Her eyes widened as she finally saw a path forward for her clan. So Sjina gripped her weapon tight, mimicking a noble knight's stance as she raised her blade high, aligning the tip in a perfectly straight line. Even if the flame dance was too dangerous to learn, she knew she could master the shadow cut technique instead. Shadow cut. A gentle, familiar voice suddenly called out, breaking her deep train of thought. It was her father. She threw herself into his arms like a child, eagerly telling him that she had just come up with a brilliant plan. She explained that if they could use the shadow cut to supplement the stone sword style, the family would be invincible. But her father just touched her cheek, cutting her off. Sjina looked up, shocked to see fresh blood staining her skin from his hand. Her father looked her in the eyes and whispered that the entire future of the Javan clan was now in her hands. He spoke while covered in blood, the haunting image of his final warning searing itself into her mind. Suddenly, Sjina bolts upright in bed, gasping for air. Was that a nightmare? She was just training a second ago. Suddenly, Cain's voice rings out. Wake up, you little brat. He asks if she is from the Javan family. Sjina freezes in shock. Why is her secret ring in Instructor Number Five's hand? Suddenly, a gust of wind passes and 3 darts thud into the exact spot where she was just lying. She is instantly on alert. She glances toward the door. Her cover is blown, and she needs to find a way out of here right now. But why is she in a private room instead of a torture chamber? What kind of twisted game is this instructor playing? You and I can feel the tension in the room. Things are about to get very dangerous for our secret spy. Stick with me, you are about to watch the world's most devious training arc. I'm guessing the stone sword wasn't passed to you? Sjina's face instantly pales. She grinds her teeth in anger. Cain smirks, knowing she fell for his bait. What a total newbie. Sjina reaches back to grab a projectile, ready to strike Cain down. But then, he hits her with a question. Do you even have the courage to clean the rust off that stone sword? Her hand, poised to strike, stops dead in midair. She is frozen. How could he know? Cain keeps a straight face. Perfect. She bit the bait. Before she can react, he calmly unsheathes his sword. When it comes to swordplay, you should know the three main techniques. First is the stone sword of Java Inen. Next, Cain shifts his weight, pivoting his ankle in a perfect circle to reach a flawless stance. Second is Dad's shadow slash. He explains while demonstrating. Finally, the third one is this. Sjina stares in awe at the brilliant flames dancing across Cain's blade. He looks cool and composed, but inside, he's screaming in absolute agony because the extreme temperature is literally boiling his skin alive. I have to stay calm. I barely pulled that first move off. Gladiators fire battle. Cain sneers. Are your eyes working? She's curious now. How could a descendant of the gladiators be here? He slowly sheathes the flaming blade, speaking in riddles to keep the mystery alive. A swordsman's descendant carries a heavy burden to stay hidden. Sjina suspects that if he's here to reclaim his family's lost glory, then their goals might actually align. But why would he reveal such a huge secret to her? Let's pause for a second, because this is where Cain's manipulation hits a whole new level. Perfect. Now this girl thinks I'm some legendary heir here for the same purpose. She asks curiously, why are you revealing this to me? He thinks to himself, this makes it way easier to handle her. Cain walks up to Sjina casually. I've learned to combine fire and shadow, and I'll teach you. She can't believe her ears. But why? Actually, this technique is unfinished, and I don't even know what the side effects are yet. Cain adds, if I were a genius, I would have perfected it myself. Sjina's mind starts spinning. It makes sense. Not knowing the side effects on the human body could be a total disaster. She gathers her courage and asks, so, you want to use my body as a test subject? Cain answers bluntly. Exactly. You better prepare yourself, because there's a good chance you might die. Now watch this guy's reaction. He's struggling to hide his excitement after telling her he's going to kill her with a completely sketchy and dangerous technique. Cain places a hand on her shoulder, trying his best to convince her. You could finally evolve your stone sword and restore your family's fallen reputation. He's hitting her right where it hurts. So, what do you say? If we master each other's styles, we both win. Sjina is flustered. So, you're making me your secret disciple? He simply says yes. Sjina bites her lip, starting to hesitate. Can she really afford to trust the words of this strange man? But he is clearly a descendant of the great gladiators. If she can actually combine the stone sword with the shadow slash, she clenches her fist in determination. Cain finally gets the response he's been baiting. Sjina agrees. On the outside, he acts cold while praising her for making the right choice. Great choice, descendant. But inside, he's absolutely celebrating because now her life is completely in his hands. Next scene. The next day, on a misty mountain, two heavy iron shackles slam onto the hard ground. He gives a stern order. For any swordsman, nothing matters more than a powerful lower body. Wear these heavy weights every single time you train from now on. Sjina stares. Shocked. Won't extreme training like this destroy my body while I'm still growing? Cain's heart skips a beat. Of course it will. It's not training. It's just so I can kill you easier. He says nothing, simply handing her a bottle of medicine and some oil with very careful instructions. Take this 3 times a day and rub the oil on your sore spots. Sjina stands there, eventually accepting them. All right, she whispers, feeling a bit emotional. Is this the harsh path he took to get so strong? Cain just looks at her with pure hidden contempt. Obviously, the medicine is fake. If this poison actually ends her, that would be perfect. 10 days pass. Sjina is training with such intensity that the other students are whispering in shock. Then, a loud crash, she falls to the dirt. Student 23 shouts in a panic. Student 7. She and a nearby teacher rush to help Sjina back up. Cain watches from afar, arms crossed. He coldly concludes, yeah, she is definitely finished. At this rate, her death is only a matter of time. 10 more days go by, and Cain's sadistic joy starts to turn into something else. 10 more days? He is shaking, speechless. This wasn't the plan. It was never supposed to turn out like this. Unbelievably, after all this time, Sjina still has the strength to fight. Cain grabs his head, screaming, I will definitely kill that kid. You and I just saw a monster being born. Cain sits at his desk, looking gloomy. How can this monster even exist? Stick with me, we are diving into a story where the main character is just way too lucky. Sjina peeks out curiously, asking if the instructor is actually worried. Cain lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh. It is nothing, he says. But internally, he is screaming that this whole mess is all her fault. How did she get stronger instead of dying? He realizes he needs to find a much more effective way to get rid of this girl for good. After looking her over, Cain decides she has finally reached the basic level, so they will start her actual training first thing tomorrow morning. It is a total trap, but he tells her to go home. Sjina turns around, heart racing with joy, because she thinks she is finally being recognized. Cain watches her walk away, completely speechless. People usually die within 2 weeks from that poison, yet she is still standing after 30 days. He is busy plotting her demise when the door suddenly slams open. In a split second, his face shifts from pure hatred to professional concern. "Did you forget something?" he asks. But the man entering is not Sjina, it is none other than Instructor Number 4. He smirks with a knowing look. "Sorry to disappoint, but I am probably not the person you were hoping to see right now." Cain snaps back coldly that he was not waiting for anyone. Instructor Number 4 notes how often he and Sjina have been meeting lately. Cain explains he is simply giving her the necessary training instructions. The other instructor looks surprised, clearly not buying the excuse. "Do not tell me you actually have a crush on that student?" At that moment, Cain literally spits coffee all over his face. Instructor Number 4 stands there frozen as Cain panics, shouting about where he even heard such a crazy and ridiculous rumor. Internally, Cain is losing it. He is actually trying to kill her as fast as possible. The instructor calmly wipes the coffee off his face. Getting back to the point, Instructor Number 4 mocks him. "Why is the legendary cold instructor acting so out of character lately? Your icy reputation is totally melting away," he says before turning to leave. "If there is nothing else, then I am heading out. Now pay attention here, because this guy is definitely up to something." Cain wonders why he even showed up, but bids him a cold farewell. "See you later." As he passes Cain's desk, Instructor Number 4 casually reaches out and touches a stack of important documents. With expert precision, he slips a single sheet of paper out from the pile, while pretending to just be walking by. He reads the contents with a satisfied grin, unaware that Number 23 is watching his every move from the shadows. Scene shift to a mountain of bones. All of these are death swords. The Phantom Cut is a technique specifically designed to strike the enemy's most vital pressure points. Fire War creates distance from the opponent, while Stone Blade can pierce through any defense. Every single technique has its own unique advantage. Cain patiently explains everything to Sjina. If you use these skills clumsily, your entire fighting style will just become a massive mess. He draws his sword with a sharp snap, swinging it through the air while reminding her to use these techniques with high intelligence. Suddenly, the sword's afterimage bursts into flames, leaving 3 glowing red marks in the air. This is the power of a true master. Gripping the hilt tight, he sends a barrage of fire streaks flying toward Sjina. She instinctively raises her arms to protect her face. The sparks whistle past her and embed themselves into the trees behind. Cain sheathes his blade, acting like it was effortless. This move is called Fire Veil. Internally, he is groaning in pain because he just seriously strained his wrist doing that. You and I can see he is totally faking it, but Sjina is completely mesmerized. It combines speed and blinding light to create a lethal strike. Sjina takes it all in seriously. Just from that one example, she can feel exactly how devastatingly powerful this attack truly is. She wonders if she can do it if she tries her best. Cain is stunned. He cannot believe she actually bought his lies. "It only looks powerful," he adds. "But if you incorporate Stone Blade, it becomes a deadly technique that can cut through literally anything. One swing, one kill." But he warns her that she must be prepared to risk her life just to master it. Sjina questions if such a thing is even possible. Cain interrupts, asking which instructor would ever lie while holding a sword. He looks so dead serious that Sjina starts to believe him. He definitely does not look like someone who would joke about training. It does not feel like a lie to her. In reality, Cain is blatantly scamming her and feeling pretty proud of himself. "I am not a teacher. I am a total fraud," he thinks. But Sjina finds her courage and makes a bold declaration. "I will master this technique," she says. "I need a goal like that." Kain just stares at her in silence for a long time. He reminds her that if she is not ready to die, they will not do it. But training starts right here, tomorrow morning. Kain is laughing inside, planning to train her until she drops dead. 1 year later, Sjina is confused by his sudden news. What do you mean, Master? Training is over. He looks miserable, like he wants to literally chew on the newspaper in his hand. What does he mean? He pushed her through the most hellish training possible. But instead of dying, she just kept getting stronger. Now, through Kain's distorted perspective, Sjina looks like a massive pro wrestler instead of a normal student. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintains his cool facade. You cannot become a true knight just by swinging a sword all day. Trust me, you and I need to see how she survives his next lesson, because she is definitely not going anywhere. Stick with me, we are about to see Kain finally lose his cool. He irritably shoves her away, frustrated that all his carefully laid traps have failed completely. Sjina freezes while Kain wonders why she is staring at him with such self-reproach. She insists on receiving training beyond the sword, acting like a stubborn and persistent child. He sets down his newspaper, finally defeated by her relentless and annoying persistence. For 10 days, she learns philosophy, science, and magic from a man whose knowledge rivals scholars. Who is he really? Her questions about his origin are met with absolute silence. Leaving the room, Sjina finds the hallway pitch black. Footsteps approach through the heavy darkness. Come here, let us talk. Sjina turns, stunned to see Instructor 3 standing there. He bluntly reveals he heard from Instructor 4 that she is seeing Instructor 5 too often. She is confused, explaining it as normal since she belongs to his training group. He looms over her, demanding she stop hiding her filthy and suspicious little schemes. Now, watch this once exposed as a spy. Sjina radiates a sudden, terrifying, murderous intent. I do not think I can do that. Leave now, or things will get ugly. He sneers at her confidence, drawing his own weapon to threaten the young girl. You think a student can beat an instructor? He lunges at her with pure arrogance. He screams that he will drag her to the torture room after he breaks her. Sjina reacts with lightning speed, raising her blade to block the incoming, heavy strike. Her eyes sharpen. One powerful flash of her blade, and blood erupts from him like a fountain. Sjina stares in shock. Something feels off as she looks at the body on the floor. Even if he was not a swordmaster, he should not have been this weak. His reckless approach means the other instructors must already know her true identity. Before the others arrive, she leaps out the window, determined to escape this place. She sprints into the dark forest, while mysterious figures begin a relentless, silent pursuit. Realizing she is being hunted, she prepares herself for a brutal life or death struggle. Elsewhere, Kain wakes up complaining about the noise as number 23 bursts inside. Kain stands up, his blanket falling as the girl gasps out the terrifying, unbelievable news. Number 7 killed Instructor 3 and escaped. You and I both know he is stunned. The hallway is packed with people whispering around the bloody, gruesome corpse of the instructor. How did they sniff out her identity? Kain wonders as he stares at the scene. Since when? If they suspect her, then I am definitely on their hit list too. He immediately turns to leave, asking number 23 which way the girl ran. Where are the others? She reveals Instructors 1 and 2 are already in pursuit. Instructors 1 and 2 moved already? Uneasy, Kain rushes to his room to pack. He realizes that even Instructor 4, who just returned, was informed of the situation. If I was left in the dark, they suspect us both. Time to vanish now. He asks if High Command knows. 8 and 11 have already gone to report. The students are gathered at the grounds. By then, his bags are already packed. Throwing on a black cloak, he gives the girl one final and very deceptive command. Take everyone to headquarters while I track down number 7 myself. Move it. She hesitates, but one glare from Kain shuts her up. Did you hear me? She obeys weakly. Kain pulls up his hood and leaps out the window too. He moves swiftly through the shadows, following the trail deep into the dark forest. He finds bodies everywhere. She took out 3 men with just a single, perfect strike. They never stood a chance. Trust me, you and I are looking at a real monster. All right, you and I are diving right into the chaos as Cain spots a trail of blood leading deep into the woods. He doesn't waste a second and sprints after it. The further he goes, the more bodies he finds scattered across the forest floor like discarded trash. Some unlucky souls were taken out right against the rotting trees. Cain finally stops to catch his breath for a moment. Suddenly, the bushes rustle. He hears the frantic breathing of a girl and immediately drops into a combat stance. Talk about bad luck, the person standing before him is Sjina, looking like a total monster drenched in blood. They lock eyes in a heavy silence. Sjina draws her blade and admits she knew he would come, though not this soon. He gives a cold grunt, but inside, he is absolutely terrified and losing his mind. Why is this crazy girl drawing her sword? Sjina points her weapon at him, declaring she will return his kindness with malice. Cain stays silent as she leaps into the air. Sjina moves with terrifying, supernatural speed. She charges straight for him with killer intent. Cain frowns, bracing himself for a brutal life-or-death struggle. They clash with everything they have got. Suddenly, Sjina's blade pierces right through Cain's shoulder. Now, watch closely, because Sjina's eyes go wide when she realizes Instructor Number 2 was right behind her and he was Cain's real target. She turns in shock as the hidden assassin drops his dagger, his face twisted in surprise. His body hits the dirt with a bloody sword buried deep in his chest. Sjina cannot believe what she is seeing. How long was Instructor Number 2 standing behind me? That is the only thing she can stammer out. She asks why he saved her instead of attacking. Blood leaks down Cain's sleeve as he pretends to be hurt. He scolds her, saying her emotions blinded her to the obvious killing intent lurking right at her back. He is thinking if that guy finished her, he would be next anyway. Cain just mocks her while clutching his wounded arm. He calls her clumsy and stupid while screaming internally about his shoulder. Sjina just stands there, totally frozen. His face goes pale as he reaches into his cloak and pulls out a small travel bag for her. He tells her it is everything she needs to escape and orders her to follow the map inside. Sjina takes it, feeling guilty. She tried to kill him, yet he is still helping. Cain cuts her off immediately. Do not get it twisted. He coldly reminds her that no matter where she goes, she is nothing but bait. Now, here is the plan. Cain knows the instructors are coming for him, so he is using this girl as a distraction to slip away. Sjina bows her head, accepting her role as a decoy to pay him back. Cain starts bandaging his own wound. He wonders what is wrong with her. This shameless girl better play her part, or he is going to be in deep trouble. Cain touches her shoulder and holds out several gold coins. He tells her this should be more than enough. Inside, he is begging her to just take it and leave. Finally, Sjina reaches out and accepts the money. He immediately regrets it. She did not even hesitate to take his gold, did she? She thinks he gave her the money just to keep his decoy alive longer. Cain shoos her away, telling her time is up. He turns and disappears in the opposite direction. He needs to get moving before the others catch up. The wind rustles the leaves as Sjina whispers a hope that he finds a worthy successor one day. Cain lets out a tiny, mocking laugh that is barely audible in the breeze. He grumbles to himself that no one else would be dumb enough to survive his insane training. Sjina turns around, but he is gone. Only the corpse remains. She wonders if she actually saw him smile. The scene shifts to the bright moon hanging over the dark, oppressive forest. A group gathers at the edge of a deep cliff. Instructor Number 1 mocks him for choosing an outsider. Cain snaps back that it is easy to understand. He is done playing by their rules. Instructor Number 1 asks if he really thinks this is the only way out. Cain exposes their plan. He knows they just want his sword skills and will not let him leave alive. She declares war. There is no other way. She offers him one last chance to fight with the honor of an instructor. Cain bows and grips his weapon tightly. He thanks her for the chance to settle this. But inside, he is writhing in pain from his wound. He is cursing that girl for stabbing him so deep. She asks if Instructor Number 2 did that to him. Cain draws his blade and tells her to mind her business. And that is where we leave it. You and I are about to witness one hell of a final stand. Next time, all right, you and I are about to watch a man fight for his life, even if he's outmatched. Instructor 1 lunges forward, and the clash begins. The duel turns fierce, as Cain's blade suddenly erupts in flames. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks, while Cain taunts her flashy shadow arts. The instructor admits his fire is impressive, their blades grinding together with intense, clashing energy. Stone arts break guards, while the shadow arts finish targets fast. Fire style creates space by parrying. yet it's technically weak against the guard-breaking power of the stone sword technique. Despite the odds, Cain leaps high into the air, perfectly countering her deadly shadow strikes. Theory says fire beats shadow, but for now, they both break away to reset. In a real fight, technique matters, but stamina and raw experience decide the winner. Daka. In groans in pain, his ear, muscles, and arm are slashed before she grabs his throat. She hoists Sjina up like a helpless toy, dangling him over the cliff's edge with a sigh. What a shame if you weren't already wounded. You might have actually stood a chance. Gasping for air, Kain spits back that he doesn't want her pity. That girl won't be caught so easily. Now watch this, this is where things get truly desperate. At his absolute limit, Cain searches for a familiar face. Where is that bait? Instructor 1 just smiles, claiming the heir of Java Inn is next. She lets go, and Kain plummets into the dark abyss without a sound. Looking down into the misty forest, she declares it's finally time to hunt down number 7. At dawn, the moon fades as Sjina looks up, feeling a wave of uncertainty. Does the teacher still need me as bait? Suddenly, a faint sound echoes nearby. Sjina turns instantly as an attacker leaps from the shadows, her blade carving through him in a single, bloody flash. The intruder falls dead under her cold gaze, and she calmly tears a piece of his clothing. She uses the cloth to wipe her crimson blade, whispering the dead man's number. Number 30? Only her survival skills and sword training have kept her alive this long. She realizes now that true survival skills are only forged in these life or death moments. She wonders what he endured to master these skills, but knows she'll never get an answer. Stick with me, because this is where she gets cornered. A scream rings out. The instructors have found her. They emerge from the woods, not just Instructor 1, but the elite squad of the Shadow Union. Instructor 1 makes a simple offer: surrender now, and I'll let you live. Knowing the instructor isn't lying, Sjina responds by raising her sword high. I won't rot in a cage. They move in, surrounding her in a tight circle. She sighs, not expecting the heir of Instructor 5 to give up so easily. Sjina snaps back that she's no heir to the fire sword. Then comes the bombshell. Sjina is told she's the final heir and dead men can't teach. She's completely frozen in pure shock. Instructor 5 joined only for techniques. It was a game of mutual exploitation from the start. Training her was his sacrifice. Once his skills were passed on, he was no longer needed. He'd still be alive if it weren't for you. Sjina's hand begins to tremble. You killed him. She coldly replies that he died in a duel against her. He couldn't have lost to you. The instructor is taken aback by her outburst. Maybe, if his shoulder wasn't already injured, the outcome would have been different. Painful memories flood back. She remembers Cain clutching his arm in their final moments. Regret burns in her heart. Now, prepare to join him in the afterlife. Before she can finish, Sjina snaps, lunging forward to take her head. The crowd watches in horror, but they're slaughtered before they can even draw a breath. You and I just witnessed a monster being born. She carves through them all, her heart empty. All right, you and I are about to see how chasing the sword cost her every single thing she ever loved. Instructors died one after another for this. It is Sjina's destiny born to the blade, living as a warrior. As for the rest of you, I will kill every last one of you. Agonizing screams echo toward the heavens. Fall back. Save me. Please, someone help us. In the desolate mountains, those sounds slowly wither away into total silence. Elsewhere, a familiar hand reaches out from under a white cloth. Something is hiding beneath that sheet, moving in secret as if it is protecting a mysterious figure. Seconds later, Kain emerges, gasping for air. Almost died there, he wheezes with relief. Then, suddenly, his chest erupts in a surge of violent, stabbing pain. He drops to his knees, coughing up blood and swearing. Damn it. Blood drips from his lips as he wipes it away while breathing heavily. His head is spinning. Stop the bleeding. He fumbles through his bag, frustrated, but at least he knows his secret plan was a total and complete success. Flashback to the exact moment he was tossed into the abyss. Now, pay attention. Even as he falls through the air, Kain actually flashes a faint, calm smile. He flips in midair and pulls a cord. A white parachute bursts out behind him, and he uses the wind to drift safely toward a nearby ledge in the forest. After a safe landing, the very first thing Kain does is bandage his wounds. He wraps the gauze, muttering that being alive is all that matters. He is confident staying alive is the only true priority, and he does not care about anything else. I just need to stay alive. The world can laugh or judge, but he does not care. Still, losing that steady instructor salary really hurts. It was good money, and honestly, deep down, he is incredibly disappointed. He sighs, wondering where his next paycheck will come from. For a third-rate villain like him, just making it to tomorrow is a victory. This is how a survivor thinks. Finally, he decides to explore the deep, dark forest. Cut to a high cliff where a bloody Sjina is dragging her feet. She clutches her arm, enduring the searing physical pain with every step. She spots her sword at the cliff's edge. Approaching the weapon, Sjina solemnly picks it up, holding it with both of her hands. Under the scorching sun, she raises the sword high, pointing it straight toward the vast sky until the blade and horizon become one perfect line. Sjina declares loudly, "I will live. I will survive and repay this massive debt to my master." She screams with conviction, "Until the day my honor fades, I will bring glory to his name and honor the master before my sword." This is a hero's vow. In the future, she will become a peerless master and shake the world to its core. You and I saw that epic vow, right? Well, watch her immediately bite into a meat skewer. She savors the taste of the snake meat, nodding in approval. Now this is a truly unique flavor. Haba walks over with tea, asking if she is seriously eating a venomous snake. Sjina seems completely surprised by the question he just asked her in the hut. "Oh, it is fine. I am used to eating strange things." Haba looks at the meat, feeling creeped out. "I see. You are devouring it. It might not build resistance as well as a green viper, but you must adapt to stay alive." Haba carefully pours the tea, hesitantly asking why someone from the Empire would come all the way here. Just for sightseeing? Sjina chews while gazing at the southern forest, observing everything with her sharp, careful eyes. The village is a tropical paradise. Sunlight spills over houses built on stilts, all covered in thatched roofs made of dry straw and grass. Palm trees with massive leaves surround them. Sjina speaks, "I came to train." She finishes her meal and sets the skewer down. Haba finally speaks up to her first. "I found a guide for you." Sjina looks shy as she thanks him and stands. "I thought finding a guide would take much longer. I heard there were many dangerous things lurking inside of this southern forest." Haba gives an awkward laugh. "We Southerners are not afraid of the woods." Suddenly, his expression turns strange. He glances around cautiously and leans in to whisper, "The thing that is truly scary is the Sjina. Is Sjina a demon? An evil spirit that eats human hearts?" Haba's face turns deadly serious as he explains the legend. He begins unbuttoning his shirt. "I have actually encountered Sjina." He reveals a massive scar running across his entire torso. "This is the proof." Sjina stares at the wound in total shock. That scar. She is speechless. That was a strike aimed perfectly at a vital point. The one who did this is likely on par with a master. Sjina grips her sword and crouches, wondering if that person is still hiding somewhere in the dark forest. Haba notices her grip and buttons his shirt, staring at her, unable to understand what is going through her mind right now. Sjina is an immortal ghost. "Guest, please be extremely careful when you enter that deep forest." She keeps her head down, lost in thought. As night falls, you and I can only wonder what she will find next. All right, you and I are diving into a story where nightmares feel way too real. Sjina is tossing and turning, unable to sleep after hearing Haba's creepy stories. An immortal ghost that eats human hearts? Honestly, she thinks the whole thing sounds like a bad joke. Sjina reaches for her sword, wondering if ghosts are real. Could she see her family again? She brushes the blade like it is a sacred treasure. Memories of her father and Cain flood her mind once more. She pulls the sword close, fighting back the urge to break down in tears. Pay attention here, because we are seeing Svin's desperate escape. There is Io, struggling to launch an attack while running for her life. Svin unleashes a flurry of ice shards at Sjina. A literal blizzard pushes her back, and Sjina has to shield her face from the biting cold. She tries to calm Svin down, reminding her she is a hero. But Svin just snarls, claiming she is sick of playing that useless hero role. She freezes the very air with a flick of her finger. "You will realize it too eventually," she says. The legendary blade of Sjina is ready. Svin is drowning in rage at her own destiny. To her, a hero's life is just a long wait for destruction. Xia is left totally speechless. That bitterness explodes into a full-blown tantrum. If you want to know the truth, Vin screams, then let me teach you a lesson. Her fingers tremble as she carves ice circles in the air. Vin hurls a massive frost sphere, followed by an endless barrage of ice needles. Xia's face pales, caught off guard. She cannot believe Vin would actually try to turn her into a human pincushion like that. Suddenly, she snaps back to reality. Xia sits up, feeling exhausted and drenched in sweat from that brutal nightmare she just had. She grabs a snake nearby and sighs. Just one bad dream after another. She stands up and chucks the venomous thing right out the window. It has been 3 years since Xia destroyed Disaster Shadow. Since then, she has traveled the continent, trying to restore her family's tarnished name. Xia has been through constant warfare against endless enemies in different places. She has faced countless hardships just to survive this long. She killed Roma K, the Lord of the Shadow Mountains. But even as she grips her sword tightly, questions keep haunting her mind. Why was Vin so angry that day? She looks around, wondering what could turn a hero into the leader of a bandit gang. Suddenly, footsteps approach. Who is there? It is just Jia, stepping into Xia's room from the hallway. I heard there is an imperial guest here, the boy says with a smile. Are you the one who asked for a guide? Xia gives him a cold, short answer. That is right. But the boy just keeps that welcoming, friendly grin on his face. He introduces himself with total confidence. I am Jia, and I am a veteran guide. Xia is stunned by his bold claim. A veteran? But you are just a kid. Jia notices her doubt and asks if she is worried because he looks too young. This is dangerous work. Xia admits, feeling awkward. I am just concerned. Jia just shrugs his shoulders, ignoring her worries. If you are that scared, wait for Ba to finish. I do not really care as long as I get paid in the end. Xia hesitates for a moment. She cannot afford to waste any more time. She has no choice but to let the kid lead the way. Jia stands there, smiling and waiting for her final call. Understood, she says. I look forward to working with you. Now, let's switch gears and see what Cain is up to. He is staring at a letter about the final village in the southern forest. Contact the target and finish the mission. I knew it, he mutters, squatting in a corner and cursing his own ambition. This evil organization is actually sending him to the middle of nowhere. A little kid nearby points and stares at his weird behavior. Mom, that man is acting super strange. Cain squints, reading every detail. He is already dreading the long journey ahead. He stuffs the letter into his pocket and stands up, scratching his head in frustration. He cannot believe he is at the edge of the continent. Cain sighs, trying to figure things out. First, he needs a guide. But then his face goes dark. Guides are way too expensive. He looks around frantically until he spots Jia running past, which immediately catches his attention. The boy sees how lost Cain looks and strikes up a conversation. Are you the guide who knows the way to the last village? Jia gives him some helpful advice. You might find someone in the village's open field, he suggests. The kid starts humming a smug little tune. I could help, but I am busy today. I am the only veteran, so I cannot be late. Cain watches the kid's weird performance with a confused grimace. Who told you to start singing? This is so embarrassing. Jia waves as he runs off, yelling that only 2 people know the way to that village. You better move fast. I am out of here. Cain rubs his chin, worried. Only 2 guides? He was really hoping to hire someone for cheap. He stands there thinking for a while when something falls on his head. It feels strange, so he reaches up to check. Something heavy is up there. It is a venomous snake, baring its fangs. It sinks its teeth into his finger, making Cain scream in terror. Cain flings the snake away, cursing loudly. You little monster. He quickly pulls an antidote bottle out of his pocket. He downs a whole handful of pills at once and collapses straight onto the hard ground. And that's where we leave him, face turning blue, thanking the heavens he survived that venom. But wait. You and I need to see what he spotted in the sky. All right. You and I are diving into a scene where a flash of orange hair peeks through a window. Cain is lying on the ground, staring up and cursing those scammers. Those bastards. They definitely set this whole thing up to look like a total accident. Exposing them won't even help me. It might actually backfire, he groans, dragging his heavy body back up. Cunning jerks. Kain promises himself he'll let it slide this once, but one more time? They're finished. Suddenly, a guide's voice rings out from a distance. It's Haba, and seeing Kain on the dirt, he rushes over to ask, "Are you okay? Why are you down there? You look starving." Haba holds out a skewer of roasted snake meat, offering it with a wide grin. Want a bite? Looking at that skewer, Kain turns pale and speechless. But Haba just keeps pushing it on him. Just one bite. I'll give you the head for free. He shoves it right in Kain's face until he snaps. He swings his sword in a flash, slamming the meat right into Haba's face as pieces fly everywhere. Cain pins his blade to Haba's throat, sending him into a total panic. "What are you doing?" he screams, terrified. "That's my line, you brat. Why did you give me this? Are you mocking me?" Haba stammers frantically. "Wait, what do you mean this? It's a local specialty. Even guests from the Empire love it." Then, Kain spots some tea in his bag. Now watch this. Kain notices the detox tea and presses the sword harder. "Think I don't know what you're up to here? You poison guests with snake meat, then sell the antidote for a fortune." He interrogates him, sword held steady. "You sell tea at insane prices, and if they don't pay, you let them die here in the village." Cain's rage boils. Veins pop on his face like a spider web. "Is this how you treat visitors to your village? Answer me." His fury is so intense that Haba starts shaking, too terrified to speak a single word. "As a man from the Empire, I should return your hospitality, right?" Haba collapses, begging and hugging his legs while crying for his life. He roars, "If you're sorry, then pay up." But then Kain's face changes as he remembers the letter. Reach the last village in the southern forest, contact the target, and finish the mission. He looks down at the terrified kid. "Do you know anyone who can guide me to the last village?" Haba lights up like he's found gold. "Oh, I know it." Kain's expression turns sinister. "Perfect. Now, you're my guide." Haba scratches his head, hesitating. But Kain grabs him by the hair, scaring him stiff. "Sir, I can't do it. I don't know the way yet." Sjina ignores him, forcing him along. "The experienced kid told me he was too busy to help." Kain smirks and rubs Haba's head. "So you're the only one left, right?" Haba turns pale, but Kain's threat makes him scream in agreement. Fine, I'll take you there." Haba slumps down in relief while Kain gloats over his success. "Let's move. And hurry up before I lose money." Cain crosses his arms, feeling pretty proud. "You and I both know he's a genius at this. Finding a guide this fast? I'm a veteran villain, for real." In another scene, things turn dark. It turns out Cain and Haba have stumbled right into a swamp. He glares at the marsh, and Haba breaks into a cold sweat. "Looks that way, sir. You're a guide and didn't know there was a swamp here?" Haba screams back, "I told you I'm new." Pulling a rope from his bag, Kain swings it around and tosses it over a nearby tree branch, then pulls hard to make sure it's secure. Haba watches, eyes wide with innocence. "Big brother, are you a mage? Is that magic rope?" Kain's blood pressure spikes at the dumb question. "Ever heard of marking a trail? Keep talking and I'll leave you." Terrified, the kid clings to him. "Wait, take me with you." Kain just sighs in pure exhaustion. "I really thought this guy would be useful." Suddenly, Haba appears with a beehive, excited to bring a giant colony of bees back with him. Fed up with the nuisance, Cain stuffs a handful of pills into Haba's mouth. The kid can't even speak now. He reaches for his backpack, falling into the mud, but Kain drags him away. "What?" Haba's bag sinks into the muck as his stomach starts growling loudly. "All my food is gone. I'm so hungry." Feeling a bit sorry, Cain hands him some dried meat, making him beam. Haba wolfs it down like he hasn't eaten in 1,000 years. Looking at his crazy optimism, you and I have to wonder, should Kain just toss this brat back into the swamp he just crawled out of? Inside the dense forest, massive trees crowd together, their canopies completely blocking out the sky above. Sjina hides behind a trunk, watching closely and warning Sjina. "This is the swamp zone. Fall once, and you're done. All right, stick with me, because you and I are about to watch a night who treats a deadly swamp like a casual stroll, leaving Jia speechless. Seeing her walk like that leaves Jia in total shock. Lady Knight, are you actually walking on the swamp? Usually, people just sink. Sjina looks at his shocked face and sighs. Just move fast, she says. It is actually easier than walking on the surface of water. But then, Sjina stops paying attention and smacks her head right into a beehive. Jia screams out a frantic warning to her. The swarm explodes out, but Sjina is a blur of steel, slashing them down until they pile up. Jia is left completely breathless. How did you do that? Sjina just sheathes her blade coldly. Just slash fast. It is easier than cutting grains from a handful of sand. Jia turns pale, trembling as he says he is just glad she did not get stung by those monsters. He watches her in awe as she effortlessly takes down venomous snakes, leopards, and every swamp creature in their path. Jia breaks into a cold sweat just watching her. Are you even human? He asks, but her expression remains icy and distant. Of course I am. Why ask that? The boy shyly follows up. It was just a guess. Are you some kind of improved human? Sjina actually laughs at that. Not quite. She explains that her special training involved running on poison and killing countless assassins to build immunity. She closes her eyes with a smug grin. I have been through hellish training like that my entire life. This southern forest is nothing compared to what I have faced. Jia looks terrified, as Sjina tells him to keep moving. Now here is where things get interesting, as our duo arrives at the next tropical village, simply known as Village Number 2. They walk through the village chatting. Why is the name so simple? Jia sighs, putting his hands behind his head. Villages in this forest get destroyed so often it is a pain to keep renaming them, so we just use numbers. Sjina nods, processing the grim reality. Understandable. The boy starts singing, inviting her to go find something to eat. Inside a sunlit eatery, Sjina sets her blade on the table and whispers, Jia, do the people here really hate the Empire? The boy is caught off guard. Why? She glances around at the cold stares. It feels like everyone is avoiding me. Jia just stuffs his face with a drumstick. Maybe they are just busy. Suddenly, Sjina spots something happening outside. A massive hunting competition between 5 villages is about to start. People are everywhere, cutting wood and preparing for the big event. Everyone is working together, hauling heavy timber. Sjina watches silently, noting just how busy and focused the villagers seem to be. After finishing his meal, Jia suggests she join the fun. Do you want to enter? Sjina says she does not meet the requirements. Sjina grips an apple tightly and gives a firm no. Is the Lady Knight really that upset? That is too bad. She bites the apple, thinking to herself, I am here to master the sword, not to play games and hunt animals. Even if I joined, I could not compete with professional hunters. But then, a mysterious woman catches her sharp gaze. The stranger scans the area with cold, piercing eyes before finally stopping her search right in the middle of the village. They move on to Village Number 3, but the woods ahead look wrong. The entrance feels strange and unsettling to Jia. This is weird. What is going on? Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoes through the trees, putting them both on edge. Pay attention here, because Sjina draws her sword and tells the boy to stay back as she charges alone into the dark. Lady Knight Sjina ignites her flaming blade and lunges forward, delivering a massive strike that shatters the wooden structures in front of her. She scans the area, guarding against an ambush, only to find a horrific pile of corpses rising up from the debris. Bodies are stacked and hanging everywhere. Sjina turns pale at the sight, staring silently at the gruesome display of death. She covers her mouth, fighting back the urge to vomit. Suddenly, one of the corpses behind her snaps awake. Sjina turns around, her face losing all color. The monster grins wickedly, leaning close to her face as she stumbles back. He starts devouring a bloody heart right in front of her. Sickened, Sjina leaps high and brings her sword down with fury. She slashes at him relentlessly, forcing him back. He crouches with a knife, but Sjina charges again with her blade leveled. He licks the blood off his blade like an addict. Sjina freezes. That knife, that technique. She remembers the imperial language she heard before. Sahada, the evil spirit. A ghost that hungers for the hearts of the living. This is the proof. Sia grips her sword handle tightly. There is no doubt about it. He is that monster. She raises her sword and shouts, "My name is Sjina Java Inen, and I am here to punish your sins." He looks at her without a trace of emotion, before breaking into a twisted smile and lunging with his knife. Metal screeches against metal as his blade slides across her sword. Sia exerts her strength and shoves him away. Her eyes burn with pure rage. She swings for his head, but the creature is fast and manages to dodge. You and I just witnessed an epic showdown, as she impales the monster even after taking a blade to the leg. Stick with me, we're about to see this freak dodge Seolja's blade yet again. He pulls a somersault like a circus performer, rolling away before spinning his dagger with a smug, twisted grin. Seolja watches him closely, realizing this guy is dangerous. From the moment he blocked her first strike, she knew he was no amateur. She stabs her sword into the dirt and sighs. Taking this guy down is going to be a real challenge. Seolja calls him out, pointing her blade directly at his face while demanding to know if he's afraid to die. He just crouches low, ready to spring. She quickly weighs the situation. It's clear she won't be walking away from this fight without taking some serious hits. Her new plan is to trade a wound for his life. Despite her nerves, Jia gives a cold warning to get ready if he isn't scared. As she grips the hilt tighter, a sudden, violent flame erupts across the entire length of her blade. It matches Jia's burning spirit, a will that refuses to ever back down. She declares loudly, "I will kill you." Seeing her intensity, the man isn't afraid, he's actually excited. He lunges straight toward the spot where she's standing. Jia's eyes flare with determination. Third sword technique. She swings down with immense force, causing flames to explode everywhere. Fire, war. He retreats slightly, gripping his dagger tight to block her strike. Now, they are locked eye to eye. Under the crushing pressure of her blade, his dagger snaps in two. He stares at his broken weapon in pure shock. Seizing the opening, Jia swings for a lethal blow. He scrambles back, arching his head to dodge by a hair. Enraged, Seolja raises her sword and drives it straight down toward his body. Pay attention here. The blade shears his arm off in a spray of blood. He collapses, bleeding out and screaming like a total madman. It is a complete and utter bloodbath. Realizing he's outmatched, he suppresses the agony and turns tail to run as fast as his legs can carry him. Seolja gives chase until he stops near a pile of corpses to search for something. She watches, wondering what he's planning. The man reaches deep into a corpse's chest, ripping out a heart like a trophy just to taunt her. Jia is absolutely furious. "You savage. How dare you desecrate the dead?" He just eats the heart, smiling with twisted satisfaction. Miraculously, a brand new limb begins to sprout from his bloody stump in a freakish display of power. You saw that too, right? A new arm, even bigger and more muscular, grows back instantly. Seolja is absolutely paralyzed with shock. Magic? Spirits? Her hands start to shake, lost for words. This shouldn't be possible. He watches Jia with pure amusement. This isn't holy magic or some demonic art. Fear creeps in as she backs away, her leg wound bleeding. To Jia, he looks like a demon playing with its prey. He isn't human. Seolja stands there, completely frozen in place by fear. She raises her sword. "What the hell are you?" He just grins with a taunting look. "Me?" Suddenly, a voice shouts from nearby. "Lady Knight." Seolja turns to see Jia hiding behind a tree, shaking like a leaf in total terror. The boy clutches the trunk, cursing his luck. His timing is terrible, and he's definitely regretting showing up right now. The man grabs Jia and bolts. Seolja panics and gives chase while the boy screams for his life. "Lady Knight, please save me." He tucks the boy under his arm and launches forward like a rocket into the distance. Even with her leg bleeding, Seolja doesn't hesitate and tries to keep pace. But she quickly loses sight of him. Has he really kidnapped an innocent child just to lead her into a trap? She rubs her head in pure frustration. "Damn it, that kid was the one carrying all our supplies," he said. "The end village, right?" Jia sheathes her sword and runs full tilt to find Jia. There's no other choice. Meanwhile, Cain finally arrives at the scene, and the shock is written all over his face. The scene before him is absolute devastation. Trees are uprooted and everything has been reduced to ash. Cain stands there in disbelief, wondering if bandits raided this forest. Haba trembles as he replies that there have never been any bandits in this area before. Cain scans the area for every detail. He concludes that whatever happened here was something much worse than a simple raid. He spots a body in the distance, startling Haba. Cain approaches it coldly, thinking like a seasoned villain who knows crime scenes. He examines the corpse carefully, his mind beginning to piece the puzzle together. All the wounds came from the same sword. It looks like the work of a single killer. But then he notices something strange: bite marks. Cain's voice turns serious as he shares his theory. The teeth marks are human, and they all belong to the same person. He falls back into deep thought. It seems someone went toe-to-toe with the killer here. He follows the tracks and makes a guess about the opponent. This fighter was a high-level knight. Trust me, you and I are about to see Cain's wildest theory come true. You and I are starting where a righteous knight just fought a cannibal right here. And suddenly grimaces in disgust. Something smells rotten. Ba, loudly explains that it is probably corpses. Boss, right before a voice echoes from behind. Are you two from that villainous organization? Kain asks, turning around with his guard up. Who are you? Instead of answering, she steps closer. Once she is near, she introduces herself as Isa, a guide from the last village sent to escort guests. Soon after, the two follow Isa's lead. Throughout the entire walk, Kain remains completely annoyed, his face twisted in a permanent scowl. She is a way better guide than some other guy we know. Still, he feels like something is seriously off here. He and his companion get a warm welcome at the village. Following Isa, the two are treated to a massive, luxurious feast. However, Kain's sharp intuition kicks in. He feels like something incredibly strange is happening around them. His face darkens. There is a smell of extreme danger. Watch closely here, because the eerie, quivering black aura radiating from his body sends absolute chills straight down Haba's spine. He cannot take it anymore and desperately begs, "Boss, you do not need two guides. Please just let me go home." Kain immediately explodes in rage when he hears that. What the hell are you talking about? You promised to come with me to the last village. Inside his head, he is screaming, "You bastard, are you trying to run? I need you to be my bait." Haba panics and tries to defend himself, saying he never meant that, while Isa just smiles. "We have arrived," she announces. All three of them turn their gaze toward the area just ahead of them. The oppressive pressure coming from Cain gets even thicker. Check this guy out. Isa leads them into someone's house. She kneels at the door and respectfully announces that the guests have arrived. Once she gets permission, she tells them to enter. A powerful, majestic voice echoes from within the room. "Warriors of the organization, come in right now." Cain sits formally while speaking, saying it is an honor to meet the village elder, Dira. Behind him, Haba is totally confused. Dira smiles cheerfully and reminds him not to flatter him, as his words do not hold that much power. "So, what brings you here?" Kain fumes internally, thinking the old man already knows. He decides to get straight to the point. "My organization wants to recruit your village." Hearing this, Haba shouts in shock. "What?" This makes him feel even worse. Damn it. This should have been a mission for total rookies. Dira acts like he cannot believe his ears. "You want us to serve under your organization?" Kain threatens him without hesitation, saying if he refuses, conflict will be unavoidable. He is not scared at all, laughing that the kid has a big mouth. "But warrior, did you know something?" In frowns. "Know what?" Dira calmly explains that a beast has been attacking the village lately, though beasts are common in this area. A sense of doubt rises in his mind. What is this old man rambling about? He ignores the look and continues, saying normally it is fine, but this beast is incredibly strong. He thinks in shock, is there really something that could put this old guy in actual danger? Is the danger because he is weak, or is it something else? Let's pause. Because Dira's eyes sharpen as he says it appeared right when you guys did. He grimaces in annoyance, thinking about the mission his organization is so desperate to complete with this man. On the outside, Kain stays calm and asks what he wants. Inside, he is screaming that the negotiations are completely ruined. Damn it. If they were going to threaten him, they should have sent me the info. The old man then softly makes his one request. Could you take care of this beast for us? He unhappily questions if this is a threat. You could say that. Cain coldly accepts the offer, even though his brain is still cursing the man out. Does he want me to kill someone from my own organization? That old bastard. Dira then pretends to offer a kind warning. Oh, before you go, listen to this. My eyes are bad, so I might not distinguish you from the beast. Cain fires back at the provocation. Well, my sword cannot distinguish between you and the enemy either. He calmly gives his final instructions. It is fine. Hunting is usually boring, so enjoy the feast tonight. Tomorrow, the two of us will be very busy. As soon as they are out, Cain grabs Haba and runs. Do you think I am crazy? I am not letting you hunt me. Boss, why did you have to provoke him like that? He curses back. Shut up. I did not mean to. Suddenly, an iron chain with a sharp scythe appears from behind. It is launched with brutal power and perfect accuracy. Luckily, Cain and Haba manage to jump and dodge it just in time. Haba panics at the sight of it. Things get way more dangerous for Cain, as he has to face off directly against another deadly threat. Even though she is a woman, every single one of her attacks is incredibly powerful and brutal. They finally stop after a few moves. Isa smiles gently, saying, "Dear guests, you run so fast. I thought we would feast for days. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next." Let's dive in as Cain scrambles for an excuse. I just don't like wasting time, okay? Suddenly, the girl beside Isa levels her spear, eyes burning with rage. You look very familiar. Cain freezes as she continues. I saw you with that wicked spirit. Haba sees the spear and cowers like a frightened bird. What the hell is she talking about? Cain just lets out a curse. Damn it. He draws his sword, heart set on a fight. Both sides tense up, weapons ready, just waiting for the first move. While Cain stands still, Asa and her partner charge in together, launching a coordinated strike. Sharp steel closes in on Cain. He parries the incoming blows before launching himself high into the air with an explosive jump. After pulling off a high-level mid-air spin, watch this, he hurls sharp daggers forward. The ponytail girl is no amateur, spinning her spear into a defensive shield. Isa uses the strength of her chains, whipping them out to knock away the projectiles flying toward her. The intense killing intent from the three fighters has Haba trembling flat on the ground. He is literally praying for his life when a stray dagger thuds right in front of him, nearly popping his eyes out. Cain finishes his aerial move and lands softly. The second he touches down, he lashes out with a simple rope. The ponytail girl didn't expect this homemade weapon. She slaps it aside, screaming, "How dare you!" While she is distracted by that little trick, Cain closes the gap and brings his blade down on her shoulder. She falls back, blood spraying from the wound. But before Cain can celebrate, a sharp hook appears behind him out of nowhere. It loops around, catching him as the chain tightens around his neck. Ponytail girl takes the chance to scramble back up. You and I both know Cain is struggling to breathe here. Isa whispers mockingly in his ear, "Don't forget about me." With those words, she pays him back for the blood he just drew from her partner. Isa looks at the red staining her weapon and smiles brightly. So, how does it feel to be dying? Even cornered, Cain stays calm, reaching toward his belt to find his secret weapon. Just as Asa prepares her finishing blow, he shoves a biological weapon in her face. Eat this. A sudden explosion dyes the forest red. Isa is forced to let go, covering her face while cursing him out. The ponytail girl suffers too, groaning even though she wasn't at the center. Haba was never warned and ends up totally dizzy. What is that weird smell? Cain is the only one left standing, and he is definitely still cursing. That hurt like hell. Knowing this is only a temporary distraction, he quickly pulls himself together. Cain grabs Haba like a little chick, ready to get the hell out of there. He raises his hand, chanting a familiar spell. He casts a stealth spell as dark energy flows through his fingertips. His bracelet glows in response. Poor Haba is in tears, muttering in pure confusion as they vanish. What is happening? Isa and her partner are left standing helpless in the thick, red mist. The ponytail girl curses. Damn it, the unlucky pair has to accept that their prey has slipped away. Isa looks around, refusing to believe it. They are gone. The ponytail girl grinds her teeth, spitting out cold words. I knew that spell was his. We have to kill him. Cain drags Haba far away before finally stopping to catch his breath. He grips his hair, his mind racing through every possibility. Damn it. How did she know about the wicked spirit? Was she there? Haba calls out weakly from behind. Cain ignores him, lost in his own head. If those people find out the truth, they will hunt me down for sure. He keeps trying to get Cain attention. Big brother. When there is no answer, Haba finally screams it. Cain snaps back, annoyed. But Haba does not care, pushing forward with his theory anyway. That girl seemed to know you. Cain stiffens and gives a vague reply. She just had the wrong person. But inside, his heart is pounding. Even though Cain denies it, Haba blurts out his suspicion about that wicked spirit. Terrified of what Haba might say next, Cain cuts him off instantly. Listen here, kid. He slams his fist into a tree, voice going dark. Does that matter? Is it more important than staying alive and away from those people? It is all just an act to hide the absolute panic building up inside him. He cannot let the kid ask any more questions. Haba freezes under his terrifying glare, so Cain quickly decides to change the subject. Trust me, we need to see where they head next. Where to now, brother? All right. You and I are about to watch one of the craziest survival games in this jungle. Move fast. Don't let them escape. The thunderous footsteps and clashing weapons echo right toward Cain. He watches through his binoculars, mental calculator clicking away. Are they really sending 100 people just to hunt them? The terrifying reality finally makes his face pale. He can only manage a soft, breathless whisper. These lunatics. Fueled by pure frustration, he decides it's time for a little trap. They really shouldn't have messed with him. The natives stare in shock as an insect nest drops right in front of them. What on earth is that? Cain and Haba slip away while chaos erupts. Beetles, get them off me. The leader stands frozen, studying the mess. While the culprits are already miles away, the leader and his men are still stuck debating what to do. These golden beetles are eating all our wood. No matter, we will fix it once this mission is over. Someone nearby yawns. This is so strange, sister. I feel incredibly sleepy. The woman behind her notices something else entirely. What is that amazing smell? The ponytail girl's face scrunches up in total confusion. Stay awake. Don't you dare fall asleep. But her warning is just thrown away. She isn't sleepy at all. So why are the others? She grinds her teeth in pure rage, swearing she will catch him no matter what happens. Even miles away, Cain can still feel the heat of her tsunami-like rage. I will make you pay for everything you have done. Until dawn, his orders echo through the trees. We must catch them at any cost, no matter what. TA, in peeks from behind a tree, totally speechless. Don't you guys ever get tired? Now pay attention to this. Our main character is about to turn the heat way up. Then I'll just have to make them tired. Haba turns pale, thinking his boss is absolutely terrifying. Sure enough, the hunt turns into screams of terror. Fire! It's a fire! K. In signals for Haba to follow him. Meanwhile, Sjina is running for her life from the voices haunting her ears. There she is. Catch her. Even with her life on the line, she tries to defend herself. I'm really not a bad person, you know. Thanks to her supermodel long legs, Sjina successfully loses the angry mob. Once they are gone, she finally breathes. Her eyes narrow as she calculates. Running away is easy, but these past few days have revealed something dark. The horror of this forest. Every village must offer human sacrifices, and nobody is ever allowed to leave. Let that sink in for a second. This isn't a forest, it's a human meat farm. How do they keep everyone so obedient without a riot? This will be tough, but she can't give up now. That's what her master taught her. But suddenly, a loud shout nearby snaps her right back to reality. Over here. Water. We need more water. Fast. Sjina grips her weapon, analyzing the situation. Is it a trap? Then she realizes they are distracted by the fire. Wait, a fire? A massive question mark pops up in her head as she watches them. They're busy with the flames. She takes the chance to move, whispering a quick thanks to whoever started it. Even though the area seems empty, Sjina doesn't let her guard down for even a second. She carefully checks every corner. Finding nothing useful outside, she sets her sights on the central tent. With one powerful jump, she lands in front of the silent wooden house. Sjina boldly reaches out to pull the curtain. Seeing the boy unconscious inside makes her freeze in shock. She drops her guard and rushes toward him. Kaguya? Kaguya, are you okay? But just as she reaches him, she stops dead in her tracks. The leader, hiding in the rafters, lunges at her. She instinctively swings her weapon, blocking his thunderous strike. They're evenly matched. Both fighters pull back, staring each other down with intense caution. Sjina locks eyes with him, searching for a weakness. Before she can move, footsteps and mocking laughter surround her. Looking at these 5-against-1 odds, the truth finally hits her like a ton of bricks. They were waiting here to ambush me. The enemy doesn't give her time to think, launching their weapons immediately. Sjina barely dodges a lethal blow before the next wave of attacks comes crashing in. She spins away, choosing to evade rather than clash directly. She grips her sword tight and leaps into the air. From the perfect height, she brings her blade down with both hands to strike back. She moves like lightning, her blade cutting through every single obstacle in her way. The leader is unfazed even as his men fall, and trust me, you and I are worried for Sjina now. All right, you and I are about to watch a lethal showdown as she unleashes her 6th move. The fire veil ignites, turning the air scorching hot. Like bloodthirsty fire dragons, the flames roar toward the leader. He is paralyzed like a wooden puppet, never expecting Sjina to have such a hidden trump card. Luckily, his survival instinct kicks in just in time. He leaps back, barely escaping the fate of being crushed against the wall like a bug. Despite surviving the split-second attack, the leader's face remains frozen in pure horror from the near-death experience. What is even crazier is that his body will not move. He can only watch helplessly as Sjina takes full control behind him. Using the smoke from the fire veil to blind him, she grabs Sjina and tells herself she has to seize this chance right now. Looking at the empty space ahead, Sjina does not hesitate for a single second. She grabs the boy and sprints away instantly. In her mind, there is only one goal left: leaving this place immediately. Now here is where it gets wild. Just as they reach the forest, the kid she saved suddenly turns and attacks her. Shock washes over Sjina's face as Sjina raises a weapon and lets out a disappointed sigh, saying how unfortunate it is. The boy lands a heavy blow to push her back. Sjina is sent flying across the dirt, left sitting there looking absolutely pathetic. Sjina hops onto a rooftop, looking down at her with a smug grin. He calls her impressive, mocking his so-called big sister. The flames engulfing the house do not seem to bother the boy at all. He sits calmly, admitting he finally understands why they call her the Great Sword. Gathering her courage, Sjina steps forward to voice her suspicion. But the boy just cuts her off to reveal his true identity. He says it is time for a proper introduction. His real name is G. Sjina looks up, waiting for the final confirmation. Finally, he drops the bombshell that shatters her reality. He is the leader of Village 1. Later, Sjina wakes up groggily from the cold ground. Rubbing her stiff neck, she realizes she has been out for 10 minutes. It has been a full week of being hunted by cannibals and villagers. She realizes someone has been helping her. Someone set the forest on fire to distract the villagers. You and I are seeing the same clues, right? Someone used golden beetles to devour food and sleeping flowers to knock out the cannibals. Who could possibly be helping her? Why are they doing this, and why help her? If she gets the chance, she wants to meet them, but this mess is far from over. Sjina stands up and sighs, complaining about how long this game of hide-and-seek is dragging on. But as she rises, she smells danger. A mocking voice echoes right in her ear. It is time to end this. Sjina appears again, spinning a knife with a provocative look, saying they will be the ones to finish it. He complains that this hunt took an extra week. Seeing them, Sjina immediately drops into a combat stance, ready for war. Are you not even angry? We killed one of your teammates. You know. Sjina tilts his head coldly, calculating the situation before spitting out that she was just too weak. Sjina raises her sword to defend and questions him. She asks if being weak means she deserves to die. The boy casually admits it. That answer sets Sjina's fighting spirit on fire. Fine then. Let her show him exactly what the privileges of the strong look like. The girl with the ponytail jumps into the fray. She spins her spear arrogantly, telling Sjina not to make her laugh. Their weapons clash with a violent ring. Sjina blocks a deadly strike, pushes her opponent back with raw force, and retreats. Suddenly, a sharp blade is inches from her face. Without a thought, Sjina snaps her sword up to block the incoming death. The blade is parried, but flies back to G's hand like magic. As soon as he catches it, he launches a relentless counterattack. Since he is dual-wielding, Sjina struggles to keep up. She has to constantly move her blade just to stay alive. But facing two enemies is too much. Sjina takes a brutal knee to the head that leaves her dazed. That one mistake sends a wave of agony through her. She loses balance and gets blown back several meters by the sneak attack's power. The ponytail girl seizes the opening, raising her spear for the kill. Sjina reacts instantly, tilting her body just enough to dodge, but the attack still clips her leg. She spins her sword horizontally, slashing deep into the spear's shaft. The girl stares in shock at her broken weapon. Realizing the danger, she quickly leaps back to keep a safe distance. Enduring the pain, Sjina pulls the spear tip from her leg. She throws it back at its owner with everything she has left for revenge. Besides the sounds of battle, the noise of wooden stakes being driven into the ground echoes through the woods. Kain brushes his hair back, admiring his work on the tent. Nearby, Ha-Ba is still entranced by the flickering campfire. He stares at a chicken leg and digs in. Even with a mouthful of meat, he tries to analyze the situation. Stimulants from the red fruit and sleeping medicine from the flowers. Kain briefly explains the plan. The medicine's effect increases when the nervous system is stimulated. Ha-Ba looks up and asks where they are heading next. He decides on the location immediately. Village 5. He is so terrified he forgets to eat and screams that it is the old man's place. TA and calmly shares his goal. He wants to negotiate, using Ha-Ba as bait. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see if he survives. Alright, you and I are about to see the most ridiculous team-up ever. Why me? He shouts. But his leader just asks who looks more harmless. You or me? Ha-Ba is pale with fear, yet he still looks up, desperately waiting to hear what comes next. Kain snaps back with the bitter energy of a gambler who just lost it all. Haven't I been carrying you this whole time? Finally, Ha-Ba just agrees. Yes, sir. Next morning, he packs up his gear and a basket full of worries. Then nervously starts approaching village number 5. He actually wants me to go in alone? Ha-Ba looks at the wooden house, his feet feeling heavy as lead weights. Once he gathers enough courage, he timidly pokes his head inside. Excuse me? D-Rod doesn't even look back before dropping a simple, cryptic response. Oh, you're here? Haven't seen your two friends lately. Ha-Ba immediately starts stammering, while D-Rod slowly approaches, acting like he totally understands. It is because of that annoying guest, right? You were just dragged into his mess, weren't you? Ha-Ba almost answers instinctively but quickly covers his mouth. Mister, my leader saved my life multiple times. D-Rod just gives him a harmless, gentle smile. Is that so? How sad. I guess you won't be joining our hunt after all? But it's fine. Don't be scared. Now, where is that beast? Ha-Ba panics so hard, he can barely get the words out. Pay attention here, because this is where the tension finally breaks. A shout shatters the silence. Hey, you looking for me? His face is dead serious, looking like he's about to give a lecture, but then he just vanishes, leaving Ha-Ba to frantically scream out for his leader. Without missing a beat, Daira immediately begins the pursuit of his juicy new prey. Realizing he's been left behind, Ha-Ba frantically sprints down the dirt path as fast as his legs can carry him. Deep in the forest, Daira finally stops. How long are you going to keep pretending? Kain just casually chugs his water. He sits on a rock and explains, like it's no big deal. There's a misunderstanding. I'm just here to catch some beasts. D-Ra raises his staff, finally tearing off his mask of kindness. I'm done playing. Now, I'm hunting you. Kain throws his bottle back defiantly. Try me. But first, as soon as he finishes speaking, he presses a button causing a massive explosion that rips a giant hole right where he stood. Water pressure crushing the remaining wood. Cain smirks from a safe spot, provoking him. Catch me first if you can. Suddenly, a massive wave like a tsunami crashes down onto village number 5. Ha-Ba is drowning in the waves, screaming out for help in pure terror. D-Ra watches the flood, absolutely furious. He finally leaps onto a dry roof, sitting down awkwardly to prepare for his next big move. He grips his staff tight, hissing every word in pure rage. You really want to play it this way? Cain jumps to another roof to face him. Drawing his sword, he mutters, Man, I really wanted him washed out of the village. Too bad. Maybe I should have just talked him into surrendering? All that effort breaking the dam was for nothing? Dira raises his staff and strikes first, screaming a familiar chant. Minu Ao. Ruler of the winds. Wind strike. The sheer power of the attack sends Kain jumping for his life. He stabilizes himself while cursing under his breath. Are you insane? One hit and I'm done. Let me breathe, old man. But Dira isn't listening. He's already charging in with his blade. He swings a heavy blow meant to end the fight. Luckily, Kain is fast enough to block it with his sword. Using both hands to defend, he manages to push back. Sure enough, Dira is forced to retreat immediately. You and I knew it was coming, he pauses to think, then makes a bold guess. You've met the ghost spirit, haven't you? That little sheep he's talking about? She's currently wide-eyed, paralyzed by absolute fear. The ponytail girl never expected to be stabbed through the heart by her own spear. While she's dazed, Sjina finishes her off for good. With her leader gone, the girl's body just collapses. Right then, Sjina catches a strange sound nearby. She spins around instantly, her battle instinct screaming at her. They say lightning doesn't strike twice, but Sjina takes the exact same knee strike from the leader, and once again she's slammed hard against the tree just like last time. Jia knows he's won. He leaps onto a branch across from her, staring at Sjina like a predator watching its prey. Then, Jia pulls out two strangely shaped daggers. Without a second thought, he hurls them both forward. They're flying straight for the weakened Sjina. But even while gasping for air, she easily catches those pathetic little toys. Sjina grips both weapons between her fingers and shifts into a counter stance. She upgrades the weapons with a burst of glowing energy. Jia's failed ambush leaves him completely rattled by this sudden turn of events. Sjina doesn't give him a single second to think, immediately sending those premium weapons back to their owner. She even tosses in the spearhead that killed the ponytail girl, call it a buy two, get one free deal. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see if Jia survives this counterattack. All right. You and I are about to watch a battle take a dark turn. The boy's face tightens as a scream rings out. The leader panics, lunging toward a flaming spear aimed at his chief. He uses his body as a human shield. He becomes a living torch as the flames consume him. Jia watches in horror as his protector collapses before his eyes. The boy grits his teeth, grabbing the blade stuck in the tree behind him. But he only makes it a few steps before a voice stops him cold. The owner of that voice arrives with a sharp blade in hand. Sjina slashes him twice across the chest. She kicks his ribs for good measure. Jia tries to crawl away, but she easily steps on his chest. Raising her sword, she coldly declares the fight over. It looks like I won. Jia whispers a final, tired breath. Under the cold steel, he shares his last few words. It is true. You are so strong. Yet they call us monsters instead of you. Sjina patiently corrects him. Because I am human, she says. But he insists no human could ever possess sword skills like hers. Arguments are useless now. She shifts focus and asks what happened to the person who helped her. Jia gives a mysterious smirk. Go to the last village. He is waiting for you there. Now pay attention, because here is where the mercy ends for good. Sjina shifts her blade into position. She looks down and gives a simple, chilling confirmation. Yes. Facing her intense killing intent, he actually smiles. It really was fun, he admits. Without a word, Sjina ends him. Her blade, dripping with fresh blood, rests calmly by her side. Leaving the bodies behind, she walks away. Meanwhile, Kain and Dira are locked in a tense standoff. The old man decides to strike first, chanting an incantation for his next move. Wind pressure. I will kill you with my sword. Kain flinches, but his instincts force him to block the hit. Both warriors unleash their full techniques, desperate to take the other down. Dira's frustration grows as his attacks miss. Kain is feeling the pressure just as much. This is annoying, Kain thinks. Losing interest, he yells that he is leaving and tries to bolt. You saw that too, right? Even the coolest fighters have their clumsy moments. Kain trips and sprains his ankle. Sharp pain shoots to his brain, making his vision blur and his senses spin. Dira sees his chance. He jumps in, closing the distance while chanting his familiar skill. Kain smells danger, but his body won't move. Dira raises his sword high and screams. Storm. A green vortex blasts toward Kain. He drops his sword, crossing his arms to protect his face. But this move puts Cain at a massive disadvantage instantly. The gale throws him back. He coughs up blood, internally screaming about his poor backbone. Dira stares at his handiwork in silence. He slowly approaches Cain through the ruins. With no strength left to fight, Cain desperately activates his signature magic. His ring glows as he whispers a stealth command. Suddenly, Cain vanishes into a cloud of thick smoke. Dira stops mid-step, confused. His prey has completely disappeared from sight. While Dira focuses on the ruins, Cain sneaks behind him and prepares a massive counter. Wind strike. Dira fires a blast into the empty space where Cain used to be. Cain realizes this old man is tougher than he looks. He pours everything into his blade. Fire beats wind, old man. He unleashes a stream of flames directly at his opponent. The two powers collide in a blinding flash, but Cain's rage seems to give him the edge. The fire consumes everything in its path, surging forward with unstoppable force. A nearby roof is crushed under the heat. Dira grits his teeth against the searing air. Cain doesn't let up. He uses the opening to close in for the final blow. His flaming blade slashes Dira's chest. The old man collapses, his strength finally failing him. Dira glares back, unwilling to accept defeat. Cain suggests they end this right here. Dira glares back. But before he can finish, Dira does something insane. Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Wait, is that old guy really still alive? Cain is screaming internally for the kid to run, but Haba is just standing there frozen like a statue. Bridge 1. All right, you and I are about to see just how twisted this villain is. He is trying to eat a heart to recover. Cain and Ira charge in together. Get back, Sir Ira. He snaps his head up in shock, staring at the forest canopy that is already erupting into massive flames. Haba is completely paralyzed by the fear, just staring blankly as a massive, dark shadow begins to swallow him whole. Ira reaches out with everything he has got, barely managing to shove Haba out of the way before he gets crushed to pieces. The kid stammers, asking if his savior is bleeding. Ira leans on his sword, whispering that he is stable for now. Cain just watches this emotional scene and sighs, dropping his blade. He approaches the two and decides it is time to ask a question. If you want to be king of this forest, you should do it right, do not you think? Ira looks up, totally confused by that. Cain explains calmly that while he was trashing the village, he noticed Ira was not just killing people for no reason at all. You want to protect everyone here, do not you? Listen, a throne is a tree watered by blood, but if you get addicted to that, you will pay the price. Karma is real, Ira. The warrior bows his head in shame and promises he will remember those words forever. Cain reaches out a hand to end this meaningless war. He looks totally calm, but inside, he is screaming because he is exhausted, and every single bone hurts. Bridge 2. Ira takes his hand to stand up. Now pay attention. This is the exact moment where everything finally starts to turn around for our heroes. From now on, the southern forest is your ally. Haba is practically jumping for joy that this nightmare is finally over. Cain sheathes his sword and gives a nod of approval. Internally, he is thanking his lucky stars he survived that absolute mess of a fight. He barely finished before collapsing. Ira does not realize it was a total bluff and moves on to start repairing his broken village. Cain stops him one last time. Before you go, I need to know. Tell me everything you can about that beast from before. Later, Sjina runs into a man right at the edge of the woods. Under the rustling leaves, she whispers his name. I thought it was you, Haba. He does not even try to hide it, just gives her a casual greeting like an old friend. Sjina asks why he helped her. She thought he was part of that cannibal group since he is the one who introduced them. Haba sits down and explains. He simply could not stand by and watch those man-eaters destroy lives in the forest any longer. So you have been preparing to fight them this whole time? Sjina leans against a tree, waiting for the real truth. He dodges the question and asks her something instead. Does she know where that group of cannibals actually came from? She gives him a flat no. Haba looks her in the eye and reveals they were actually all former slaves. Slaves? He nods sadly. That is right. The Empire sold them off like they were nothing more than cheap trash. Before the cannibals took over, this forest was a disaster of constant war. It was just one village attacking another for years. To fund their wars, They sold orphans and prisoners into slavery. But one day, a group of those slaves actually managed to return home. Bridge 3. They brought terrifying power that changed the forest forever. You and I need to watch this closely, because the truth is darker than you think. They unified the forest, but they became addicted to that power. Sjina's heart starts racing as she cuts him off to ask a question. Where did that strength come from? Haba already knows what she is thinking and gives her the chilling answer immediately. It was a dark deal with a devil for immortality. The catch? They have to eat human hearts to heal. Someone had to stop them before they became monsters. So that is why you helped me. You even pretended you could not speak the language properly just to keep your cover, did not you? That was not the only reason, he adds. He also did it as a way to pay back a debt to Sahada. Wait, is not Sahada the god those monsters worship? Haba just laughs and tells her she has got it all wrong. 6 years ago, the cannibals tried to kill a man they met, but that man fought back so hard they eventually surrendered. That man is the real Sahada. He is not a god, just a human who is way too strong for them. When he is cornered, he is like a ghost appearing and disappearing. Sjina's eyes widen as she starts putting the pieces together finally. Haba keeps rambling about how he was weak until he started copying Sahada tricks. Everything he knows, he learned from watching that man. She cannot believe it. He took down 5 villages just by copying someone? This is starting to sound way too familiar. These tactics sound exactly like the survival skills of a certain instructor, but she plays it cool and asks what it involves. Haba drops the bombshell. That sword you are carrying? That is Sahada blade. Sjina's mind starts racing with a million different questions. This is her master weapon. Haba mentions that Sahada's female partner used to call him Instructor Number 5 all the time. Memories of her fight with Cain flash through her head, the way he moved and the way he tried to comfort her. She remembers Cain carrying Haba away from the cannibals. Every single piece of the puzzle is finally clicking into place. Bridge 4. And that's where we leave it, a realization that changes everything. You and I both know exactly what kind of storm is coming next. All right. You and I are diving into a world where these cannibals are obsessed with Sahada, and recognizing that sword is the only thing keeping anyone alive. As Sjina listens, her mind is a total mess. Without his intervention, Haba would be gone, and she might have been next. She analyzes the situation and shakes her head. This was her choice, but everything else? Just a massive, unplanned disaster. Suddenly, Kain's teasing voice echoes in her head, calling her the same clumsy, foolish girl she has always been. Haba stands up with a final word. Because of you? Sjina just repeats it, completely lost in thought. He forced a laugh, speaking of peace like he barely believes it himself. Surprisingly, Sjina just smiles and goes along with the vibe. Haba signals for a change of subject. So, what is next? She is honest about what she plans to do from here. I am going to keep training. He is stunned. She needs more. Sjina just scratches her face, feeling pretty awkward about it. The truth is, I am still lacking. And if possible, there are some things I really need to find. She quickly says her goodbyes, realizing this mission proved she needs way more experience. To fill those gaps, she has decided to continue her journey and track down every trace her master left behind. Even though it has been 3 years since he passed, traces of his life before they met are still out there. I will never see you again, but I will remember you forever. As Cain stands there, a loud, excited voice suddenly cuts through the air. Impressive. My plan actually failed. The number 1 instructor steps out from the darkness, laying on the praise way too thick. Mission complete, and those fireworks were stunning. Cain just frowns, knowing for a fact that she was watching the whole time. He is screaming internally. This crazy woman, she is the reason this entire mess even happened in the first place. The first instructor just gives a silent, chilling smile. Then, she slides a mysterious piece of paper right in front of Cain. Your next mission. He is internally cursing her entire bloodline and wishing them the worst. One job finishes and another starts immediately. These people are absolutely heartless monsters. Despite the rage, Cain stays professional. After reading the details, he shoots her a look that is anything but affectionate. The instructor tilts her head mockingly. Unexpected, right? Cain admits he never saw a mission like this coming his way. She starts the mind games. You are going to be an instructor now? passing your elite sword techniques down to the next generation. Kain sees right through her. Just admit it. You are only after my secret sword techniques, you manipulative snake. She completely ignores his glare, cheerfully telling him not to be so disappointed about the new promotion. You are now Instructor Number 5, and I am Number 1. At this point, even Kain's slow brain finally connects the dots. You are here to keep an eye on me, are not you? Seeing the sunrise, she decides it is time to make her exit. I am heading out. Suddenly, she draws her blade and delivers a devastating slash to the tree standing right beside them. He wonders what the hell she is doing. But then he sees the tree has been sliced perfectly in half. Now, pay attention. Because hidden behind that tree is a blood-soaked haba, revealed as the instructor looks down at her prey. Kain's heart starts hammering. Why is this guy here? She looks at the body coldly and calls him a broken rat. I hate rats. Just as she is about to deliver the final blow, Kain grabs his sword hilt to stop her. Hold it. She lets out a sound of pure annoyance, while Kain is internally crying over how insane this is. Absolutely terrifying. But he stands his ground to negotiate. We just formed an alliance, and killing their people is a bad look. Besides, this guy is my personal guide. We cannot just go around slaughtering everyone we actually need. Surprisingly, she backs off and walks away. Fine, you deal with this mess. See you later, Instructor Number 5. See you, Instructor Number 1. Down in a pool of blood, Haba finally manages to wheeze out a single breath. Why did you save me? Kain tosses him some medicine, telling him he needs to stay alive just to keep guiding. Let us pause for a second. Is this a deep connection, or just a villain keeping a useful small fry alive for later? He needs this guy alive to have at least one friendly face around here. Haba, deeply moved, promises to never forget this. Then make sure you pay me back. After finishing the bandages, Kain walks off, lost in his own complicated thoughts. You know, this is not bad. Being a training instructor is probably the safest position in this entire organization. No more life or death battles. Now he gets paid a steady salary just to babysit a bunch of rookie kids. But do not expect him to teach any real sword skills. As Haba watches him walk away, we realize this was 7 years ago. He has no idea that in just a few short years, a truly tragic future is waiting to tear him apart. An evil hero is about to emerge, and our guy will be forced to leap into a deep, dark abyss of hardship. In the kingdom of Sot, once home to the demon tribe, snow now covers the ruins of its ancient, glorious past. In this frozen wasteland, another fated encounter is waiting for our villain, and trust me, you and I won't want to miss it. All right, you and I are about to witness the fall of a kingdom so powerful it ruled half the continent until the gods destroyed it. Now, everyone is running for their lives from the fire. Ias wants to scream for help, but the words are stuck in her throat. She begs them not to leave her alone. Just as she sinks into despair, a pair of feet stops right in front of her. Ias sits up to confront him. The man, Cain, crouches down and gives her a long, fancy-sounding identity. My name is Codless Finn. What is yours? Even though she is suspicious of this man, she answers him anyway. After she speaks, she wonders why anyone would come to these ruins. Cain continues to show concern. Are you the only thing left here? Ias gives a short, dazed answer. Yes. She just stares at him. Cain reaches out his hand. Do you want to come with me? She wonders what is wrong with this human. Does he feel sorry for me? His eyes look as empty as mine. She lowers her head and stammers a refusal. I will stay. Cain does not even wait for her to finish before cutting her off. If you stay, this place will collapse and you will die. She knows he is right, but still tries to deny it. I cannot go. She keeps making up excuses in her head. Even though she knows she cannot stay, A screams that he knows nothing about her or her pain. Images of her being abandoned flash through her mind. Just go. Cain lets her vent her rage before gently placing a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. As, you survived. Those words clash with the screaming voices of the past begging for mercy. But his voice is the clearest. Since you survived this long, you have to find a way to keep living. Please, keep living. I sits there for a long time before looking up through her tears and sobbing. Take me with you. Cain thinks about it for a moment before satisfied. He reaches his hand out again. Fine, but you have to use respectful language with your elders. Ayas. In the border town of Serte, the innkeeper looks worried. Are you sure about this old abandoned house? Ben crosses his arms, trying to convince him. I do not think this place is fit for a daughter. Cain ignores him and says it is fine. Inside, his thoughts are completely different. Now, pay attention, here he is not being a hero. He just wants a maid to work for him. Cain starts tearing out rotten wood. I will need some tools and timber to start the repairs. Ben tells him to just call a carpenter. Cain is already losing patience because he does not want to spend money, but he stays polite. Trust me. Soon, Cain is working hard while Ice and Ben watch him in total shock as he builds. Feeling bored, Ben tries to start a conversation. Was your father a carpenter? Ice is also confused, wondering how he is so skilled at this. Ben gets no answer but keeps talking. This will take a while. Do you want to go back to the inn? The little girl shakes her head. No, I am fine. Ice has made up her mind to stay. Ben does not push it and lets his customer have his way. I should head back now. It is nearly dark when Cain finally puts his hammer down and sighs. He looks up to find Ace fast asleep. His jaw drops and he starts cursing under his breath. I am working myself to death while she just sleeps. I should have left her there. Okay, I know what you are thinking. But let's pause and see the greedy reason he really went there. He looks at the frozen wasteland. There must be something left here. Right? Maybe not. Hunger makes him imagine beer and fried chicken, pushing his tired legs to move even faster. But when he reaches his goal, his face falls. It is just a body lying in the snow. He cries inside. No treasure here, like he thought. Everything has probably been looted already. Ice looks up in shock. Cain quickly makes up a cool identity. My name is Kodla Svin. Yours? She answers him. He thinks she must be an orphan but keeps asking for more info. Are you the only one left? Ice says yes. And Cain's heart breaks right there. Everything was taken. I cannot retire on the tiny amount of money I have now. Fine then. Cain throws his cloak over Ice and reaches out. Do you want to come with me? You and I just saw his true colors. He saved her just to break even on his trip. Cold, right? You and I are jumping into a story where our grumpy hero is actually a secret softie. I was going to share, but now I am eating this sandwich alone. Where did it go? The four-legged thief stares at Cain like he is an idiot. Once he snaps back to reality, he screams in a blind rage. How dare you steal my food? The golden ferret bolts as Cain raises his fist. Get back here. After a successful pounce, he hoists the creature up to teach it a lesson. Got you. Making an old man run at night? Unbelievable. The ferret wisely spits the bag of bread out of its mouth immediately. But before Cain can grab his dinner, the food goes flying once more. Confused, he whips around to find the real culprit. Facing a massive beast makes his heart race, but seeing a giant wolf while that thing in his hand keeps squirming just makes him annoyed. What is wrong with you? Stop moving. Despite his strength, Cain actually loses his grip on the frantic ferret. It lunges at the wolf, ready for war. Watch this part closely, because Cain decides it is finally time to run. Nearby, Ice slowly opens her eyes. She rubs her head while trying to organize her messy thoughts. Did I fall asleep? She hasn't slept well since the kingdom fell, but her spiraling thoughts are cut short by a voice calling out to her. Wake up. Cain stands over Ice like a looming shadow, urging her with his eyes before bluntly suggesting they head back to the inn. Inside, he is secretly complaining. I almost died back there. Have you not slept enough yet? Seeing her dazed expression, Cain keeps prodding. Why are you just staring? She looks down, hiding her gratitude. He is covered in sweat. It is freezing out, yet he gave her his coat anyway. He must be cold. She softly promises to get up right now. Cain leads the way, full of doubt. If that wolf stays here, his retirement is ruined. He will never be able to sell that house. Meanwhile, Ace is lost in her own thoughts. Even if she didn't ask for this care, he just feels more bitter. That stupid wolf. How dare it haunt his home? She is confused, wondering why he is doing this. Unable to find an answer, she just focuses on the path ahead of her. Her purple eyes are heavy with unspoken words, while Cain keeps cursing the world in his own head. Next time, he will show that beast who the real boss is. Just wait. Aya sighs quietly. She really cannot understand this man. Is is in the kitchen when a voice calls out, "Hey, Is." Ben points at the steaming pot, looking quite puzzled. Is that for eating? She confirms it is for Coda, but internally, she wonders why he is making such a weird face. He sighs, repeating her words. For Coda? Ignoring him, she quickly changes the subject. Where's the laundry area, Uncle? Ben is surprised. You are washing clothes now? She puts her hands on her hips and demands to know why not. He fumbles for words, offering to do it for her instead. She just turns away and says she is fine. Wait, don't go alone. Stick with me for a second as these two head out into the yard together. While hanging laundry, Ben reveals that the house they bought was actually built by Lord Grime 30 years ago. He built it when he first arrived, and now, by some twist of fate, it belongs to someone from out of town. She repeats the name Lord Grime, but she is actually more concerned with the shirt in her hands. Why is this fabric so thin? Ben explains that Lord Grime is now the town hunter, but he used to be a world-traveling treasure seeker. Back when he was a kid, he even stole his father's wine just to hear the old man's stories. Those endless childhood stories are starting to irritate Ace. He talks way too much. Ben doesn't notice her walking away and keeps rambling. He wouldn't tell any stories without wine. Something in his past must have changed him. By the way, is that Coda's clothing? She brushes her hair back and asks why. Ben awkwardly suggests he should prepare some of his own spare clothes. Is is baffled, wondering what he is talking about. The scene shifts to a grand stone house where the owner warmly greets them. Nice to meet you. I am the town hunter. Grime mentions he heard they needed things. Cain shakes his hand while thinking deeply. This old guy looks familiar, but Cain keeps his words polite for now. Ben sent me here. I heard you were a treasure hunter, so I wanted to buy some of your old equipment. Grime generously offers them for free since he does not use them anymore. Cain is genuinely moved by the gesture. Thank you so much. Inside, he is celebrating because he just saved a fortune. Grime opens the door for him to browse. Take whatever you need. Stepping inside, Cain quietly observes that the place is incredibly old. Cain wastes no time, scanning the room until his eyes lock onto his first target. This stuff is old but usable. Wait, deadly poison? Why is this here? You and I need to find out. Stick with me. Cain just found a secret that could get him killed. Looking at that glowing object, he freezes. This is a weapon from the organization. Wait, is the old man one of them? Suddenly, G-Jam interrupts, asking if he's finished yet. Cain's heart nearly stops. He tries to stay cool and mumbles a quick thank you. While packing, he's still in total shock. Seeing his weird face, G-Jam speaks up. Is he onto me? Cain's mind is a total mess. He's terrified of being recognized. He keeps a straight face, asking if something's wrong. G-Jam just stares and thinks. Cain waits for the hammer to fall, but the old man just laughs it off. He grabs the loot and runs faster than a rabbit, wishing him a good night. Now pay attention. Cain just ran into the one person he didn't want to see. Why is he here? Gake rushes past to find his grandpa. Cain overhears them talking. Gake, you here for a story? Grandpa, tell me that one legendary tale again? He drags the loot back to the inn. Ben calls him over for a chat. Cain is totally confused, but what he sees next makes him lose his mind. What the hell? My expensive custom outfit is a literal rag now? That's not cheap. Ben offers some old spare clothes instead. He leads a soulless Cain into the kitchen. Cain just stands there in the dark, cursing his miserable luck over and over. This is a nightmare. Ben, being a businessman, even asks for a repair fee. Cain just turns away with a fake laugh and leaves. Ben happily counts his profits. Have a nice night. Cain sees the real culprit acting innocent and gets furious. He stops himself from yelling about the money. He takes a deep breath to stay steady. Did you even make dinner? I looks up with pride, claiming she made plenty. I know what you're thinking, that isn't food. It's a straight-up biological hazard. Cain takes one risky bite, and his entire world starts spinning out of control. His brain is screaming it tastes like trash. He asks if she even knows how to cook. I explains her process. Just mix flour, water, and some stuff, then boil it. She thinks it's a masterpiece. Cain is speechless and realizes he has to step in. He'll have to teach her everything. Outside, thick black smoke pours from the window. Ben sits on a stool, watching I frantically try to cook another batch. He hesitates for a long time before asking if that's actually mushroom soup. Ben sees right through her. You're not even sure, are you? I only looked away once. What did you put in there? Hellfire? AE pouts, calling Ben a big dummy. I have a business to run. If this keeps up, my career is totally over. Outside, a kid sees the black smoke and screams that the place is on fire. No one will choke, but that pot is gone. Maybe just try again tomorrow? The girl trembles, clutching her ladle. She decides she's done with cooking forever. Ben pats her shoulder. Don't be like that. You're a fast learner, I. Cooking takes practice. But then he looks at the green sludge and stops. His conscience kicks in, forcing him to shut up. This isn't even food anymore. This is insane. This is lethal. But I is looking at him with hopeful eyes. He lies, saying Cain will be happy as long as she put her heart into it. Right then, a group of men barge in. Boss, bring us some beer and snacks. The goons whisper about the weird smoke. Ben jumps up to welcome the new customers. They set their weapons aside. AI instantly realizes exactly who these men are. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. These mercenaries are bad news. Stick with me, you're about to see how a simple cooking protest turns into total chaos. The girl wants to help, and Ben is busy serving the room with a huge grin. The drunk crowd is loving it, cheering for the great beer. Meanwhile, I is stuck inside, focusing everything on that pot of soup. This needs fast stirring. But while she works, the nasty whispers of those men keep echoing in her ears. How long has it been since we started drinking? That woman surely couldn't have tracked us all the way out here. We should hide here for a year or two. Damn it, was it the kingdom's fault or did you just cause too much trouble? It's not my fault those stupid buildings collapsed and turned us into wanted fugitives. Talk about rotten luck. The plan was to help them just enough, then leave them to rot. If I knew, I would have done more. Didn't you kill them all anyway? If I knew I'd run out of cash, I would have sold those girls. They looked so provocative. But those people can curse you. You're right. It's their own bad luck they ended up dead. Dirty-blooded trash like them should just go extinct. I can't hold back her rage anymore and suddenly swings her hand. A guy raising his glass gets clocked by a flying object. After a dead silence, the rest of them start panicking. Now pay attention. Because I is done being nice. She stands there with a ladle, demanding they take back those words. Take back everything that came out of your trashy mouths. Upstairs, Cain jumps in surprise, grumbling to himself with a frown. What's that noise? Why do I have a feeling that something absolutely insane is about to go down? Before he can even think, Cain's head starts spinning. He's been in rough shape lately. Partly his fault, but mostly the acid. The girl just grumbles back. What? Just moments ago, this lady cooked up something that tasted like actual poison. On top of that, I is always diligently offering her food. Eat this, I made it for you. Cain ate it all, just to avoid wasting ingredients. He didn't realize that could have been his final meal. Thanks to her being a brat, he even lost his clothes. It's the third day now, but Cain still needs rest. He lies in bed, groaning the name of the culprit, that little brat I. If I weren't a veteran villain, I'd be dead by now. The room is filled with towels, medicine, a heater, and a sword for woodcutting. Looking exhausted, Cain makes the realization of a lifetime. That girl isn't a hero, but she can still wreck a villain like this. Is she a demon king or something? It's so quiet today. Did she go to town? She said she was going to do something. In silently prays with his hands together. Finally, he pulls the blanket over his head, trying to just give up. You and I know he should stay in bed, but his gut says today is going to be insane. A veteran villain should stay put. His stomach starts growling in protest. Desperate, he forces himself to sit up. Fine, time to go get some food. Cain moves quickly, trying to reassure himself. I'll just eat fast. He looks at the door, hesitating, not really wanting to go. This is weird. The door looks like the gates of heaven. Shouldn't a third-rate villain like me be heading to hell? It's so dark. Is he trying to save on electricity? My stomach is getting louder. Cain walks slowly down the dark hallway, eyes darting everywhere. As he gets closer to the door, he lets out a deep, heavy sigh. Thinking back, I is the reason I'm getting poorer. I shouldn't have picked her up. My retirement plans are ruined. Shouting from the living room cuts off his thoughts. You Brad, what did you just say? You little punk. He taps the railing in frustration. Kain looks down at the crowd and lets out a cold, sharp complaint. You're too loud. But as soon as the words leave his mouth, he freezes. A and the thugs are staring up at him, mouths wide open. A heavy, awkward silence fills the room. Kain turns pale, cursing his own stupidity. Why did I even come out here? Kain and the leader, Rat, lock eyes in a fierce stare down. The thug quickly regains his cool and shouts out a question. Who the hell are you? The silence makes Rat panic inside. How long has he been watching? Is he a traveler or a mercenary? I have a feeling if I make one wrong move, I'm done for. If it comes to a fight, I'll have to use it. Just as he makes up his mind, Kain moves slightly. His neck was getting stiff from trying to look cool for too long. The thugs immediately drop into defensive stances like scared birds. Suddenly, I, who was surrounded, tells him to stay back. Don't interfere. This is my business. Rat turns around with a smirk, his confidence returning as he changes his tone. Oh, so you're this brat's guardian? Hey, get down here right now, before I kill this girl. Kain responds with a gaze as sharp as a blade. His mind is racing, analyzing every cause and effect. First, I got sick from her food, then the acid ruined my clothes, and I've been stuck in bed for 3 days. I was so tired I just blurted that out. Damn it, now I'm surrounded by this angry mob. I just wanted a snack, but I left my sword in the room. Trust me, you and I need to see how he fakes his way out of this. All right, you and I are watching a story where a coward fakes being a legend. Kain is currently drowning in pure regret. Oh no, I am dead. I am absolutely dead. We need to run. Ias, go pull the enemy's attention like you did before. The girl looks at the back shielding her, then gives an answer totally off script. Fine, I will not get involved. Zot raises his hand to start a verbal war. We are mercenaries, kid. But Kain just talks back like he is not afraid. He keeps his mouth shut but thinks to himself, I am retired. Meanwhile, Zot keeps digging for more information. What is your name? He spits it out coldly. Truth is, he has a secret identity that these thugs can never find out. That answer makes the mercenaries lose their minds and start cursing at him. This brat, let's just kill him and turn him and the girl into fertilizer. Zot tilts his head to calm them. Never mind, I will use him. That unexpected answer leaves everyone jaw-dropped. Kain's heart is racing like crazy. What is this? Zot keeps the provocation going. Look, my guys are wild. Working with them is not exactly a walk in the park. If I blink, they start breaking things. So, help me show off. Suddenly, Ace blurts out the truth about what is in his hand. Demon arts. Zot shouts the incantation while swirling a mass of dark magic in his palms. Black feather. Die. Watch this part carefully, Kain stands frozen as a massive wave of energy blasts right at him. Aya screams a warning as the entire room is swallowed by a thick, suffocating darkness. Dust clouds hide everything from view. When it finally clears, the place looks like a flood just tore through it. Wine barrels caught in the crossfire are leaking dark liquid that looks like fresh blood. The mercenaries are speechless, crushed by Zot's power. Magic from demons is terrifying, and a mage using it is even worse. Zot just smirks at the destruction. Who the hell are you? He can't stop the doubt rising in his head after seeing the kid escaped without a scratch. Someone who takes a demon magic hit and stays fine is beyond scary. Kain just bows his head, looking deeply pensive. But in reality, he is panicking so hard his belt might snap. I almost died. I just dodged that thing by pure instinct. Oh man, thank God I dodged. The kid is okay too. Did she dodge because she is just too short? This is my chance. After calming his chaotic thoughts, Kain starts poking the bear. Is that all? Zot calls him out immediately. What? You just got lucky, kid. Don't act tough. He just asks back, you really think I just got lucky? But inside, he is thrilled. So what if I did? Zot questions him directly. No luck involved? You think you actually have the skills? That's exactly what Cain wanted. He reached into his cloak and teased them. I have one thing. Now it is Chazat's turn to panic. Is he hiding a sword? Cain flips his cloak dramatically, looking cooler than he actually is. It is a pride that never bows. That ridiculous answer leaves both friends and enemies completely frozen in shock. One of the mercenaries can't help but shout, "Is this guy crazy? Stop talking nonsense." But the leader raises a hand to interrupt. Wow. I really didn't expect this. I never thought I would actually meet one. You and I saw that coming, right? He is a Vinte Knight. This identity reveal just left everyone in total shock, including Ice. The name Vinte rings in his ears. The Masterless Knights are a secret group with no leader. Everyone knows they exist, but nobody knows their secrets. However, there is one thing that everyone is absolutely sure about. Every member is a monster with the combat power of at least 50 men. Chazat forces a smile that looks more like he is crying. Cain stays calm, eventually giving a friendly grin to keep the peace. Let's just stop here. While his men are confused, the leader quickly grabs them and starts dragging them away. We have no grudge against the Vinte Knights. Let's just call it even here, shall we, sir? Seeing the tables turn, Ace demands an apology, but Cain isn't interested in her little plan. He just turns his back and gives a short command. Go upstairs. Ice wants to complain, but finds herself speechless. She finally gives in and moves. Chazat picks up his beer and shouts a final warning. Be careful, kid. That knight won't always be there on a white horse to save you. Ice just ignores him and walks up. In the narrow, dark hallway, the faint sound of footsteps begins to echo. Cain walks into the room looking deep in thought, whispering to himself about 99 demons and villainous protectors. He turns to the side and smiles, whispering a quick thank you. But his heart is pounding and his face is pale from terror. I hope you all die soon, you bastards. He is still shaking when he remembers those thugs from earlier. Was it really too much to ask for one decent meal? Trust me, you're going to want to see how this fake knight survives next. Stick with me, you are about to watch a legendary villain try to survive a retirement that is anything but peaceful. Cain still cannot figure out why they dragged an entire gang to this remote wasteland. Talk about a heart attack. He vividly remembers the excited, smiling face of Chayrat and that creepy mage standing right there. You have gone way too far. He spoke with pure amusement. After all, 99 out of 100 people agree that the countryside air is the absolute best. Cain's eyes were filled with pure helplessness. Get lost. Back then, he had to use his top-tier acting skills just to pretend he was carrying a sword. Since he did not actually have a blade, he was low-key terrified. The painful truth was that his real sword was still sitting back in his room. Cain looked at his glove and let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness for this glove. He clenched his gloved fist and gave a satisfied smile. He had just grabbed this random glove from the corner of the room on his way out. Who knew his old job would actually be useful today? Thank you. My past work really saved my skin this time around. After replaying those stressful events in his head, Cain quickly walked over to the chair. First, I just need to sit down. He leaned back into the chair and let out a weary sigh. He slowly opened his eyes to try and reorganize his chaotic thoughts. Let us think this through. Luckily, I managed to trick those idiots. VJTS is so famous they did not want any trouble. Using PHTS to escape was definitely risky. But it is a good thing those guys do not actually know much about the Vinny TS details. Now pay attention here, if they found out he is just a third-rate villain, his life would be over. Especially that guy. He needs to run before they catch on. I have prepared at least 9 different escape routes, but the moment I run, this whole peaceful retirement plan goes straight down the drain for nothing. Why am I the only one worrying about this? Those damn mercenaries. How dare they bully a kind-hearted villain like me? I am starving. I have not eaten a single thing yet. What did I do wrong? Cain gritted his teeth in frustration, his eyes filled with a sense of injustice. Seeing Ice walk in from outside with a gloomy expression, Cain immediately reached a conclusion. It must be because I brought this kid home with me. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Stay cool. I cannot lose my composure or my cool factor in front of this child. He told himself he needed to handle this situation like a mature adult. Suddenly, Ice called out to him. The little girl turned her face away and spoke bluntly. You do not need to help me. Hearing that, Cain felt his temper flare up. Then why the hell did I pick you up? I am going to age 10 years early if these things keep happening. He put his hand over his face in annoyance. Ias, are you still obsessed with that place? Her eyes suddenly drooped and turned red. Of course. Cain let out a helpless sigh and gave a stern warning. Just forget it. Ias looked directly at him, her face filled with shock and confusion. She asked him a question, her voice trembling with sadness. You are saying Cain immediately cut her off. If you cannot forget, then bury it deep. It does not matter how you lived before, what memories you have, or what you were attached to. You have to understand. Those things are in the past, and we cannot turn back time or change what happened. You have to live for the present. Ace's eyes widened in shock. Forget, bury it, and live for now? You saw what I had to leave behind. How can you even say that to me? Now, look closely. Cain just dropped a truth that cuts deeper than any blade. How long do you plan on carrying those corpses around with you? Cain's words hit her like a physical blow, leaving her entire body stiff and her soul completely crushed. The memory of her family's death haunted her mind with fresh horror. Finally, after regaining some composure, Ias spoke up, because all this time, she had been trying so hard. Ias had truly tried to understand Cain. She spoke with absolute finality. The reason he can say such things so casually is because he does not understand her pain at all. After looking into Cain's empty eyes, Ias realized this man would never understand her. Figures, right? Everyone else is just the same. That feeling of losing everything while being the only survivor. Only I understand this pain. A pain that makes my heart explode and fear that makes me want to scream. Loneliness is freezing my entire body. I will be alone forever. Her eyes went dark, devoid of any remaining emotion. She quickly turned and walked away. As she headed for the door, the atmosphere became unbearably heavy and suffocating for both of them. Ias reached for the doorknob. Before leaving, she asked in a hollow, cold voice, "Why did you even bring me with you in the first place?" Cain replied with total indifference. Does a thing like that really need a reason? Hearing that, Ias gritted her teeth in pure anger. She stormed out and slammed the door behind her. Fine then. You total idiot. Cain looked bewildered, having no idea what he did wrong. Why is this kid suddenly being so rude and disrespectful? Raising her voice like that, too. If you want to go, then just go. I'm giving her life advice based on my own hard-earned experience. Whatever, she is probably just in a rebellious phase. I need to finish this. The sun began to set, casting long shadows over the lush green leaves. Cain worked hard with his hammer, placing each brick onto the wall. Is that enough? He wiped away his sweat after working all afternoon. He stood tall and proud on top of the wall he had just finished building by himself. And that is where we leave it. Trust me. You are going to want to see if this peaceful retirement actually lasts or explodes in his face. All right, you and I are diving into a story where our retired villain is trying to stay grumpy. Cain stands there sulking, swearing he will ban that girl from his house forever. She needs to reflect on her actions. After all the trouble she caused, at least my grocery bill is finally going down. Not a bad setup, right? Deep in the woods, far from town, and surrounded by traps, it is the perfect spot for my retirement. Plus, it was cheap. This is the peak life for a veteran villain. All those hours spent fixing this place were totally worth it. Suddenly, he spots Ben dragging himself along, looking absolutely exhausted. Without wasting a second, he calls out to him. Ben gasps for air and manages to whisper, "Master Cain." Curious, Cain asks what he is doing there, and Ben delivers the news. Things are bad. You need to head back to the inn. Ben looks at the massive house and stammers. Wait, this place was literally collapsing recently. In beams with pride, saying he just touched it up a bit. Ben stares in shock, realizing he was sold a house that was falling down. A bit? Did you make a deal with the devil? Ben cries out. Cain just asks if he came all this way just to see the house. Now pay attention. Ben is absolutely terrified. He tells Cain to get back to the inn immediately. Cain's face goes dark, his eyes wide with pure panic. Ever since that day, little Ace had locked herself away in her silent room. Days blur together in deep despair. Watching from the window, the sunset looks like melting blood, as if the entire burning sky is being consumed by fire. This is the fate of Ace, the true ruler of the kingdom. She felt she should simply fade away, just like that dying sun. It is time to go back. She makes her choice and takes action right then and there. Grabbing travel gear from Cain's room, she heads toward the hunter's cabin. Those mercenaries went that way, and she will not let those bastards insult them. Before she leaves, she will make them pay. Suddenly, voices echo through the silent woods. The mercenary leader, Rat, is confronting someone in the shadows. He sneers with a cold, mocking laugh. Look at you. Absolutely pathetic, aren't you? To think the hunter in this remote hole is actually the man who vanished 30 years ago, right after receiving the title of the greatest dragon-class hunter. His face covered in blood, Old Man Gam asks, How? How do you know that? Rat leans in close and whispers, You should be more careful with your words when you are drunk. Gam weakly admits that drinking is a bad habit. You and I saw this coming, right? Rat calls him the legendary treasure hunter who finally found Drya. Where is the legendary dragon horde that remained hidden for over 1,000 years? Gam struggles to respond while his entire face is covered in blood. I did find Drya, but how could I take anything from a place that I was never able to enter? Rat gives a sinister smile. Did you really lack the power to enter, or did you just choose not to? Gam glares at him and asks directly, Are you really going to sit there and pretend you do not know? A guardian has protected that treasure for 1,000 years. Even a legendary dragon-class hunter like me stands no chance against it. He asks, You still do not believe me? Rat replies suspiciously, telling the old man to stop making things difficult and just point him toward the location so he can handle it himself. Gam's face contorts in agony as the pain from his injuries finally starts to overwhelm him. Listen closely. When I first arrived, I built a cabin deep in the woods. 30 years ago, I hid the map to Drya inside it. But I sold that house recently. A sudden, loud crash echoes from behind them, forcing Rat and his men to spin around in a defensive stance. But they find nothing out of the ordinary. He barks an order at one of his subordinates to go and investigate. The mercenary creeps toward the sound, his hand trembling as he draws his sword, clearly on edge and filled with anxiety. He pushes deeper into the dense trees, and with every step he takes, that strange noise only grows louder and louder. He raises his blade, eyes scanning the shadows. Suddenly, a bright orange fox trots out from behind a thick patch of bushes. The mercenary jumps back and screams, Who is there? In that moment, the fox snaps a bone clean in half with its razor-sharp teeth. The fox's eyes glow with a primal fury, as if it is hunting for its next meal. The mercenary just stands there looking completely bewildered. He stares at the creature without any fear. It is just a fox. Is it really just a fox? Maybe it has rabies or something. Rat calls out to ask if everything is clear. The mercenary calmly yells back that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. He hurries back to his post, claiming it was just a fox. Rat sighs in relief, annoyed that he was startled by a mere animal. Ias hides behind a tree, her face pale with shock. That old man was actually a dragon-class hunter who possesses the map to Drya. Realizing where the map is hidden, Rat barks an order to his men to lead him to that cabin in the forest immediately. As they charge off toward the house, Ice panics, realizing Sjina is in grave danger. She knows she has to warn him before it is too late, but then she hesitates. Why should she even care? After all, the two of them are nothing to each other anymore. If the legends are true, Drya dates back to the age of myths, when dragons aided both sides in a war between gods and demons. So, what do you and I take from this? Drya is a legendary horde that even gods would kill for. And now, the hunt for it has finally begun. All right, you and I are diving into a story about a girl with a massive ambition. If she gets that treasure, she can rebuild her kingdom. Painful memories and the desperate cries of her people suddenly flood back into her mind. Flashbacks of her guards shouting for the Demon King to run leave her paralyzed with pure terror as she watches them fall. Don't leave me alone, she pleads. Just as despair consumes her, Kain suddenly appears to save her from the darkness. I am Codline. Want to come with me? I grips her strap tight, caught in a brutal war between what her heart wants and what her logic says. Right at that moment, Kain's face and silhouette flash vividly in her mind once more. Stop thinking about him, she tells herself. Whatever happens to him, is none of my business anyway. Should she seek revenge or find the map? For now, she needs to follow their trail through the trees. Earlier, as a blood-red sunset painted the sky, I walked slowly down a hidden forest trail. She spots a man crushed under a massive log. He is unconscious and surrounded by blood in the dirt. He died from a falling tree. How unlucky for him. But is this really just a series of freak accidents? Seeing a trail of bodies all crushed by falling trees, I begins to feel deeply suspicious of the situation. 1 is an accident, twice is bad luck, but 3 or 4 times? Trust me, something is very wrong here. A strange noise startles her. Then, a loud shout echoes through the woods. "You old bastard, you are dead!" I rushes toward the sound. Without a second thought, she sprints straight into the clearing ahead. She freezes in total horror at the sight. Before her stands Charat and his mercenaries, who have Gam by the throat in a deadly grip. Gam struggles, asking if they really think he was the one behind the traps that hit them. "Who else but you would dare mess with us?" The mercenary glares at him with pure, murderous rage. Gam tries to explain he was hit too, but the mercenary just shoves him away with a violent curse. "Shut up. You tried to trick me to protect that map, didn't you? It could only be you. I will find it myself," he growls. I panics, realizing she absolutely has to stop him before he kills the poor old man right then and there. "Stop," she screams. Suddenly, an arrow rips through the air and pierces the mercenary's head, spraying blood everywhere. Gam stands there, completely stunned by the carnage unfolding right before his eyes. You and I both saw that coming, right? I is absolutely stunned as Charat panics and orders his men to scatter into the woods. The mercenaries bolt, disappearing deep into the shadows of the dense forest to save their own lives. Charat activates his magic ring with a sneer. "I don't care who you are. Come out and face me instead of hiding. Do you really think you can hide from us forever?" But as he speaks, bone-chilling sounds erupt from the darkness directly behind him. Terrifying screams and the heavy smell of blood fill the air as Gam limps forward, battered and bruised from the struggle he just endured. I watches in terror, wondering what kind of monster is hiding in those bushes and causing all this chaos. At least the old man is safe, but who is doing this? Charat raises his ring in absolute fury. Black wings, shred them to pieces. He launches a devastating magic strike directly at the greenery. Trees are sliced apart instantly, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of dust and debris. Charat is beyond livid. He doesn't stop, firing blast after blast of magic into the tree line. He rains down a barrage of magical slashes. I barely manages to put up a barrier for protection against his power. The stray attacks send Gam flying. Charat is completely blinded by his own uncontrollable rage and continues his assault. His power tears deep into the woods, sending terrified birds scattering into the darkening sky. Soon, the once lush forest is left ruined and smoking in the aftermath of his magic. The ground is gouged out, and shattered wood is scattered everywhere across the clearing. Charat slumps over, exhausted and panting. "Show yourself. Who the hell are you to mess with me? Come out now, or I kill this old man." I hides behind a tree, trembling with fear at his madness. He has completely lost his mind. Nobody in this backwater town is strong enough to take down an entire elite mercenary squad all alone. But I know one person who could. Suddenly, she sees Kain's silhouette moving through the thick leaves. He grabs the fox by its tail and lands gracefully on the forest floor like a phantom. The fox bites him hard, drawing blood as he whispers a quiet scold. Stick with me to see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving into the most chaotic manhwa battle yet. Listen here, you mangy fox. Stop biting my father. It keeps lying to me while chewing on a mercenary. Look, I am busy. Both of you, beat it. But the fox just snarls back. You are the one who needs to beat it. It lunges, sinking its teeth into Kain's arm. He screams. Let go, you crazy fox. Flashback to Ben rushing over with a panicked report. Ias has already gone off to hunt down those mercenaries alone. Kain isn't worried at first. That little brat finally disappeared? But then he sees his trashed room and empty wallet and laughs like a true villain. That girl actually betrayed me. Fine, take it and go. As a veteran villain, I won't let anything break my spirit right now. But of course, even if I just lost my entire secret retirement fund, There are rules to follow. Theory 1. The mercenaries lured her away. Theory 2. Ace went looking for them herself to settle a score. Either way, my precious savings were hidden inside that water bottle. My retirement fund is in their hands right now. Now, watch closely. This is where the planning gets real. Strong or not, those mercenaries are dead. Time to set the perfect trap. Long M is the way. It is a series of small, relentless traps designed to bleed the entire enemy team dry over time. Sure, each individual trap is weak, but the cumulative damage? Trust me, the results are absolutely devastating. Fallen trees, poison needles, oil on the road, and slippery mud? They won't even notice until 5 guys are already dead, Kain thinks. He thought back to how easily he took down the previous mercenaries. He figured finishing this lot off would be a breeze. But that terrifying power radiating from Sherritt's ring? That is definitely starting to make him feel a little bit nervous. He watches as the villain levels everything in sight. This difficulty spike is insane, especially with those random beasts showing up. Kain missed his golden opportunity. It was that damn fox in the bushes that made the noise, making Cherat scream in surprise. Who is there? Suddenly, Kain is forced to dodge a relentless barrage of attacks from the enemy leader. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. He should have turned them into rugs instead of letting them escape with his bow. He bites his lip and closes his eyes tight, desperately trying to find a new way to take down Cherat. Kain watches as Cherat scans the area. This bow only has enough power for 2 more shots. He has to make them count. The guy is on high alert now. A simple trap won't work. Time for a strategy shift and a very loud provocation. You waiting for me to show my face? That familiar voice caught Ace completely off guard as she hid in the trees. Cherat's eyes snap open in rage. It is you. Instantly, Kain fires an arrow straight at the villain's head. He dodges back as the arrow hits the dirt. Kain taunts him. What? You want to see my sword that badly? Answer me. Cherat of the Wind? Cherat's eyes widen in pure shock. How do you know my name? Kain just laughs to himself. You are using a unique spell that only you know? And you are really asking me that right now? The echo stone on his necklace starts working, making Cherat lose his sense of direction. He cannot pin down Kain's location. Kain focuses on where the arrow landed. He grins with pure confidence, eyes locked onto his target for the final strike. You and I both know what happens when he gets that look in his eyes. He has calculated the drift. Cherat is wide open. I will kill you. But Cherat's desperate shout makes Kain freeze for a second, caught off guard by the emotion. Why? Why would a masterless knight come after us like this? Kain's expression goes dark with utter confusion. Huh? You guys stole my retirement fund? That money was like a child to me. You hear me? He used to treat that bottle like a precious baby, even tucking it in for bed. Cherat's innocent confusion is the final straw. You are asking why? He demands an answer right now. Where is it? Where did you put it? Cherat just looks lost. What are you even talking about? Kain insists it vanished the moment they left the inn. Do not tell me that is a coincidence. Ice feels a pang of guilt. He is looking for me, and I almost betrayed him. Kain's voice is thick with frustration as he continues his heated accusation against the mercenary leader. Take your revenge on me if you want, but once you steal my treasure, you are my sworn enemy. Cherat screams. Wait. Before he can finish his sentence, an arrow thuds into the tree right behind him with terrifying force. Cherat is stunned as the arrow grazes his cheek. He thinks Kain is missing on purpose just to pressure him. In reality, Kain is frozen in shock because he actually missed. Cherat grits his teeth and attacks Kain's only weakness. Do you not want to know where the girl is? Ias's heart drops when she hears that cold threat. Kain glares, feeling completely trapped. Cherat smirks, realizing he finally has the upper hand in this fight. Show yourself now, or else. Ias looks completely disgusted. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. All right. You and I are about to dive into a moment where a villain's bluff backfires in the most epic way possible. He is pretending he has her in his hands. How dare he use that misunderstanding to trick our hero? But Kain is a rational man. Surely he won't fall for such a trap and reveal himself, right? Contrary to what Ice thinks, Kain appears instantly right in front of Cherat. The villain's eyes widen before he lets out an arrogant laugh. Kain approaches him with a deadly serious expression. Cherat, where is Ias? Cain stands toe-to-toe with Chirrut and demands an answer. Where is she? Chirrut just lets out a sinister chuckle, his eyes glowing with pure malice. Cain glares at him with immense patience, refusing to back down for even a second. Chirrut covers his face and laughs. Clever, I get it now. You are quite the interesting knight. But wait, did not the Knights of Solitaire perish a long time ago? It must be true. You were all destroyed by your own noble spirit. Hearing those words, Ice feels like her heart has stopped. Her eyes are filled with pure shock and horror. She suddenly flashes back to the very first moment she met Cain. My name is Codless Fin. Want to come with me? Back then, she just stared at him, thinking this human was completely out of his mind. His eyes were just as empty as her own. The image of Cain sitting there after their big fight suddenly floods back into her mind. She is trembling so hard she is drenched in sweat. Suddenly, a realization hits her, and she finally understands the pain Cain has been carrying. He lost everything just like she did. That is why he reached out his hand when she had absolutely nothing left in this world. Ice covers her face in grief. She realizes the weight of his pain, while Chirrut continues his mocking insults as he tries to flee to the countryside. You must be one of those survivor knights who betrayed and slaughtered all the liberals, right? Ice quietly tries to back away, but her foot accidentally snaps a dry branch on the ground. The loud snap echoes through the air, catching Chirrut's attention instantly. Ace freezes as she realizes she is caught, while Cain's eyes dart toward her hiding spot. Cain's gaze is filled with pure shock as he calls out her name. Chirrut's heart skips a beat as he looks toward the girl. He turns pale, his mind racing. The fake hostage plan is ruined. How can he explain this? He knows he can't win a direct fight against this monster, so he decides to target the one thing Cain wants to protect. Is looks on in terror as he launches a magic attack directly at her. Cain grits his teeth in panic, caught off guard by Chirrut's sudden and cowardly move. A massive wave of magic erupts, looking to swallow everything in its path. Chirrut swings his arm and screams with rage. Die. Let's pause for a second. You and I need to see exactly why Cain risked appearing before this villain to show off his heroic side. Theory number 1. For Ice. Her face lights up with emotion, her heart fluttering at the thought. She wonders if he really did all of this just to save her. Theory number 2. For the old man hiding in the woods. G-Jam is currently praying for them to just go away. Obviously, neither theory is correct. Saving people is for heroes, but Cain is a villain. He only cares about his retirement fund. Believe me, his eyes only sparkle when there is money involved. Enough. Just give me back my money. But look, red eyes, cold sweat, unstable magic. Chirrut has reached his absolute limit. Now, pay attention here. This is something only a veteran villain would know. The number one cause of death for bad guys is being backed into a corner. When a villain is cornered, they usually self-destruct. And for a mage, that blast radius is at least 1 kilometer. If that happens, Cain's precious retirement fund is gone. Luckily, that is just a wild scene playing out in his overactive imagination. Thinking about his lost money makes his blood boil until he is ready to explode with rage. To handle this villain, he has to play along first. That is the real reason Cain bravely stood before Chirrut and asked for AS. Of course, he has a plan. Demon magic is actually stolen power taken from a sealed demon. All mages have a limit on how long they can use demon power. 600 seconds. 17, 87, 125, 263, 352, 493, 578. Chirrut is almost out of time. Cain silently counts down the remaining seconds in his head. 595, 596. But Ace appearing has ruined everything. Only 2 seconds left. Cain has to move now, or his most valuable possession will disappear forever. 0.2 seconds to decide. 0.3 seconds for the body to react. 0.97 seconds to move, plus time to draw his sword. In 1.88 seconds, Cain blocks every single attack. The sky turns dark. The force of Chirrut's attack leaves the trees bare amidst a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Cain's eyes are dark, looking like he just survived a life-or-death struggle just to protect his precious retirement money. He pulls Ice into a tight hug. She is completely stunned as Cain suddenly appears and wraps his arms around her shoulders. Cain speaks in a soft, weary voice. So, you were here. Ace stares at him, thinking he is just like her, someone who has lost everything. His eyes caught her before, and now he has saved her once again. Cain looks down at Ace with a gentle gaze. I am so glad you are safe, my precious retirement fund. My darling. We are finally reunited at last. You and I just witnessed a beautiful reunion until you realize he is talking to his money. In that touching moment, Charat suddenly interrupts. Cain. All right, you and I are diving into the moment our main character's massive secret finally blows up. Cain looks on with a grim expression while Charat's mouth trembles, barely able to ask how. How are you even here? You haven't shown your face since that organization collapsed? You are the legendary leader of Finite S, are you not? Is stares at him in total shock and disbelief. Cain turns pale, his cover is completely blown at the worst possible time and in the worst way. His eyes are wide with helplessness, looking like a man who has lost his soul. I just want to go home, he thinks. Is asks to be sure, are you really the leader of Finite SS? Cain is cursing internally, while Charat keeps interrogating him with questions, refusing to let the matter go. Why would the leader of Finite SS be in a place like this? Is keeps her eyes wide, still unable to process this shocking revelation. She isn't the only one caught off guard. Both Gam and Charat are absolutely terrified once they realize Cain's true identity. The leader of Finite S. Cain stands there, jaw clenched and brows furrowed in pure annoyance. Finally, he speaks. You're right. The group you mentioned, Finite S, vanished a long time ago. Charat tries to keep his eyes wide to hide his growing fear, but he cannot hide the clear tone of anxiety in his voice. Now pay attention, because here is the twist. Charat suddenly shouts, wait, do you want Dragonia just so you can bring Finite SS back to life? That hits Ace like a bolt of lightning. Of course, it makes sense. He might be thinking the exact same thing that I am. Rebuilding everything. She sneaks a glance at Cain, wondering if she can actually fulfill both their wishes with only the power of Dragonia. We could go back to those peaceful days, but I realize that if we do, then Key and we won't be there anymore. As Ice is lost in her own thoughts, an excited voice suddenly cuts through. In that case, let me in on this plan too. They both turn to look at him. Cain has a look of pure disgust, thinking, what is this guy even saying? Charat just offers a fake, oily smile. He confidently makes an offer. Look, if you give me 10% of that treasure, I will help you reach your goal no matter what. I will even help you rebuild Finite S again. I don't know how many followers you have left, but getting help from a mage like me isn't easy. Seeing Cain's blank and confused expression, he asks again in that annoying, high-pitched voice. Do you understand what I am telling you? Cain stays silent for a few long seconds before letting out every single word with heavy emphasis. I have only managed to say one thing so far. Cain drifts into his own dream of a peaceful future. Warm blankets, a soft mattress, and listening to the birds chirping happily by the window. He gulps hard at the thought, then snaps back into his cool persona and gives a serious answer. I have no desire to rebuild Finite S. Charat's jaw drops as he gasps out, what? Ice is also completely startled when she hears Cain make such a firm and sudden decision. What did he just say? Cain's hand suddenly grips his sword tightly. Under the silver moonlight and the cool breeze, his voice sounds heavy with emotion. What is the point of rebuilding? Charat's face is still twisted in a confused scowl. You cannot bring the dead back to life, can you? Ias bites her lip as Cain continues speaking, his voice filled with a quiet sense of sadness and disappointment. You cannot turn back time, either. Let's pause here. This realization hits Ias hard. Unlike him, she hasn't even dared to bury her own deep regrets, choosing instead to stay stuck. She keeps drowning in the past, trying to carry heavy burdens and corpses that should have been buried a long time ago. Cain finishes speaking with a calm face. It is impossible to tell if there is even a single wave of emotion or regret left in his heart. Living in the past is just a waste of time. Nothing is more meaningless than greed. Ias closes her eyes tight as her hands grip her bag. I know it. Even if I get my hands on Dragonia, I know I cannot truly bring back the people who are already dead. I also know that turning back time is impossible. I am just clinging to a fake, desperate hope, because I cannot let go. As if he can see right through her heart, Cain walks over and gently places a hand on Ayes's shoulder to ground her. But she is still lost in her thoughts. He is trying to tell me that these lingering emotions and regrets are only holding me back. Ayes finally snaps out of it and looks up at Cain. The deep, emotional heart-to-heart session is officially over for now. Cain steps forward, stretching his shoulder, and gives Charat a cold warning. Don't go tainting my past with your pathetic and meaningless greed. Ayes stands still behind him, staring at his strong back. When you told me to bury the past and live for now, you really meant it. As for Charat, he is clearly embarrassed after being yelled at, so he just lets out a loud and forced laugh to hide it. He starts rambling, so the Dragonia, but Cain cuts him off instantly. If you want that 1,000-year-old fertilizer, go ahead and take it all. Charat's face goes from shocked to completely frozen as he repeats the word in disbelief. Did you just say, fertilizer? A second later, he explodes in rage, mana radiating from his hands. You think I don't know you're lying, just to keep the treasure for yourself? Cain just sighs indifferently. I already told you to take it all. Ayes is finally starting to realize the truth. He doesn't need Dragonia. Someone who has already buried all their regrets doesn't need a miracle. He truly has no use for that legendary treasure at all. That is the difference between those who understand and those who do not. The experience of losing something you spent your whole life building. A man who has never known what true loss feels like will never be able to understand the path Cain has walked. And that's where we leave it. Wait, did he just say he would take a cut? I guess even legends need emergency cash. If you are sharing, count me in. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see what happens when a villain pushes the wrong guy too far. Che-Jiat just laughs, mocking Cain for finally showing his true, greedy nature. Hidden behind a tree, Gam watches the whole exchange. He can hear the pure, twisted excitement in Che-Jiat's voice as the trap is set. If you're the leader of Finity, then prepare to vanish from this world along with your precious organization. But then, Che-Jiat's gaze suddenly shifts. He spots Gam hiding and lashes out with a burst of magic, screaming for the old man to stop running. Cain flinches, his eyes instantly locking onto Gam's position. In a single heartbeat, the air itself screams. A flash of light cuts through the darkness like a jagged bolt of lightning. Caught off guard, Gam can't even fight back. He's left crawling through the grass, completely at the mercy of Che-Jiat's cruelty. Ayes watches in terror, her jaw tight and eyes wide. Che-Jiat approaches the old man, his face twisted with pure, murderous intent. Enough waiting, old man. Show me where the map is. Cain looks restless, hesitation flickering in his eyes, while Che-Jiat just flashes a disgusting toothy grin. What's wrong? Did I hurt your precious knightly honor? Cain doesn't move an inch. He simply states that pity is for heroes, and right now, he isn't playing the hero. Standing there, Cain sees the situation for exactly what it is. Now pay attention here, because Cain knows this guy's greed has made him reckless and stupid. Too much evil karma always leads to a dead end. He finally moves, walking slowly with a heavy rhythm. In his mind, he knows there is only one thing that truly devours a soul: unfiltered greed. Suddenly, he's standing right in front of Che-Jiat. Even Ayes, standing right there, is stunned by his impossible speed. When did he even move? Despite the instant teleport, Cain looks completely calm, his steps steady and deliberate. But his expression tells a much darker story. With a sharp frown and a voice like ice, he warns that if this is his karma, it will eat him alive. Che-Jiat shudders under that terrifying gaze. To hide his fear, he swings a wild hand, striking Gam across the face. Cain catches the old man before he hits the ground. His eyes pierce through Che-Jiat, even as the villain unleashes a frantic surge of mana. With a quick move, Cain hoists Gam to safety. Below them, Che-Jiat is absolutely losing it, screaming for them to come back. Gam snaps out of his daze, realizing he's flying through the air. A moment later, Cain sets him down gently on solid ground. Gam looks back just in time to see Che-Jiat charging toward them. Cain picks up his pace, ready for the clash. Only 10 steps remain between them. Che-Jiat swings his blade like a madman, his lungs burning as he screams at the top of his voice. Die. Cain watches closely, lips pressed thin, and effortlessly dodges every single desperate strike. You saw that too, right? In the blink of an eye, Kain blurs past him. A scarred hand suddenly falls limp onto the grass. It belongs to Sjina. That one precise movement was all it took for Kain to take his hand. The villain's face goes dark, his eyes rolling back in shock. Sweat and tears pour down his face as reality starts to set in. His gaze goes hollow as he stammers about his missing limb. Then, the shock snaps into a peak of pure, unadulterated madness. With a piercing shriek, he hurls his sword straight at Kain's head. Kain barely even reacts. He just tilts his head, letting the blade whistle past. Sjina stumbles over to retrieve his severed hand, but he drops it immediately as if he's found a better weapon. A dark, eerie incantation begins to pour from his lips. Gloomy sounds erupt from his throat as he chants the words, "Black Wing Flight." Suddenly, massive obsidian wings sprout from his shoulders. He drops into a low crouch, bracing his knees for a massive burst of power. Sjina rockets into the sky, aiming for the moon itself. Kain waits patiently, hand on his hilt, as ice rushes up from behind. The young girl looks up, wondering if he's actually going to let the villain escape. Finiti might be gone, but she expected more from his knightly spirit, and she's clearly not happy about this. She knows if they let this coward go now, he'll only return later seeking blood and revenge. With a determined look, Ice reaches out her hand. She whispers the spell Seiyus, the incarnation of despair and storms. Storm of despair. As she speaks, ripples of pale green light weave together into a long, glowing arc of energy. That streak of light chases Sjina down and snatches him right out of the sky. Seeing the threat neutralized, Gam lets out a relieved laugh. He stands up, despite his wounds, and bows deeply to Kain. "I owe you my life. Thank you." Kain thinks about asking for money instead, but he keeps his cold, professional mask on. "I only did what was necessary." Gam nods and offers to give him the map to the Durga as thanks. And that's where we leave it. You and I just saw that for the foolish and greedy, there are no second chances. All right, you and I are about to see if our main character can handle a legendary obsession. Kain stays calm, telling Graham he doesn't care about his Gagonia fixation and to stop pushing it on them. The look in his eyes makes Graham shudder. "What? How do you know?" Kain just keeps breaking it down for him. Dragon treasures are just fables, born from human greed and illusions. There is no point in clinging to things that do not even exist in this world. Graham finally seems to have an epiphany. A light smile drifts across his face. "Really?" he asks himself, then finds his own answer. "Yeah, maybe you are right." As he turns to leave, Graham adds that Kain helped him find the Dragon Grey Strider after all this time. Kain just stands there in silence, watching him go. He does not reach out, but he does not leave first either. Graham walks further away, but his voice still carries. Why did that man go to Dragoria then? Kain just sighs and stays silent. Little Ice finally works up the courage to tug on Kain's cloak. She holds out a brown pouch she has been wearing since the very beginning. Kain looks at it with pure suspicion. What is this? He practically wants to scream the question out loud. Does this kid really think she is forgiven after causing all this trouble? He says the words, but he cannot hide his inner excitement. But looking at her adorable face, he immediately starts lying to himself. Fine, she is forgiven. But only this one time. Kain closes his eyes tight. Abandoning a child? No way. He does not want some hero showing up to punish him later. Now watch this. Our main character has a very specific reason for being nice. He orders Ayas to follow him, claiming her safety is the only reason he is being kind. The little girl is stunned. She clearly did not expect Kain to be this nice, and she just stares blankly. But she quickly bounces back, happily running after him. On the way, her head is spinning with questions. Why are we not heading back to town? He has not said a word the whole way. Is he mad? He looks so worried, and even took down those mercenaries for her sake. Maybe he is disappointed and plans to kick her out. Lost in thought, she snaps out of it when she hears him call her name. Kain stops in front of a massive mansion deep in the forest. From now on, this is our home, he says. Ayas freezes, her purple eyes wide with shock. Our home? The words echo in her mind like a dream. You and I can see the hope in her eyes right now. The house looks like it is glowing. She cannot believe what he just said. He gently nudges her. It is late. Let us get inside and rest. I am beyond exhausted after everything we went through today. Minutes pass, but eyes still sees a brilliant aura coming from the house. She is so overwhelmed that words simply will not come out. Is this happiness, sadness, or regret? She clutches her chest, looking confused. She cannot describe the emotions filling her heart right now. She thought she would never be able to forget the faces of those who died. She wanted to follow them, to change the past, but that was just a coward's stubbornness. The truth is, she just felt completely helpless. But that does not matter anymore. Suddenly, she asks, is this the moment to decide? Even if her time with him is eventually buried, it will not be meaningless. Looking at Kain's strong back, she finally feels at peace. Ace gazes at the soft moonlight, feeling a new wave of confidence as a survivor of a fallen capital city. She looks back at the empty space behind her. Her heart swirled with a sudden deep wave of emotion. Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears. I'm going to let go of these regrets from my past. Faces from long ago flash before her eyes. Ace promises herself she will only hold onto the good memories now. That is the only way to make room for new memories. The breeze lifts her silver hair, and her small shoulders finally relax. Walking toward the door with Kain, Ace officially gives herself a chance to bury the past while everyone else is still running. Meanwhile, Chazot is in a bad way, clutching a bloody mouth in the forest. He bandages his mangled arm, grumbling about that wind from earlier. That was no ordinary breeze, it was something far more dangerous. He immediately thinks of Ace. That had to be magic. He saw something similar back when he was hired by the SWAT Kingdom. Not even the 99 witches or the 9 archmages could pull off magic that terrifying. It was completely off the charts. That bone-chilling feeling mixed in the wind, that is the magic of the Demon King. After a moment, he stands up. Chazot stumbles to his feet, muttering to himself. That brat. She actually knows how to use that kind of power. Even after getting half killed, his greed is already returning. A girl like that would sell for an absolute fortune. You bastards will regret leaving me alive, he sneers. But suddenly, he clamps a hand over his mouth, eyes bulging in a cold sweat. Why? Why am I so nauseous? Chazot slowly opens his palm and panics. Nosebleeds, a foul smell, and his fingertips are turning green. This is the 5-colored poison. It is a lethal toxin made from 5-colored mushrooms that slowly turns the victim's entire body into a rainbow of death. And that is where we leave it, the return of a poison that should have died with the cursed blood. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride next time. All right, you and I are about to watch a villain realize he just got played. He tries to recall the moment he faced Kain head-on. Chazot was so busy running for his life that he missed the dangerous smirk on Kain's face. It finally clicks. That bastard coated his blade in poison. Where did he even get that stuff? Chazot's breath is turning into a strange multicolored mist. He panics, rushing around to find an antidote before it is too late. But he stops dead in his tracks. A familiar voice and face appear. So, you were hiding here? He can't believe it, a survivor from that mercenary group who caused the massacre here. Chazot screams in terror, wondering how on earth she managed to find this place. She just stares coldly. You are guilty. Now, pay for it with your life. Chazot's face turns pale as a ghost as he gasps out the name Sjina. Her eyes right now are even more terrifying than Kain's were just a moment ago. Pure, cold intensity. Her gaze is hollow and ruthless as she raises her blade to deliver a final, decisive strike. As Sjina sheathes her sword, Chazot immediately collapses on the spot. Game over. She looks up at the moon with longing in her eyes. I am almost there, she whispers, lost in her own thoughts. 10 years have passed since that day. She has traveled the continent and gained the recognition she worked so hard for. She successfully restored her family's honor and earned the title of Sword Saint. But as she thinks about it, she bites her lip in pain. The memories of that day still weigh heavy on her soul. Sjina drags her tired feet through the dark forest. Finally, she stops in front of the house where Kain and Ice are staying. She remembers Uncle Ben's description. Is that him? She wonders if she actually found the right place, and if this man is truly her master. Now pay attention, because this intense reunion is finally about to happen. Sjina nervously knocks on the door, and a voice from inside tells her to enter. Inside, by the glowing fireplace, Kain is relaxing. Aside from those 2 words, he has not said a single thing yet. Sjina is desperate to speak, her lips trembling as she tries to find the words. Her hands clutch her chest, face flushing red as tears well up in her eyes. She gathers every bit of courage to say hello. It has been a long time. You might think Kain is playing the cool teacher, but he's actually just hiding his annoyed face. Today has been a total disaster. While trying to teach that brat, he realized she can't do a single chore. He was starving and tried to supervise her cooking, expecting a decent meal. But somehow, she managed to throw in poisonous mushrooms without him even noticing. Kain ended up puking his guts out, yelling at her for the deadly mistake. Ayes immediately bolted for the market. Now Kain is just sitting there, feeling weak and completely exhausted. He heard a knock and assumed it was that brat again, ready to scold her. But when he turns around, he hears a soft, familiar voice. His eyebrows furrow as he tries to process what is happening. He is totally confused. Let's pause here. You can see his villain instincts screaming. Something is definitely wrong, and he knows it. Danger? Is there a threat? Oh, she's a hero. And he doesn't have a single trap or weapon ready to go. Kain stands up, trying to keep his cool. It is fine. She might not be after me, he tells himself. It has been 10 years since that day. He stops mid-sentence, cursing himself. Damn it, what the hell did I even do 10 years ago? He sits back down immediately. Wait, he needs to remember. 10 years ago, the list of people he should never mess with. 1. The strongest. 2. The pervert with the whip. And 3. That terrifying monster. Realization hits him like a truck. She is number 3. He tries to stay calm, but inside, he is screaming for help. He clears his throat and asks why she's here. Sjina stands there, wondering how she can ever repay her master. I want to repay my debt from 10 years ago, she says. Kain freezes as she draws her sword. She thinks about how she could never truly pay him back. I have received too much. There is only one way. Kain's body is paralyzed with fear. Oh God, she's going for my head. I need to buy time. Fast. Kain is so terrified that he blurts out something incredibly awkward. Nice sword, he says. He accidentally hit the jackpot. Sjina tells him this is the sword he gave her 10 years ago. Kain is just stunned. Why did she keep that? His mind is a mess. Please don't tell me she sharpened it with 10 years of hatred. But Sjina doesn't feel any hatred toward him at all. To her, this sword is their connection. It grew sharper through her willpower alone. She finally has everything she ever wanted in life. She makes a silent vow, only one thing left to do. Her expression goes dark as she raises the blade high. She doesn't want to hurt him. She is actually prepared to offer her life as payment for his kindness. Trust me. You're going to want to see how he reacts when she says her life is the only way to pay the debt. All right, you and I are about to watch our main character play it cool, while his mind is a total mess. He says life is for the living, but inside, he's desperately screaming for mercy. Survival comes first, then the talking. Putting on his best poker face, he keeps up the act with a deep, mysterious tone. Paying a debt with your life is just another way to run away. Hearing this, Sjina's whole body goes limp as she stares at Kain in silence. It has been 10 years since her blade last wavered. For the first time in a decade, she's being taught a lesson, and her heart is actually aching again. She finally voices the doubt clouding her soul. How can she ever be forgiven if she chooses to keep living? Kain plays the part of the tired mentor, sighing at her childish questions. Meanwhile, his brain is a total blank. He has no idea either. But for Sjina, this is a wake-up call. She realizes that she's no longer the helpless child she was 10 years ago. She answers slowly. If death isn't enough, then she'll live. Sjina declares she'll stay by his side, doing what she must and repaying her debt to him piece by piece. Deep down, she knows the truth better than anyone. Right there, she drives her heavy sword into the floor as a sign of her commitment. Now pay attention, because this is where she drops to one knee and swears a solemn oath on her blade. She looks up at Kain, with eyes burning with determination. Until her blade breaks or her head falls, she will never break this sacred vow. Kain is just standing there, completely stunned. Wait, what's happening? Wasn't she just here to kill him a second ago? At this point, he only wants one thing. This situation is absolutely insane. Someone, please, explain to him what is going on. Sjina's oath is scarier to Kain than her actual sword was. Even a demon king would be shocked by a twist like this. He had calculated 40 different futures, and every single one was wrong. This monster just ate his predictions for breakfast. He's never seen this before. His mind is racing, forcing Cain to take a breath. Okay, stay calm. Just keep it together. The immediate threat to his life is over, but he's still shivering. He has no clue what's going on in this girl's head. She seems to think he's her savior, even though she's the one who just wiped out all those shadow stalkers. And let's be real, she's the one who started this mess. I know what you're thinking, he's the villain and she's the hero, right? Usually, she'd be stabbing him, so he decides the best move is to get rid of her weapon first. He points toward a room and tells her it's the first door on the right. Put your sword there. She stands up and quietly obeys. As she walks away, Cain celebrates internally. The momentum is shifting. He stays seated and drops a truth that stops her in her tracks. He tells her he washed his hands of the sword and retired long ago. She turns back, eyes wide with shock. Is that true? Cain continues his confession. He wanted to forget the ring of steel and listen to the laughter of children instead. Trading the stench of death for the smell of home-cooked meals, he became a master of the house rather than war. Sjina is totally bewildered. She never hesitated before, but the idea that his retirement was for an ideal like that, it's confusing her. Suddenly, she looks down, biting back her words. Meanwhile, Cain doubles down. From now on, you're just a normal person living here. To Sjina, those words feel like a death sentence echoing in her mind. But her oath and the emotions she suppressed for 10 years force her to bow. She closes her eyes tight and finally gives in. I understand. Cain gives a small smile, telling her there's a box of clothes in the room for her to wear. She simply says yes. The room falls silent again, but Cain's heart is anything but peaceful. He hides a twisted grin. His plan worked. She's fallen for it. Without her weapon, she's just a fish on his chopping block. He thinks he's a genius for this perfect trap. Even if it fails, he's got 108 traps and 36 strategies to get rid of her. Sjina carefully hangs up her cloak, her back looking heavy with the weight of her complicated thoughts. It's fine. Don't hesitate. She's lived as a hollow soldier for 10 years, so she's just not used to this yet. She glances back and sees Cain still maintaining his cold, mysterious act. Inside the simple, cozy wooden bedroom, Sjina folds her battle gear and puts it away in a chest. Now, she's in a ruffled shirt and a long blue skirt. She looks at herself in the mirror and feels incredibly awkward. She's never experienced a normal life before. Just reuniting with her teacher has already given her a brand new lesson to learn. Does he know what she needs to be happy? Sjina walks back to the chest. Can she really just stop fighting and live? He looks exactly the same as he did before he retired. If he could find a way to live after the war, then maybe she can too. She stops and carefully tucks her sword away. Closing that wooden chest, Sjina goes quiet. It's as if all her guilt and regrets are being locked away too. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive into a story where a legendary warrior tries to do the hardest thing ever: act normal. A spark of joy hits her as she checks the mirror. She smiles at how gentle and peaceful she looks in this moment. For the first time, that cold and brutal expression of hers finally blossoms into a genuine, soft smile. She playfully scolds herself for lowering her guard around her teacher. By dawn the next day, AS returns home with a heavy bag of ingredients. The little girl starts imagining Cain's terrifying glare and the intense interrogation she's about to face. Will he ask if she overslept on the hill? Her shoulders slump, knowing she's definitely going to get scolded. Before she can move, Ben calls out to her. He walks over and asks if she's finally heading home. She politely says no. She asks him what's wrong. He nervously scratches his head, admitting he wants to ask about the guest at her house. In an instant, Ace freezes like a statue. Her voice trembles as she asks him to repeat that. Ben explains that he met Sjina. She stopped by his place, claimed to know Kai for a long time, and was looking for him. It seemed like her first time here. Ace stands in stunned silence, her eyes going wide at Ben's words. Now watch closely. Her gut is screaming that a stranger looking for an address can only mean one thing: an assassin. Suddenly, her body moves on instinct. She sprints toward the house, unable to feel any of his mana in the air. Seeing her bolt away without a word, Ben gets worried and shouts her name, but she doesn't look back. Her heart is pounding as she races home. Is he safe, or is she already too late? The house is finally in sight. Out of breath and fearing she's too late, she drags her feet to the front door. Just as she touches the handle, a familiar voice calls out for her to enter. She lets out a sigh of relief. Seeing Cain sitting calmly in his chair, all her anxiety vanishes. He's safe and sound. Cain slowly stands up, telling her she's late and has chores. But Ice isn't even listening to him. Her eyes are locked onto a dark blue cloak hanging on the rack. She ignores Cain's warning about the time. Seeing that cloak belongs to their guest, she can't help but feel a deep sense of worry. After a long pause, she finally answers. Cain then mentions that they have a guest over. He worries that she might accidentally provoke the guest. Ace stammers, nervously asking who it could be. You caught that, right? A simple old acquaintance just got upgraded to an ex-lover in her head. You caught that, right? A simple old acquaintance just got upgraded to an ex-lover in her head. Right then, the bedroom door slowly creaks open. Sjina stands before her, looking like a refined noble lady. Being the adult, she speaks first. She introduces herself as Sjina and says they'll be living together from now on. Sjina looks like a completely different person. Since even Cain is left speechless, it's no surprise that Ice is totally confused right now. He remembers her as a sword-obsessed freak. Back then, she looked exactly like a cold-blooded, mindless killer. A change of clothes and a new attitude? Cain gets goosebumps. For his peaceful retirement, he needs to get rid of her. He watches with a faint, forced smile as Ace and Sjina share a polite handshake. In that moment, Ace realizes one thing. Her peaceful life as a demon lord is about to get very complicated. She politely introduces herself as Ace. The next morning, a massive sneeze from inside the house sends the birds scattering. Ace wanders through the house alone, mumbling to herself about what she should cook for breakfast. She stretches and lets out a long yawn. She's feeling incredibly grumpy because that suspicious woman completely ruined her sleep. Are they really just old friends? Or is she actually his ex-lover? Just as she enters the dining room, a delicious aroma begins to drift through the entire house. She immediately follows the scent to the kitchen. Her suspicion grows. Could it be her? Just as she thought, Sjina is busy cooking a pot of hot soup. Ice looks annoyed and asks what she's doing. Her tone is sharp, making no effort to hide her irritation. Sjina just turns around and smiles gently at her. She asks if Ice is awake and says she's just making breakfast. Ice swallows hard, her lips pressed tight. Feeling rude, she marches over and grabs the ladle right out of Gina's hand, telling her to do something else. Sjina is taken aback, but softly agrees to let her take over. She tells her she'll wait in the dining room and leaves immediately. Now, Ice is all alone in the kitchen. She stirs the pot with a pout, annoyed that her job was stolen. She even considers adding some dragon's tears poison to the soup. And trust me, you and I definitely want to see what she does next. A moment later, Ice comes in with 2 plates of soup and 1 balanced right on her head. She looks proud, sure that the service skills she learned from Uncle Ben K will earn her praise. Let me tell you, you and I are about to see this morning get a whole lot more surprising for little Ace. She freezes with wide eyes, seeing a salad and bread rolls already set on the table. It looks like Sjina is the one finishing up the plating. Seeing Ice's soup performance, Sjina smiles brightly and encourages her, though Ice is only thinking grumpy thoughts. When did she even make that salad? She has the nerve to use my kitchen without asking. I really don't like her. Seeing the girl's annoyed face, Sjina flinches, but then someone else enters the room. Sjina speaks up to say hello. Kain walks in silently, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. He naturally pulls out a chair and tells the 2 girls to sit down. Why is there wine? Sjina notices the label immediately and whispers a name: vile wine. It is a cheap, nasty drink made by prisoners. However, if you drink it in small amounts, it helps the body build up a resistance to poison. In the past, her teacher always drank this alone. Once, when he was not looking, she even snuck a taste. Kain calls her name. Sjina. He has poured 2 cups and raises one toward her. Take it. Sjina never expected this to happen. Teacher, is this for me? He asks back naturally, do you expect me to drink alone after 10 years? She smiles with pure satisfaction. I understand. This is to celebrate our reunion after 10 long years. With pure joy, Kain toasts their retirement. Sjina clinks her glass back to celebrate their peaceful future. With this toast, the two of them completely ignore the third person there. Ace feels totally abandoned. What is going on? Their conversation feels like an invisible wall that she just cannot break through. This is the first time she has seen Kain act like this. It feels like she is just an annoyance in their special moment. That stinging feeling of jealousy makes her blood boil. The soft sound of a cork popping echoes through the quiet room. Ias cannot take it anymore. She slams the table and stands up. Doing something truly reckless, she swats the glass right out of Sjina's hand. What the hell is that? The glass hits the bottle and shatters, staining the floor dark red. Sjina gets wine splashed right in her face, her eyes wide with total shock. Ias bites her lip as a sudden wave of guilt washes over her. Only Kain is frozen with a pale face. You? He wants to scream inside. What on earth did you just do? You little brat? Now pay attention, because we're finally getting the truth behind this dinner. His plan was to kill the hero quickly. My life is a total failure, he thinks. Let me explain the situation. The goal was to kill the hero fast with poison. Step 1, poison the wine. Step 2, take the antidote first. Step 3, drink first so they don't get suspicious. Step 4, the villain lives and the hero dies. A perfect plan, ruined by ice. Normally, a third-rate villain's plan fails like this. But it is fine. This is not the first time this brat has messed with me. He won't forgive her. He screams silently. The poison he used was his precious retirement fund. It was the Mad Dragon's tears, his ticket to a wealthy future. This is top-tier poison that can kill dragons. Getting it is nearly impossible. If he sold it, he could live like a king forever. We both see that innocent face, but Kain is totally losing his mind over it. She says she is sorry, but he used his rarest poison to lure the hero into a trap. The antidote saved his life, but his stomach feels like it is on fire. It hurts so bad. Besides the burning pain, this poison will damage skin on contact. If those drops stay on her face, his plan will be exposed. So he coldly orders her to go take a bath. Sjina gets up without a word. Yes. Watching her leave, Ice feels a heavy weight in her chest, her fists clenching tight at her sides. She is buried in regret. She never actually wanted to ruin their meal like this. There is so much she wants to say, but she cannot find the words for some reason. She peeks at Kain, seeing that his eyes are as empty as ever. Suddenly, he stands up, making her jump in surprise. Ias backs away, closing her eyes tight and waiting for the punishment she knows she deserves. Kain places his large hand on her head. She wonders, did he already forgive her? But in reality, Kain is grinding his teeth and screaming inside. I will never, ever forgive you for this. You and I just watched a retirement fund vanish. That poison was worth a fortune, and it could have bought him a new life. No, I will pay even more. Since that plan is trashed, I guess I will sell this brat to cover my losses. You and I are watching a guy who is too exhausted to even stay mad. Despite his poisoned soup being a total disaster, he is just screaming internally. Cain stands there, staring blankly at the dining table that looks like an absolute battlefield right now. He mutters a soft complaint about wasting the soup while Ace approaches him cautiously, seeing him sitting as still as a statue. The girl bites her lip, lost in thought. It is not about the wine or Sjina. He is actually worried about the soup she cooked. Ias gathers her courage and offers to bring out fresh soup. She rushes off, completely missing the fact that Cain's face is darker than a burnt pot. But clean this mess up before you go anywhere. The scene shifts to a steam-filled bathroom with hot water overflowing. Sjina sits there, soaking in the tub in absolute, heavy silence. She bathes while questioning her own guilty conscience, certain she is about to face the full force of Ice's anger. That child is my teacher's family, and I owe him my life. She will never forgive me, and I cannot forgive myself either. Sjina cannot think straight, and accidentally whispers a thought. She mistakenly believed the girl had accepted her, just like the teacher did. Is her face hot from shame? She splashes water on herself, as if trying to wash away every single shameful thought. Perhaps she hoped for too much, forgetting that all a monster like her can do for him is simply live and act like a normal human. All right, pay attention, because things are about to get very awkward as Sjina walks back into the dining room just as Cain finishes cleaning. She bows her head and apologizes sincerely for ruining the meal, looking completely defeated. He waves it off generously, telling her not to apologize, but internally, he is screaming like a total madman. It is all her fault, but he knows better than to say that out loud. To avoid dying by her sword, he must watch his mouth carefully. She looks fine. Luckily, if she stays like this, his secret plan will not be exposed to anyone. Cain cannot help his curiosity and asks if she is okay. Somehow, this casual bit of concern makes Sjina blush. She glows and replies immediately that she is fine. That answer makes Cain's internal rage want to explode. He is still mourning his poisoned wine and his lost retirement fund. If she is not dead, she should at least suffer, so he feels better. Her face should have been burned. He took the antidote, and it still hurts like hell. Good grief. Sjina suddenly interrupts his thoughts, asking if Ice hates her. Now, this sharp plot twist leaves him completely frozen. Cain really wants to scream at her. Did she think the kid did that because she liked her? This is trouble. You and I both know he is just protecting his investment, but as a veteran villain, he handles this delicate situation like a total pro. Cain puts on a dignified act, speaking like he is at a parent-teacher meeting. He asks if the girl bothered her. Actually, Ice is an orphan he found in some ruins. Sjina's face darkens as she softly asks if that is true. She finally has her answer. The teacher wants her to care for the girl. This reaction makes Cain happy, just as expected. She is shaken. She is a hero after all. He is acting his heart out here. She will not draw her sword against a poor child. But why has the girl not returned yet? Did that little brat actually run away? Cain finishes his performance and looks around. But when he finally spots his target, he is so angry his veins start popping. Cain glares at Ice, silently hissing that she finally showed her face. Now that everyone is here, it is time to end this. He suddenly calls them out. Ace, she should not treat family members like that. He tells her to apologize to Sjina right now. This request leaves both girls looking confused. Ice tilts her head, wondering about the word family, while Sjina seems to be thinking the exact same thing. The girl's hands twist together as she looks down and whispers a tiny, hesitant apology. Sjina smiles and tells her it is okay. Her mind suddenly becomes clear as soon as those words leave her mouth. She has never had a real family before. Maybe to the kid, she is still an outsider. A new family? It is small, but truly warm. After the incident, the three of them sit together harmoniously, enjoying their soup. Cain mechanically picks up his spoon, but his trembling arm shows just how restless he really is. All this trouble over one meal. It looks like he will be suffering soon. Next time, he is definitely going to send this girl far, far away. The scene shifts to the next morning where Ace stands in the room, questioning everything in total confusion. Wait, what did he just say? Cain sits calmly and emphasizes that it is time for a walk, even though the snow is waist deep and the wind is howling outside. Ace really wants to double check, but the words just get stuck in her throat. But in this weather, Ice clutches her things and wonders what on earth he is thinking, wanting a walk in this blizzard. Trust me, you and I are just as confused as Ice is right now, but she still prepares the mat, lunch, and tea for this trip. You and I are about to watch a girl survive a picnic disaster. Ice feels totally stuck. How do you pack soup? She only has old cloth. Taking this would let Cain go into full arrogant boss mode on her. Are you kidding me? Her soul is screaming that she hates that scene. While she is lost in thought, a voice calls out. Ice looks up suspiciously. It is Sjina. She can cook anything, but Ice quickly claims nothing is wrong. She has her own plan and refuses to ask Sjina for any help. Sjina gives in, telling her to just ask if she needs anything later. Ice watches her leave and wonders to herself if this is what family is. Talking to her is still so awkward. She quickly greets the man nearby instead. Hello, uncle. Ben smiles and asks if she likes all this fresh snow. She grits her teeth. What is to like? Snow just makes traveling difficult. To her, it is just white trash falling down from the sky. It reminds her of the fallen kingdom. Then Ben interrupts her dark mood. He asks why she is here. She says she just needs a few things. Ben makes a guess and hands her an old basket. Why a basket? He explains there is a blanket, a lunchbox, and a teapot inside. Ice says she will return it later, but Ben just waves her off. No need. Keep it. Enjoy your picnic. She gives a tiny, quiet nod. The snow is thick and white. After a few steps, she stops in confusion. Staring at the fox, she wonders if she should just eat it for dinner. Before she can touch it, its eyes snap open and it attacks her. Its target was the food basket. Now she is absolutely losing her mind. "You little thief. Give it back." The fox mocks her and runs away. Gritting her teeth, she summons a ball of fire in her small hand. "You are dead, you thief." Her scream shakes the entire forest. Back at the inn, Sjina is sweeping snow, hoping to become real family. She makes a choice, but then she suddenly stops and turns around. Stick with me here, because things are about to get really dangerous. A wolf. Those are the eyes of a man-eater. She must end this right here. The wolf lunges first. Sjina charges right back, armed with only a broom. Without hesitation, she thrusts the broom handle straight into the wolf's throat. The beast is thrown back, but it snarls and charges at her again. Its red mouth is wide open. Sjina just swings the broom once more. She hits its soft belly, sending the monster flying into the trees. It won't be attacking anyone ever again. She looks at her hands and sighs. Reliving that violent scene in her head just makes her feel even more depressed. No normal person fights like that. She really tried to forget the sword. It is not easy at all. You saw that too, right? Well, Cain saw every single second of it. He is screaming internally. Did she just win with only a broom? That was sword aura, an elite power used by the strongest warriors. Using it means you truly understand the soul of the blade itself. Trust me. You and I just witnessed a legendary master in hiding. You and I are about to see how this girl pulls off magic with just a broom. It is the kind of talent that makes you insanely jealous. If she actually used a sword, Cain is lost in thought until Sjina suddenly interrupts him. "Is that you, master?" Now Cain isn't just jealous, he is terrified. She sensed him even though he used that high-level stealth skill he learned. This girl literally wiped out Disthorsa on her own. He realizes he needs to put his plan into motion, and fast. He steps out boldly to start a conversation. "We are going on a trip," he tells her. "You should get ready." Sjina looks a bit confused by the sudden news, but she obediently nods and says, "Yes." Cain heads back inside, his mind buzzing with schemes. While she gets ready, he tries to review the plan, but he is feeling nervous. Meanwhile, Sjina is baffled. A picnic in this weather? Cain learned from his last failure and is planning this one much more carefully. A wise sage once said, "Know yourself and your enemy to win 100 battles." But what does that even mean right now? Look, the goal is simple: test her skills to see if she can handle enemies far stronger than him. Pay attention, because this is crucial. Gathering information is the most important part of any mission. He needs as much intel as possible, so he has gone ahead and scattered a ton of traps along their path. But there are problems. The weather is trash, and this hero is stronger than he imagined. This trip is going to be rough. It is dangerous, but he cannot let the weather make him lazy. Just as he is deep in thought, he hears Ace calling for him. "Master, I am all set." He is so stingy with his praise that all she gets is a simple, "good." He cannot help but be suspicious. How is she so prepared? Does she have a plan too? Well, it is time to find out. Cain quickly gears up for the freezing cold. He turns to Sjina as she walks in. "Are you ready?" She pulls her sleeves and says, "All done." She looks ready. Cain checks her over and calculates her defense power at a measly 2 points. Most importantly, she did not bring a sword. Perfect. The plan is definitely going to work. "Let us go," he shouts, hiding his excitement. "I am going to make you suffer through my special chain of traps." Once they reach the snowy forest, Is starts feeling uneasy. Honestly, she is not confident in her strength, but she thought she could walk forever. But soon she is gasping for air, her head spinning from the exhaustion. What is wrong with these humans? Kodai is a top-tier knight, so it makes sense, but how can Sjina keep up with him so easily? This is so annoying. Why am I the only one who is completely worn out? The group suddenly stops at a stream that has not frozen over yet. Cain actually acts nice for once. "Careful around here," he warns. Sjina reaches out her hand to the girl beside her. "Ice, this looks slippery. Do you want to hold my hand?" The girl refuses without even thinking about it. Sjina tries to insist, worried that she might fall. Is just turns away, acting tough. Do not worry about me. She bites her lip, telling herself she is not some weak little kid. Walking on rocks should be easy, right? Wrong. A few steps in, karma hits. She slips and starts wobbling uncontrollably. Sjina stands on the bank, eyes wide with horror. Time seems to slow down as Is falls toward the water, and Sjina screams out. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Cain appears like a guardian deity and successfully catches Ace in his arms. He looks down and asks if she is okay. Ice is so embarrassed that her entire face turns bright red. I am fine, she stammers. But as he sets her down, Kain is feeling nothing but pure, unadulterated despair. You saw that coming, right? That stream was actually a trap he set himself. A seriously twisted high-effort trap meant for Sjina. The plan was perfect. He would cross first to make her feel safe. Then, on the rock he purposefully made slippery, she would lose her footing. As she fell, she would get pricked by a needle coated in paralyzing poison. Her whole body would lock up. That was the river trap. Even if she missed the needle, her head would hit those sharp rocks below. There was a 70% chance of her getting seriously injured. But the world did not go along with his dark desires. He is screaming internally. This plan was flawless. How could it possibly fail? Unless a god literally intervened. She should have fallen for it. Honestly, it would have been better if she just died. But he never considered the possibility of the kid going first and triggering the whole thing. If the kid died in his trap, he would be stuck living with the hero forever. And if the hero saved her, she might find the trap. The moment she realizes what he was trying to do, his head would be rolling on the ground. Then the hero and the kid would live happily in the house he bought with his own blood, sweat, and tears. He could not let that happen. He acted fast to stop his own nightmare. He saved the kid, but look at that reaction. No gratitude at all. Can you believe this guy? All right, you and I are diving into a story where he faces a veteran villain. Stay focused. We have to pass this stage. I need to dodge these stones. If I pivot like this and wait for Cain, I can imagine the poison needles at my heels just waiting to say hello. Cain grinds his teeth together hard, barely holding himself back from shouting out a massive string of curses. But he still vents internally, cursing his terrible luck. Right now, a wave of pure anxiety is washing over his heart. The poison has already reached my fingers, but just in case, I brought the antidote along with me. Right after crushing the pill, he splashes into the stream, looking exactly like a wet and miserable drowned rat. Ace stands on a rock and awkwardly blathers that she never asked for his help. As soon as the words escape, she feels terrible regret. That is not what I meant to say. I meant to say I am sorry. While she is drowning in guilt, he softly comforts her. It is okay. Kain hides his face and waves her off to show he is fine. Watching him leave, Is vows she has to apologize to him. Before she can even open her mouth, he already has his back turned and leaves her with some very short advice. Be careful next time. So Sjina watches the tension silently as they all head deeper into the woods without a word. They find a good spot and quickly lay out the mat. Kain sits down first to show the way, and Is quietly calls his name. The black lady can see he is clearly freezing. The girl sets her basket down and volunteers to go find some firewood. Now, pay attention here because Sjina suddenly insists on going with her. You and I can both hear the alarm bells ringing. Sjina flashes a weird smile while saying that. For some reason, it is terrifying. Something has felt incredibly strange since the very beginning. I made peace with Sjina and really thought we could finally live together like a real family. But every time I see her, I get scared and want to run away instantly. It honestly feels like she is my natural predator. Suddenly, Sjina's voice cuts through her thoughts. Ice, if you are not feeling well, please do not push yourself too hard. Ice cuts her off before she can even finish. I am fine. Sjina frantically calls out after her, telling her to stay together. Her heart is heavy with confusion. Why does she feel this way? The scene shifts to a different part of the forest. The two walk through the snow. Ace turns and asks if Sjina plans to follow her forever. This question leaves Sjina stunned, but then she just responds with a small smile. Sjina follows her student's lead and waves goodbye right then and there. Let us split up and find wood. I will go this way. Even after she leaves, I still feels like something is wrong. She must have noticed how uncomfortable I was. I really cannot keep acting like this much longer. Meanwhile, Kain is curled up like a shivering bird. He clutches his trembling body and mumbles about falling into a freezing winter stream. That was a bone-chilling experience. It is so cold. Why are those two taking so long? Honestly, I am starting to feel pretty lonely. But you and I know that silence never lasts. A suspicious sound erupts behind him, and he looks like he saw a ghost. A wolf and a fox step out to greet him. Kain completely freezes up and mechanically gasps out. Are you for real? Deep in the woods, Is is busy calculating wood to keep him warm. Still feeling guilty for the accident she caused. She flashes back to the memory of pushing him, and just thinking about it makes her feel completely miserable. I was proud of this wood, but now I just feel ashamed. He is not even angry, which means I have no chance to apologize. I need to get back fast. But wait, why is there so much dry wood just scattered around here in the middle of winter? A familiar call from Sjina suddenly cuts right through her thoughts. Wow, you found so much wood. I think that is actually more than enough. It is time to head back. I suddenly realizes the truth. So, Sjina has been secretly bringing all this dry wood here for her. Without waiting for an answer, Sjina offers to help carry half. This just makes Is want to roll her eyes and walk away. She is such a terrible liar. Look at her sweating from all that work. She really has no idea how to hide anything. We should head back. It is like she was born to fight evil. Maybe that fear I felt was just because she is too good? On the other side, Cain is also deep in thought. Looking back, this is actually his third time in this place. He spots sharp claw marks on a tree and flinches. Cain observes the two beasts and whispers a question. Why? Why did you not show up all those other times? Are you really choosing to appear now just because I look weak? That over-the-top reaction makes everyone freeze. Once he regains his senses, he racks his brain. Is this the same wolf from before? Damn it, I totally forgot. Kain curses under his breath. If I knew this would happen, I would have made someone stay behind. He is fuming with anger. The effects of the paralyzing poison are still there, so he knows he cannot win this fight. Luckily, I have some good flower powder here. Unless these beasts have some kind of natural drug resistance. One whiff of this powder and it is lights out. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a true life-saving move. Alright, you and I are about to see if his plan works. He can use this as perfume or throw it at enemies. Kain opens the bag and invites them to try some. Those two beasts, a wolf and a fox, just whine at each other in confusion. They seem to be asking each other, what on earth is this? But Cain's mind is about to freeze up completely. Oh no, the powder clumped up because it got wet and half of it just washed away down the stream. Realizing how bad the situation is, Kain immediately grabs his head and starts acting like he's lost his mind. No wonder he felt dizzy. He'd been sitting right in the water mixed with that flower powder. Now he's sure he'll be eaten, but he won't go down easy. He locks eyes with those two uninvited guests, his mind racing at 100 miles an hour. He needs to figure something out, and he needs to do it fast. Suddenly, a clear voice answers his silent prayer with a simple announcement. We're back. His heart does a total 180-degree turn. He's saved. It's amazing. All that danger finally vanishes, replaced by a nice, hot cup of tea. Is hands the cup to Kain, looking a bit apologetic for being gone. Then, she looks up at the sky. Turns out, they're sitting under a massive, frozen ancient tree. Sjina follows her gaze and can't help but whisper in awe. It's absolutely magnificent. Just then, Ace calls out her name and holds something out. Sjina is confused, wondering if it's really for her. The little girl gives a small nod. Sjina thanks her, saying it looks delicious, even though Is is internally judging the whole situation. I only gave her a cup of tea. Yes, thanks. But out loud, she just politely says it's not that big of a deal. Suddenly, she stops as a strange thought hits her. What's this warm feeling? Both girls turn and stare intently at Cain. Even though he's practically freezing in the snow, he tries to act cool. The tea has already cooled down, he mutters. Is can't help but burst out laughing. She realizes these unfamiliar emotions filling her heart aren't actually that bad, but her reaction just makes Kain's blood boil. He doesn't think his struggle is funny at all. The scene shifts back to that familiar red-roofed house. Kain is in his room, mumbling to himself like he's chanting a prayer. He's got blankets, cloaks, and dried food all ready to go. He lists them off before picking up a tiny wooden box with a truly wicked smile. Now pay attention, because this is where his true greed comes out. This tiny box is his new retirement fund, his absolute favorite treasures. He's so happy he can't even help himself. Every time I look at these, he says, I just feel incredibly good. He thinks back to when he told the girls to learn embroidery. It turns out every single move was part of his master plan. A few days ago, he lost his entire retirement fund just so those two could pay him back for their food. He forced them to learn to sew, but who knew they'd actually create two masterpieces? These girls are surprisingly useful. He's willing to forgive all their trouble now. Sitting on the floor, he laughs hysterically while sharing his next move. He'll sell those embroidered cloths on the black market to buy some lethal poison. This time, he's definitely taking down the hero. Then he'll kick the other girl out and find a better servant. Just like that, his peaceful retirement will finally begin. The camera moves to their home, a place usually full of chaos, but today, it actually looks pretty peaceful. You and I both know this peace won't last. Cain suddenly announces he's leaving for a few days, and Sjina immediately wants to know why. His excuse is total nonsense. He says he just needs a few things, but his inner thoughts are as dark as ink. I'm going to buy poison to kill you, he thinks. Sjina, thinking he's just heading to a normal market, asks if she can come along. He's screaming on the inside. Bringing the hero to the black market? Only a crazy person would do that. But all he says is a blunt no. Sjina looks dejected, and Ice remembers being warned that her home is far from town and can be dangerous. Sjina is worried too, since there's been talk of a bandit gang causing trouble around the area lately. But Cain just keeps talking, cutting through everyone's emotions with his usual chatter. He tells Sjina he has something to say after they eat. Once the heavy meal is over, Sjina asks him to repeat himself. So, you want to borrow my sword? Cain confirms it, looking a bit shy, and she agrees without a second thought. In her mind, she thinks this is some kind of test. She thinks he's checking her resolve as she hands the blade over. There's a lot in Sjina's eyes, but mostly, it's a sense of pure relief. She thinks he's testing if she can let go of the sword, but she's just happy it's back with its master. Cain takes it and leaves without a word. But as soon as he reaches the door, he stops in his tracks. Hidden from view, he's smirking. He finally got the sword away from that monster. Sjina watches him, wondering why he looks so happy. Cain is lost in his own calculations. It's way too dangerous to let this girl keep a real weapon. He'll give her back a fake sword that looks exactly like the real one. She'll never even notice the difference. And that's where we leave it. This fake sword will snap in a real fight, and her life will finally be over. Listen, you and I are about to see what happens when a hero's nature never changes, even if she is tricked for 100 or 1,000 days. She will not get weaker, if anything. She is just getting stronger. So, I have to handle her before she becomes an even bigger problem. Next to the flickering fire, Cain makes his final, cold-blooded decision. The time has come. I will be back safe, he promises. After finishing his smooth-talking routine, he calmly opens the door and steps out. Suddenly, Sjina reaches for the little girl beside her. Ice, do you want to help me see him off for a bit? Surprisingly, Ice actually agrees instead of refusing. The scene shifts toward a more crowded part of town with actual buildings. Cain takes firm, steady steps while quietly sorting through his thoughts. He has his sword, and he finally gets to enjoy some long-awaited freedom. But seriously, why are these two following me all the way out here? Just ignore them, Cain. Just ignore them. Sjina and Ace call out to his retreating back in unison. Come back safely, we will be waiting. Then, kind Sjina tries to guide Ace back, but the little girl just pouts and glares. Is it really that hard for him to just turn around and look for a second? Sjina takes her hand, gently offering some comfort. Do not be sad, maybe he is just too shy to show how he really feels. Ice huffs and pulls her hand away. I know that already, so do not look down on me. Sjina watches her walk away with a fond smile, before catching up to whisper an apology. I am sorry, okay? Let us just head back home together. Ice just tells her to get lost. Days pass until the sun rises again, and Sjina keeps her routine of going out and returning to their small room. In her eyes, a heavy sense of worry and exhaustion starts to show. Sjina looks at the gloomy girl and feels her own heart sink. Now, pay attention, because the silence here is exactly when things start feeling wrong. Ice. It has been days. Where is he? No, he might have stepped away from the blade, but he is still a veteran swordsman. He will be fine. I need to keep doing my work until he finally returns. Time to go to the market. Sjina dives right into shopping once she arrives, asking for 1 carrot and 4 mushrooms. Voices suddenly whisper nearby, wondering how much longer the peace will last. Are they talking about those bandits from lately? Are you not scared? Who knows when they will hit this town? I am terrified, honestly. They are famous for being absolutely brutal. It would be great if a hero showed up to deal with them. Yeah, in your dreams. Sjina cannot help but watch them walk away. She constantly tries to calm her heart. Do not worry about it, I am not a hero anymore. The shopkeeper interrupts her thoughts, telling her to come back soon. Sjina gives a robotic thank you, but when she gets home, Ben is there, sighing loudly. What should I do? She immediately walks over to ask, Uncle Ben, did something happen? Ben jumps in surprise. Sjina, do you know? Everyone is terrified because of that bandit gang nearby. She nods, trying to show some sympathy. Yes, that really is worrying. Seeing her listen, Ben starts rambling. I saw some suspicious people loitering around town, so I bought a sword just to be safe. All Sjina can do is play along. I understand, she says. But then Ben starts looking disappointed. The thing is, I do not even know if this sword is any good. She takes a chance and makes an offer. Let me check it for you. I actually know a little bit about swords. Haha, that would be amazing. Please help me out. Sjina tells herself that evaluating a sword is something any normal person can do. Ben pulls the weapon out, without hesitation. Here it is. Sjina's eyes go wide. And here it is, the one reveal you and I definitely weren't expecting. Wait, this is my sword. How is it here? She takes it with trembling hands and chokes out a question. Uncle, where exactly did you buy this? Ben explains that he bought it from a traveler who was just passing through town. The guy was covered in blood and said he found the blade in the woods. He thought it was a good sword, but felt uneasy. So he sold it for cheap. Sjina's heart drops as she repeats the words. Covered in blood? He said he got that blood on him while walking past a pile of bandit corpses in the forest. She just stares blankly. Bandits? Ben admits it is all very strange. Only bandits were dead. Maybe they had some kind of civil war or something? To anyone else, it looks like a simple fight, but if this sword was left there, it means there was no civil war. It means they ran into her teacher. Suddenly, she speaks up. Can I buy this sword from you? I will pay whatever you want. I really need it. Ben hesitates but agrees. Sure, I guess. Inside, Sjina's mind is a total mess as she tries to lie to herself. There is no way her teacher could be defeated by mere bandits. But then, why was this sword just left there? Faint voices suddenly echo in her head. Are you listening? Sjina? At the table, Ace sees her staring into space and gets worried. Are you okay? The girl sighs and lowers her head. I mean, you have not even touched your soup. Is it not any good? Is asks if something is bothering her. Sjina gives a forced smile and lies, saying she just had a nightmare. Ice bangs her hand on the table. If it is nothing serious, then I am going to sleep. Sjina checks the clock. A bit early? You and I should probably be worried too. The young girl turns away, yawning deeply. Sister Sjina whispers a soft good night, and Ace replies in her cutest, most playful voice. You and I are about to dive into a mystery where every shadow hides a secret. As silence falls, Sjina is lost in heavy thoughts. Deep in the quiet forest, moonlight filters through the canopy, painting the green grass in a ghostly, silver glow. The wind whispers through the trees, creating a dreamlike scene. Sjina's footsteps feel heavy as she pants from the long, exhausting journey. She stares intently at the sword in her hand, her mind racing. She realizes she has wandered far too deep into the woods. Stopping in the middle of the path, she tilts her head toward the sky. The absolute silence around her only amplifies her growing anxiety. I just cannot stop thinking about it. She drifts away, a million questions beginning to flood her mind at once. Why did the sword return without my master? A true swordsman would never abandon his blade without a very serious reason. What exactly happened to him? Sjina's eyes are filled with deep pain, longing, and questions that no one can seem to answer. Her hand tightens its grip on the hilt, as if she is desperately trying to hold on to her very last shred of hope. She remembers 10 years ago, when her master risked everything to protect her. He survived, but his body suffered permanent, devastating damage. Because of those old wounds, he had to spend almost every hour of the day just resting in his chair. He even lost his balance from the simple push of a child. Back then, the man had tremblingly confessed, "I have finally retired my sword." She glances at the weapon, knowing his body is likely frail. The legendary swordsman she once knew belongs to a decade in the past. If he was ambushed by bandits and couldn't fight back because he was too weak, then right now, he might be. No, stop thinking the worst. I need to go back. Suddenly, Sjina looks down at the ground and spots fresh footprints. She kneels, carefully examining the marks. People from the town would never venture this deep into the dark forest. So why are there footprints here? These belong to an adult male, and they are definitely heading toward the house. They don't match her master's gait. An intruder? Night falls over the lonely cabin. Now watch closely, because things are getting dangerous. A thin layer of cold snow covers the roof of the isolated house. Inside, a woman is being gagged by a stranger. She struggles wildly, trying to break free. The man stares at her and asks his partner, "Wait, is this the younger sister?" The man standing behind her mocks his friend. "What, is she not cute enough for you?" The other one stands his ground. "That is nonsense. The older sister is way prettier." These intruders belong to the notorious Black Snake Gang. Whatever, the boss is going to take them both anyway. The man sitting on the bed stands up and warns them to be quiet. "Have you checked the other rooms yet? If the boss hears you, you are dead." The man stammers a quick reply. About that. The other rooms are all completely empty." The long-haired man hears this and grinds his teeth in pure rage. He demands an answer, shouting that they were told both girls would be here. He points angrily at the hooded man. Now what? What happens if the older sister finds total strangers inside her little sister's bedroom? He hesitates, insisting he saw the sister return home. The long-haired man curses, shouting that was way back in the afternoon. The hooded man loses the argument and tries to calm him down. The long-haired man reminds him of the stakes. Even with the sister as a hostage, the older one might run. "You and I know Sjina is right outside, full of regret." She steps toward the door, her hand already reaching for the handle as her heart beats against her ribs. She calculates her moves, realizing she must end them before they notice her. Suddenly, the men inside start talking again. "Haven't you heard? One of our entire squads was wiped out in a single battle." The hooded man asks in total shock. "What? Was it the army?" The long-haired man ties the girl up and replies, "No, it was just one single man. One person killed everyone? How is that even possible? What happened to him?" The man answers with a shrug. "Who knows if he is dead, captured, or escaped? There are too many rumors. I don't know which one is actually true." Sjina freezes as the realization hits her. They must be talking about her master and his final stand. She lowers her stance, wanting to hear more secrets, but her sister's safety is far more important than any information. While trying to move, she accidentally makes a noise. The two men inside jump and stare toward the doorway. She stands there, hiding her sword behind her back. "Why are you here in my house at this hour?" The hooded man finds this amusing and tells her to stay still. Sjina stares him down and asks what he wants. He answers casually, saying they just need her to come along quietly. It is a simple request, right? Sjina's face turns cold as ice, and her eyes fill with a deadly, murderous aura that chills the entire room. A blade is pressed against the girl's throat. One wrong move and she dies. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. All right, you and I are about to see her play a very dangerous game of surrender. I will do as you say. If anything happens to her, I will drag you all to hell with me. The leader just laughs and starts mocking her beauty. Relax, little sister, don't worry. Our only job is to bring the two of you back to our headquarters safely. He snatches the sword from her back and mocks her. This is not a toy, little girl. Carrying a sword does not suit you. Sjina lets them restrain her, feeling a wave of guilt. Forgive me, Ias. Once I find our teacher, I will save you immediately. Just wait a bit. Then, the bandit leader pulls out a white cloth to press against her mouth and knock her out cold. He whispers into her ear. It would be quite a problem if you remembered the way back to our hidden base. Once both girls are unconscious, they shout to one another. Hurry up and get these two onto the horses right now. A short time later, Ice slowly opens her eyes after a long, dark sleep. A voice calling out to her startles her awake. Sjina looks at her warmly and asks if she is finally awake. She gently strokes her hair and shares her deep worries. You have been asleep for 3 days. How are you feeling? If you are dizzy, then you should just keep resting for a while. Ice looks around in confusion. Sjina explains they are in a basement hideout after the bandits broke into their home while she slept. Ice does not understand everything yet, but she immediately apologizes for being such a heavy burden to her sister. Sjina quickly denies it. You are not a burden at all. She knows she could escape now, but she must find their teacher. She gently strokes her sister's hair once more to comfort her. Don't worry, nothing bad is going to happen to us here. Sjina feels like a failure for putting this child in a life-threatening situation. This is not how a hero or a family member acts. She tells Ace to stay calm and not to worry. Suddenly, a loud and aggressive voice shouts from somewhere outside their door. The long-haired vice leader drops to his knees, desperately begging him not to do this. Kuzugo just shoves him aside and growls, "What of it?" He stands before the cell, demanding to know why he can't admire the beautiful women his men brought back to the hideout. The guards are terrified and try to stop him. You really cannot do this. If the big boss finds out about your actions, Kuzugo has completely lost his patience. He tilts his head toward the long-haired man and calls out to him one last time. Without another word, Kuzugo winds up his fist, his eyes cold and ready to give that man a blow that will silence him. Now watch this. The impact of the blow is so massive it literally shakes the entire room with a terrifying, crushing force. The guard takes the full force of the punch, spitting blood as his body is slammed hard against the stone wall. Kuzugo stands tall, looking down at his handiwork. He turns to his subordinates like a total madman, threatening that if anyone dares to snitch, he will kill them. They stutter a terrified yes as Kuzugo opens Gina's cell door, not forgetting to curse at his men for being so annoying. Finally quiet. These idiots actually know when to shut up. Now, let me admire the treasure I was told not to touch yet. Sjina stands in front of her sister to protect her. Who are you? Kuzugo is stunned by the incredible beauty of the two women. He mocks her. You dare to glare at me? Usually, the people out there don't even have the courage to look me in the eye. My name is Kuzugo, and I am the vice leader of the notorious Viper bandit gang that rules these lands. Gina realizes this man might know what happened to her teacher. Thinking quickly, she responds with a simple, "Is that so? Tell me, do you know what happened to the bandits a few days ago?" Kuzugo is visibly shocked by her bold question. Pay attention here, because his reaction says it all. You're brave and beautiful. Sit, and I'll tell you everything. A few days ago, I met that dog. He used a sword well enough to take down 34 of my men before we fought. It was a bloody and intense battle. That man even managed to leave a permanent scar on me before the fight ended. He killed my men and even wounded me, so he had to receive a proper punishment. In the end, my axe was the one that finished him. Sjina freezes like she has been struck by lightning. What did you say? But Kuzugo does not even notice her shocked expression. He laughs loudly and continues his story. The guy fell straight into the river, so we couldn't find the body. But he's dead for sure. Gina tells herself it cannot be true. Kuzugo continues, saying no one survives a shoulder split like that, let alone holds a sword again. Her hand starts shaking uncontrollably in her lap as the horror of his words begins to sink into her mind. She tries to stay strong. Her master would never be defeated by some low-level bandits like these men in front of her. The man says his name was Kile S. Vin. At those words, Gina's heart completely stops. It's all happening way too fast for her to process. Kuzugo keeps bragging, saying the man should be honored that a vice leader like himself even bothers to remember his name. Ice screams that he is a liar and to stop talking nonsense, but Gina has lost all her strength and the will to resist. Trust me, you and I can feel her soul breaking as Ice stammers her name in the face of this nightmare. All right, you and I are about to watch a heart break and a monster wake up as Sjina realizes she has lost her master once again. Sjina shakes with pure rage. She stands up, glares at Kuzugo, and spits out, "You played dirty, didn't you?" Surprised by her sudden ferocity, Kugo's eyes go wide. Her face is tense, her gaze sharp with a fury that says she will not let him leave alive. Choking on her resentment, Sjina puts every ounce of her strength into a crushing punch straight to his gut. The impact is brutal. Kugo coughs up blood, his eyes rolling back to show only whites as he flies back, slamming hard into the iron bars behind him. Sjina coldly declares that, from now on, she will not go easy on any of them. Kugo spits more blood, his head spinning as he realizes this girl is far from ordinary. Hearing the massive crash, the guards from outside come rushing in. They ask if he is okay, but Kugo just screams, "What are you waiting for? Kill her already." They stutter in response. Then, one guard nervously grips his sword, trying to step forward and restrain her. He draws his blade and charges. Two more follow him, one with claws, the other wielding twin daggers. Sjina does not even flinch. She just watches them, calmly dodging every single strike with cold precision. She finds an opening and punches a guard's arm, sending his sword flying. He screams in pain, but his rest does not last long. Now watch this part carefully. Sjina jumps high, grabs a sword mid-air, and completely takes control of the fight. From the air, she brings the blade down in a lethal arc right toward the soldier. She is so fast, she practically tears through the air, leaving the guards frozen in total shock. Slash after slash follows, spraying bright red blood everywhere. After the long, brutal battle, Sjina sinks to her knees, her entire body soaked in blood and completely exhausted. Bodies of men are scattered across the floor. Blood literally flows like a river. The room is a mess of chaos. Sjina stands in the middle of a sea of corpses, sword gripped tight. Ice watches her sister, so terrified she cannot even manage to call out her name. Sjina's face is like stone. No emotion, no heavy breathing, just pure hatred. Ice looks at her sister, her heart full of confusion. Standing among the mangled bodies and blood, Sjina looks like a different person entirely. Her expression remains frozen. Fresh blood drips down her pale skin, staining her face. The heavy silence is finally shattered by Kuzugo's desperate cursing. Calling her arrogant, he uses every bit of his remaining strength to stand up, his body trembling. He asks who she really is, but Sjina just answers with a cold, lethal slash. Kuzugo takes a direct hit to the chest, right next to the old scars already etched into his skin. Sjina stands tall, watching the old man grow weak and finally collapse before her. She speaks clearly, her voice cold. "Carve this into your memory. This is your punishment for everything you have done." Red flame. Sjina swings her sword as it ignites with a blazing fire, promising to turn him into nothing but ash. With a roar, the flame strike tears through the space like a wildfire, burning everything in its path. Then, Sjina walks out into the hallway, sword in hand, ready to execute every guard she finds. Meanwhile, Ice is still trembling in the corner of the prison cell. Her soul feels lost, and her heart is so overwhelmed by terror that she cannot even speak. You and I can feel her fear here. Ice grits her teeth, wondering what kind of monster she just witnessed. Her body will not stop shaking. She realizes this is not just surprise, it is the primal fear of a true predator. Ice is completely frozen by the image of the icy, unrecognizable Sjina standing before her. She thought Sjina was not an enemy. But seeing that monster, if it does not die, what will happen to her? She hesitates. Lost in these dark thoughts, Ace struggles to get back on her feet. Though she is still shivering, she tells herself that no matter what, Sjina is still Sjina. She thinks Sjina went mad because of Key's death. But is he really gone? She needs to find out for sure. She summons her spirit, and a beautiful, glowing bird appears in the air, radiating a brilliant light. The spirit, Sebit, speaks respectfully. "I am here to serve you, my master." It lands on Ice's hand. She asks if the thief's words about the death were actually true. The spirit confirms the thief was not lying. Hearing this, Ace completely freezes in shock. And that's the crushing truth we're left with. Ace whispers it back in disbelief. Key is actually dead. Outside, the guards are panicking. They find Kugo's headless body and realize everyone else has been slaughtered. "Which one of you dogs?" The curse ends as the guards freeze, sensing a massive power. "You and I are about to see something wild." They turn around and see it, a massive, roaring sphere of fire. Without warning, the sphere detonates. Through the thick, black smoke and swirling ash, the silhouette of a long-haired woman emerges. Ice steps out of the burning ruins alongside the bus, the heavy smoke hiding the path ahead of them. Her clean, pale legs stand in haunting contrast to the scorched, mangled remains of the guards she just obliterated. Ias doesn't hesitate, stepping right over their corpses as she gives the bus a cold, sharp order. It asks for confirmation. Her command? Sweep the area and find Sjina. Whatever you do, don't let the fire touch her. The bus acknowledges and flies off, leaving the area in silence once more. Then, Ice begins to weave her magic. Looking at the bloody bodies scattered across the dirt, pure hatred takes over. You pests, she growls, I will make you pay for this. She summons her power. Acneo, ruler of fire, I release your seal. Acneo, bring forth the inferno, turn this place into a living hell. Meanwhile, Sjina is deep in the fight, carving through soldiers with lethal precision. She stares down at the fallen bodies. Unbelievable, she mutters. They died from just that? Master could block this easily. He would even find my openings and teach me something new. Now, pay attention, because this heavy silence is about to be broken by a whole new army. They march in with arrogant confidence. There she is, they shout, signaling every man to take their positions. Target identified. Fire. At the command, they rush forward with terrifying speed, moving like blurred arrows through the air. Sjina stands her ground, her brilliant blonde hair stained with fresh, red blood. Her icy blue eyes pierce the darkness, defiant against the storm of fate. She swings her blade, meeting them head-on. A bunch of boars, she thinks. She catches the incoming arrows mid-air. She redirects them instantly, sending them back to pierce the soldiers' hearts and heads. The air fills with their agonizing screams. The guards in the back start to tremble. What the hell? They gasp, faces pale with terror. She is a monster. Sjina doesn't stop. She pivots her feet, building momentum for a massive leap. She explodes into the air, her enchanted sword raised high. One strike, a massive burst of fire swallows the entire unit in a blazing vortex. Their screams vanish in the destruction. Sjina's golden hair flickers in the heat of the brutal battlefield. She spots a hooded figure standing tall. Not knowing it is Cain, she calls out, "Did I miss one?" Without another word, she charges in to deliver the final blow. "This is for revenge," she declares, swinging her blade at Cain. He moves instantly, using his weapon to parry the strike. You and I can feel the tension. This is more than a fight. It is a true clash of wills. Sjina's eyes widen. She can't believe it. He actually blocked her sword. Cain's eyes glare through his long black hair, radiating a deadly, suffocating aura that can't be ignored. The moment Sjina's focus wavers, Cain strikes, launching a powerful kick that sends her flying backward. Reeling, Sjina claws at the ground to kill her momentum. She stands up, grinning with excitement. This guy is actually strong. Cain took a hit during the exchange though, and he stumbles, clutching a wound on his shoulder. Sjina watches him closely, calculating her next move. She aimed for his weakness, yet he still managed to defend. Was it just luck? She quickly pumps magic into her blade and lunges forward for another round. Sjina is a literal blaze of fury. Fire wraps around her sword as she crashes toward Cain with overwhelming power. Her flaming strike slams into him, a brilliant explosion of light rocking the entire area with force. The burning sword clashes violently against Cain's blade. Sparks fly everywhere as the pressure becomes absolutely suffocating. Sjina's eyes flare with blue lightning, a vortex of flame spiraling around her arm. She looks like a god of war descended. With a roar of fury, her silver blade cuts through the darkness. It is a terrifying dance between life and death. Her blade grazes the mysterious man in black. He falls from above but lands perfectly, keeping his balance throughout the fight. Sjina notices him protecting something close to his chest. He guarded his vital spot. She leaps into the air again, seizing the advantage. Let's see how much longer you can last. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Sjina descends like heaven's fire. All right, you and I are diving straight into a moment where Cain is fighting for his life. Outside the house, a massive inferno is roaring out of control. Everyone is panicking and screaming to put out the fire. Where did it come from? Why won't it stop? I watches the confused crowd from a distance and smiles with pure contempt. Those fools. Not even the gods themselves could extinguish the flames of Anya. After that, she creates a magic circle that grabs everyone's attention. They all demand to know who she is. I just glares at them. She mocks the humans for thinking they can stop her before unleashing a literal waterfall of fire. The flames swallow everything, creating a crushing pressure that grinds the world into a suffocating sea of hell. People start running for their lives in terror. One man is still curious enough to turn around and look back. Unfortunately for him and his friends, the fire is way too fast. They're scorched to a crisp in an instant. Now watch closely. She summons her familiar, known as Bus. It lands on her arm and asks for orders. I asks how far they are from Sjina. Bus replies respectfully. It reports that Sjina is currently busy having a little heart-to-heart with her master. Suddenly, a man tries to be a hero and charges at her. I die. A massive flame erupts. She doesn't even look at him. She fires an even more violent flame and simply whispers for him to be quiet. I looks at her pet affectionately. Keep talking, Bus, or is there a reason you're staying silent? Just as things get serious, another group of people rushes in and ruins the whole vibe. They shout that she's right over there and tell everyone to get their weapons ready. I asks Bus if Sjina is nearby. It confirms. A lets Bus fly free and gives the order to finally move out. But Bus doesn't leave. It calls out to her. I turns back impatiently, asking what else it could possibly want. Bus warns her that she's using way too much magic. If she keeps this up, she might lose control. I cuts it off. I know what you're going to say. I've felt that thirst in my throat for a while. A normal witch or wizard would lose their magic if they pushed this hard. But she's a demon. Okay. I know what you're thinking. Let's check back on the fight between Sjina and Cain as it hits a fever pitch. Two swords clash directly, sending sharp, metallic sounds echoing through the air. They both release their grip with incredible force. The impact sends both fighters stumbling backward. Sjina is still hungry for blood. She charges back in without a single second of hesitation. With her hair flying, Sjina unleashes a storm of blades against Cain's shroud of darkness. The tension is about to explode. Her eyes glow like a monster's. She lunges with a wild, murderous aura that feels heavy enough to crush a soul. Then, Sjina puts every last bit of her strength into one final, decisive strike. The power of the hit sends Cain flying. He smashes into the wall behind him, causing the entire thing to collapse in chaos. A moment later, as the dust clears, a giant hole is visible in the shattered wooden wall. Someone's feet step quietly through the wreckage. Sjina looks at Cain, thinking that he's finally reached his limit. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the side. Is that it? Is that all you've got? The thick fog thins out to reveal a large group of people. Evers is struggling to survive that brutal attack. Sjina stares in shock. She quickly recognizes one name among the crowd, Cain. The mysterious man smiles, gripping a sharp blade. Come here. He delivers a lethal strike that sends Ever reeling. He doesn't forget to mock them, daring them to try and fight him. Sjina stands frozen in horror as a bloody, cruel scene unfolds. Every second feels like it's slowed down to a crawl. After taking someone out, the man smiles with the pure joy of a complete psychopath. He struggles to his feet and asks who she is. Sjina stares at her blood-stained sword, filled with a deep sense of dread. Suddenly, Cain's hand starts to move from behind the wreckage. Someone is shifting under the weight of the dead bodies. The mysterious man grunts as he tries to push them off. He's completely confused. He has no idea what kind of madness is actually happening right now. Trust me, you and I need to see how these memories explain the mess he's in now. He remembers leaving the village. In the quiet night, he choked down some bitter food and cursed his luck. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when a legendary thief meets his worst nightmare. Tasteless. I am getting too old for this. Suddenly, a noise makes Cain jump. Someone moved with lightning speed, closing the gap instantly and kicking Cain clear across the ground. He regains his composure, dropping one knee to the earth to stay balanced. His shoulder took the brunt of that impact, leaving him with a painful, minor injury. Groaning in pain, Cain realizes he nearly lost his head there. He pushes the irritation aside and forces himself to focus. Hand gripping his sword hilt, he scans the area, shouting for the coward to show himself. Only silence follows, a suspicious, heavy quiet that keeps Cain on high alert. Out of nowhere, heavy footsteps echo against the dirt. A man's voice cuts through the air, saying, "So, you are actually still alive." A figure holding twin blades steps forward. Kain instantly recognizes the man standing before him. The intruder gives a hearty laugh and replies, "No way, I am dying before you do, you dog." He glares at Kain, calling him by a fake name. Grecian? Hearing that name, Kain silently curses under his breath. God damn it. Under a bright, golden full moon, a quiet stream hums a gentle melody, reflecting the shimmering light like a soft summer song. The wind whispers through the trees, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Now, pay attention here, even in this beautiful scene. These two men are fueled by pure, bitter hatred. Kain demands to know how he was found. The man scoffs. "Wasn't it because you used my name?" Evers explains that the trouble Kain caused made him easy to track down. Kain clutches his wound, but his mouth stays as sharp and defiant as ever. "You are still doing well, I see?" Evers hears the question and laughs hysterically. He curses, saying his only goal in life is to kill the man who destroyed his organization. Kain stares blankly as the realization of who this boring guy is finally hits him. He flashes back to when he first joined the Fanatis Knights. That group was split between the conservatives and the liberals. This guy led the liberals, wanting to turn their secret society into a famous order of heroes. He started recruiting all kinds of thugs. Eventually, massive internal fighting broke out, causing the Fanatis to collapse. Very few people actually know the full story of what happened back then. But honestly, most of that story is just a big fat lie. The truth is, I stole a mountain of cash from the organization. I was hoarding it for my retirement when the liberals caught me, and that actually triggered the whole internal war. To keep the scandal quiet, the conservatives threw away their pride and started a literal war with the other faction. And just like that, the Fanatis Knights fell apart. Well, what is done is done. Now, I really need to get out of here. If I can just piss this guy off enough, I can find an opening to escape. Running away is definitely my best move. Kain decides to taunt him, shouting, "You are still such an idiot. After losing everything you had, haven't you learned a single thing yet? Wait for it, you and I both know that look." He is about to do something completely reckless. Evers stands there frozen for 5 seconds before screaming, "What did you say? I am going to kill you." It worked. Kain celebrates internally as Evers takes the bait. Suddenly, he swings his sword and throws it straight at his enemy. Evers easily parries the weak, childish attack. He grinds his teeth, shouting, "You actually had the nerve to throw your weapon?" He watches Kain reach down to untie a bag at his feet. Evers asks, confused, "Do you even care about being a swordsman?" But seconds later, Evers is left stunned. Kain triggers a massive cloud of thick, white smoke, completely blinding everyone in the area. Evers rushes forward, covering his nose and cursing under his breath. That coward threw his sword just to hide in the smoke. How can a knight act like this? You absolute bastard. But the thing is, Kain hasn't actually left yet. He watches the man stumble around like a confused child and smirks. Honestly, messing with this guy is way too much fun. Kain finally makes his move, slipping away while Evers screams into the void of the white mist. Evers keeps shouting for him to fight like a man. Hearing that, Kain just lets out a joyful little giggle. He thinks to himself, "Sorry, pal. I do not do fair fights. You can keep that honor." Slowly, the sun begins to rise behind the mountains, painting the sky pink. A gentle morning breeze shakes the leaves, bringing the fresh scent of a new day. Nature awakens in a beautiful, vibrant symphony of light. But in the middle of all this beauty, a loud, aggressive stomach growl ruins the moment. His body is screaming for food. Sitting in a tree, Kain rummages through his bag, grumbling about how he spent all morning running on an empty stomach. Suddenly, his hand hits something suspicious inside the empty bag, and he freezes in absolute shock. He thinks back over his journey and begins to tremble. Could it be? He realizes all the precious items in his bag have completely vanished. Kain lets out a furious, gut-wrenching scream that echoes through the entire forest. He is beyond livid. He trashes the bag in a fit of rage, crying out, "My hope, my happiness, my two precious treasures are gone." He grits his teeth through the tears, mourning the loss of his two incredibly valuable scarves. "At least I'm alive. Money isn't as important as life, but it's still important. You and I just witnessed a man lose his soul. Trust me, you and I are about to see if this old man still has it." Suddenly, a noise from below makes him freeze. He tilts his head to watch, then Kain jumps from the high branch. Let's go back. Die with money or die fighting, it's all the same. Recalling the moment blood sprayed from his mouth, he realizes there really is no difference between his options anymore. It's a sunny morning with a light breeze rustling the leaves. Kain takes heavy, labored steps, struggling just to catch his breath. He wipes the sweat away and sighs, complaining about how much it sucks getting old. Cain covers his face, wondering when he became this exhausted. As a kid, everyone called him a genius prodigy. Back then, he built so many secret bases. He acted like a king, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. Yet here he is, an old man complaining about being tired. This must be his fate. Leaning against a tree, he mutters that it should be around here. He'll grab it and get out fast. Now, pay attention here, because this is where things get messy. His eyes widen in shock at the sight of bodies everywhere, soaked in deep crimson. Kain can't help but curse. What on earth happened in this place? He steps closer and looks around. They're all bandits. Suddenly, something specific catches his eye. He bows his head to examine a wound, recognizing the sword style. He reaches out to touch it. Just one look and he knows. Instantly, her face flashes in his mind. She did this. Realizing that, he stops cold. Wait, if she fought over 20 bandits, she must have collapsed somewhere nearby. Cain looks left and right, muttering that she's nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? No answer. He stands up. Fine. Even if she's not dead, she's definitely wounded. She must have fled. He sighs, dreading the search through this mess. If the treasure is dirty, he'll be pissed. Who knows when that guy will return? He better move fast. After searching for ages, Kain slumps to the ground and starts wailing in despair. It's not here. His treasure is gone. It's supposed to be right here. Where is it? Suddenly, a thought hits him. Kadu's smug face instantly pops into his head. You and I both know that look, our main character just realized he's been robbed. Suddenly, a noise from behind makes him spin around in a panic. He looks around frantically. Someone is approaching. He doesn't even have a moment to breathe. Slow footsteps echo. It sounds terrifying. A young man behind him interrupts, saying it's not terrifying, it's legendary. All this carnage was caused by just one person, the white-haired man argues. He calls it terrifying because if that person is still around, they are scary as hell. Cain plays dead, wishing they'd just leave. The one with tied hair says the vice chief handled it, so why worry? Their people already looted the guy's gear, and the vice chief really loves that top-tier treasure they found. The two men stroll forward casually. The white-haired one complains that the bosses take everything, leaving nothing for them. The other agrees, then notes that two people can't clean this mess. They need to head back for reinforcements. The white-haired man groans about being tired. As they leave, Kain sits up to think. Kain grits his teeth, remembering their words about the vice chief liking his top-tier treasure. He stands up slowly. Now he knows where his treasure is. He sheathes his sword. He has to go. Kain clenches his fist with determination. He's coming for his treasure. Suddenly, it's midnight under a pale moon. Kain sneaks behind a massive tree, peering at the locked door and calculating his move. There's the main entrance. 4 guards outside and the door is locked tight. From what he overheard, there are guards inside too. One mistake and he's dead. He creeps forward anyway. He tells himself a hero would just fight these guys head on. Kain takes a step, but realizes he's a villain. Groping along the wall, he suddenly pulls out a brick. He needs his own way in. Kain smirks wickedly. He found it. After removing a few bricks, he sneaks inside, reminding himself that he knew there'd be a secret path. This is easy. Having built so many secret bases, this is child's play for him. He gently lifts a curtain. Suddenly, Kain finds himself in an empty room that leaves him completely stunned. His footsteps echo as he looks around. Even bandits live pretty clean lives, he muses. Stick with me, because what he's about to find in those papers changes everything. This room is triple locked, soundproofed, and full of secrets. Let's dive in. 12 documents with encrypted text? This definitely isn't the work of some backwater bandits. Reading this, Kain pauses. Wait, how could a bunch of rural thugs have a complex system like this? Cain grinds his teeth. He realizes that only a Nightwalker would be able to decode these encrypted texts. Just then, a loud noise from afar makes Kain jump. Something is coming and he's not alone. He watches the door latch moving. Why now? Just as the latch pulls back, Cain sprints to the opposite curtain. Quickly, Cain reaches out to pull the curtain, revealing a hidden door behind it. He hurries to open it, his eyes widening in shock. In front of Kain is a tall figure, also pulling back a curtain. Both of them freeze, staring each other down. Kain wonders in shock where this guy came from. Suddenly, the stranger swings a massive sword right at his face. However, Kain manages to dodge just in time, unable to stop himself from cursing the guy out internally. Cain looks into his emotionless eyes. What should I do? His opponent is now in a full combat stance. There's no time to think. His face goes cold as he pulls out small knives. He has to do this. Now watch this. Kain lunges at the man, trusting his instincts to handle the rest of the fight. The opponent is no pushover. He deflects the knives right back. Kain immediately pulls out his greatsword to counter. Cain hurriedly swings his blade forward, but his opponent refuses to back down for even a second. He tilts his head and turns his blade down to block the attack. Seeing the opening, Kain flashes a devious smile. At this look from Cain, the man freezes. He's absolutely stunned by the sudden change in atmosphere. Not letting him down for even a moment, and rushes forward and lands a fatal punch. The man drops to his knees and collapses with a heavy, dull thud. Right then, the sound of the door latch outside rings again, making Kain jump out of his skin. Sweat beads on his forehead. They're at the last lock. He tells himself he has to move faster than ever. Moments later, Kain tosses the limp body into the secret room. He slowly closes the door and steps out. He smirks wickedly. Now, Kain is fully dressed in the man's clothes, looking like a completely different person. Excitedly holding the mask, he mutters about a job change. As he adjusts it, a man enters and kneels to report. I, Agent 12 Eversblood, wish to express my deepest respects to you. Cain wonders. What the heck is this? Okay, I know what you're thinking. These aren't just bandits, they're part of a massive evil organization. Kain intensely shifts his gaze downward, trying to keep his cool while processing this crazy discovery. This guy is clearly a first-class knight. If he's only mid-rank, this organization must be as big as the Nightwalkers, the strongest bandit group around. Cain screams inside, how did I walk into a tiger's den? Evers speaks slowly. By your command, we've searched the 4 territories of the Duchy of Dubon but still haven't found the key. Kain pauses. What the heck is this key? For a treasure vault? Just how big is this organization anyway? Evers continues. But don't worry. The search will surely yield results by the end of this month, sir. In this awkward spot, Kain decides to follow his gut. A simple nod should be enough to fool him. With subordinates, the boss just needs to listen. Evers explains that recently the former leader of FINITS fell. Servin was handled by us. He fell into the river, wounded and hit with demon rage. He is almost certainly dead. Kain laughs internally. Demon rage? Unless that guy is a literal hero, he's definitely as dead as can be. Evers reports that he kept a precious item from the pile separate. Would you like to take it now, sir? Hearing that, Kain nods vigorously. He was right, his treasure is here, and he's about to get it back. Of course I'll take it. Evers quickly obeys. Kain tries to calm himself. Don't let emotions take over now. Evers gestures for him to follow. This way, please. Kain knows he must maintain the act as a high-ranking member. It is the only way to ensure he gets his treasure back and makes a clean escape from this place. Burning torches light up the dark area. Suddenly, a sound makes Kain suspicious. Was that clashing weapons? Evers continues to lead the way. This way, sir. He leans down and carefully opens a small cabinet door. Evers whispers that he kept this specifically for him. He pulls out a sharp, legendary-looking sword for Kain. This is the treasure of Cleesfin, the Invincible Song. Kain takes it, marveling at its incredible weight. The Invincible Song is one of the 27 best swords. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Let's see if our main character can survive this total mess. Black magic from the Divin Ruins is carved into this blade. The activation chant is Kia Bian. It means the end. Yeah, this is a real treasure. I'm keeping it. But then, He looks around, wondering where his other loot went. Immediately, Cain spots his 2 precious handkerchiefs lying in the dirt, covered in filth. Cain clenches his fists so hard they shake. He curses that blind, bald idiot. Couldn't he see how valuable these were? How dare he treat my treasures like trash? Guess I'll have to wash them, get them clean, and sell them later. Suddenly, a roar echoes. Evers rushes out, saying he will go and check things out immediately. As soon as he turns, Cain grabs the cloth, muttering that a war has started and it's time to run. Suddenly, an object flies right at him. Cain dodges with lightning speed, wondering what kind of sneak attack this is. But luck runs out, and Cain fails to dodge the very next shot. He hits the ground with a heavy thud. Evers screams in worry, while Cain breaks into a cold sweat. He clutches his shoulder, breathing a sigh of relief that strike was so precise. 0.2 seconds later, and he'd be dead. Evers stands in front of Cain, demanding to know who the attacker is. The stranger just laughs, calling them thieving bastards. You guys are just common robbers. Cain looks up, startled by that familiar voice. Now, pay attention. This is where a man who should be stone cold dead changes everything. I am the one who will send you to your graves. His eyes are wild, like a predator hunting its prey. Clevin stands there in a terrifying silence. Cain clicks his tongue, shocked that this guy is actually still alive. Based on what happened, he should be dead. But a miracle occurred, the miracle of a true hero. Looking at Clevin's distorted face, Cain is skeptical. A hero? The guy looks completely possessed and out of his mind. He's in a trance, a state where the mind disconnects. But the body unleashes power far beyond its limits. Basically, he has superhuman strength now, but there's a major side effect. Suddenly, Clevin bursts into laughter. You bastards, fight me. I'll rip your heads off, tear off your limbs, and cut out your hearts. Cain concludes he has gone totally insane. Clevin lunges at Evers, screaming about how their hearts might taste. Standing behind them, Cain wonders if he should run. Why does this guy keep saying such edgy, cringe things? I need to get out of here. But as they clash, Cain freezes as a blurry figure suddenly rushes toward him. Wood splinters fly everywhere as the impact knocks his mask off, leaving it cracked on the ground. Someone is pinned on top of him, and Cain is absolutely fuming. What the hell is going on? My damn mask is ruined. You saw that too, right? This is where a ghost from his past literally crashes the whole party. Sjina grips her sword, staring ahead with a cold intensity, her body completely drenched in a deep red aura. Cain is baffled. Why is she here? Everything is turning into a complete and total mess. Breaking into a sweat, he realizes escaping won't be easy anymore. It looks like she's entered a trance too. If I get spotted, I'm dead meat. Cain clenches his fists. It's fine. I'm a pro at playing dead. These heroes won't attack a corpse. Then Clevin spots Sjina and laughs. What's with that look? I hate it. I really, really hate it. Or maybe I actually love it. With a roar, Clevin swings his sword at Sjina. A brutal, high-speed clash begins right before Cain's eyes. Cain watches, thinking it's natural for these two psychos to kill each other. This is my best chance to finish them both off while they are so distracted by each other. If they both die here, my life will get so much easier. Go on, kill each other. The fight intensifies. Suddenly, a massive explosion of sound erupts as Sjina summons giant circles of roaring fire. A wall of flames splits the air. Cain is stunned that she's already mastered the fire veil to this level. Clevin goes into a frenzy, screaming that he's going to kill her. Cain sees his opening. Since they're in a trance, they won't notice me. There's no better time than now. I have to take this chance and end them both. Just then, a figure comes rushing into the room. Stick around, because you and I are just getting to the absolute craziest part of this battle. All right, you and I are about to see if a scared little girl can actually pull off a miracle. Pushing her fear aside, Aes immediately launches a desperate attack. She chants the prayer of the immobilizing flame, calling upon the first flare. Suddenly, a massive wall of fire engulfs the entire cellar. Trapped in the blaze, Cain growls in frustration, unable to move his limbs. He looks up, and the figure before him makes his heart stop. Ca. In curses under his breath, his villain instincts are screaming at him that he is in deep trouble. Staying here means a 99.9% chance of death. Meanwhile, Coder screams in agony, as the immobilizing flames sear his flesh. At the same time, Cain struggles to hold his ground against a massive, swirling vortex of wind. A violent explosion rocks the room, leaving nothing but scorching heat and a thick blanket of blinding white smoke behind. In the chaos, Cain's precious handkerchief, his only hope, flies straight into the heart of the raging fire and starts to burn. Cain whips his head around just as a figure blurs toward him. He freezes, staring down the tip of a sword lunging for his chest. His eyes go wide as the realization of death hits him. But even facing the end, a veteran villain instinctively hunts for a way out. Pay attention here, because this is where a 0.1% chance becomes everything. He cannot dodge, block, or parry. His only choice is to throw himself forward and turn a fatal blow into a survivable wound. The room is choked with dust and debris. Ice covers her face, coughing as she struggles to breathe. She wonders what happened in the smoke, but when she finally looks up, the sight before her leaves her completely paralyzed. Sjina stands there, face pale as a ghost. Her sword is drenched in crimson, having pierced right through a tall man now slumped over her. A heavy, haunting silence fills the room. Sjina stares blankly at the blood-stained weapon clutched in her hands. Her pupils shrink in horror. Is this really her teacher? Cain, leaning heavily on her shoulder, realizes the blade went straight through. A strike to the chest or stomach should have been a guaranteed death sentence, but he managed to pull it off. He knew there were tiny gaps between the organs, veins, and bones. It is possible to be stabbed near vital points without dying a non-lethal wound in a lethal spot. He bet on her hesitation and his own ability to shift his body at the very last second to avoid his heart. You see that? He actually bet his life on those odds and won. But the fight isn't over. To stop her from attacking again, Cain quickly shoves Sjina down toward the cold floor. "You stupid girl," Cain mutters in a low voice. Hearing those words makes Sjina's face flush with heat. That rough, familiar voice hitting her ears changes everything. The rage in her heart vanishes, replaced by an overwhelming surge of relief and crushing guilt. She feels terrible for hurting her teacher, yet so incredibly thankful that he is still breathing. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoes from the shadows. Coder leans on his sharp blade, shouting, "So, you're still here." Sjina quickly scrambles to her feet, shocked he's alive. But Cain places a firm hand on her shoulder, telling her to rest. She hesitates, but Cain's expression is dead serious. "Your hands don't need to be stained with any more blood." Sjina gazes at him, mesmerized. He looks more exhausted than she is, yet those unwavering eyes give her a profound sense of peace. Fine, she won't worry. After all, this is the man who taught her everything she knows. He is her one and only master. But while she feels inspired, Cain is actually sweating bullets, hoping she stays calm. He tells himself to stay cool. If she snaps again, they are all dead. Now he has no choice but to finish this. Luckily, the villain is severely weakened. This is the perfect chance to win and get revenge for his ruined treasure. "You've caused me plenty of regret and heartache," Cain growls, crouching low as he carefully analyzes the situation. Coder lunges forward to take the advantage, thrusting his sword with everything he has left. Cain blocks the strike. "Those two girls are my light and my hope," he declares as they clash violently. Coder sneers in disgust, mockingly asking if he really has a thing for little girls like that. Cain is baffled by the comment. Why is this crazy guy calling a pair of handkerchiefs such a dirty name? "Since you touched them, I'm not letting you off easy," Cain growls. Coder leaps high into the air, screaming for him to try. Hovering above with a twisted, terrifying grin, Coder aims his blade downward. "Just die already," he bellows. He swings his sword down in a lethal arc. The screeching sound of metal clashing against metal rings through the cellar. Cain barely catches the blow with his own blade, cursing. He thought the guy was out of energy. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see how this duel ends. Just a little more. Just one more second. You and I are jumping right into the climax, where Cain finally finds what he needs. This is his chance. Cain seizes the moment, quickly ducking down to reach for the sword hidden on the ground. He grips it tight and stands up, launching a strike fueled by pure rage. His voice cuts through the air as he finally speaks. "Your sins are your own undoing. Those wicked deeds will be the very thing that burns you to the ground." A dark shadow flickers through the air, followed by a sickening sound as blood spills everywhere. Coder stands frozen with a blade through her. He gasps in agony as blood flows from his mouth. His vision begins to blur, while Coder can only hesitate in her final moments. Cain watches the enemy collapse. It felt like absolute madness. As the body lies still on the earth, the entire world goes silent. Cain looks around and sighs, completely drained of energy. If I were just a few years younger, I wouldn't be this exhausted. Seeing Sjina sleeping peacefully like that is just confusing. How can she be so carefree while I am in this state? How did she fall asleep so fast? This girl is actually strong enough to take down someone like Kevin. I used so many traps and poisons. Yet she is perfectly fine. Even a holy knight would struggle against her. I still have magic. But this girl even managed to defeat Sin. Why am I even considering fighting her? I have completely lost my mind. If I wanted to win against her, I would need the Demon King on my side. But she is dead, and I am tired. I need a different strategy. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps makes Cain jump. He immediately whips his head around to look. It is Ias. What a surprise. She is here too. It looks like I am never going to escape any of these people. Cain keeps his voice low and tells her to move out. Ias just smiles happily and grabs his sleeve while nodding yes. The surrounding flames burn fiercely as white smoke rises into a hazy mist. A figure in white clothes quietly approaches the scene. He nears her motionless body and reaches out a hand. By the will of the gods, all of your sins shall be washed away. Now pay attention, because a power beyond human limits is arriving. Someone second only to the gods themselves. The strongest being on the entire planet has finally begun to act. High above, the blue sky is clear as leaves rustle in the wind. Ias makes an annoyed sound, complaining that she just wanted to buy more medicine before they ran out. She remembers what Cain said. If you have enough free time to worry about my wounds, then use that time to go learn how to cook instead. She pouts her cheeks, thinking he didn't have to be so mean. Was it really wrong of me to care about him? A few days have passed since the bandit attack. Cain is still recovering from multiple slash wounds, burns, and one very deep stab. Ias frowns, complaining that his injuries haven't healed yet. He keeps insisting that he does not need any medicine. Suddenly, a large crowd catches her eye. Ias quickly runs over as the noise of the people grows louder and louder. She hides behind a wall to eavesdrop. A voice mentions writing a letter when the group arrives tomorrow. The other person agrees. She is surprised by that voice. Ias looks up to see a quiet girl standing right across from her in the middle of the crowd. They both stare at each other in a very strange way. Ias wonders what is going on. It feels like she knows her. I know what you are thinking. Who is this girl? Ias is wondering the same thing before Ben calls her name. Ben asks if something is wrong. The scene shifts to a busy tavern where the two of them are sitting down together. Ben slowly repeats her question. So someone is sick but refuses medicine, and you want to know the reason why. Ias nods her head. Ben explains there could be a few reasons. Either the medicine does not work or they lack the money. Those words hit Ias like a bolt of lightning as she suddenly realizes the truth of their situation. We are almost out of money for food and clothes. Is that why he won't take it? She asks if medicine is expensive. Ben slowly tells her that prices have been going up lately, making it much harder for normal people to afford. Seeing her sad face, Ben mentions he has emergency medicine in the back, but can't give it for free. He suggests a deal. Back at the dressing room, Ias lets out an annoyed sigh. She has been forced into a whole new situation. She is now wearing a full maid outfit. She grumbles about how uncomfortable it feels as she looks in the mirror. She remembers the other outfits she tried and realizes this one is actually better. A moment later, she heads downstairs. A voice from a distance tells her it looks great. It is Sjina. Ias pouts, thinking she wanted to be a bartender instead. She remembers Ben's instructions. She must stay away from the food and drinks and just focus on helping the customers. Ben needs someone to serve the guests. Ias wonders if this outfit is also making the other girl feel awkward. She asks if Sjina is okay with the dress. Sjina gently replies that she is fine and doesn't mind it at all. Sjina asks Ias the same thing. Ias is shy, wanting to keep this secret from Cain, but trust me, you and I both know hiding it won't be easy. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see this part-time job go south fast. Sjina waves it off, saying she earned enough for medicine. She just wants to help, so no guilt needed. Suddenly, a loud cough interrupts them. Old Ben clears his throat in praise. Marvelous, just marvelous. As grumbles under her breath, thinking it is more annoying than anything else. Right then, a noisy group appears at the door. It is Chu D and his crew, shouting and making a huge scene for everyone to hear. They love the place already. Before Ace can even react, Sjina steps up with a polite bow and welcomes them in with a smile. Welcome to Star Heaven Inn, she beams. Her smile is so bright it literally feels like a blinding holy light to poor, stunned eyes. The newcomers are frozen with their mouths wide open. Ice wonders where that crazy, glowing light is even coming from in the first place. Suddenly, a man walks down from the second floor. Hey, what are you all just standing around there for like that? He urges them to hurry up. Drop your bags, get some food, and start your shift right now without any more delays. Watching Sjina rush off, Ace is impressed. Even at greeting guests, Sjina is a natural. Just what kind of girl is she anyway? It is pretty funny that I am curious about her identity when I am hiding my own. Suddenly, a loud scream rings out, shattering her thoughts. We want to order. Ice looks around in a panic. When did this place get so packed with people all of a sudden? I was totally spacing out. She finds her spot and stares them down, making them sweat. They nervously order 1 stir-fried pork and 2 salads. I will have 1 grilled chicken leg, a beef stew, and a roasted wild boar. Plus, bring us 4 beers and 3 waters too. Ice quickly turns to leave. Sure thing. The guys watch her go, praising her new outfit and how cute she looks. Ace rushes over to the counter to call Uncle Ben. She rattles off the order perfectly. Table 3 wants pork, 2 salads, grilled chicken, beef stew, wild boar, and all of the drinks. Ben scribbles frantically. Wait, Ice. Did you really memorize that entire long order in just one go? Ice is confused by his shock. This is way easier than memorizing complex magic formulas from the academy. Ben hands over some barley tea. Take the drinks first. Ice carries the tray with a serious face while Sjina focuses on mixing drinks. Ice gently sets the drinks down on the table. Here is everything you requested, she says calmly to the rowdy group of men. Looks delicious, the young man replies. Hearing a sudden noise at the door, Ice turns her head to welcome the next guest. Welcome? But suddenly, you and I need to watch this. Sjina freezes and drops a bottle, shattering it everywhere on the floor. Ben peeks out from the kitchen, confused. What was that noise? He freezes instantly like he just got struck by a bolt of lightning. Ben stammers in fear. Ace and Sjina both clutch their trays and lower their heads in total, terrified silence as they stand there. Cain growls with a terrifying look on his face. It seems like the 3 of us need to have a serious talk. Lord Cain appears, standing as tall and imposing as a god. His eyes burn with rage, as if demanding to know why they are even here. A few hours earlier at Cain's house, because of his injuries and those burnt handkerchiefs, he was searching for anything valuable left to sell for cash. Why is my life so miserable? Cain groans in pure frustration. After searching high and low, he scratches his head in defeat. Cain looks at the junk on the floor, including swords belonging to Kyle Sven, an old map found during cleaning, and 4 handkerchiefs Ice embroidered. He wonders if any of this is actually worth money to anyone. Cain examines each item carefully. Maybe I could lie and say this old map is actually a legendary treasure map and sell it. The handkerchiefs might sell as a set. But the real problem is this useless artifact that I simply cannot return to its owner. It might be a famous treasure, but you and I know it brings nothing but trouble. Selling it would only bring a mountain of trouble. Even in death, that guy is still managing to ruin my day. Frustrated, Cain leaves the room. Cain decides he is done being hunted. He will stick to selling the map and the stack of embroidered handkerchiefs instead of the artifact. Where are those 2 kids? I was going to make them do my chores. He searches the town, but they are nowhere to be found. Where could they have gone? Since they are not at the market, he heads to the inn to look for them. And there they are. Ice is in a maid outfit, and Sjina is working behind the bar like a total professional. Cain's internal monologue is screaming. These 2 are secretly making money behind my back while I am out here struggling. I spend my own money to feed you, and here you are doing side hustles? He roars loudly, right in the center of the tavern. We need to have a serious talk. Ben clears his throat, sensing that this is getting extremely awkward for the customers. Cain turns on his heel, telling the kids to get home. Ben frantically follows him, trying to suck up. Why the big rush? Tell me. Cain just snorts. He realizes that if those two leave right now, this poor old man is going to be in big trouble. Ben fearfully leads Cain away to talk. Trust me, you and I don't want to be in their shoes right now. To be continued. Let us find out together. Is the pride of our noble master about to snap under the weight of this misunderstanding? Sjina chose to work at the inn for medicine, but seeing his family laboring for pennies must have shattered his dignity. She bites her lip in regret, realizing her good intentions might have backfired. Her expression is full of guilt. She thought this was for him, but it only wounded his warrior pride. Even Ice looks shocked by the sudden tension. Why would Cain act so cold toward them? Sjina whispers that they hurt his pride, and Ice freezes as the realization hits her they actually hurt his feelings. Panic sets in for Ace. She only wanted his medicine, and now she is desperate to fix this mess right away. Behind the tavern in an empty lot, Cain and Ben finally stand face to face. Ben awkwardly explains that the girls were not working for money, but to pay for Cain's expensive recovery medicine. Cain sighs, annoyed by the pointless effort. He is already healed, so why on earth would he need more medicine? He tells Ben he is returning the medicine, but the old man refuses. He cannot let that happen. Ben is obviously hiding something, and Cain sees right through his terrible acting with a sharp frown. He realizes Ben wanted the girls to welcome the Chuji on group, one of the 3 wealthiest powers in the world. These merchants are legendary, ranking 3rd in wealth right after the Empire and the Kasasangi family. History says they once tried to buy the world and are still obsessed with the Go Circle power. Now pay attention here. Cain realizes Ben is using the girls for free labor under the guise of medicine, and he is not letting it slide. Under Cain's intense and icy stare, Ben starts to sweat, feeling the pressure mount. He quickly offers 10% of the revenue. Cain pauses. 10% is actually a pretty tempting deal. His inner greed stirs, but as a villain, he knows he can squeeze out at least double that. Cain threatens him directly, asking if Ben thinks his family is worth a few spare coins. Ben is absolutely floored. He acts like the negotiation is over and turns to leave, cutting the conversation short. Ben panics as Ice eavesdrops nearby. He uses his massive frame to block Cain's path, desperate to stop him. He cries out a new offer of 30%, begging Cain to stay and save his business from ruin. If the girls leave, Ben is finished. Cain knows 30% is a steal, but he keeps his skeptical face on. Cain lets out a heavy sigh and agrees, but adds that he cannot let the girls work alone. He offers to help personally for 35%, and Ben nods frantically, thanking him over and over again. Ias smiles in relief behind the door, but suddenly, loud complaints from hungry customers echo through the tavern. Everyone is shouting for orders. They want the dragon's dirge drink, and they want it right now. Sjina is frozen at the bar, head down in shame, until a familiar and commanding voice rings out behind her. Okay, you and I both knew it was only a matter of time before Cain showed up to save the day. He tells Sjina to step aside, criticizing her for being a bartender who ignores her own customers. She is stunned, but he calmly tells her to go change and help Ias while he handles the bar. Sjina stands there like a statue, her heart heavy because she feels like she failed to help. She obeys quietly while Cain turns to a guest, smoothly asking for their order with the grace of a professional. The customer wants the dragon's dirge. Perfect. Cain decides it is time to give these people a real lesson. He tells the guest to give him just a moment, preparing to show off his elite skills. He flips the bottle with precision, pouring the liquor into a shaker before snapping the metal lid into place. With a rhythmic motion of his wrist, he shakes the mix, blending the flavors with perfect timing. He explains that the 7th king created this drink to honor the pride of extinct dragons, yet it uses cheap wine instead of the high-quality spirits people expect. Cain asks the customer if he knows why, and the man can only stutter out a confused no. Cain smirks. He learned the truth from a royal butler back when he was with the Black Serve group. He reveals the secret while pouring the finished drink, because pride does not just belong in clean, bright places in the darkest and dirtiest corners. That same pride becomes even stronger and more noble. The entire tavern falls silent, completely captivated by the epic story Cain just told them. This isn't just any drink, it's legendary kick, fermented with dragon blood and pure pride. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see this bar get wild. He slides the golden, glowing glass toward the waiting customer with total confidence. Cain strikes a heroic pose, his voice booming like the ocean. Do you fools finally understand the weight of my words? Sjina's heart starts racing as she listens. She feels terrible for ever doubting her master's unshakable pride and dignity. Once again, he has given her a lesson that completely soothes her soul and calms her mind. In that moment, Sjina finally smiles, feeling more motivated and focused than she has ever been before. She vows not to let him down. Ace watches from the shadows, relieved to see her friend's spirit finally return. Aya smiles softly to herself, promising that she will give it her absolute best too. Sjina swaps into a maid outfit to serve customers, while Cain takes his place as the head bartender. He's secretly satisfied. His pride speech worked perfectly. And now, he can finally relax while those two do the work. The tavern is buzzing. Kain is busy mixing drinks while Sjina frantically takes orders from the thirsty crowd. A clumsy customer Mai talking and accidentally knocks a glass bottle right off the table. At that exact second, little Ice walks by carrying a massive tray full of glassware. She realizes she's carrying way too much. Then disaster. She steps on the bottle and slips. Watch closely. This is where the chaos starts. Sjina sees it happening. She drops her notebook and lunges toward Ice with lightning-fast speed to save her. She grabs Ace around the waist, catching the girl just before she hits the hard floor. It looks like a romantic scene between two girls. Are you okay, Eyes? The little girl just nods, totally flustered. Ice suddenly panics, looking for her tray. Sjina's eyes widen as they both watch the tray fly straight at Cain. They both freeze. Kain turns around only to see an unidentified flying object headed right for his face. He tries to block it, but plates and glasses go flying everywhere in a chaotic, shattering mess. He groans in pain, wondering where his hands even are. Then, he sees more dishes hovering in the air like a nightmare. If those expensive bottles behind him break, the fine is going to be absolutely massive and soul-crushing. He can see Ben deducting his entire salary while he begs for mercy. If you take that much, how will I survive? Cain swears under his breath. He starts calculating speed, balance, and centrifugal force in a split second. Using pure physics and quick reflexes, he pulls off a miracle and catches every single piece of dishware. Not a single scratch. He glares at the two girls. Can you two go 5 minutes without causing trouble? However, he quickly notices a tiny empty spot on the tray he just saved. His heart sinks. One plate is missing. He stands there frozen, realizing something terrible is about to happen next. He turns his head just in time to see the massive liquor cabinet tipping over, growing larger in his vision. He prays to 99 demons for salvation, but the heavy cabinet crushes him instantly. You and I knew that luck wouldn't last forever. Days later, Ben calls out to Ice while she is working. He asks if Cain is doing any better. Ice goes quiet, remembering the accident. He only survived because they got him medical treatment just in time. But since he was already hurt before the cabinet fell, his condition is now extremely serious and painful. Ben tries to encourage her, saying business is slow so she shouldn't overwork. You don't have to act tough, kid. He mentions a new hire is coming soon. Ice tells Ben she needs to head home for a while. He agrees, but warns her to be careful. There are rumors of a little devil wandering the streets nearby. A little devil? Ben nods his head firmly. Mercenaries and thieves have vanished, and now even pets are disappearing. Ice thinks it's just a funny misunderstanding. Ben finishes his lecture and tells her to stay safe out there on the road. Ice sighs. They aren't entirely wrong. Ben then mentions he hasn't seen Jaxair around the tavern lately. He asks if she knows where he is, since they were friends. Ice keeps changing her clothes. She says she has no idea. Ben just tells her to let him know if she sees the boy. Ice freezes at the cabinet for a second before nodding. Meanwhile, Sjina knocks on Kain's hospital room door. She says she brought him food. He tells her to come in without even turning his head around. Kain is sitting there, completely covered in bandages. Trust me, we need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are watching the main character play the ultimate handsome stoic. Gina's cheeks turn bright red, just looking at him. Then, he breaks the silence asking, "Is something wrong?" Gina stammers out a quick denial. Not at all. She brings the food tray to Cain, and while he acts cold, he is actually feeling incredibly proud of himself. What do you think? That is the legendary acting skill of a veteran villain for you. He tries to hide the agony, but it is too much to mask. Kain narrows his eyes, thinking, I did not want it to go this far. But my life is constantly at risk because of them, especially because of this girl. Since I cannot do anything to get rid of her, I have only one choice. I have to exploit the hero's sympathy for the weak. Step 1 is the porridge. He takes a spoonful to taste it. Kain praises her, saying it is delicious. Playing the role of a resilient patient to perfection, she shyly replies, thank you. Kain is stunned that his plan failed. This girl is actually quite terrifying, but here is where it gets interesting. She did not show any sympathy for that performance, but he still has another plan ready. Watch closely. He covers his mouth with his hand, and right in front of Sjina, he coughs up a thick puddle of blood. She immediately panics. Master, what is happening to you? Kain has forced his own stomach to the point of vomiting. He is intentionally causing these painful spasms to hide the real agony. Knowing this will make her sympathy skyrocket, Kain calmly uses a cloth to wipe away the blood. He does not forget to tell Sjina there is no need to worry. She trembles, arguing that the blood is black. Could it be necrosis? Kain laughs internally. It is just because I swallowed a bag of black blood earlier. He reassures Sjina that it is just an old age illness. She questions him, asking if he has even seen a doctor yet. Kain settles his resolve. This is the moment. He drops a bombshell on Sjina, telling her he only has 1 year left to live. Her face turns pale. For this matter, Kain even goes as far as to request that Sjina does not say a single word to Is. Seeing that he does not want to talk about his condition, she desperately agrees without any suspicion. After Sjina leaves, Kain flashes a winner's smirk. And check this out. He is actually cheering inside because the second plan worked. A hero would never kill a dying old man, right? Absolute genius move. Kain calculates his next move. Now, he just needs to finish taming this terrifying girl. Then, she will be the one to take care of him until the day he actually dies. The screen shifts to a scene under a green tree. Sjina stands there, leaning back, looking dazed. She closes her eyes in pain, feeling a surge of grief. The thought of having only 1 year left with him is heavy. In the past, he gave her so much, yet now, she feels like there is absolutely nothing she can do for him. But unlike her, the master seems to have already accepted the time he has left. If she thinks of it as having a full year instead of only 1 year, would that give her hope? Finally, Sjina has no choice but to accept the truth. All right. She decides that for the remaining year, she will spend every moment by his side without any regrets. Sjina walks back, quickly shaking off her gloomy mood. She will hold on to that mindset for now. But then, Sjina hesitates. What about Is? Suddenly, a strange sound reaches her ears. Sjina is surprised to find a familiar figure kneeling on the grass in the forest. It looks like the other person is doing something very suspicious. So, she tries calling out to the girl, Is. The girl turns her head in pure terror. A light breeze blows through the forest, rustling the fallen leaves. Is stands up, looking stunned. What are you doing here? The awkward atmosphere makes Sjina feel a sudden shiver down her spine. What is this chilling feeling? She awkwardly answers that she was just taking a walk. Sjina watches Is warily. The girl's eyes show clear confusion, but there is a hidden killing intent. However, a second later, she dismisses her own suspicions. Is could not possibly have those feelings. I must be mistaken. More importantly, how can I follow the master's orders? If the girl does not know beforehand that he only has 1 year, she will be completely devastated when the time comes. But Sjina asks the girl, Is, can you go and see him? Is is surprised and asks why. Sjina lies without blinking an eye. He needs someone to look after him, but I suddenly remembered, I have something to do. The girl nods, saying she understands. The moment Is walks past Sjina, she suddenly feels a twinge of guilt. Even if the master did not ask, I could not tell her the truth. Sjina bites her lip. It is a bit selfish. But Is would be heartbroken if she knew. But wait, should she not be at the dormitory? Why is she out here? Right then, she notices a strange object nearby. Sjina walks over. There is a patch of grass that looks very different from the surroundings. She is confused, wondering what these marks are. She starts remembering details from the past. After being kidnapped by bandits, Ace has been going in and out of the forest frequently. As family, I should not doubt her. But what if she is in trouble? After checking, Sjina can make a precise judgment. The ground here is quite soft. Did she dig a hole in this spot? That thought makes her anxious. She starts digging quickly, wanting to see what Ice is hiding and what could be so secret that she had to be so sneaky. Stick with me to find out. Sjina is left completely speechless as the brutal, naked truth is finally revealed, her face turning a ghostly shade of pale. Deep inside the pit lies a rabbit carcass that has been dead for a long time, its body so withered that its bones show, looking like every drop of life was sucked out. Right next to the body sits a small glass jar filled with several fresh green leaves. Sister Sjina is stunned. What on earth is this? She picks up the bottle to examine it more closely. These are herbs used to mask the scent of blood. She looks at the rabbit's neck and realizes it has been completely drained. Only one creature drinks every drop of blood and buries the remains, an imp. However, she immediately tries to dismiss that terrifying thought. There is no way an imp could ever appear in a place like this. Stick with me here, because when Ice looked back, her eyes were the color of fresh blood, making her look like a real demon. Somewhere else, Ice is running away as fast as her legs can carry her. Only after reaching a safe distance does she finally dare to stop. She leans on her knees, panting heavily from the exhaustion. Wiping away the sweat, she begins to grumble to herself. Because of that fool, rumors are spreading way too fast. Is bites her lip in frustration, revealing a pair of sharp, wicked fangs. Now pay attention. Ice wonders how much Sjina saw, because if her secret is out, she will be forced to kill the sister immediately. She begins to mutter a summoning spell, calling upon a manifestation that feels like the embodiment of storms and pure despair. From her palm, glowing light twists into a brilliant orb of energy. She stares at it and issues a cold command. I unseal your power, bring me 2 storms. But suddenly, happy memories of Sjina start flashing through the young girl's mind. That warm smile always made her feel safe. Sjina was the one who welcomed her into the family and accepted her with open arms. Her heart sinks. She realizes she cannot kill her. She quickly changes the command to retract the dangerous magic she just unleashed. I reseal your power, return the 2 storms. Ice stands completely still in the middle of the empty clearing. She is in total shock that she even considered murdering someone as kind as Sister Sjina. Her emotions are becoming harder to control lately, likely from overusing magic and this never-ending thirst. She must be more careful. The scene shifts to her carrying a cup and a water bottle up the stairs of Kain's house. She hesitates at the door. He is probably eating soup right now, right? Should she bring him water? Suddenly, a heavy crashing sound echoes from inside the room. Without thinking, she drops the cup on the floor and rushes toward the door in a blind panic. She grips the handle and pulls the door open. Her pupils widen. Kain is sitting on the bed, coughing violently with hot soup spilled everywhere. She quickly twists the cap off her bottle. A second later, she splashes the entire container of water directly at Kain. The cold water immediately soaks the burned area. Kain finally stops coughing, but his mind is racing with pure panic. You saw that too, right? He was trying to act for someone else, but now he is just confused by her sudden entrance. He wants to scream that he is in a massive amount of pain, but he has to keep up his tough guy act. I am fine, he says. Ice misunderstands his stoic reaction as him just being brave, and her heart fills with pity for him. He almost suffered a severe burn, yet he did not even blink. She frowns, feeling like she truly does not understand this man. They have been together for a long time now, but she realizes she still knows very little about who he really is. He was the one who rescued her from the ruins of Sound. But why did he enter a demon ruin in the first place? What does he think about demons? She decides to test him by mentioning the rumors that have been floating around the town. Kain looks at her and asks what rumors she is talking about. Ace explains that pets have started vanishing one by one. Another one disappeared yesterday, and everyone believes an imp is responsible. Kain just scoffs and calls it a completely stupid rumor. He is certain it is just a wolf. He tells her that people only create these rumors because they are living in fear. But what if there really is an imp out there? Kain bluntly tells her that she should just try talking to it. He emphasizes that you need to ask what it needs and what it wants. Only then can you find a way to help. Deep down, he is thinking about making a trade so he can use the creature's legendary strength for himself. AS is stunned. This is the first time she has ever heard anyone suggest actually talking to a monster like an imp. Cain thinks to himself that a veteran villain must know how to manipulate even the demons to get what they want. He tells her seriously that imps have enough intelligence to communicate, so there is no reason to avoid a conversation. Judging them by rumors alone only makes you ignorant. We will always be fools if we only think about fighting everything we see. AS freezes for a moment. Cain's powerful words are having a massive impact on her perception of the world around her. And that is where we leave it, with AS walking out of the room, her mind completely racing after hearing his unexpected logic. All right, you and I are about to dive into a secret that could break this whole world apart. Ever since meeting Kain and Sjina, 8 has been haunted by one terrifying thought: what if they find out she is a demon? She can still see that night, the blood, the bodies, and the moment Cain looked at her with such certainty. Speaking with him, she felt a flicker of hope. His words were like a soothing balm to her soul. But can demons and humans truly coexist? Pushing into the living room, she tries to shake off the dark thoughts. She knows the cruel fate the world has written for her. Suddenly, Sjina walks through the door. 8 searches Sjina's face for any sign of suspicion. Did she see the truth? Does she know? She forces a greeting, and Sjina acts calm, claiming she is just back early to cook dinner. Seeing no trace of fear in Sjina, 8 is stunned. Maybe her secret is safe for now? A sudden sound from behind makes them both spin around. It is Kain, and they are both instantly shocked to see him. Sjina immediately panics, telling him he should still be in bed resting those deep wounds. Kain just waves her off and turns to 8, telling her they need to go somewhere together. Internally, Kain figures going with this kid is way safer than dealing with that other dangerous girl. 8 is torn, knowing she needs to get back to the inn soon. Sjina quickly offers to cover for her. When 8 hesitates, Sjina insists it is time for her shift anyway, leaving the girl no choice but to agree. She thanks her quietly while Sjina watches them, telling 8 to wait just a moment. Pay attention here, because Sjina's heart is heavy. She has no proof, but the suspicion is eating her alive. See, years ago, demons appeared from nowhere and turned the entire continent into a living nightmare. They are monsters who crave blood to fuel their insane power. Pure, unadulterated cruelty. Their infinite mana and magic allowed them to terrorize the entire continent until humanity finally united to fight back. That bloody purge lasted 3 years and ended with the death of the Demon King and his kind. Sjina is known as the strongest mage of this era, yet even she is feeling the shadows closing in. Could a demon have actually survived? And if 8 is one of them, does her master already know? Sjina enters the inn, calling out a soft hello to the person inside. You and I are seeing double. There is a white-haired girl with a blue ribbon looking exactly like 8. Her name is Jin, a new part-timer who recently started working at the inn. She is supposedly a traveler who ran out of money, but Sjina cannot help but notice her strange features. Those white pupils are the mark of the northern tribes. What on earth is she doing way down here? Despite her doubts, Sjina tells her to take a break while she handles the rest of the work. Once Jin is gone, Sjina takes a deep breath and prepares to get through her shift. Meanwhile, in a bustling village, Kain tells 8 to stay put while he handles some business. 8 watches from afar as Kain meets a shady stranger to start some kind of negotiation. She is confused, wondering what exactly he is trying to sell to this guy. The dealer inspects a white cloth before holding up 3 fingers for his final offer. Kain looks like he is about to blow a fuse. Are you joking? Do I look like an idiot? He shoves a map at the man, who skeptically asks if this is actually a treasure map. Kain confirms it, but the dealer just grumbles that an ancient kingdom map sounds like a total scam. Fine, do not buy it then. Kain snaps, and the guy immediately backtracks, terrified of losing out. Kain smirks, knowing he has him hooked. He was a top-tier merchant once, after all. Suddenly, someone taps his shoulder. He turns around and finds Jin standing right there behind him. She gives him a simple wave, and though he curses internally, he switches on the charm. Hey Jin, long time no see, he says, even though he really wants to run away. He asks how she has been, forcing himself to act natural and caring. I was so worried when we got separated. He lies, and she just innocently says she is happy. And that is where we leave things, with the dealer ignored and Kain trapped in a very awkward reunion. Stick with me here. This gets wild. Are you here to annoy me? Reading lips is exhausting, Kain asks. feeling quite frustrated. Jin, why are you here? Is something wrong? She struggles to speak, whispering the words. Ice and snow are here. Cain is confused. What does she mean by ice and snow? He suddenly feels a chill. Don't tell me, is Lennon actually here right now? She confirms it, and he freezes. His face turns pale with absolute terror as the realization hits him like a ton of bricks. This is bad. Very bad. Lennon, the saint of the Winter Temple, is #1 on his list of most dangerous individuals. The man has many titles. Demon King Slayer, Destroyer, and he even earned the title of the strongest person on the entire planet. Compared to him, even the light sword is nothing. Cain feels his confidence completely shattering under the weight of that name. Back north, he didn't even dare go near the Winter Temple. Just hearing that man's footsteps was enough to make him shake. Who would have thought he followed them here? Suddenly, Jin pulls him into a desperate hug, trying her best to convince him to flee. Run before it is too late, but Cain doesn't care about his own safety. He cuts her off and asks, Jin, will you be okay? Jin stumbles back, creating distance between them. She stammers out that she will be fine, though her voice is shaking. Cain reaches out to her, but she just repeats she is okay and bolts. Wait, he shouts, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. How could she just leave him like that? Something feels wrong, but there is no time left to overthink the situation anymore. Cain starts running like he is being chased by a ghost. He needs to move fast, and he needs to move now. The poor merchant is left confused, shouting after him to take his things. Meanwhile, Cain rushes back to where Ice is waiting. Now pay attention, because the story is about to take a heavy turn. He grabs the girl's hand and leads her deep into the dark forest. He places his hands on her shoulders and looks her in the eye. Ice, stay here until I come back. Do not move. She feels a wave of anxiety. You want me to wait here? He just turns his back and starts walking away without a word. Yes. But suddenly, her small hand grabs his sleeve. Don't go, she begs, her entire body trembling with a deep hidden fear. Stay with me. Her eyes grow dark, terrified of being abandoned. He quickly reassures her. It won't be long, I promise. I will definitely come back, he says firmly. His determined look reminds her of someone from her own painful and lonely past. That person had made the exact same promise to her. I will definitely come back to you, no matter what happens. She watches him disappear, her hand frozen in the air, lighting strikes as she collapses. Please, do not leave me all alone again. Somewhere else, Sjina closes her shop and draws the curtains, peering out into the darkening streets as the shadows grow long. Is it already this late? She looks at the sky. It looks like rain is coming. She needs to head home as fast as possible. Suddenly, a bad feeling washes over her. Who is there? She screams as the door opens, her eyes widening in total shock. The person standing there is none other than a high priest from the legendary and feared Winter Temple. The 4 temples of the seasons rule the continent, each staying within their own territory according to an ancient and sacred agreement. You and I know this looks bad. Sjina starts to feel a deep sense of suspicion about why he is here. This is the Far West. Why is a winter priest here? Their eyes meet, and she immediately goes on high alert for danger. His gaze is so cold it could freeze time itself. It feels like she is facing a monster from her nightmares once again. He mutters a blessing for winter to banish evil. My name is Sjina, she replies, following the proper etiquette of her position. May winter bring peace. My name is Ren. He places a hand on his chest and sighs with a strange, heavy emotion. It is an honor to meet one blessed by the war god. She struggles to reply. The honor is mine, great priest. Her mind is racing. There is absolutely no reason for a priest of the Winter Temple to seek her out like this. Suddenly, he interrogates her. Hero, do you know anything about the small demon spotted in this town? She lies without blinking. I have only heard rumors. She wonders if he is really here for the demon. He asks, do you suspect anyone of being one? Sjina immediately tightens her guard. I do not understand what you are asking, she says, her voice as cold as ice. She is panicking inside. How does he know? Ren just rolls his eyes, looking bored with the answer she just gave him. His eyes glow with an eerie light, as if he can see through every single one of the lies she is telling. Ren reveals that those with demon blood are naturally bloodthirsty, worshipping evil since the very moment they were born into this world. Their nature is evil. Even if they act good, they are just holding back. One day, they will bring about the world's end. He warns her sternly. Do not even think about protecting them. Their very existence is a sin against the gods themselves. He leaves without another word, leaving Sjina frozen in place. Is that really what it means to be a demon in this world? She desperately denies it. She knows Ace is different. As Ren leaves, he gives one last warning. Trust me. You and I need to see what's next. All right, you and I are about to witness a clash between gods and demons that changes everything. Sjina grips her dress tight. She will remember the warning to be careful. Heavy doors shut. Darkness swallows her whole, locking her in a world of isolation. Sjina bolts into the night. She needs to warn Master before he arrives. To let Ace escape, her and Master must stay behind, risking it all to stall him at any cost. She freezes at the door. Wait, is Ice truly a monster from the abyss? Should they protect her? Demons must be destroyed. That is what heroes do. She knows this. Master is still wounded. If she really is a demon, then despite being family, she simply cannot protect her. Scene shift to a torrential downpour. Ice sits curled up alone under a tree. Bitter memories flood back. The people volunteered to block him, even though she begged them to stop, crying that it was far too dangerous. But they stood their ground, insisting on their final choice. My lord, you are our last hope. Please, survive and make our dreams come true. Just like the day the kingdom fell, her dreams shattered. Ice could only watch, waiting under that tree. She wishes he would return, grab her hand, and lead her back to those peaceful days. Now watch, this priest is about to ruin everything. He finds her and declares his mission. The leader of the demon clan must be purged according to God's holy will. Today, he will end that old war. Lightning tears through the sky like a jagged blade. Hatred awakens in Ice. You killed my people, and now you want to kill me too? Her heart tightens. She finally found hope, and she won't let him take it away. She screams in a frenzy. Ice releases an explosion of power, forcing Lennon to dodge back. His heels skid across the dirt. Suddenly, he lunges forward, throwing a massive punch. Ice quickly deploys a defensive shield. She mutters a low, quiet incantation for Zy Nuso. Wind energy slams Lennon down. He glares up coldly at Ice, who floats inside a massive magic matrix called Agnio, the ruler of fire, who now traps Lennon in her spell. She begins her summoning chant. I carry your soul. I crave your power. I use your strength. Bring me the third pillar of hell. Bring the fire dragon's throne, one of the 9 relics of pure evil. I release the seal. A terrifying pillar of fire crashes down from the heavens. The massive fire pierces the clouds, lighting up the forest. Sjina sees it from afar. Sjina discovers the anomaly and stands frozen. What on earth is this? This power is insane. It is enough to wipe out a demon king alone. His identity was a fake. Even without a name, Sjina finally knows who he really is. The Winter Temple has 3 ranks: priest, bishop, and finally, this man's legendary position. He used a legendary ice skill. One blast is enough to block Ace's entire inferno. As flames reach him, Lennon chants an ice spell. A frozen layer instantly protects him. You and I both saw that coming, right? This clash is getting absolutely out of hand. He freezes the ground to gain momentum, then leaps high into the air toward Ace. Faced with danger, Ice stays calm. She chants of storms and despair. Ice creates ice and fire in both hands. Her voice is steady. You are the one who lost your throne in hell. I am trapped on earth. She combines both powers into a new magic. Fusing together, I shall be reborn as the true abyss. This is the wrath of Agnio and the despair of Zy Nuso. Ice and fire swirl into a massive thunderball. Ice orders it to open. A black hole appears as she screams Dragon Abyss. Violent red lightning strikes down, aiming straight for her target. The bolts lock onto Lennon, turning into glowing chains that bind him tight. They drag Lennon into the black hole, slowly devouring him inside. The black hole and lightning vanish. It is over. Ice smiles with satisfaction. So what do you and I take from this? That abyss swallows everyone, even gods. Trust me, you and I are about to see a world where even gods and demons know the meaning of fear. The dragon's grave. Endless rain. The girl whispered to herself that there could be no more mistakes. Even a representative of the gods won't be able to escape this. Is's eyes were heavy with exhaustion, but a flickering sense of satisfaction remained. Finally, after all this time, the nightmare was over. However, that relief didn't last long. Is suddenly sensed a power so familiar and terrifying it made her blood run cold. She turns around to check, and there it is. Another rift in space. A pair of hands reach out, slowly tearing the darkness open. How is this possible? How could a mere human survive that? He steps out of the black hole without a single scratch on his body. He fixes a terrifying gaze on Is. In an instant, Lennon rockets out of the rift, closing the distance between them with godlike speed. Terrified, Is frantically summons a protective barrier to shield herself from the impending impact. The enemy's voice rings in her ears. The will of the gods is absolute. Lennon throws a punch so powerful that all of creation must obey. A devastating blow lands. Is's shield, her blizzard of protection, stands no chance. It shatters into a million pieces like glass. The sheer force of the impact sends her crashing through the roof of the stable below. A massive hole marks her violent entry. Is lies wounded and motionless. She clenches her fists, refusing to accept such a humiliating and painful defeat. I can't fall here. Not like this. Is struggles to sit up, desperately trying to steady her racing heart. You and I can see it in her eyes, pure, red determination. If she doesn't survive to avenge her fallen people, then who will? With that final thought, Is erupts with a surge of murderous intent. She sprints toward the nearest horse in the stable. Sensing the danger, the horse cries out in panic. In its eyes, the reflection of Is charging with bared fangs is the last thing it sees. Soon, only the sickening sound of flesh tearing echoes from the stable. She crouches over the carcass, desperately drinking every drop of blood. The poor animal is drained completely dry. It lies still on the wooden floor, mouth foaming as the life leaves its eyes. Yes, this is her true nature. But Is thinks of her lost people. Is it really a crime to do whatever it takes to survive? Must demons always fight humans? She wipes the blood from her lips and lets out a dark, wicked smile. Fine. I'll play the part this world wants me to play. Fed and refueled, Is pushes the heavy door open to leave. But something outside makes her eyes go wide with shock. A tall, familiar silhouette is standing right there at the entrance. Cain is just as surprised. He never expected to run into Is here. The girl, however, looks even more shaken than he does. Her pupils shrink in pure terror. He quickly tries to ask her what's going on and why she's in this place. But before he can finish, she bolts past him in a desperate sprint. Cain decides to investigate the stable himself. He wonders if she just ignored him on purpose. Did she realize he was planning to use her as bait all along? He sees the cold, mangled corpse of the horse and jumps back in shock. He needs to slow down and organize his thoughts. He remembers hiding in an empty house after leaving the girl behind. He was just trying to stay out of the way. Then came that massive explosion outside. Panicking because the ice domain was closing in, he decided to grab a horse and run. Now, Cain stares at the shriveled, bloodless carcass in front of him, completely lost for words. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, the puzzle pieces are finally starting to fit together for our main character. She's clearly a demon. That means the ice domain isn't here for him. It's here for her. He slowly connects the clues. If she's the target, then everything he thought he knew about this situation was wrong. First of all, Lennon has no real reason to hunt him down specifically. He was careful back in the north and left no traces. Secondly, he found her in the ruins of the Lost Kingdom. That means they were likely tracking Is from the start, and they know he's the one who took her. Working with a demon is an act of war against the entire continent. Cain feels like he's aged 10 years. He's totally screwed. He imagines his future hunted by heroes, a bounty on his head. He'll become a legend for all the wrong reasons. The strongest swordmasters will hunt him. Even the survivors of the Fallen Kingdom will be after his blood. The world's largest villain organization, Darknesser, might even start calling him a legend of the underworld. Cain sits there, his mind spinning in a chaotic mess of fear and regret. Suddenly, a woman's voice calls out. How can a third-rate villain like him handle any of this legendary pressure? His blood pressure is through the roof. Someone approaches and asks if he's okay. He turns around, cursing internally. Am I okay? Are you kidding me? Through the heavy rain, the woman standing at the stable door looks like a true nightmare. So what do you and I think? If anyone sees this scene, they'll definitely think he's the one responsible for this mess. Stick with me, we are about to watch a master manipulator flip the script entirely. Sjina, what do you know about AIS? She stays silent for a long moment before whispering. She is a member of our family. That was the exact answer Kain needed to hear. He knew right then that his gamble was going to pay off. He could tell she was already suspicious. If he played on her heroic nature, he could turn her against Lenin using that girl. Then he spoke up, pretending to fully agree with her way of thinking. You are right, we and Ias are family. Kain then turned to Sjina with a very leading question. If a swordsman cannot even draw their blade to protect their own family, can they even be called a swordsman? No, she replied, even though she answered him firmly. Sjina felt a heavy weight of deep conflict settling within her heart. When did I forget that not everyone who holds a blade is a true warrior? Then Kain delivered one final, fatal question. Do you dare to draw your sword for your family, even if the entire world becomes your enemy? Silence filled the air again as she struggled for an answer. Finally, she regained her spirit and slowly gripped the hilt of her sword. This was no time for hesitation. Sjina spoke the words from the very depths of her soul. Fighting is my destiny, and failure is inevitable. But this is what I must do to call myself a true swordsman. In that moment, she drew her perfect blade, realizing that the only thing truly worth fearing is cowardice. This is my answer, and it is how I will finally face my master. Seeing the fierce determination in her eyes, Kain finally felt at ease. Go on ahead, he told her. I will catch up with you shortly. Sjina did not doubt him for a single second and trusted him completely. Yes. Now, watch closely as the scene shifts because while Sjina runs with purpose, Ace is running for her life in the rain. Her white shirt was stained with blood, and her tears flowed just as fast as the heavy downpour. She gritted her teeth in agony, hating her own nature and the dark truth that she was actually a demon. She kept thinking about the moment she met Kain. What would he think of her now that he knew her secret? He probably despises me. She could almost see his cold eyes, judging her through the thick sheets of rain. He promised he would come back, but I was so careless. I can never hold his hand ever again. I can never go back to that home. She wanted to sob, but she knew she had to keep moving forward. Everything hurt, and she just wanted to hide far away. Suddenly, her foot caught on a jagged rock in the road. She fell hard in the mud and just stared down at the ground, having no idea where to go or what to do. Finally, she broke down, her tears mixing with the freezing rain. I have no place left to go back to. But then, familiar footsteps echoed through the storm. It seemed that fate had finally caught up to her. Demon. Lenin looked down at her with eyes like ice. It is time for you to sleep forever in the winter wind. With those words, Lenin launched himself forward, leaving a trail of frost that felt even colder than death itself. Is turned to face him, completely defeated and ready to accept her end without any resistance. Maybe this is the right choice after all. She closed her eyes, waiting for the final blow to land. But you saw that coming, right? Just as Lenin reached her, a shadow blurred across the battlefield to block his path. Lenin skidded to a halt as Sjina stood before him, sword drawn and shielding the trembling girl from his icy gaze. I will not let you lay another hand on my family for even one more second. Is looked up in shock at the sister risking everything to save her. But Lenin did not believe she was doing right. This is not justice, Sjina. Will you really keep going? The killing intent radiating from him was absolutely suffocating. The freezing chill he gave off was far beyond any enemy she had ever faced before. But her resolve did not waver. Even if she is a demon, she is still my family. And abandoning my family is not my version of justice. Lenin merely replied with a voice as cold as stone. Is that so? If that is your justice, then I shall respect it. The air turned into a freezing blizzard as his power erupted. Sjina recognized the power he was using immediately. It was the legendary martial art of the frozen lands, a technique known as the baptism of the east wind. She prepared to risk her life and charged forward at Lenin with every bit of strength she had left. After 10 years of training, her speed was incredible, But Lenin did not even look worried as she closed the distance. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see one hell of a fight. Alright, you and I are jumping straight into the action as his hand swings down, striking her blade with massive force and knocking her sword completely off balance. So Sjina grits her teeth, glaring at the arrogant man in front of her. She takes a quick step back to keep a safe distance between them. They both lunge in, trading a flurry of blows where neither side gives an inch. Then, she raises her sword high, the blade glowing with golden light like a lightning strike. Sensing her intent the moment she raises her weapon, Lenin quickly bends low to dodge. His hand hits the ground, using it as a pivot to spin and launch a powerful kick towards Sjina. But a strike like that is easy for Sjina to jump over. He looks up, waiting for her next move, while she swings her blade down from the air. The blow carries immense power, feeling like it could slice space itself in half, yet his opponent still manages to dodge the impact. White smoke and dust blow right into A's face as she watches from the side. She is absolutely stunned, finding this impossible to believe. She can hardly believe she is soloing Lenin in melee combat, unless she has finally reached the state of sword and human unity. Only a handful of swordsmen in the entire world have ever reached that level. Most of what people hear about them is just rumors. There are even legendary swordsmen whose existence is doubted, like the Demon Blade. She realizes something shocking. It is actually happening right now. One master of sword techniques and one priest continue their relentless battle, while the young girl watches on, completely lost in confusion. This young swordswoman, Sjina, is barely 20 years old. She skids to a stop, using her hand for friction against the ground while panting for breath. It is only now that the girl realizes Sjina's true identity. She is a sword saint. The two fighters temporarily pause their intense exchange. So Sjina is completely exhausted and struggling to breathe. There are no openings. But even if he has no openings, she refuses to back down and charges again. Stick with me, because this is where the vibe shifts. While Sjina screams that she can still win, Lenin just looks at her with total indifference, muttering about winter being a blessing. Ace freezes. That phrase sounds incredibly familiar to her. She suddenly realizes what that chant means. Panicking, she screams out a warning to Sjina that she is in extreme danger. As soon as the chant ends, massive blocks of ice surge upward with terrifying life, surrounding everything. Sjina is stunned to find herself in a frozen landscape. It is not just the cold that scares her, it is the sheer power behind it. She has heard of this before. The holy art of the Winter Temple. It does not just drop the temperature. It grants absolute control over the freezing point of all things. The power of a winter god. This devastating technique has a name that perfectly describes its absolute authority. Freezing point control. With this power, he is basically a high-level mage. But while magic is limited by mana, holy arts have no limits at all. Sjina quickly tries to regain her fighting spirit and her original composure, but that is all she can do. She has seen plenty of magic stronger than this before. Compared to Svin's magic, this is nothing. She stomps the ice to gain momentum and lunges forward without hesitation. To her, this is not even cold. You and I are watching a clash of fire and ice now. Sjina closes the gap in an instant, but Lenin effortlessly blocks her flaming sword with just one hand. His cold, sharp eyes flash like shards of ice, followed by a chant that puts Sjina on high alert. White Forest, the place of serenity. She shoots back like an arrow to avoid a direct clash. Even so, he does not slow his pace for a second. The sanctuary of the gods. Lenin's palm glows with a freezing breath, ready to erupt like a breaking cocoon, where sinners are forbidden to enter. Suddenly, countless sharp ice spikes launch directly at his target. Only a few exchanges in, and Sjina's beautiful face is already bleeding. She is now completely surrounded on all sides by razor-sharp ice. Anxiety fills her heart as she tightens her grip on her sword. She realized she had seriously underestimated how strong he really is. Her only choice left is to meet every single incoming attack head-on. Fire and ice collide violently as they try to crush each other. Sjina's massive flare of flames forces Lenin to pull up a protective shield. She seizes the opening, jumping from her spot in the blink of an eye, throwing her entire body forward like a point of no return. Even facing that sharp blade and wild flames, Lenin's mind does not waver for a second. Every one of Sjina's movements seems to slow down before his eyes. An unexpected close quarters strike like this is nothing more than a scratch to him. Ice watches the tension reach a breaking point and whispers that this is not looking good at all. It is clear to her who is actually dominating this fight. The ice domain has not even reached its full power yet. If this keeps up, Sjina suddenly senses something terrifying. Her face turns pale as the realization hits her, her hands shaking uncontrollably, but she tells herself to stay strong. Over on the other side, Sjina decides to cast a buff chant on herself. Redder than red, hotter than hot, let my flames become even stronger and reach a higher heat than ever before. And that is where we leave it with her, pouring all her power into a single point on her sword's tip. All right. You and I are about to witness Sjina pushing herself beyond the absolute limit as the silent tension between her and Lennon reaches a breaking point. After waiting for the perfect moment, Sjina slowly opens her eyes, unleashing her final trump card, as if betting everything on this one shot. Flamestone Shadow Sword 12th move. Crimson Flame Sky. An explosion of fire that instantly swallows the entire surrounding space. This move is a double-edged sword for her body. She feels heavy, realizing that even this might not be enough. Before she can even catch her breath, Lennon's voice rings out like a death knell, cutting through the air. His cold voice pierces through the debris. Facing an indestructible force from ancient times, Sjina feels a terrifying omen creeping in. Suddenly, in the center of that massive sea of flames, a single point of light begins to expand. The sheer brightness is so intense that anyone watching would have to shield their eyes to protect their vision. But despite the glare, the young girl Ace forces her eyes open to witness the outcome of this clash. Her face pales at the unbelievable sight. The once raging inferno has been reduced to nothing but weak, flickering embers. The moment Sjina's body finally gives out and she drops to her knees, her sword shatters into pieces. Every step Lennon takes brings a freezing breath that invades every corner. Like a fallen angel, he stands there with a blinding, twisted aura. Seeing Sjina kneeling before him makes her look like a devotee finally surrendering to his overwhelming power. Go to sleep. Ice quickly recalls the records of his other form, the Holy Spirit Protection. Holy Spirit Protection is a miracle that creates a shield with the ultimate absolute defense, something that even top-tier magic cannot scratch, let alone destroy. The girl bites her lip hard to break through her own paralyzing fear. Now, pay attention here. Ice isn't about to just stand by while everything falls apart. She decides to use the power born from the blood of the red dragon Acneo, who once claimed the third throne of hell. 48 principles. 56 stories. I am the one who craves your power. I break your seal. Give me the 64 laws. The night who burned the god of knowledge and chased the moon to the sun. 72 wine ceremonies, this is my limit. 72 requirements, fine. I will shatter that limit. This is the darkness of invisible fear. Ice chants without stopping to escape the land of regret. A massive surge of malice and dark thoughts erupts from her heart, burning her soul. These dark emotions are completely taking over her mind. By letting herself be swallowed by the power of a demon, the ultimate taboo is created. This is black magic. But right now, the girl has no choice but to gamble everything on this forbidden strength. Defeated by a storm of despair and cooled by tears of sorrow. But I am the one who controls demons. The numbers keep rising. 73, 74, 75. Even time is frozen by the snow of loneliness. 76, 77. Decorated with the treasures of greed, one of the 9 treasures of hell. 80 as the number reaches the limit at 81. Look at that light. Something ancient and terrifying is being unleashed from within her body. The demon spear of Acneo is born, but its backlash is agonizing. Ice collapses on the magic circle, her body worn down to nothing. She knows clearly that she is paying a heavy price for this power. These are the symptoms of total mana depletion, but she refuses to die alone. With an all-or-nothing resolve, she attacks without hesitation, determined to drag him down with her into the abyss. The Death Thunder Spear flies like a bolt of lightning, aiming to pierce right through those pure, protective wings. The two energy fields collide violently, creating a massive shockwave that crushes the life out of everything nearby. The destruction is absolute. Sjina is thrown back by the explosion, slamming hard into a nearby tree. She groans in pain, struggling to keep her eyes open. The entire forest has been leveled to the ground. Only the small figure of Ice remains, coughing under the rubble. Sjina looks on, worried sick about the girl's condition. Even though Ace is vomiting blood, her only concern is for her sister. It hurts so much. Is Sjina okay? That icy monster should be dead. Even with Holy Spirit protection, he is still human. That spear has killed gods before, but wait. Something moves, causing Is to freeze with a look of pure horror, as if she is seeing a true monster. After that nightmare of a battle, a figure rises. His clothes are soaked in blood, but he is healing a deep wound on his shoulder. Lennon walks toward Ace with a bone-chilling killing intent, his body covered in the aftermath of their desperate struggle. And that's where we leave it. Is risked her life for that spear, yet the monster still stands. Alright, you and I are starting with a world that is just pure unfair. Why was I born a demon? This world makes it impossible to live without being a sinner. Why has no one ever stood by us? Poor Ace feels like a filthy little rat looking up at the terrifying person finally taking our side. His hand reaches for her face. In this moment, she just wishes she had never been born at all. But then, Kain's face flashes in her mind. He said demons have enough intelligence to communicate, so why not try to talk? Her mind is a total mess. Is she really thinking about him right before she dies? It sounds so stupid, but she misses him. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cuts through the air. A dark shadow suddenly blurs past, like an eagle diving for its prey at lightning speed. Is stunned by his sudden arrival. His eyes are sharp, looking ready to wipe out every threat in sight. But that cool hero moment is instantly ruined by the chaotic thoughts screaming in his head right now. If I knew it would end up like this, I would have run far away a long time ago. Now, pay attention, because we need to see how he actually got into this huge mess. His survival instincts are basically slapping him in the face, telling him to wake up and run now if he does not want to get caught and die. He knows his common sense is calling him insane for even considering staying behind, but he does not care. Whether he runs now or watches first, the escape odds are basically the same. Exactly. A veteran villain like him can definitely handle a little bit of risk. He has to see the fight for himself, while the heavy rain keeps pouring down. He gets ready and creeps closer to the battlefield. So much for a peaceful retirement. He barely takes a few steps before a massive explosion rocks the forest, making him curse internally. What on earth is that? A giant, dangerous-looking pillar of ice just erupted from the ground. Priests should really focus on the civilians. Man, I need to find a good spot to see what they are doing over there. Alright, this high spot should give me a perfect view of the chaos. Time for a classic move. Our veteran villain starts scaling the wall like a total pro. It is the villain spider technique, moving on walls while hiding your presence. A must-have for survival. He smirks, proud of himself. He learned this from Spider, and no hero could ever pull this off. From this height, he can easily watch the battle. You and I know the best outcome is if both sides just kill each other. Since Lennon started using his ice control, even that secret fire sword technique stands zero chance of winning now. Besides, that red snow ice demon is so powerful he does not even care about elemental counters. Sword versus fighter, saint versus mage. It is the natural law of this world. Mage beats swordsman. The odds of them both dying are low, unless an actual hero shows up. While he is lost in thought about all those messy rules, a wave of intense red energy hits him in the face. No way. How can that little girl use that move? Kain is completely frozen in shock right where he stands. He looks at Sjina standing in the middle of the wreckage, totally confused. I never taught her that. The Firestone sword gets stronger the more energy you charge. But that red flame sky move? You swing once and then just wait to die. I only dreamed up the theory for that move and wrote it down. I never actually used it. What a monster. Now the ice demon has activated his holy shield. This is getting way too intense. Wait, is that what I think it is? Looking at that insane power, Kain tries to tell himself it is fake. That is Avernio's demon spear. Even the strongest demon kings who met the 72 requirements cannot summon that. It has to be fake. A massive explosion tears through the sky, filled with electric sparks. Kain is left completely speechless. Seeing the wound on Lennon, he can only marvel at the fact that the attack actually worked. He jumps down to a nearby roof, realizing the situation is still looking grim. That explosion was big, but it is just not enough. All right, I have seen enough. Time to go. But then, he hears a sharp creak beneath his feet. Without realizing it, He has stepped on a loose wooden board. A look of pure shock crosses his face. My weight, the board's elasticity, the angle, oh man, I am about to be launched into the sky. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see exactly where he lands. All right, you and I are watching a disaster. Cain looks at the battlefield below, crying inside because he realizes he is about to land straight on top of Lenin's head. Why is his luck so terrible? Damn it. Oh gods, please save me. Even if I am a villain, I am only a third-rate one after all. Go away. Goodbye. Oh heavens and demons, please protect me just this once. I know I have been asking for too much lately, but please help me again. Just one more time. Only 0.65 seconds left. Think fast. Time is slipping away without a second to spare. Cain forces himself to analyze the situation with absolute precision. Lenin's shield lasts 0.57 seconds. His style, 0.46. Predicting his actions takes 0.33 and 0.26 seconds. The remaining time after all those calculations, it is all up to the gods and demons now, is only 0.21 seconds. Steal your mind in the time that remains. Complete, revise, and memorize every single detail of the plan right now. Even after quickly setting up a backup plan, Cain cannot help but curse. Damn it, I really have no other choice. Blessing of the Dark Knight. Chapter 3. Cain swings his leg high, preparing to launch a powerful attack on Lenin the moment he gets close. Shadow Cain slams a heavy kick down. The force is massive enough to crack the earth, but Lenin blocks it with ease. He is not foolish enough to linger. Cain immediately spins away to maintain his distance, landing safely on the ground. Before long, Lenin chants his ice spells: White Cloud Cave, Avalanche, and Ice Mountain. He fires a blast at Cain so fast, the human eye can barely track it, but a veteran villain like him knows how to fight back. Dark energy slowly begins to wrap around Cain's rough, battle-worn hands. Now, pay attention, because the battle is about to hit a whole new level of insanity. Before Cain can even react, Lenin gathers frost in his hands and launches a lightning-fast punch. The situation is getting so intense, he might as well light an incense for himself. There is no turning back for him now. Right after that, he seizes the chance to grab his opponent's wrist, pulling him down to use his long legs. But Lenin sees right through the trick. He responds even more violently with a sharp knee strike. Before Cain can even land a hit, his shoulder takes the brunt of it. While he is busy recovering his stance, he notices snowflakes beginning to cluster together on the opposite side. This time, Lenin is determined to finish things quickly with his famous warm Iceman technique. He summons ice pillars without hesitation. But behind his mask, Cain is actually grinning. I have got you now. He is willing to sacrifice a small part of himself, letting the ice hit him as if he has no strength left. But at the final second, he dodges perfectly with a spin. While his opponent is stunned by the move, Cain finally brings out his true specialty to end this. Blessing of the Dark Knight. Chapter 1. Part 2. Compressed air and deathly energy merge into the Black Cloud technique. Lenin is instantly blasted far away from the center of the fight. He clutches his wounds, looking absolutely furious. You and I can see Cain is loving that frustrated look. Blessing of the Dark Knight. Seems familiar, doesn't it? This is the martial art created by the Dark Order, specifically designed to take down the Winter Temple. However, both are badly injured. My left arm is useless now. Luckily, this guy's Holy Spirit body is not perfect yet. Holy Spirit body is a miracle from the gods with defense as strong as an iceberg. But since Lenin was wounded by Ice's attack, it proves this divine miracle has a flaw, so the first goal is to keep my distance. In the midst of bad luck, I found a way. I succeeded. Now, the plan begins. Behind Cain's strong back, Ice is slowly being eroded by a strange and sinister dark energy. Even though she is too exhausted to speak, her heart still worries for him. No, you cannot protect me. You will die. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes in the little girl's head like a demon speaking from the depths of hell. If we have to die, at least we can die together. The voice keeps tempting her soul and body, whispering that dying alone is far too lonely. Gradually, even the tiny spark of light in her eyes begins to fade away. If I can die with him, I will not be alone in hell. That dark energy keeps magnifying every single bit of darkness and negativity inside of her. Right then, Cain saves her soul. You and I knew he would do that. Even though Cain is in bad shape, he only cares about her. Are you okay? Now, Ias has so many questions. Why? Don't you know? I am a demon. Cain just calmly confirms it. I know. She finally confesses, you saw me drinking blood, didn't you? He remains as calm as ever. Yeah, I saw. That indifferent attitude makes her want to risk everything. It was not just that one time. I have done it countless times, and not just to animals. Cain frowns, clearly unhappy with what he is hearing. Is that so? All right, you and I are diving into a moment where one tiny change in Cain's expression makes Ace's heart ache. Terrified, she lets out a desperate confession. Those pets and that missing idiot, that was all me, she cries. I could sink my teeth into your neck at any second. She finally admits it. She carries the blood of a demon. While one part of Cain feels for this poor, foolish girl, the other 9 parts of his brain are frantically looking for an escape route. Why brag about your crimes in front of that priest? That's exactly why this kingdom fell. Cain sighs at the absolute mess she's creating. He thinks to himself, do not ruin my plan by provoking that guy. On the surface, he plays the saintly big brother perfectly. No matter what anyone says, he tells her, to me, you are human. Cain pours hope into her soul, making it clear that one fact will never change. He, Sjina, and Ice are family. But this touching sibling act is only fueling Lenin's dark, cold side. That priest is an emotionless machine, a slave to his own laws, where even feelings must bow to his sense of justice. Cain doesn't hold back his contempt for such dogma. This is exactly why I hate those priests from the Winter sect. Lenin refuses to budge, trying to correct Cain's worldview. Stop this at once. Do not waste your love on a demon. He stands firm, holding an absolute belief in his own narrow version of what is right. No matter how much you give it, Lenin warns, one day it will destroy you and the whole world. Cain patiently argues back. Why is this child a demon? Cain asks. Lenin immediately points out the massive hole in his logic. Look at her eyes. That evil nature is clear as day. That mark alone is all the proof I need to judge her. Cain realizes there is no point trying to convince someone this stubborn and thick-headed. Now, here is where it gets risky. Cain thinks he really shouldn't show this secret in front of a guy like that. But there is no other way. Cain slowly reveals a crescent moon pendant, knowing that when a demon's eyes turn red, madness follows. He knows full well the horrific consequences that could follow. With his mana almost gone, the risk of her losing control and self-destructing is sky-high. The priest notices the same thing. Before Ias can even process what is happening, Cain makes a decisive move, slicing his palm with a razor-sharp blade. This is the moment. Ias is completely lost, unable to understand what is going through his head right now. Without a word of explanation, Cain coldly orders her to drink. If thirst makes her a demon, he will quench it with his blood. If her power is the problem, then he will be the one to personally step in and stop her. If loneliness makes her a monster, he'll stay by her side forever. And if the world turns against her, he'll fight the whole world. These priceless, sincere words send Ias into a state of panic. Why? Why would you save me? I am a demon. You know what we are. But Cain, the man of efficiency, is just starting to get annoyed. Is the demon race full of bad attitudes and terrible talkers? Just shut up and drink. Cain emphasizes his point again. I told you, you're not a demon. You're my family. A warm feeling fills Ace's heart. She isn't a sinner anymore. You and I are seeing a rare side of him here. Sensing the mood, Cain decides to drop some deep life philosophy. He explains that when the world was first created, there were no distinctions between anything. All sin comes from ancient purity. So, he tells her, do not fear sin and do not hate what they call evil. Sin lives in the heart. As Cain's blood flows down her throat, the darkness in Ice's mind begins to fade away. Her eyes finally start to clear up. His words light a fire inside her. True wisdom is a heart that forgives sin and accepts evil, a direct message to the cold priest. This is my faith and my justice, Cain declares. But Lenin doesn't look moved in the slightest. Demons are inherently evil, the priest insists, and protecting them is a crime. Suddenly, Cain spots something that chills his blood. Lenin can't let go of his past mistakes. For the sake of those killed by demons, I cannot just stand by. Cain looks up to see a massive crowd of villagers gathering. This was a move he never saw coming. Damn it, why are these peasants here now? I just spent all this time acting like a saint. If Ias mentions that missing kid in front of these people, everything is ruined. Kain's mind starts racing for a solution. He has to shut her up. I trust this child, he shouts. Ias is overwhelmed with both gratitude and guilt. He has done way too much for me, she thinks. And here is the cliffhanger. Ias refuses to let her family suffer for her sins. She opens her mouth to confess. And then, all right, you and I are about to see this execution get crashed by the most unexpected hero. Gake appears, drenched in blood and gasping for air, looking like he just crawled out of a nightmare. Aerith is absolutely stunned. She notices the blood on Gake's face and can't believe he's still breathing. An old man quickly warns him to stop bothering the priest. But Gake stands his ground. Grandfather, I won't do it. He asks why no one is helping Sjina and Ice. But the old man declares they're nothing but demons and filthy traitors. Gake! Another man screams out, his face twisted with pure frustration. He warns the boy that demons only bring disaster, blaming Ace for the missing livestock and even the death of Old Lady Rowe. Kain glares at them, realizing that even if they survive this, they'll be forced to leave this village forever. Gake grits his teeth and snaps back. I don't care about your legends, but I know for a fact that Ias is innocent. The real culprit behind the missing animals was this wolf right here. Kain stares at the severed wolf head, shocked. He knew that beast was strong enough to bully even him. Yet this 12-year-old kid actually went into the woods alone and hunted it down. He actually succeeded. Now watch this timing, it's perfect. Trust me, we are looking at a true hero in the making. Gake slams the wolf head down, calling them all cowards for using demons as an excuse for their own pathetic fears. I've killed the threat, so leave Ias alone and get lost. A true hero grows through hardship. The younger they are, the more powerful the blessings they receive from the gods. Whatever doesn't kill a hero only makes them legendary. In steps forward, hiding his annoyance. He tells the crowd that pride has blinded them, and they should thank the boy. He faces Lennon directly, and tells him that if this is his dark karma, then he'll gladly take it on since he's riding Gake's luck. He offers his hand with a smug smile. Cain laughs internally at Lennon's furious expression. What now, you monster? How do you like that? Lennon begins to walk away slowly, his voice dripping with forced mercy. He claims that trampling on faith to achieve justice isn't the divine way. Though his eyes say something completely different, he decides to postpone the execution, admitting that losing to Cain twice is already more than enough for him. You and I both saw Kain's face drop. That's because Lennon just called him by his secret name, Priest K. Cain. In panics, wondering how his cover was blown, despite his disguise, Lennon whispers a final warning. Winter isn't the end, but a preparation for something new. Don't think for a second that this is over. When the demon awakens, I'll be back. Kain suddenly stops him with a cryptic response about darkness. I'll wait for the day you come find me as a friend. Lennon keeps walking without looking back. As soon as he's gone, Kain's face pales, and his whole body begins to shake uncontrollably. He's drenched in sweat, feeling like he just lost 10 years of his life. At least he isn't the continent's enemy yet. But a new problem has emerged. That guy knows exactly who I am. Beating the strongest man on Earth twice has brought pure humiliation to the Northern Church. They won't let this slide. I'm officially on the most wanted list for the strongest church in the world. And if the Dark Church finds out about this mess, they'll come for my head with a vengeance too. He tries to push the worry aside, but then Eyes suddenly lunges forward and gives him a bone-crushing hug. Kain stands frozen, tears welling up, because he's pretty sure his ribs just snapped like dry twigs. Is this girl trying to finish me off? He forces a cool face while screaming curses inside his head. Get away from me. I'm going to deal with you once I've actually healed from this. The crowd gathers around the unconscious Sjina, their faces filled with worry. Cain sighs, realizing he has to carry her too. He tells Ben to move out of the way. Ben looks on in surprise as Kain kneels beside Sjina. He carefully pulls her close and lifts her up in one smooth, decisive motion. He nods to the crowd, apologizing for the chaos, before turning to leave. And that's where we leave it. While everyone else stares, only Gake watches them go with a triumphant smile. As the sun rises, you and I are diving back into the story. In a quiet inn sheltered by sunbeams and swaying green branches, Ice sits with a calm expression, but her eyes never stop watching every single person around her. After that incident, the town looks at her differently. Kain decides it is time to move on and leave this place behind once and for all. Before they go, Kain shares a few words with Ben. "Take care of this house for me while I am gone, old man." Ben smiles and agrees. Sjina is heartbroken over her shattered sword, and Ice feels guilty since it only broke while trying to protect her. But something else is bothering the girl. As she sits in deep thought, Ja suddenly calls out her name from across the room. "Are you leaving, Ice?" She steps down and says a sad goodbye, thanking him for everything he did to help her yesterday. "So that is it. I promise to grant you one wish if you succeeded. Remember, tell me what you want. I honestly never expected you to actually hunt that wolf." Ja scratches his head and gives her a sheepish, awkward little grin. "Right, I almost forgot. My wish is..." Ice suddenly blushes deep red as she hears Ja start his unexpected, heartfelt confession. Ja is just as red, unable to look away from her. Ice suddenly bursts out into a bright, beautiful, and radiant laugh. "You are 20 years too early, dummy." Now, Ice and Kain prepare to leave this little town and everyone in it forever. She does not know what the future holds, but she believes everything will be okay as long as they are together as a family. She feels safe with her family. But pay attention, there is an ancient treasure hunting organization that once dreamed of total world domination. They discovered the legendary dragon horde, but even top-tier treasure hunters were brutally slaughtered by the powerful ancient guardian protecting the site. However, amidst the blood and ruins of that forbidden chamber, only one man managed to survive the carnage and remain standing. Wounded and exhausted, Kain approaches the dragon. "Is this your karma? 1,000 years of sorrow despite devouring hundreds of souls? If this is truly your burden to carry, then I will be the one to take that heavy karma from you." 30 years later, that guardian awakes from a long slumber and begins roaming this land to find our mysterious and powerful hero. The group walks down a path carpeted in lush green grass, carrying only their most essential belongings on their tired shoulders. Kain stops suddenly, his eyes widening as he looks ahead. Right there stands a wooden cabin, his long-lost secret base. Kain celebrates silently in his heart. Finally, we have actually made it back to safety after all that trouble. He steps forward and announces they will stay here for a while. Sjina and Ice both nod in agreement to his plan. Suddenly, Sjina shoots Ace a freezing, hostile glare before turning her back and walking away. Kain is immediately worried and confused. Why did she look at the kid like that? Ace just watches her go, totally confused. "Wait for me, Sjina. Do not leave." The battle with the Ice Realm is over, and they have left town. Kain just wanted to retire and enjoy his peace, but he glares at the two girls with eyes full of deep frustration and boiling anger as they walk along. They ruined everything. Now I am being hunted by the Dark Church and the Winter Union too. Trust me, retirement is officially dead. My life is a total mess. Kain enters the house, surprised when Ace suddenly offers to help him with his things. "Let me take those bags for you." Kain hands them over, thinking she is finally becoming smart enough to be useful. He agrees without a second thought. Meanwhile, Sjina watches from the shadows as Ice helps out, her expression turning very dark. She wonders why she feels so incredibly irritated right now. This feeling of anger is starting to boil over inside her heart. "I lost consciousness during that battle, and when I woke up, Master was covered in terrible wounds from head to toe. He is still not healed. Yet, we were forced to run." How can she be so happy while being totally oblivious to his pain? Just because she is family, we have to run and hide like monsters. It just is not fair to sacrifice so much. Master only has 1 year left to live. That time is way too precious to waste on a demon like her while running. Does he really want to sacrifice everything for a monster? To make the whole world his enemy just to keep her safe? Does he love that demon that much? A wave of pure, unexplained hatred rises in Sjina's heart as she calls out to Ice. Ice turns around, surprised by the call. Her eyes widen in shock when she sees the strange look on Sjina's face. Sjina forces a fake, sugary smile. "You must be exhausted, sweetie. Why don't you go inside the cabin and get some rest?" Ice gives a strained, awkward smile. "Okay, I will go in first then." Thanks for caring about me. She immediately bolts into the room. Sjina glares at the closed door and bites her lip in pure, simmering rage. Right then, Kain steps up and calls her name. He sees her face and immediately realizes the deep friction between the two. I knew it. She is annoyed. As a hero blessed by the gods, it is only natural for her to hate all demons. It is normal for her to hate demons, but you and I know this family bond is about to be truly tested, trust me. But if things keep going like this, these two are definitely going to clash. Kain imagines a nightmare where Sjina and Ice fight, sparking a massive explosion that sends him flying through the air. Terrified by the thought, he panics and tells himself he has to stop this disaster from happening. All right, you and I are about to see Kain try a new approach. Aren't demons just pitiful? Do you actually feel sorry for those creatures, Master? Even though demons appeared decades ago, their magic and bloodlust have led to them being hunted until now. It is all because they carry devil blood in their veins. They are monsters. Kain cuts her off, explaining they have no home. Sjina stands there, completely stunned and confused by his words. Kain keeps explaining to win her sympathy. Finally, they found a place where they could actually belong. With less than 20 people, they fought the entire world but failed and had to vanish. This child is all alone. To her, this family is the final sanctuary where justice must punish evil. Sjina's faith starts to waver. If Kain says so, it must be the truth, he wouldn't lie. Still, Sjina can't accept the idea of having a literal demon staying by his side. She just stares at him in silence. Kain's face twists in annoyance at her quiet and cold response. What is with that expression? This is so frustrating. I need to get out for a bit. As Kain turns to leave, Sjina asks where he is going. Just for some fresh air, he replies coldly. Night falls quickly. Kain sits on the ground, studying a map while trying to keep his cool. All right, time to think clearly. Since things have come to this, I need a solid plan. A wise man once said that religion has no real borders. You can escape a country by crossing borders, but you can't escape a religious information network easily. Now, pay attention here. I am being hunted by 2 northern religions under the moonlight, all because of that guy. He grinds his teeth. Running isn't the answer anymore. The best move is to find a place to hide. If it is the ice fields or that dark church kid, they will find me no matter where I go. So, I will hide in the crowd. If I pose as a citizen in the West, I can last 6 months. He grabs the map and stands up. First, I need to buy some time. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he senses something abnormal. He immediately spins around to look behind him. There is a terrifying bloodlust aimed right at me. Is it a hero? Kain speaks out firmly. I didn't expect you to find me. Come out. As the dragon Kain met while treasure hunting finally steps out. He looks terrified. He is completely frozen in shock, unable to believe his own eyes. This is not funny at all. The dragon stares at him with cold, empty eyes. Kain tries to calm himself. Long time no see. Are you here to pull me into my grave? You and I both know the only reason he survived 30 years ago was because the beast was injured. Now, he cannot win. But his life isn't cheap enough to throw away. Even the strongest warriors in this world can't kill him. Not even the darkness or the queen herself can hope to stop his path. Kain grinds his teeth. No demon, spirit, or human can ever crush my will to survive. You think you can take my life? I will betray anyone, allies, students, even my family. I will become a villain to survive. I became a third-rate villain just so I would not have to die. That is how he survived until now. This is the creed of a third-rate villain. Get lost, you stupid beast. You are still stuck in the distant past. The dragon grinds her teeth but says nothing. She looks down sadly and simply walks away. The forest goes quiet as the dragon leaves. Kain finally lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Breathing hard, he sinks to his knees. I never expected that monster to show up here. He speaks with determination. It looks like it is time for us all to get much stronger. The next morning, Kain gives out chores. Sjina, go gather some firewood from the stone trees. As for Ayaz, go find some black herbs. Both girls reply in perfect unison. So what do you and I take from this? Sjina's glare is so scary, it sends poor Ace running for her life. Sjina still has not let go of her anger, glaring at the girl with total hatred. Once she finally leaves, Kain sighs in relief like a heavy burden has been lifted. Time to get moving? You and I are about to see Cain finally get down to business. He starts by igniting a brilliant blue flame that burns bright. Cain runs a hand through his hair while standing before the rising fire. Walking toward his tools, he thinks to himself first, I will make something for that girl. Praying to holy relics all the time is such a massive pain. Divine power really is not that special anyway. For now, let us start with this ore. This ore absorbs Jupiter stone light, making it even tougher than the strongest hardened steel. Even for a first-class craftsman, this is one of the hardest materials to handle. Now, watch this. Cain tosses the ore into the flames and pulls it out glowing purple with a wicked grin. He definitely has a secret way to handle this difficult material. He then carefully adds a special solution to the glowing, heated block of metal. Just 3 drops. The liquid is slowly absorbed, and the rock-hard ore becomes incredibly soft. Cain looks at the vial with a grin. It worked even better than expected. Tears of bitch can make even the hardest materials on this planet soft as mud. Is this really one of the 7 hidden secrets? He begins shaping the ore. Even with his low skill, he can mold this into anything he wants. He focuses intensely, meticulously crafting the ore right in the palm of his hand. Soon, it takes the shape of a dragon ring. It is the limit of my current skill, so it is not exactly perfect yet. But next, he needs wood from a stone tree. When will she bring it back? Meanwhile, deep in a forest filled with massive and towering ancient trees, Sjina swings her blade, splitting a giant trunk in half with one powerful strike. She gasps for air with a look of total confusion on her face. Why is this happening? She used a sword technique, but the result feels completely wrong. As the name suggests, stone trees are hard as rock, but her skill should cut them cleanly. But the tree shattered like this, instead of a clean cut. It means she used raw strength, not skill. The broken sword is not the problem here. A broken blade should not be an issue for someone at her level. The issue is her lack of focus while holding the blade. After meeting her master, she retired her sword and became an ordinary person. To him, she is just an ordinary person now, not a swordsman. She feels she is no longer needed. You see her fear, right? Without her sword skills, she feels like a useless burden. Why must the gods be so cruel and heartless to her in this difficult moment? She swings her broken blade and screams. I searched for him for 10 long years. I gave up everything just to be by his side. She lashes out wildly at the trees, letting all of her suppressed rage explode at once. That was my only wish. She roars as a deafening sound echoes through the forest. The lush green woods are suddenly buried under a massive cloud of dust and debris. Every giant tree around her has been cut down by her hand. She stares at the carnage in shock. Sjina looks down in a panic at her hands, which are shaking uncontrollably from the outburst. Sjina grits her teeth and glares at her hands, which lost control for a moment. She stands there, frozen with her mind in total chaos. What have I done? In a single moment of madness, I have completely shattered the symbol of my oath. She collapses to the ground in total despair. How could I be so reckless with this precious blade just because of some anger? I no longer have the right to be with him. Nearby, a field of fragrant flowers blooms. A single petal drifts gently through the air, landing softly on Ai's face. Ai picks up the petal and holds it against the bright sunlight. Since leaving Serte, Ai sensed Sjina's gaze toward her had turned cold. It makes sense, given she is part of the demon race. She lets the petal go, but being here helps. Ai feels like her tangled thoughts are finally clearing up. Maybe it is this field? She looks down with a hint of deep, quiet sadness. When was the last time she truly got to rest like this? Not since her kingdom was still standing. Back then, I could not rest because of the wars. Long ago, after killing 38 enemies and escaping, she felt this same way. That was several decades ago, right? Time really flies by. Ai dodges just in time as a massive shockwave suddenly slams into the ground. She looks around with a completely stunned expression on her face. She stares at the massive boar with giant tusks and realizes it is a red-tusked pig. Ai casts a spell, making magic circles appear instantly. Trust me, that pig just messed up. Meet Sinus, the storm of despair. All right, you and I are about to see a young girl battle a dark power she can barely control. A desperate combo of magic blasts flies straight toward the red-toothed boar with terrifying speed. Her strike easily sends the beast flying back. It slams into a tree with a thunderous crash that echoes through the forest. Seeing the boar collapsed and wounded, Ace prepares to finish it off by deploying another powerful magic spell. But the fire ruler hesitates. A group of poor piglets suddenly huddle around her feet, protecting their mother. One piglet nuzzles her leg and starts sobbing. Ace looks down, her heart filling with deep regret and sorrow. What was she thinking? Her anger took over, and she almost killed a defenseless creature in a blind rage. Panic sets in as she wonders why she felt such sudden, intense fury. Is she losing herself to the dark? Then, a seductive voice echoes in her mind, asking if she truly wants to use the devil's forbidden magic. Black magic is a taboo because the user doesn't just gain power, they inherit the demon's malice and will. After taking in the will of the great demon Acneo, Ice thought she would be fine. But Acneo is rage. Now, pay attention, this is the heavy price for her 9 broken limits. It's the inescapable fate you and I must watch unfold. She bandages the mother pig and wonders if she's doomed to become a demon king again. She whispers an apology, grabs her herb basket, and runs away as fast as her legs can carry her. The piglet watches her go. Meanwhile, at the secret base, the blue flame of Ca continues to burn fiercely. Cain is starting a fire when Sjina returns, carrying 2 massive loads of ironwood on her shoulders. Good grief, that stuff is incredibly heavy. He points to a spot and tells her to put it down there. Sjina softly agrees. Ironwood is hard to ignite and rarely used as firewood, but it's a secret of the dark hidden river. That legendary organization once sought to rule the entire world through the power of forbidden alchemy. They had incredible techniques, but they were defeated by a lone blacksmith and faded into ancient legends. Of course, they only collapsed because a certain traitor teamed up with that blacksmith to bring them down. Cain tells himself it's their fault for sending a rank 3 like him to steal from that blacksmith, so he feels innocent. That's right. He decides to just forget about all that for now and focus on the work. When ironwood hits the special furnace, it ignites instantly, creating extreme temperatures. In alchemy, a good fire is everything. To use the organization's high-level techniques, this ironwood is an absolute necessity for the process. Cain watches the fire with surprise. The color is strange. Sjina watches him quietly from a distance. She stares with a dazed expression. That blue flame is something she has only heard of in stories. Now watch, this legend speaks of a mythical fire that you and I know can melt anything in existence. This mysterious power dates back to the Age of Gods, once used to forge weapons for the dragons. The dragon blue fire. She wonders how such a legendary thing could be right here in front of her. Suddenly, Cain calls out, "Sjina, give me your sword." She jumps, her heart racing with nerves and worry. She bites her lip, her face trembling with intense nerves. Then, she slowly draws her blade and hands it to him. Cain stares intensely at the sword. Sjina panics when he suddenly tosses it into the air without warning. He asks in a serious voice if she is afraid her sword will vanish. Sjina claims it is just an ordinary object, but in her heart, she knows it's the physical bond between her and her master that she values most. She flinches as he clicks his tongue. She looks at him with confusion, wondering if her answer was wrong. He asks if she's heard of the realm of formlessness. She explains it as abandoning form for meaning. Sjina explains further. It's a stage reached by swordsmen who seek the true essence of the blade. Cain continues his questioning. He asks her what exactly constitutes the form of the sword. Sjina doesn't hesitate. She says it's the attachment to the physical shape and how one perceives that form. And the meaning? Sjina quickly says it's the intent behind holding the sword and the will to use it. Cain suddenly spins around, glares at her with intensity, and shouts at the top of his lungs that she is a total fool. Sjina stands there, eyes wide with shock and fear at his sudden and loud outburst. He turns back to the fire, calling her answer arrogant, a way to hide her own lack of real experience. So what do you and I think? He doesn't know what she's been through. How could he understand without seeing it? You and I are about to watch Sjina drop to her knees in total respect. Bowing low, she realizes he actually has a deeper lesson for her. Her expression is dead serious. "Please, teach me more," she pleads. Cain freezes, completely caught off guard by her intense sincerity. He turns away, screaming internally. Why on earth did she suddenly ask for a lesson now? I was just rambling to buy some time. But I got carried away and shouted just to sound cool. Now I have a real problem. I need to keep stalling. After all, a sword is a warrior's life, especially for her. Cain pulls the blade from the fire and gets back to work immediately. I am still working, he mutters, watching her closely to make sure he is not caught. She is crazy enough to keep a cheap sword for 10 years. If I touch it without asking, she will kill me. I need a convincing way to stall. Fast. Cain starts digging through every single memory he has left. He shuts his eyes, desperately searching. His mind transforms into a massive library filled with thousands of ancient, dusty scrolls. The Night Order Chronicles, the Forbidden Black Bible. Thousands of legendary texts flash before his eyes. Secret records of the Great Masters. Legends of the Dragon Sword and royal secrets. He filters through the data, preparing the perfect words to say. Now, pay attention. Cain starts to speak. Nobody knows that the Void Realm is actually 3 different levels. First is formless, where no fixed style exists. You must shatter the physical shape of the blade to finally release its true, underlying meaning and power. The second level is positionless. Here, you are no longer bound by where you stand or strike. You must move beyond the grip, the stance, and even your own physical presence to truly master it. Finally, there is non-action, the third realm. The body moves without thought, and the mind is completely free from any hesitation. Suddenly, a sword born from her own imagination starts to manifest right in front of her. She reaches out to the glowing blade. It floats, suddenly erupting into a light so bright it is blinding. Deep within her own mind, Sjina is on the verge of a massive, soul-shaking breakthrough. I finally get it. I see why he told me to let go. She remembers his earlier words. You will be a normal person now. She finally understands the pain she felt when he said that. Her entire life has been defined by the blade. It was all she ever knew. That fear of losing her identity, her very sword, had kept her frozen in the past. Staring at the light, she admits she was only pretending to let go of what she held most dear. Breaking this sword is like breaking my soul. I know that if I do this, the pain will be unbearable. But for him, I would shatter my own spirit just to stand by his side. I am doing this. You saw that too, right? Without hesitation, she punches the sword, and the world starts to crack. She watches in shock as the blade shatters into 100 tiny pieces. Is that really it? Her eyes widen in realization. Suddenly, an overwhelming, crushing pressure slams into her from every direction. She screams, fighting through the agonizing pain. Her legs give out, and she collapses onto the hard floor. It hurts. It feels like every bone in my body is being slowly ground into dust. But the master was right. It is not the metal that matters. It is the burning will that remains. I abandoned form. I remember him forging my broken blade. His movements were stiff, yet filled with such care. This is his true lesson. Failure is never an excuse to give up or let yourself become weak. Steel gets stronger the more it is beaten. I refuse to let despair define my broken self. I will melt that regret and forge a new me. Sjina stands up, finally understanding his message. You and I just saw Cain breathe a massive sigh of relief. He finishes the sword, thinking it looks okay. It looks complicated to others, but honestly, it is nothing. I just glued the pieces back together. Seriously, I just pieced it back together like a puzzle. My stalling worked perfectly. Now I just need the special ingredients to unlock the black hide secrets for this blade. Cut 100 times, beat 1,000. It is the master sword technique. The stripes are a bit messy though. I need more control. Wait, you and I are about to see her whole world change. Did I miss a step? Cain looks on in shock as Sjina stands there like a hollow shell. He stares, his face turning pale with fear. What is she even doing? Don't tell me she's been like this the whole time? Sjina collapses in a white void, hand over her chest as her heart beats like a drum. A wave of relief washes over her. Her breathing slows, then grows stronger and more steady as she recovers. It's like iron being forged into steel. Her body overflows with power, and her mind feels completely clear. A massive tower appears before her, and Sjina finally understands. She'd been way too arrogant about her skills. Until this moment, she actually thought she'd fully mastered every single sword technique in her arsenal. But she was just looking at the tower from afar, foolishly thinking she was already inside. The tower's massive shadow looms over her, heavy and imposing. Memories flood back. In the long history of the Empire, no one has ever truly mastered so many different styles at once. Of course, the Tower of the Infinite Void is endless. How could anyone possibly master everything else? She realized she'd just been using her raw talent and physical gifts to play the part of a swordsman. But now she finally stands equal to the greats. She steps forward, her hand grazing the outer wall. If she keeps climbing, a radiant light erupts the moment her fingers touch the stone. Sjina smiles, thinking that one day she might actually reach her master's level. Meanwhile, Cain is sweating bullets. He has absolutely no idea what to do next in this mess. Now, pay attention here, because someone totally unexpected just walked in. Cain is completely speechless, gripping his head as his secret plans start to unravel. Cain grits his teeth. Great timing, kid. He was only pretending to teach that girl, but now his back is against the wall. He calls out to Little Eyes. She approaches, confused, clutching her flower basket. Yes? He suddenly asks, do you know the difference between magic, arts, and the way? Eyes just looks at him, shy and lost. No, I don't. Cain takes the basket. The law is a binding. Arts are obedience. The way is completion. When you're controlled by a demon, that's magic. When you're equal to one, that's arts. But when you control the demon, that is the way. Masters don't exist because demon seals are too restrictive. Magic isn't always evil, and evil isn't always demonic. You have to understand the core of magic for the way to begin and end. Cain explains this through clenched teeth. Sin is born in thought, evil hides in the mind, and magic lives in the heart. Without understanding this, you'll never reach the way. Thoughts create form, the mind leads to understanding, and the heart shapes who you are. If someone can truly realize this, then they can finally achieve the ultimate Tao. It's an ancient legend from Maza, a place that once existed in the eastern seas. I hope this helps you out. Aya seems to connect the dots. If magic is her fate, then accepting it might be her only path forward. By reaching the way, she could finally control the side effects of her dark arts. If that legendary tale is true, it might actually be useful. She looks at the man in front of her, but he's already pulling out a long scroll. How does he even know this stuff? One hand holds the paper, the other dips into a liquid made from flowers. All right, let's do this. He smears it on the blade. That girl is still unconscious, so she won't be able to bother him. He begins chanting. Ace gasps. Wait. A blinding light erupts from the paper. The glowing letters surrounding Cain look strangely familiar to her. Incantations. They only exist in ancient nations, filled with a mysterious and hidden power. I know what you're thinking. Is there anything this guy can't do? Eyes is wondering the exact same thing. The letters swirl endlessly before sinking into the sword on the table. He exhales, reaching for a jar. Now, for the final step. Cain pours out a red powder. The last secret of the black hidden river fire dragon blood. Sprinkled directly onto the ring and sword. It allows the weapon to absorb heat and gives it a shape memory effect. Plus, it creates a special coating that significantly reduces friction during a strike. Now, if it breaks, just toss it in a fire and it'll repair itself. No smithing needed. He looks at his perfect work with pride. Somehow, he managed to pull it off safely. Cain softly calls out Sjina's name. He holds out the blade. Take it. Its name is the Guardian. This sword was forged to protect others from evil. As long as your will doesn't break, no demon in existence can ever snap this blade. Sjina gasps. It's beautiful. She feels a surge of power the moment she touches it. This could rival a holy, demon, or even a dragon sword. Eyes stands to the side, silently staring at the sword. Cain then holds out the ring. And that's where we leave them. With items this broken, the next fight is going to be insane. Trust me. You'll want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in as I receives the treasure with pure joy, even though she is a demon. Sjina turns and offers a warm smile, almost like she is congratulating her little sister on the gift. Ai's hatred is gone, she just wants to stay with them now. While Ca quietly gets dressed. But get this, he has an ulterior motive. He does not do anything for free. The runes carved into the Guardian bracelet? They are a protective seal. So no matter how heroic that girl becomes, she cannot lay a finger on him. As for the Dragon Shadow runes, they are designed for total domination. Once she wears it, Even if she turns into a full demon, she will have no choice but to follow his orders. He could have sold these for a fortune, but his own survival is worth way more than money. And trust me, this guy does not waste his hard-earned cash just to play the hero for no reason. A faint, rasping voice echoes through the air, saying he will give up. And suddenly Cain wakes up to find himself sitting alone in a tavern. Now pay attention here, he is dreaming of the past, and a certain scroll is about to appear. Recognizing the document, his younger self says it is a wise move, leaving the other man confused by his words. The man sighs, slamming his glass down and admitting he is just a coward who ran away from his destiny. He simply did not have the guts to face the monster guarding that forbidden place. Shadows fall as a younger Graham appears, admitting his flight, while Sjina stays silent with thoughts he cannot speak. He thinks to himself that they are both just useless old men now, haunted by their choices and their age. This was the exact moment that old man found Dragonia and earned his title as the world's greatest dragon hunter. So Cain has no intention of blaming him for what happened. He refills the man's glass, joking about how they might both regret this decision one day in the future. Maybe in their final moments, they would try to go back. Cain already knows how this story ends. See, Graham really did try. He retired to a tiny town but never let the past go. He lived on the foolish hope that someone would eventually come to help him conquer that site one day. It was pure greed. He could not accept the fact that there was never any treasure there to begin with. Even 30 years later, Cain's answer to this whole mess has not changed one bit. Saving your own skin is way smarter than dying for a treasure that does not even exist. But Graham asks the one question you and I are probably wondering: why go back now? Kain just smirks, pouring more wine. It is a secret he is not ready to share with anyone because he cannot be careless. His intense, serious gaze leaves Graham more confused than ever as they finish their drinks. Graham finally gives up, retiring for good and wishing Cain luck on his future journey. Sunlight breaks through, and Cain slowly opens his eyes, back in the present day. He wakes up exhausted, realizing he is so tired that his mind is replaying old memories while he sleeps. Still, that dream was not so bad. He stretches and gets ready to face the morning. Being 50 is no joke. His bones are creaking and snapping after just one day at the forge. But a veteran villain knows how to recover quickly because he really wants to get out of here. He needs to recover, but he is worried those two girls will chase him if he leaves. He scribbles a quick note and sets off, searching for a place to heal up fast. The letter says he is just stepping out, but someone spots him heading deep into the forest. He thinks they are asleep, but Sjina is watching, wondering why her master is leaving so early while unwell. She thinks he is just walking and grabs her brand new sword, feeling its weight. Assuming I is still fast asleep, Sjina heads out to a beautiful field of flowers. She begins her practice, her blade whistling through the air as she combines her sword techniques. She realizes her previous attempt at the red flame technique was still missing something vital. With a single strike, she shreds the falling petals into 6 or 7 perfect pieces. She realizes it now. Her master managed to recreate this move without even knowing the stone sword style, relying solely on simulation and the other 2 techniques, as the blade suddenly bursts into flames. Since the stone sword was her first skill, she will use that mastery to fix the gaps. Her eyes burn with determination. She is going to make this legendary move absolutely perfect. The fire dances around her, revealing that even her shadow sword technique still needs work. And as the smoke clears, you and I are left watching her collapse, exhausted but stronger than ever. All right. You and I are diving back into a world where even training feels like life or death. Sjina stands amidst countless sword gashes, her hands trembling as she tries to reach her master's level. Though her technique is getting cleaner, it is still not perfect. She still feels that fatal hesitation at the very end of her strike. Sjina looks crushed as a certain face flashes through her mind. The forest is eerie and quiet today, without even a single breeze to break the silence. She quickly turns to head back to their home. Has it really gotten this late already? Suddenly, something catches her eye. Ice is already awake and is busy teasing a tiny creature, a little wild boar. Sjina watches the animal warily. Why is a piglet out here alone? If the mother is nearby, Ice could be in serious danger. She shakes the thought away. A simple wild boar could never actually pose a threat to the powerful demon race. Still, her body moves on its own. Is she subconsciously trying to protect As? She is not even sure anymore. Her emotions are a total mess. Sjina finally speaks up, saying the boar is cute, which makes Ias jump up and nervously fix her hair. Ace awkwardly explains that the piglet is not afraid of her. She says she found a note from Kodo saying he would be gone for a while. Ias assumed they had left together, but Sjina honestly tells her that is not the case. Sjina saw him leave, but has no idea where he went. Suddenly, the piglet squeals and starts tugging on Ace's dress. Now, watch closely, because this little pig is about to lead them into the unknown. It actually nods when Ace asks if it wants them to follow. Sjina bites her lip. She knows Ice can handle herself, but she still wants to make sure the girl stays out of harm's way. She suggests going along, and sensing her worry, Ace blushes and gives a small, quiet nod. The two of them follow the piglet deep into the woods. Before long, they have traveled quite a far distance from the house. Sjina starts to feel suspicious. How much further do they really have to go? She does not feel any malice from the creature, but she has dealt with too many villains who are experts at hiding their true intentions. Whenever she thinks of that name, she shakes with pure terror. Yom, the Lord of the Shadow Mountains. Yom was a servant of the devil. Among the 99, she was the absolute leader and the most powerful of them all. Years have passed, but the trauma is carved deep. After that brutal battle, Sjina could not even lift a sword for a whole year. Defeating her back then was nothing short of a miracle. Sjina clenches her fists tightly to keep them from shaking. Even now, she is not confident she could win a second time. Yom was cruel, yet strangely, she never felt any actual malice from her. That is exactly why she can never afford to let her guard down again. Let's pause for a second. Sjina's realization here is about to change the whole vibe. She suddenly recognizes the thick mist hanging in the air. They step out into a clearing to find a natural hot spring steaming before them. Sjina is completely stunned. These are usually only found in the east. She never expected one here. Suddenly, Ice shouts that it is dangerous. Sjina is confused and asks what the problem is. The young girl looks back at her with a face full of pure terror. Ias thinks the hot water is a sign of corruption from the great demon Aniel. She is terrified and begs to leave immediately. Sjina cannot help but burst out laughing. All her suspicions vanish the moment she sees how adorable and innocent Ias is being. Ias frantically tugs at her cloak to leave, but Sjina comforts her. She explains that it is just a harmless hot spring. Ias has never even heard the term before. Sjina smiles brightly and explains that these are rare treasures found in the eastern lands. She tells her that these springs are famous for washing away fatigue and making your skin look beautiful. Finding one outside of the volcanic regions is like receiving a wonderful gift. Ias finally starts to relax and calm down. Seeing the girl's embarrassed face, Sjina decides to have some fun. She suggests they both jump in and try it out right now. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, Cain is desperately searching for his way until he hits a dead end at a cliffside. He grinds his teeth in frustration. How did he end up at a cliff? He cannot understand why he keeps finding dead ends. He scratches his head, wondering what to do now that the path to the spring is blocked. This spring was the reason he left so early. Legend says that 1,000 years ago, a massive hole was created during the ancient demon war. It supposedly connects all the way to Anil, where the currents of hell flow. They say it used to spray actual fire. Once the demons were sealed, water began to flow instead. This is why most hot springs are concentrated in the eastern region. The east was the main area devastated and scorched by Anil's hellfire in the past. This means eastern springs are just remnants of destruction and are not very effective. But other areas are different. Hot springs found elsewhere were actually holes used by demons to pull pure power directly from hell itself. Pure hell power and dragon strength? Trust me, you and I are definitely staying tuned to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where special herbs can heal any wound and even wake up a person's hidden potential for good. The herbs in his backyard just aren't cutting it anymore, so finding a hot spring to forage nearby is his best bet. But man, Con is absolutely exhausted and frustrated. Is it even worth the headache? He sighs, regretting the trip, but figures taking the safe path home is the smarter move for now. Suddenly, a thunderous roar hits his ears. What on earth was that? A massive wild boar, bigger than anything he has ever seen, appears out of nowhere in a blur of rage. Cain nearly faints. Great. Just his luck. The one thing he absolutely did not want to meet in these woods is standing right in front of him. His face goes pale. Why is there a beast like this on the mountain? To make matters worse, he didn't even bring his sword for a fight. He backs up instinctively, only to realize he's at the very edge of a cliff. No escape. He's forced to face this monster head-on right here. Okay, time to think. No matter how crazy this boar is, it wouldn't be dumb enough to charge straight off a cliff, right? Suddenly, the boar lets out a screeching roar, drool dripping from its tusks. It snaps, charging at Cain with terrifying speed to gore him with its horns. Now, watch this move, Ka. It narrowly dodges the beast. He screams, asking the crazy animal if it's completely blind to the giant cliff. The thundering footsteps get closer and closer. The boar is right on his heels. Kain digs in his feet and stops dead in his tracks. In a split second, he taps into an impossible burst of strength and leaps into the air. Every single hope is riding on this one strike. He triggers the night shadow technique, slamming his foot into the boar's skull. Take this. Then, he quickly zips aside to check the damage. He grits his teeth. That thing is still standing? How could it survive a direct hit from his night shadow move? It's a literal monster. That was the strongest skill from the blessing of the Dark Knight. The one-hit kill failed. And this terrain is way too dangerous for hit-and-run tactics. Fine then. He decides to lure it back in, leap over it, and hope the beast's own momentum sends it flying over the cliff edge. He starts feeling pretty smug about the plan. See that? Never underestimate a seasoned villain who knows exactly how to survive a pinch. Suddenly, the boar's tail whips out like a snake and wraps tight around his leg. This was definitely not something he could have predicted. The boar's massive weight pulls him down instantly as it falls. Cain loses his balance, and any hope of a safe landing vanishes in a heartbeat. You've got to be kidding me. He desperately grabs a branch on the cliffside, refusing to let his story end in such a pathetic way. He's dangling there with the heavy boar clinging to his leg. He breathes a sigh of relief he's alive. Then, he hears a snap. No, wait. The ground is already weak. But this is too much. How can one tiny branch hold both of them? Please. Just hold on. The branch partially snaps, but miraculously stops. Kain is absolutely drained. Tears of pure exhaustion and terror streaming down his face. Let's pivot back to the girls. Kain curses the 99 demons of villains as the entire cliffside finally gives way and collapses. The sound of trickling water fills the air at the lake. Sjina gently wrings the water from her long, beautiful golden hair. She's never felt this relaxed before. It's pure bliss. She can literally feel all her stress and exhaustion melting away in the warm water. Still, she can't help thinking of her master. If only he were here too. She looks over at Ace, who's huddled up, looking totally submissive. Sjina feels a sense of satisfaction. She speaks up, asking the young girl if the bath feels refreshing to her. It's really warm, right? Ace answers shyly. She clearly has something on her mind, asking Sjina if she feels any embarrassment at all. Sjina just shrugs it off. She explains that she's spent plenty of time camping and living with others, so she's totally used to it. Ace whispers softly, admitting she's never bathed with anyone before. Then she looks at Sjina and asks if she knows something important. Being a demon, she always thought humans were enemies to be fought. Since birth, that's all their two races have ever known: constant war. Her attitude is hesitant, but living together has changed her. She's learned she doesn't have to hate every single human she meets. A happy smile finally spreads across the girl's face. She thanks Sjina for always helping her, caring for her, and sharing a laugh. She realized she could actually feel at peace around someone else. She's truly happy just being part of a family with Sjina and her master. Sjina stares blankly at the girl's innocent smile. Her heart is racing as she finally starts to process her own complicated emotions. How could she ever turn her back on such a bright, innocent child? She failed to protect her before and even harbored hate. She refused to admit the truth, running from her responsibility and taking her anger out on the girl. Can she even apologize now? She's about to call out to Ace when a thunderous crash hits her ears. She snaps her head up toward the sky in shock. She grabs Ace's hand immediately, her heart pounding with urgency. We need to move. Ace looks up and sees the nightmare above them. Massive boulders are raining down right on top of them. Their peaceful sanctuary is being pulverized by the falling rocks from the cliff above. Sjina pushes off the water, moving like a golden blur. She scoops up Ias, darting through the chaos while her eyes scan for safety. That's when she realizes it's worse than she thought. Countless smaller stones are cutting off every single path they try to take. Sjina grits her teeth as the situation turns critical. She leaps over one massive rock, but more keep crashing down, sending water flying everywhere. So, what do you and I think? Can she escape while carrying Ace? Their only exit is completely blocked by a wall of falling stone. Alright, you and I are about to watch a simple rescue turn into a legendary battle. Sjina gripped Ace tight, dodging a falling boulder. An idea flashed through her mind. If she could just use lightning-fast jumps to weave through the falling rocks, she would find an opening. And just like that, Sjina successfully hit the ground, escaping the deadly landslide. She finally caught her breath as the falling rocks ceased. Was it over? She surveyed the scene. The cliff had collapsed, but she was glad it was only a partial slide. If the entire mountain had come down, even with her full strength, there would not have been anything she could do. Ace shivered from the cold. Sjina quickly grabbed their dry clothes, telling the girl to wait just 1 second. Draping the coat over her, she asked Han Ice if she was okay. Seeing the girl nod, she sighed in relief. Suddenly, Gina's face darkened. Ice felt the shift too. Sjina reached out, shoving the little girl behind her for protection. Ace, get back! Her eyes darted around for her sword, likely tossed aside by the tremors, but there was no time to search. Amidst the rubble, Gina's senses suddenly sharpened to a razor edge. Something was not right. A bright red liquid stained the clear water, and a massive shadow beneath the surface began to stir violently. The sound was so loud, it made them jump as the surface of the water erupted with massive force. Sjina went into high alert. A beast had awakened, letting out a roar. A giant boar? Its heavy footsteps slammed into the ground, creating tremors. Like a maniac, the beast charged at the sisters. On the side, Ias stood completely frozen in terror. Fighting this thing barehanded? She knew it was reckless. Her fist flickered with a faint golden light. All to protect little Ace. Now pay attention, because this is where she shows what she is truly made of. She swung her fist at the beast's head. The boar was blasted back, staggering before it suddenly collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud. But Sjina felt a sharp sting in her hand. Even with all her years of training, her arm throbbed with pain. Her breathing was heavy. This was not just a beast, there was a dark, magical power flowing right through its body. She had felt this foul energy before. This thing was infused with the power of hell, a servant of the demons. A Yom? She did not know why one was here, but she had to strike again before the monster could recover. Suddenly, Ice screamed a warning to dodge, but it was already too late. A beam of light struck her waist, leaving a nasty gash. Sjina clutched the wound. Shocked the beast could actually use magic, Ias shouted another warning. Sjina, it is not over yet. Her eyes widened in pure disbelief. The beast stood back up, unleashing a rain of light arrows that left absolutely no room for escape. They were whistling through the air, aimed directly at the little girl. Sjina realized the target was Ace, just as they arrived. She desperately scrambled toward the girl, screaming her name. Sjina lunged through the air with everything she had. Seeing Ace become the target, Sjina lunged forward immediately. She sprinted toward the girl with every bit of strength she could muster. Just as she pulled Ace into her arms, the attack slammed into them. As the dust cleared, two silhouettes slowly appeared. Sjina slowly opened her eyes in confusion. Shocked, she realized she did not have a single scratch on her body. You saw that too, right? Something impossible just happened. Sjina looked up and saw a magic barrier blocking the lightning. She stood there, frozen in place, unable to believe what was happening right in front of her eyes. This was a magic shield. In this entire world, only 9 mages can cast spells without a single chant. To create a shield that can block an elite Yom like this? Among the demon race, there is only one person. While Sjina was lost in thought, Ice stepped forward, decisively facing the monster on her own. Shaking off her theories, Sjina looked at the little girl in utter amazement and realization. The warrior who drank the blood of 5 out of 6 Red Moon Knights and annihilated an army of 3,000 alone? Could it be that, Ice, you are the one? Finally, she reached her conclusion. The Demon King. Ice suddenly turned to look at Sjina, causing her heart to stop for a second. With one glance at Sjina's injuries, the girl saw the broken wrist and the bleeding waist. Guilt washed over Ace immediately. That was Sjina always selfless. Memories of Sjina saving her over and over flashed through the girl's mind. She always put family before herself, even willing to lay down her life for the sake of someone else. AS closed her eyes, her mind set. This time, she would be the one to protect Sjina. She moved instantly. Sanus, the literal embodiment of storm and despair itself. Facing the massive beast, Ice declared, "I am the bearer of your soul, the one who commands your power." And that is where we leave it. You and I just saw the true face of the Demon King. She released her overwhelming power. "I'm releasing your seal." With that, a massive blast of wind erupts, and you and I are about to witness the power of the goddess. It slams directly into the beast. Even after impact, the sphere keeps pressure on, lifting the massive monster completely off the ground. It doesn't stop there, as the sphere continues to unleash constant and crushing gusts of wind. Minutes later, the sphere vanishes and the creature crashes down, landing hard on the floor right in front of Sjina and Ice. But that massive power surge came at a high price, leaving Ice badly injured and Sjina terrified for her safety. Ice clutches her neck in pure agony. The side effects this time are even worse than anything she has faced before. Then, things take a turn for the worse. Ice is horrified to realize she can still hear the monster moving nearby. Pay attention here, this monster is beyond furious. It struggles back up, veins popping across its body, in a terrifying display of pure anger. Its red eyes snap open with a hateful scream. Ice covers her face. What kind of monster is this Eomer thing anyway? How is its magic spiking this fast? Ace's eyes go wide with shock as the realization finally hits her. This isn't just a normal power boost. Hearing its furious roar, Ace realizes the beast has gone completely berserk. Exactly. This Eomer monster cannot control its power anymore. It is just letting every bit of magic explode outward. Just like her. Right now, her own body is boiling over with the intensity of that dark and neo magic. Ice clutches her chest, her face twisted in pain. If she does not stop soon, she will end up just like that beast. If two berserk monsters appear at once, Sjina will be in grave danger. Ignoring her own safety, Ace desperately screams for her to leave. "Sjina, run away now." Sjina is frozen in horror at the suggestion. "Ice, what are you saying?" The girl barely manages to speak through her weakness. Even in this state, she believes she can buy enough time for Sjina to escape this nightmare alive. She begs Sjina to go find Kai, but Sjina just stands there, her mind racing with impossible choices and heavy thoughts. On a battlefield, leaving would be the logical play. Sjina knows that getting away is technically the smartest move. She bites her lip, her heart pounding. Suddenly, Sjina steps forward with total resolve, shielding Ace from the approaching monster. She refuses to abandon her family while the enemy is right there. Ace watches her, absolutely stunned by the choice. Even knowing she is outmatched, Sjina stands her ground to protect her. "I know what I am doing is probably stupid," she admits. Ice tries to argue, but Sjina cuts her off before she can say another word. "But Ice?" She looks back with the gentlest eyes. "He and I would never leave family behind. You feel that too, right?" Sjina stands tall and certain. Just because she does not have a sword does not mean she is going to be a burden. Faced with that kind of stubbornness, Ice can only let out a helpless laugh. "You total idiot." The monster lunges. It slams into their magic shield, and Sjina watches in terror as the barrier starts to crack under the pressure. She grits her teeth, searching for any way out. What do I do? At this rate, it is going to break. If only I had a sword. Suddenly, a blade strikes the ground right next to her in the middle of the quiet woods. A voice calls out, making Sjina's eyes go wide with surprise. "Take it." A mysterious figure slowly walks toward them from the shadows. He starts chanting a spell, and the sword in Sjina's hand begins to glow with light as he slowly closes the distance between them. As his face finally comes into focus, both girls are overjoyed. It is none other than Cain, arriving with absolute determination in every step. Even though he is clearly exhausted, his eyes are sharper and more focused than they have ever been. Villains and cliffs have a really deep history together. When a hero is chasing them, the end of the road is almost always a steep drop-off. For a hero, A cliff is either a dead end or a place to find a secret power-up to get stronger. For a villain, falling usually means it is over. You have to be prepared with every tool possible to actually use a cliff for an escape. A normal villain would be dead by now, but Cain is a veteran, and he has mastered the rules of survival. He had his survival methods ready, so he actually managed to cheat death during the fall. Cain is badly wounded and coughing, but that doesn't mean he is finished just yet. His thoughts are cut short by a wave of agony, and he swears because it hurts like hell. He leans down to check the damage on his arm. Broken bones are piercing his organs, and his left arm is completely useless. He just laughs right now. He looks like nothing more than a walking corpse. He looks up at the sky and wonders if he just let his guard down too much. Deep down, he knows this whole mess was his own fault from the very start. He left his sword behind and tried to fight a boar alone. That is not how a veteran villain is supposed to operate. Now, he just catches his breath. What do you and I think his next move will be? Living with heroes and demons? Surviving against the strongest on the planet? Maybe I just forgot my own humble place. No matter how hard I try, I am only third-rate. He gritted his teeth in pure self-reproach. Stick with me. We are about to see how even clever tricks cannot hide a man's true limits. He knew he was not a chosen hero, yet he still walked right into the arms of death. Suddenly, someone approaches Kain. He frowns in irritation as a girl's shadow slowly begins to take form. Have you still not given up? She stops, stunned by his state, while Kain sinks into his own thoughts. That is right. This is the woman who fought for 1,000 years through pure, stubborn willpower. Why would she back down now? To an enemy targeting him, this is the ultimate golden opportunity. Now pay attention here. Watch as the cold tension between these two finally reaches a breaking point. Do not touch me. Even under his angry glare, she stays there, confused, as if dealing with a wild boar is more than enough for her. My eyes are full of hate, you ignorant spirit. Do you not get it? Despite his heavy wounds, Cain keeps explaining. Death carries zero meaning. It is just a silent end for everyone. Tombs are for the living, yet you are obsessed with death, guarding a graveyard for your entire life. He smirks mockingly. Even far from that cemetery, all you can see is the shadow of death. He suddenly grabs her wrist, pulling her forward. Remember this feeling, he affirms, placing her hand on his chest. You and I saw that coming, right? I am still alive. She freezes at his words. As long as this heart is still beating, she stares in shock as he declares that as long as his heart beats, he will never let the name Crazy Striker appear on her tombstone. Not a chance. In the quiet space, his mind fills with swirling thoughts about their strange and long history. It has been years, yet I still do not understand why she keeps targeting a villain like me. Her innocence, without a single drop of malice for 1,000 years, actually makes him want to laugh. Kain slowly moves her hand from his chest and places it directly against his own neck. If you truly want to drag me to the grave, then end my life now. And that is where we leave it. Do you and I think she will actually finish him? All right, stick with me here. This moment mirrors a nightmare from 30 years ago. Cain yells right in her face, show me your malice one more time. You stupid beast guarding the dragon graveyard. Until you find that hate inside you, you'll never reach your goal while I'm standing here. After that cold and harsh speech, Cain finally loosens his tight grip on her. If you aren't ready, then get lost, you pathetic creature. She just sighs, her face darkening, and finally turns her back on him for good. She walks away without even looking back once. Cain watches her, gritting his teeth. Is she really giving up? Then, he spots a red flower nearby. Cain locks his eyes on it. He's determined to claim that bloom no matter what it takes. Watch closely here. His hands are shaking, but he refuses to stop. No matter who tries to block him, he keeps reaching forward. He won't stop until his very last breath. With unshakable will, Cain finally grabs the flower. He's absolutely not giving up on staying alive. He stuffs it into his mouth and reaches into his bag for something else. He pulls out the blood flower's tears and starts chewing them down raw. Pure blood essence was poured into creating this legendary and dangerous flower. Suddenly, a sharp, stabbing pain hits him so hard his eyes nearly pop out of his head. This flower is a total wildcard. It can be a medicine, a poison, or even a massive hallucinogen. You and I can see his whole body curling up in agony as he takes it raw. It should have been refined, but now he's drowning in torment. Even knowing the secrets of cursed blood and the path of life, taking it raw makes the toxins impossible to control. Neutralizing this poison is out of the question. Cain clutches his shirt with everything he's got. He feels every muscle being torn apart. This is the heavy price for swallowing the main ingredient of the mad dragon's tears. He's writhing on the ground like he's actually dying. There's nothing gentle about this process. His muscles tear and veins burst like 1,000 bolts of lightning running from his head all the way to his heels. It's so intense that even a warrior as tough as Cain starts screaming out in total desperation. The torture doesn't stop. It keeps eating at him, veins bulging across his skin, but he refuses to let go or give in. The pain is so bad he's literally clawing the earth, leaving deep gashes in the dirt. He won't bow down. Cain mocks his own suffering. Think you can kill me? He laughs at death, clutching his chest. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Trust me, you and I are watching a warrior who has endured this countless times. Finally, the pain subsides just enough for Cain to catch his breath and relax. All right, you and I are about to see a man who would trade his own limbs just for one more second of life. Even if his body collapses, he keeps pushing. No matter the sacrifice, as long as he is breathing, he refuses to give up. He will survive until the very end. As a light breeze brushes past, Cain stands alone, still fighting his desperate battle. This is exactly why he chose the path of a villain. In this world, he only looks out for number one. Suddenly, he stops. The miserable survivor who chased life so desperately collapses without any warning at all. Meet the worst kind of villain, the one who simply refuses to die. The wind howls louder as Cain lies motionless on the earth. Gasping for air, he clutches his chest, nearly losing consciousness. Consuming the tears of the blood flower brings agonizing pain. But now, in Cain's eyes, the world around him transforms into raw flows of spiritual energy. In exchange for the pain, his senses are sharper than ever. From the grass to the soil, everything pulses with energy. He senses a misty veil surrounding him, hearing distant echoes and feeling every vibration coming from the ground. Eyes shut tight, he tastes the air and inhales the world essence, letting every scent and vibration guide him. Suddenly, Cain's eyes snap open. He is processing everything, calculating his next move with superhuman precision. He feels a movement nearby, the unmistakable sound of a battle. Once more, he closes his eyes to focus. Time to run the numbers. In this world, nothing is perfect, and absolute certainty simply does not exist. He calculates thousands of scenarios, but they all end the same with his own brutal and desperate death. Pay attention here. If there is even a 1% chance of survival, you know he is going to find it. His eyes widen. A gust of wind swirls right in front of him, forcing Cain to block the sudden impact. A smirk plays on his lips. He found it. Cain begins to trek deeper into the dark forest. Calmly walking through the thick fog, he spots Sjina's sword. His brow furrows in thought. His intuition screams that something is wrong. Staring into the mist, he can finally feel it. His hypersensitive senses have pierced through the haze, giving him total clarity over the situation. Determined, he grabs the blade. It is his only shot at survival. Without hesitating, he hurls it back toward its owner. The sword spins through the air and thuds into the dirt. Cain senses its position. Perfect. Bullseye. He frowns as he realizes something. It turns out, Sjina and Ice are actually standing there together. You and I both know the feeling of watching someone freeze up when they should be acting. Cain is losing his mind. Pick it up. He finally breathes a sigh of relief when he sees someone grab the hilt. About time. They should have done that sooner. He keeps moving, whispering an activation spell as he marches forward. Without looking back once, the silhouettes of Sjina and Ice finally come into clear view. Across from him, the two stand stunned. As they call his name, Cain approaches with the calm of a god. The monster is still in a blind rage. He squints at it, wondering if the thing actually got bigger. He has already figured out why. Despite the creature being a ticking time bomb, he keeps walking toward it. This giant boar hung out at the hot springs, likely soaking up raw power from the underworld. Even poisoning it wouldn't work now. It would just mutate and get stronger. Cain scans the area, noticing the collapsed cliff. That collapse cracked the ground open, letting hellish mana leak out and contaminate the water supply. The boar drank it all up. After absorbing that massive amount of mana, the beast mutated into a literal demon. He is still lost in thought, even as he stands face to face with the rampaging monster. It is leaking uncontrolled mana everywhere, looking stronger than ever. But Cain just sidesteps and comes to a halt. Once that mana hits its limit, it will trigger an explosion big enough to blow this entire mountain sky high. Cain stands as a shield for Sjina and Ace. Despite the dire situation, he quickly assesses their condition. It is a total mess. Those two are barely hanging on, and he is still low on raw power. Why is his life always this difficult? Finally, Cain settles on a plan. Now, it is all about execution. He suddenly calls out their names, startling them both. Then, he asks a question to test their loyalty. Do you both trust me? Without a second thought, they answer. Of course we do, yeah. He smirks, thinking they are both idiots. He tells them their lives are in his hands now, just leave it to him. And that is where we leave it. Cain is about to pull off something crazy, and you and I are definitely going to want to see it. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when a monster meets a master manipulator. Come at me, beast. It opens glowing red eyes in rage and roars with absolute authority. The sound is so intense that all three of them are frozen, barely even daring to breathe. Cain watches the creature with a sharp, serious gaze. It seems to have fully transformed into a nightmare, overflowing with life and mana. But Cain just smiles, catching the monster off guard with his confidence. Compared to the true nightmares that have survived for 1,000 years, you are nothing but a common, mindless animal. It grinds its teeth, glaring at him with pure hatred. Cain doesn't flinch. Instead, he looks down on the beast with pure contempt. Nothing has changed here. You are still just a powerful wild beast, and I am still just a weak human. Facing the beast's peak fury, he calmly advises, remember, the man you want to kill survived through countless schemes and every dirty trick in the book. And then, Cain proudly declares himself to be the absolute worst person on this entire planet. Come on then, if you are ready to die, you filthy creature. The monster roars and charges straight at Cain without a second of hesitation. As the savage beast lunges toward the group, Cain closes his eyes, pushing his brain to its absolute processing limit. The human brain has hidden powers that most people will never unlock, even if they spend their entire lives trying. High-speed thinking, split-second judgment, multi-stream analysis, and absolute logical deduction. Now, watch closely, this is where he turns the tide. When those abilities awaken, mental power amplifies tenfold, making time itself feel like it has completely stopped. He silently observes the monster, calculating its temperament, mobility, patterns, and physical structure based on every bit of data. He analyzes its body to predict its very next move, finally reaching a singular, undeniable moment of truth. Even the greatest storm starts with a single butterfly wing, and every long journey begins with one simple step. Cain's words hit Sjina and Ias like a bolt of enlightenment. Ias opens her eyes wide and immediately begins chanting her spell. Zenus, the embodiment of storm and despair, unleash the gale. As the chant ends, a violent wind erupts from the young girl. The monster roars as it charges, but suddenly, its massive legs are snatched up and bound by powerful, swirling tornadoes. It gets lifted off the ground, spun around violently, and slammed repeatedly into the stone floor before crashing down right in front of Ice. Witnessing the sheer scale of the destruction, the young girl can hardly believe what her own eyes are seeing. It is incredible based on what he just said. The true nature of storm magic is simply the element of wind. Thinking back, she realizes his butterfly metaphor meant using low-level magic with a very specific and focused intent. She never thought a low-tier spell could work on such a high-level threat. Suddenly, Ice freezes mid-thought. Her body begins to convulse in agony as the painful side effects of the magic start to kick in. While Ice is writhing in pain, nobody notices the expression on Cain's face. He grinds his teeth, eyes locked onto the beast. Unbelievably, it manages to stand back up after that blow. He expected at least a few broken bones, but it's still moving. Its defense is much higher than he imagined, but he doesn't regret using that move at all. You and I both know it's not over yet. Look at this. It fires energy beams at them, but Cain won't fail again. With absolute resolve, Cain calmly recites a poem about standing firm against adversity and the dance of rain and wind. His words are deep and mysterious, but the deadly energy beams are already closing in on their position. However, Sjina doesn't flinch. She raises her sword to block, her gaze becoming even sharper than her steel blade. She swings decisively. Her body understands the meaning before her brain does, tearing through the monster's relentless attack while Ace gasps. The girl is worried and lost in thought. His words are hard to believe. Stones represent raw, powerful mana. Rain is the flow of energy, wind is the outburst of power, and earth is the magic that has been released. Spiritual energy begins to spread as the girl forces herself to look down at her trembling hands. Is he telling me to stop controlling the mana and just let it explode? That is suicide. I could blow up everything here. But then she remembers Kain's question. Filled with absolute confidence, do you too believe in me? Any hesitation in her heart vanishes. Despite the danger, she chooses to put her full trust in Kain's plan. In that moment, a sharp pain stabs through her heart, forcing her to clutch her chest as a strange sensation stops her cold. Startled, she sees the bracelet on her arm greedily drinking in all of her magical energy. She gasps, realizing it is absorbing her mana. The young girl stares at the artifact in total shock as it continues to drain her power. Out of the 36 continental treasures, some have their own will, like the fourth treasure, the Black Dragon God Suit. It can change shape based on mana, but compared to the Shadow of the Dragon, it is nothing more than a toy. So, what do you and I take from this? Kain always has a bigger plan. Even high-level demon mana is being absorbed. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how this treasure lets him control mana, meaning he can finally push magic beyond his own limits. The Devil's Malice is just raw mana, and this relic is the perfect tool to keep it all in check. Now, he doesn't even have to worry about the deadly side effects of using dark magic anymore. His eyes widen in total shock. This is the kind of legendary treasure that any sorcerer would literally put their life on the line to own. It is like a sealing item. Wait a second. Could this really be a sealing item? These 99 sealing items were miracles made by the gods in ancient times, just to lock away powerful demons. She stares at him with deep suspicion. Even with the mysterious power of a talisman master, how could a mere human create a treasure that rivals a miracle of the gods? A thick, heavy mist begins to rise, blurring the entire area in a white haze. After a relentless barrage of sword strikes, Sjina finally stops. She is gasping for air, unable to believe her own progress. She thought her body would have given out by now, especially with her arm like this. Pay attention here. Kain starts to explain that even the smallest cracks can bring down a massive wall. He says scattered clouds eventually gather to become a storm of rain. Those words make Sjina freeze in her tracks right then. She looks up in shock, seeing a massive, swirling vortex charging straight toward her. In a flash, she drops into a defensive stance to survive. An explosion rocks the ground, but Sjina leaps away just in time. She narrows her eyes and looks down as Sjina swings her blade through the empty air. She is focused, her expression cold and unchanging. It is like she has forgotten her exhaustion, unleashing a non-stop storm of aggressive, rapid-fire slashes. Finally, she stands face to face with the beast. The power she is unleashing surprises even her. This is actually incredible. Sjina turns to look at Kain, her mind racing with questions. Her teacher predicts moves like he is reading the monster's mind. His metaphors are confusing, yet they make more sense than 1,000 words. I think I finally understand what is happening here. This reminds Sjina of an old legend. An ancient story passed down through a noble clan of warriors. It is about a mythical creature that protected Danya for 1,000 years. The dragon swordsman, who held one of the 4 holy scriptures. A state where the self and the world become one, a legendary level of perception and absolute feeling. It is a realm where the senses and intuition reach their absolute limit. The oneness of self and object. The dragon swordsman mastered that over a millennium. A completely new realm. A place where you can communicate and share your will with everything. Unlocking the mind. Swordsmen call this secret of opening the door from the soul to the world the key of the world. Sjina is lost in thought. Before the light swordsman's storm appeared, this was considered the peak of swordplay and the closest thing to the ultimate power. Meanwhile, Kain's footsteps slowly and quietly draw closer to the scene. You and I have to wonder, how did a teacher like him manage to get the key of the world? Suddenly, Kain steps forward and tells Sjina to move back. She is surprised and retreats, while her mind tries to process the difference between prediction and true prophecy. The secret of the sages from the Tower of Truth isn't just about guessing. It is about actually reaching the truth of the future. To someone who has mastered the eye of truth, Prophecy means the future is just another object to be seen through. Of course, I am only imitating it. Unlike the sages who watch the truth all day, I can only use the eye of truth for a few dozen seconds. What I am doing is just a mix of prediction and improvisation. I do not actually have the power to predict things perfectly yet. Cain looks up at the sky, his eyes full of deep thought. It is not that the secret I stole from the sages was incomplete, I just lack the talent. The monster lets out a furious roar, but Cain remains calm. His eyes are cold and emotionless as he stares the beast down, confirming his next move. But it does not matter. Even if I cannot see the future, I have endless experience built up until now to help me anticipate every mistake and prepare for any outcome. The moment it almost touches him, Cain leans aside to dodge. Combined with his predictions, it is almost like he has reached the level of prophecy. His words make the beast freeze in its tracks, as if a deep sorrow is swallowing its very soul. If that is your karma, if you do not push your mind and effort to the absolute limit, blood begins to leak from his hand as he grips the iron chain. But Cain charges in without hesitation. I will take on your karma myself. Third-rate people like me would not be able to survive otherwise. Anyway, his punch slams directly into the monster, making it scream in agony. He pulls his hand back, and the beast's blood sprays everywhere as they separate. Cain frowns at his hand. Holy power and demonic mana are two completely opposing forces. After all, stimulating and condensing the beast's mana through a holy relic will create a mana core. I have got it. Now he grips it tight and starts absorbing. Veins bulge across his arm, but he refuses to give up. The mana is so powerful he cannot control it. And that is where we leave it. If I cannot control it, I will just have to take it all in. All right, you and I are about to witness a recovery that defies logic. Cain isn't just controlling his mana, he's letting it flow, fusing it with the blood flower chemicals inside him. Not even a single strand of hair is missed as the mana flows, and Cain's eyes slowly snap open. Finally, Cain has achieved his goal, forcing his cells to mutate exactly the way he planned. Sjina watches from the shadows, her eyes wide with total shock. This level of damage usually requires high-tier holy magic to heal, yet he's recovering instantly. Unless his heart or brain is destroyed, his life force is now infinite. His body regenerates in the blink of an eye. This is a forbidden art that brings a human being closer to true immortality. But the price is your soul, a dark secret requiring the consumption of human flesh. 7 years ago, he wiped out the cannibals who used this art. They used this immortal heart to rule the southern forest through pure terror and fear. She's still standing there, unable to believe her eyes. Cain tests his remaining arm and suddenly realizes the extent of the change. His wounds have completely vanished. Through 3 rounds of refinement, the mana has finally become perfectly synced with his body. The blood flower chemicals are reacting to the energy, mutating his cells to restore his body to its original state. Of course, this was risky as hell. If the mana was even slightly too strong or weak, he'd face a horrific mutation. Instead of healing, worse, if the energy was too great, his blood vessels would have literally exploded. Just thinking about it is terrifying. He turns his gaze toward the beast. Every single transformation had to be calculated and monitored with absolute precision. Watch his face here, because things are about to get really intense. Even without mana, he knows this creature could still kill him up close. Cain just smirks. He asks the beast, "You can still move, right?" Leaving the creature completely baffled. He steps forward, provoking it. "Come on, if your heart is still beating, then try to kill me." Cain suddenly screams right in its face. "Show me all of that malice you have." The beast looks almost innocent as the hatred in its eyes flickers out, replaced by deep sorrow. It turns and flees into the distance without looking back, leaving the scene for good. Cain watches it go with pure contempt. Is that it? In the end, you weren't some monster or demon after all. If it hadn't lost its mind to the mana, it never could have endured the fear of leaving its partner behind. This karma is far too heavy for a weak and foolish beast like you to carry. But then he stumbles, laughing to himself. Even a beast has the will to survive provocation. Suddenly, Cain loses all his strength and drops to his knees. If I can't even manage to survive this, how could I not mock myself? It seems he pushed his truth eyes way past their limit. Cain collapses, but he tells himself he must never forget this moment. Sjina and Ice rush over in a panic. He realizes that no matter how hard he tries, he'll never reach the top rank. Kain's final thought is that if he tries to push past rank 3, it will be the death of him. He slowly closes his eyes. This is the curse of the gods for his pursuit of such evil power. Now let's switch gears. You and I need to see who's been watching from above. A green-haired girl with horns stands there. Observing them, she frowns as a memory resurfaces. She sees her past self dragging a heavily wounded body through the dirt. 30 years ago, when she first opened her heavy eyes, she saw something she would never forget. A ragged man was alone, digging graves and talking to himself, unaware of her presence. He muttered to the earth, calling it a poor beast. She froze as her heart raced. This was the first time since she obtained the key of the world. She watched his back as he slowly stood up. She was looking at the lock on a human mind, something so heavy and complex that no key in existence could ever open it. It was beyond her understanding. The man opened a water bottle, looking confused. Why do you think they had to die? He poured the water over the graves. Because they craved a treasure that doesn't even exist? Or was it for violating a dragon's tomb? A place they should have never entered, only to face your wrath? As if sensing her, the man turned around and asked directly, "Is it because they betrayed me and tried to take my life? You were their comrade, weren't you?" She was speechless. Then he said something that stunned her. "I'm leaving this place." Pain flared through her body as she tried to stand. He spoke with total indifference as he stepped closer. "I don't care what you think or what you want to do to me, but I have no intention of staying trapped in this 1,000-year tomb. The karma of that old sorrow is finally gone, and I don't plan on looking after beasts like you," he said, as she began to cry. Suddenly, he reached out and wiped a tear from her eye. "So, little beast, if you want to see me again, you'll have to find your way out of here." The man stood up. "Trust me, you and I are about to find out why 498 hunters died. Stick around for what's next." His final words left her even more stunned. "Let us dive into this. You and I are about to see a departure that changes everything. Once you find your malice, and you are ready to beat mine with yours, then walked away into the void." In her memory, Cain turned to whisper one last goodbye. "Come find me and show me your malice." He stepped through the gate without a single look back. Even when they reached the Danya, he was the only one who did not crave that legendary treasure. He was the one who took 1,000 years of sorrow from me. That was how I said goodbye to the conqueror of Draconia, my master. Back in the present, she looked silently at the sky. One day, in the future, we will definitely meet again. Now, pay attention, because the scene is about to shift. Night has fallen, and a man heavy-breathing echoes through a small, quiet town. He is running like a ghost is chasing him, gasping for air as if he is on the verge of death. Suddenly, he stops and looks around. Is it this way? His eyes sharpen as he spots a small house. Is this really the place he was looking for? He crosses his arms, looking on with curiosity. He did not expect to find a house like this in the slums, but it makes sense. The beat-up door makes the servant feel skeptical. Look at that run-down entrance. Is there really a pharmacist living in a place like this? He approaches the house. What was I expecting from someone doing business with the poor anyway? But I cannot just turn back now. The servant knocks hard on the rickety door, shouting loudly for whoever is inside to come out. "Hello? Is anyone there?" A voice calls out from inside the house. "Treatments are over for today. Come back tomorrow." He panics. "I am sorry, but I have an emergency patient here." The voice answers again. "Sorry, but we do not work after hours." Hearing that, he begs in terror. "Wait, please. My master is currently standing on the thin line between life and death. Help me just this once. Please save a dying man." Silence follows, until a voice finally says to let him in. The door opens, and warm yellow light spills out into the yard. A voice replies, "Yes." Someone steps out from the shadows. This girl's stunning beauty makes it impossible for him to look away. Sjina smiles gently. "Please, come inside." Her beautiful features leave him completely dazed, unable to even blink as he stares at her face. In the Duchy of Lubario, the atmosphere is incredibly lively. The shouts of merchants making deals make the place busier than ever. "Check out my goods. They are cheap." A strange man walks through the market while vendors continue their non-stop sales pitches. Get your ice gems imported from the icebergs of the north. Come and have a taste. Speaking of this sword, it was crafted by the Chep family, the best artisans on the continent. Aya starts noticing everything around the market. You and I can see how overwhelmed she is. It is so noisy. 10 days ago, Aze and the others disguised themselves and moved to Lazo. Thanks to the fake seals she made and the herbs they gathered, they fooled the guards and found an abandoned house in the slums. It was so run down that even the poor would not live there. Even though everything was settled, a question kept spinning in her head, still left completely unanswered. It was about Kain's identity. He had a bunch of lives that seemed to have nothing to do with each other. He was an heir to the dual sword style, a holy warrior of the dark sect, and a mysterious sorcerer. Kain was also a skilled carpenter, blacksmith, and even a pharmacist. Suddenly, a seller voice from behind calls out, "Please come again next time." This catches her attention. Ice is still spiraling with questions about Kain. How did he live to end up with so many identities? An argument breaks out in the distance, drawing her focus. "Hey, customer." The stall owner is furious, demanding compensation. "You broke my goods. You have to pay me for this." The woman in the red cloak just speaks calmly. "You are right. If I broke it, I should pay." The owner keeps demanding money. "Do not just stand there talking. Give me the money." She gives a short laugh. "Fine, I will do as you wish." Seeing this, Ace frowns. Is this a setup to scam travelers? This merchant put a vase in the middle of a crowded street, and his way of talking is just strange. Is she a foreigner here for the first time? Seeing how easy it was, the owner is actually surprised. "If you want compensation," the woman continues calmly, "but I do not have any local currency on me right now. I will send someone to pay you later." The owner grins widely, thrilled that his evil plan actually worked. Wait, witnessing this makes Eyes feel indignant. "Hey, what do you think you are saying right now?" The woman ignores her and looks at the crowd. "It seems my Luberio language is not very good, is it?" Ayas is stunned. She really is a foreigner. The girl approaches to explain. "The problem is not your language, it is your credibility." The woman strokes her chin, confused. "What do you mean? I do not understand." "Stick with me. This is where the real trouble starts. All right, you and I are jumping into a story where an argument turns into an epic reveal. Pay later? Words are just too easy to fake. What are you implying?" The shopkeeper starts panicking as she glares at him. "Are you calling me a liar right now?" She steps closer, demanding a real answer. "Depending on what you say, I might just take this as a personal insult to my name." He starts shaking, trying to explain himself. "No, that is not it. I did not mean it that way at all. There is no guarantee you are telling the truth." She confronts him directly while he backs away in fear. Aya silently watches the drama unfold. Suddenly, she turns toward the little girl and glares. "Do you think I am lying to you as well?" Such an arrogant kid. Ice is curious about her identity, seeing how she dominates the room with just her sharp words. Not everyone can pull this off. Her presence is so strong it is shocking. Now, the girl is starting to get angry. "This is uncomfortable. I do not even know you, so why should I trust you?" The woman is stunned by Ayas's cold, sharp gaze. "True? You have no reason to trust me yet." With that, she reaches up and starts to undo her heavy cloak. Now, watch this reveal. The cloak falls, and her identity is finally shown. She is actually Sia's older sister, the empress of the entire empire. Her beautiful face and flowing red hair leave everyone absolutely speechless. It is a sight no one ever expected to see. She hands her cloak to the shopkeeper. "If you do not believe me, take this as payment for the debt instead. Any objections?" He agrees instantly. Then she turns back to Ice. "You are one arrogant boy. What is your name, kid?" The girl stays cold. "Should you not introduce yourself before asking someone else?" The woman just breaks out into a laugh. What a sly kid indeed. She turns to leave. "I will hear your name later then." She glances back with a mysterious smile. "We might meet again soon." As she fades into the distance, Ice feels a strange and sudden sense of familiarity. "I am sure this is our first meeting. But why does she feel so familiar, like we met before?" Gentle sunlight streams through the window. Sjina finishes bandaging a man's broken leg. Work is finally done, so she grabs her bag and prepares to head out. Sjina calls the boy back, surprising him. Here, take this. She pulls a small cloth bag out of her pocket and hands it over. These are painkillers. She warns him that too many can be dangerous. Only take one when the pain is truly unbearable for him. The boy nervously asks if his dad will be okay. She smiles. He just will not be moving for about a week. He will recover soon. If you find a priest, they can fix any lingering issues, so do not worry about him at all. The boy finally relaxes and bows. Thank you so much. She gently replies that she only did what had to be done. Sjina thinks to herself that luckily, it was just a minor injury that she could easily manage on her own. Suddenly, the boy looks troubled. He shyly scrambles for the last few coins in his pocket, looking absolutely pitiful to her. I am sorry, but this is all I have. Those old, dull coins are the only wealth they have left in the world. Sjina reaches out and takes just one single coin. This is enough, she says, leaving the boy completely shocked by her kindness. But that is not enough for the medicine. Sjina pats his head. It is okay. It was not expensive medicine anyway. She leaves, thinking to herself that she never really expected to get paid for this kind of work anyway. But she still had to take something. Sjina says goodbye and happily heads back home for the day. You and I are seeing their struggle now. Living in the slums and cross-dressing just to survive while hiding from the world. She sighs because they are too broke for a house. Even though we work as pharmacists, we mostly treat the poor. It is impossible to save up any real money this way. Another loss today. I could ask my family for help, but I ran away on my own. So I cannot just go back now. Plus, teacher would never allow it anyway. Sjina's eyes suddenly look heavy with a lot of worry. She walks home with a heavy heart, hoping for a better future. Suddenly, her eyes widen at the figure standing ahead. Ayas is walking alone and sighing. Sjina calls out her name, startling the girl. Hey, Ein, is that you? Ayas turns around with a smile. Is that you, Sjina? Back from work? Yes. How was the market today? Ayas says she is fine, but her sad face tells a different story. Did something happen? Sjina asks with a warm smile. She looks okay, so it must not be too serious. Let's head home. Ayas follows Sjina back, still looking quite sad. Meanwhile, Kai is thinking, going to a temple for healing is normal, but as a villain, that is just not an option. He sighs in frustration. If they ask about his wounds, he cannot exactly say a hero stabbed him for being evil. He would be suspected and hunted down immediately. That is just not an option for someone in his difficult position. To be a villain who lives a long, healthy life, you must be able to heal your own wounds and any sickness. And that is how he became a fake pharmacist. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. All right, let's dive into the life of a pharmacist who makes a living off the rich. He also caters to travelers and adventurers, selling them essential things like basic healing potions and antidotes. He once had a garden full of expensive herbs, intended to be his golden ticket for a quick escape. Kain is fuming and wants to cry a river of tears because some cursed pig completely trashed his precious garden. He slams his hand down on the chair in pure, helpless frustration. Because of that mess, he is stuck living in a broken ruin instead of a real house. Now, he can only sell medicine to the poor. He needs to find a way out of this situation. Suddenly, he looks out and sees Sjina has finally returned. She walks in with Ayas, timidly announcing they are home. Cain just stares at them and lets out a heavy sigh. Escaping is going to be nearly impossible with these two around. He groans, thinking how much easier it would be to escape alone. But these two stand out so much just by looking at them. There is no way they could ever stay hidden. They are the ones making his life a total struggle. That girl is supposed to be a hero, yet she has no money. Sjina feels his gloom. She remembers 17 years ago, after the war with the man-eaters, when she was guided to find a secret book. The book spoke of the immortal heart and an ancient evil organization that was supposed to have vanished forever. It contained forbidden arts. Now pay attention. She burned that book just to make sure no one could ever misuse it. Cain is still acting grumpy, not realizing he actually read it. Inside, the fireplace is burning with a fierce intensity. They sit for dinner. But looking at the thick vegetable soup makes him snap. It is just a bowl of thick liquid with cheap roots and almost no flavor. Just looking at this pathetic meal is enough to make him feel completely exhausted. Why has her cooking not improved at all? He forces down every spoon, desperate to escape this miserable current reality. Suddenly, a loud banging hits the door. Someone outside is desperately hitting the old wood, shouting for anyone inside. Cain continues eating while cursing in his head. Who on earth would show up at this late hour? The door is already falling apart, and that banging might just break it. He glares at Sjina, who just looks back pityingly. Cain looks away in total annoyance. Late-night visits always mean someone is dying. If he fails, he gets blamed. If he succeeds, they probably cannot pay. It is all a huge hassle. Sjina sighs and heads to the door. She calls out that they are closed and tells the visitor to return tomorrow. The person outside begs, claiming it is an emergency. Sjina gently refuses again, saying they do not work after hours. The voice outside becomes even more desperate, pleading for them to wait. His client is hovering between life and death. He begs them to save a dying man, just this one time. Now watch this. You saw that, right? Cain freezes, and his eyes light up like he just found a lifeline. The word client is used by servants of the wealthy to refer to their masters. Even a noble who lost everything is going to be richer than these poor locals. Cain signals her to let them in. Sjina is stunned, but he just snaps at her to hurry up. As she opens the door, Cain wears a truly sinister smile. The plan is to use sleeping pills and pretend the patient is temporarily recovering. Then he can collect the medicine fee and leave without anyone noticing. A perfect scheme. Sjina opens the door and invites the man inside. He scans the servant from head to toe. Those clothes scream money. Perfect. He puts on his coldest, most professional look to greet the man. Now, tell me exactly what the situation is. The man explains that his master was perfectly healthy until a few days ago, when he suddenly collapsed out of nowhere. He has been sleeping for days and cannot even get out of bed. Sjina asks if they have tried priests. They did, of course. But strangely enough, his condition did not show a single sign of improvement. The priest eventually gave up on the treatment. But this servant refused to quit and kept searching for a way to save his master. Then one day, a certain pharmacist told him something that left him feeling completely crushed. It is a rare disease that requires a special medicine. The old man admitted he simply could not produce it himself. He rushed to the capital and asked every pharmacist he could find, men and women alike. But not a single person could make it. Helpless and desperate, this house became the very last string of hope he had left. Some said it was impossible. Others claimed the disease had no cure. It was a cycle of endless rejection. A few even said the medicine did not exist, calling the idea a total scam. This truly is the very last place he can go. Sjina is speechless. If holy magic cannot cure a disease, then what on earth are you and I looking at? All right, you and I are about to see nearly perfect healing power. Other methods are useless, she realizes. Even with cheap temple healing, pharmacists are still needed to survive. A medicine that can fix a serious illness like this? It would cost a massive fortune to find. Sjina is struggling to find a solution for this strange disease. What can I do? I only know basic first aid. Then, her eyes light up. What would Master Sjina do right now? He just sits there with his arms crossed, totally emotionless. Is this really the god of sleep fragrance? One symptom is mental paralysis. It forces the victim into a deep, endless sleep. This poison requires a special antidote. But that group tried to rule the world using blood curses and disease. To reach their goal, they made poisons that could even block holy magic. However, a lab mistake caused them to be destroyed by their own deadly plague. Now, their leftover toxins are worth more than gold. Cain knows the situation is bad, no cure for most. Pay attention here. This means someone is actively trying to assassinate this client. I should stay away from conspiracies. But it is tempting. Only a rich person could afford this poison. If I pull this off, I will never have to worry about bills again. Real money and good food? Or should I keep living like this? Cain finally calls out to Sjina. He tells her to get the equipment ready for a house call. She is absolutely thrilled. Sjina rushes inside to pack. Yes, Cain then asks Ait to bring his cane and coat. He tells Ait to guard the house carefully. He starts walking slowly. He is struggling to lead the way. The servant is shocked. What? Cain sighs. To treat the sick, I have to actually see them. He gets ready. Please wait. I will go call a carriage immediately. Cain looks totally annoyed. This is an assassination attempt. Are you trying to alert the killer? He stays calm despite being angry. Sir, I do not think it is that far. I can walk. The servant leads the way. Sjina tips her hat toward 8. Stay at home. 8. This might take a long time. Go to sleep early. And do not forget to lock the door. 8 waves them goodbye. Yes, 8 feels a bit lonely. A serious case like this means they probably will not return today. You and I have to wonder, is there actually anything this guy cannot do? I really do not know. Suddenly, there is a loud knock at the door. 8 is suspicious. Is it another patient? She starts to panic. What do I do? I do not know how to heal. Can they hear me? A voice calls from outside. Hello, is anyone in there? 8 opens the door. That voice. She is stunned by the woman standing there. 8 does not look happy at all. The woman is also surprised to see 8. Why are you here? 8 snaps back. That is my line. She walks right in like she owns the place. 8 is speechless. This house is so pathetic. That behavior leaves 8 frozen. What? How can anyone be this shameless and unreasonable? And she is not done. She orders 8 to go and serve some tea to the guest. 8 is about to lose it. A guest? You? The woman just stares at her with total judgment. Wow, you really dare to scowl at a guest? 8 is furious. I have no reason to listen. Who even are you? The woman just thinks for a second and pulls a mirror from her bag. She starts a spell. Mirror, tell me the location of the person I am searching for. A blinding power explodes from the mirror, forcing 8 to step back. What is this? A tiny dot appears on the surface. How? That is the map location of the target. This magical treasure is the Autumn Map, number 28 of the 36 artifacts. With a name and face, she can find anyone. But who is she after? She seems lost. Did I come to the wrong place again? 8 is still confused. So she made a mistake? No way someone with the Autumn Map ended up here by accident. She does not know my name. Trust me. You are going to want to see if she is here for Cain or Sjina. All right, you and I are about to watch a tense showdown between two very dangerous ladies. She answers casually. I forgot you were even here. I am here for Master Sjina. Eyes knows for sure now. The woman caught the hint in her reaction. Looks like she found the right place after all. Ais realizes she messed up. Damn it. She got played. This woman did not even flinch at her aura. The woman stays calm, mentioning she got lost earlier in a poor man's house with a broken leg. She is curious about Sjina. Why is such a high-ranking person wandering around like this? He really loves helping people, does he? Ais is fuming now. Who the hell are you? Why look for Sjina? The woman does not blink. She just calls Ais an annoying little brat. Does a sister need a reason to find her brother? Ais freezes like she is struck by lightning. Now, pay attention here, because what she says next completely shatters everything we thought we knew. Is this medicinal tea? Cheap stuff, but not bad. Ais is losing it, tapping the table repeatedly. You have had your tea. Now, tell me your story. The woman just says she only had one sip. Seeing how impatient the kid is, she sets the tea down. Fine, fine. What do you want to know? Ais looks dead serious. Start with being Sjina's sister. From what I know, Sjina is an only child. He never mentioned a sister. Ace does not buy it. They do not even look related at all. She takes her time with the tea. To be fair, I am not actually his biological sister. They just spent one wild, intense night together in a bedroom once. I know what you're thinking. A wild night and a blood pact? That is a hell of a backstory. A wild night? A cup of blood? What am I even hearing right now? She tries to stay calm. I have never heard him mention a sister. The woman acts like it is no big deal. Of course not. If word got out, a legend had a weak sworn sister. Bad things happen. Sjina is not stupid. Ais puts her hands on the table. True. As a sword saint, Sjina must have countless enemies. They talk for a long time as the fire in the hearth begins to die down. She is blunt. I think you being family with Sjina is even harder to believe. Ais gets defensive. The woman stays indifferent. Actually, I am grateful. Ais is confused. Grateful for what? She remembers meeting Sjina for the first time. Back then, he was like a razor-sharp blade. so sharp and cold that it felt like he might accidentally cut himself. A sword that always felt dangerous and uneasy. She felt a mix of respect and pity for him. Reviving the clan, doing what is right, getting stronger. He carried all that burden and suffered alone. Is feels a pang of empathy. Yeah, I know exactly what that weight feels like. Back when I founded the kingdom for the demons and had to fight endless battles. Sjina went through hell to restore his family. The woman smiles. Now someone finally helps him. It is her first real smile, finally breaking the heavy tension in the room. So how could I not be grateful? Is sits there like a statue, starting to see her differently. I am actually speechless. If she cares about him this much, maybe she really is his sister. She looks outside. By the way, when is he coming back? It is already getting late. Is does not know Gina's status and says not yet. The woman lets out a disappointed sigh. Guess there is no choice. I will stay the night here. Is shocked. Wait, what? I hate sleeping without a bed, but for Gina, I will deal with it. Now, go prepare my room. Is stands up, unable to believe this lady's audacity. The woman just keeps complaining. I searched everywhere for him and could not find a place. Are you really gonna kick me out? The girl goes cold. She thinks for a second and then finally calms herself down. Right. I cannot kick out Sjina's sister. The woman demands at least 2 blankets. I cannot sleep when it is cold. Ice looks like she is about to explode. Why did I sympathize? Well, looks like we're in for a long night. Stick with me, because things are just getting started. Sjina, Kain, and their servant finally stand before this massive, flashy mansion. It is huge, with bright lights making it look incredibly high class. Let's see what happens when that door finally opens. Kain keeps a stone-cold face, but inside, he is vibrating with excitement at all the money he is about to make. Suddenly, Sjina takes a step back. Her eyes are filled with a deep sadness, like she is right on the verge of tears. Sjina remembers herself as a child, leaning against a giant tree. She is frozen in place, forcing the servant to turn back. Is something wrong? She snaps out of it and adjusts her hat, claiming everything is totally fine. Inside, a modern fireplace roars with warmth a world away from the drafty, broken-down shack they used to call home. The servant opens the door and turns to them. I am sorry, but could you please wait here? I will find the butler. Kain looks annoyed. Fine by me. I did not expect a lowly servant to lead me to the client anyway. He sinks into a chair, soaking up the luxury of this place, something that old shack definitely did not have. Sjina sits across from him, her mind clearly a mess as she keeps staring at every corner of the house. Just as Sjina gets lost in her memories, footsteps echo from down the hall. Kain sighs, thinking it is finally time. The door slams open, and the butler, Dela, shouts at them. Are you the pharmacist who can actually heal my master? His voice is so high and shrill, it makes Kain's ears feel like they are starting to bleed. He glares at Delo with a scowl. This is not going to be easy, he thinks, judging every move the man makes. Kain used to be a butler himself, so he knows this type strict, hot-headed, and a total pain. He will probably force them through endless paperwork and identity checks before they even get a glimpse of the master. The master will be dead by then. Plus, they are using fake identities, so they can't let him verify anything. He crosses his arms and starts plotting. First, he needs to take control and prove his skills are absolute top tier. Delo points an angry finger and screams. What do you mean by that? Kain just scowls, already tired of this behavior. You dare disrespect the Chape family? Are you trying to con me? Kain just stays calm. Why are you shouting so much? What's so special about the Chape family? Wait, you and I need to listen closely. Did he just say Chape? His face goes pale. Oh man, the person I am supposed to heal is the head of the legendary Chape family? He tries his best to look cool on the outside, but inside, his heart is practically pounding out of his chest. He totally messed up by not researching the patient first. Sjina tries to jump in. That is not what we meant. We have not even examined the patient yet, so we cannot be sure. Hearing this just makes Delo even more furious. What? That is not what I heard. You are just making excuses. If you are here to sell fake medicine, get out. Kain snaps and fires right back. Talk about being rude. Delo gets so angry the veins start popping on his face. What did you say? Kain smirks. The famous Chape family, I did not think you would treat your guests like garbage. Dila is fuming, but cannot do a thing. Kain loves it. How does that feel? Stings a little, does it not? Just kick us out then. It is not like I want to save your master anyway. Suddenly, Sjina stands up. Everyone, calm down. Butler Dila? Kain is confused. Why is she stepping in now? Dila turns towards Sjina with a look of pure shock. How do you know my name? Sjina takes off her hat and smiles at him. It has been a long time, hasn't it? You and I both saw that coming. This girl is actually connected to the Chape family. Dila looks absolutely overjoyed to see her. Lady V? Hearing that name makes Kain feel incredibly bitter. Darn it. If I knew this would happen, I would have brought the other girl instead. Dilo is so confused, he is shaking. But miss, I need to go tell the young master you are here. Sjina cuts him off. Dila, wait. Keep this a secret. He is confused by her request, but he still respects her. Very well. How could I ever go against your wishes, miss? She asks if he can let this man see the master. Even though Dila hates Kain, he finally agrees. This man, right here? Sjina introduces Kain as the expert she personally invited to heal the head of the house. Kain stays acting cold and distant. Dila finally bows. My apologies. Mr. Kain, I was incredibly rude to you. He looks like ice on the outside, but inside? He is celebrating like he just won the lottery. Why stop there, old man? Why not be even ruder? You sure changed your tune fast. Kain just sighs, acting all generous. There is no escaping this now. It is a little annoying, but I guess it is time to go meet the master. I will see the patient now. Dila bows. Understood. Follow me. You and I are about to see everything. Stick with me, you are about to see a legendary hero meet a doctor with a secret. In this moonlight hallway, everything feels freezing. Jain and Sjina stand before the door. He slowly turns the key. Right here, Kain and Sia quietly observe the master condition. Looking at Hio lying paralyzed on the bed, both of them realize that the current situation is not looking good at all. Kain tells Sjina to wait outside and make sure nobody gets close. Hand me the bag, he says. She just gives a quiet nod. He leans on his cane and approaches the bed. Finally, the troublemaker is gone. Cain sits down to examine Hio. Just as he suspected. He carefully checks every part. The patient is incredibly weak. Despite that, his skin is flushed and his pupils have a strange, sharp clarity. These are the classic symptoms of the sleep god fragrance. Kain opens his medical bag and pulls out a small bottle of medicine. The antidote requires a complex blend of 12 different herbs. He carefully measures each drop of the liquid into a small wooden bowl. The most critical part is the precise mixing and adjustment. Without the exact method, you could never hope to create this specific cure. Cain slowly lifts the old man's head and begins pouring the bowl of medicine directly into his mouth. Only those who know the secrets of blood curses and toxic beasts can brew this. Hio slowly opens his eyes and whispers, Kain Siun. Pay attention here, even after decades. That recognition is chilling. Kain remains cold. He still knows me. Long time no see. The Sword Saint. During the Duban Civil War, Hio defended the castle alone for 2 full days against an entire enemy army. He killed over 100 enemies in a row. Today, he is respected as the oldest Sword Saint still alive in this world. The moving fortress, Sword Saint Hio. I am so tired, he mumbles weakly. Cain glares, thinking normal people would take hours to wake up. It has not even been 10 minutes, and all this old man can say is that he is tired. Unbelievable. Hio is still in a daze. Did you treat me? He asks. Cain simply replies with a cold and indifferent yes. I owe you one, the old man smiles. Cain sighs and closes his eyes. This old man never changes. I am just repaying a debt. Hio lies weakly on the bed. His eyes are exhausted after the illness. Can our relationship not be a little more positive than this? Honestly, I am the one in debt now. I prepared what you wanted because I could not give it to you back then. Cain remains silent, saying nothing. His gaze drops low. That is right. It has been a long time. Decades ago, I made a deal with this old man. I wanted to trade my cooperation for his secret information and skills. We agreed because we had a common goal, but I never got my share. Honestly, that deal was actually just a clever scam. All I really wanted was a chance to survive the massive war between this old man and that mysterious organization. I was terrified he would find out I used him to destroy them, so I ran away and never showed my face again. Maybe he thought something else. But back then, I was 90% sure he wanted to kill me for what I did. Well, since things have come to this, I might as well take it. This reward could help me survive a few more disasters. He-Ho still has more to give. It took me 10 whole years to prepare the specific item that you requested from me. Kain is genuinely surprised. That fast? Heo laughs. Yes, usually it takes 30 years. But you showed up far too late. Kain is curious. Did something happen? Heo breathes weakly. After creating it, I realized I should not just keep it on me. So I hid it in the safest place I know. Kain nods, listening intently to the old man's story. He urgently asks about the hidden treasure. That treasure is dangerous just to hold. So tell me, where exactly did you hide it? He names the place and freezes. Are you kidding me? Heo smiles and falls back asleep. You and I saw that coming, right? Have a nice trip. The old man mumbles. Kain is fuming. Seriously? This is not a joke. This man is completely irresponsible. He grits his teeth, wanting to scream. That place is so safe that even the most evil organizations on Earth cannot enter it. Kain feels like he is going to vomit blood. Safe is one thing, but you could have just brought it to me yourself. Heo does not care at all. Too tired, he says dismissively. Kain can only scratch his head in pure frustration and anger. Damn it, he said, he is tired. If I ask any more, he might kick me out without even paying for the medicine. The reason this old man hid his power and stayed in seclusion was not because he knew I was a spy. It was not because he was a war hero either. Heo ignores Kain, in thoughts, turning away and complaining about being exhausted again. I am so tired. So tired. Now I realize the Sword Saint went into hiding simply because he is incredibly lazy. Kain wonders why someone so strong would even fall ill. What is the deal with this strange sickness anyway? The room falls into a heavy silence, lit only by the pale moonlight. Outside, Sjina waits with her mind in total chaos. Sjina stands there looking dazed. Could this really just be a simple illness that comes with old age? It is not that simple. Sickness does not just happen for no reason. This is a poison designed to kill you in your dreams. Watch out. All right, let's dive into a mystery where the scent of the sleep god is the ultimate killer. I know this stuff all too well. Smelling it brings back a flood of childhood memories. Seeing her grandfather on his deathbed was a scar that never healed, and that scent was the reason he passed away. Is someone actually trying to assassinate Lord H? Who could possibly pull that off? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoing down the hallway snaps Sjina out of her thoughts. A tall, imposing man is walking straight toward her. Sjina peeks out, her curiosity piqued. Who is it? Could it be Lord A? I specifically requested that no one be allowed to come near this area. The man approaches and greets her. Long time no see, Lady Sjina. She's stunned. It's Evan, the grandson of the Sword Saint and heir to the legendary Evan family. Her expression turns somber as she looks at him. That handsome face is starting to make Sjina's heart race with confusion. This man is her fiancé. Her eyes cloud with a deep sadness. Staring at his perfect features, Sjina feels her world turning upside down as she faces the man she's supposed to marry. Her fiancé from the Chep family, the Jove family's partner. Their bond dates all the way back to the time of the first swordsman. Back in the past, the first swordsman desperately needed a blade that could actually handle the sheer power of his stone sword technique. That's when the head of the Chiep family, the finest blacksmith on the continent, created the Tramthoch blade, now one of the 27 most famous swords in existence. That was how the destiny of their families began, and it's a connection that has been passed down through every generation since. Her father, worried about the Jove family's decline after her grandfather's death, set up this engagement as a desperate temporary measure to save them. It was just a verbal agreement between the elders, but considering her own massive talent for swordsmanship, it wasn't something she could just ignore. She traveled everywhere to restore her family's name, which made calling him her official fiancé feel a bit awkward and difficult to say out loud. Now, pay attention, because the tension between these two is about to skyrocket while they sit for tea. Evan asks if it's to her liking. Sjina sets her cup down and says it's delicious. Evan tries to keep things casual, even joking that she should lean against the wall if she feels stiff. Sjina feels a bit uncomfortable with the situation, but her heart softens slightly and she decides to just go along with his playful mood. It makes sense. For Sjina, he's a genius who became the Royal Knight Captain at only 20 years old thanks to his unparalleled skills and talent. She realizes he really is her fiancé, but she can't help but remember how awkward things were just a few moments ago. Evan had been so friendly when he brought the tray, asking to share a cup. Back then, she was so flustered that she just flat out rejected him. Sjina's face is bright red now. She's thinking that drinking tea together in a random hallway feels way too pressurized and weird. When the room falls silent, Evan finally breaks the ice. It's been 15 years since we've actually talked like this. She gives a shy, hesitant reply. That's true. Evan doesn't seem to notice the heavy awkwardness hanging in the air between them at all. He cheerfully thanks her for coming all this way to help them. Sjina just lets out a quiet sigh and gives him a brief, standard answer. I'm only doing what needs to be done. Her eyes are filled with a mix of sadness and forced politeness as she speaks. Sjina decides to get serious and asks, Sir Evan, don't you already know the truth about the illness the master is suffering from? Evan is visibly startled for a second. His gaze quickly shifts, becoming heavy and filled with deep thought. He asks her, how did you find out? Sjina explains her reasoning. If you were searching for medicine for the master, there's no way you wouldn't know about the specific antidote needed for this. She's guessing that he kept quiet just to hide the fact that the master has actually been poisoned this whole time. You and I both know Lord H is a legendary sword saint with insane experience. So, how did someone actually poison him? Sjina needs to know the truth. She takes the lead and asks him to explain the situation. Evan looks a bit more embarrassed now. But he decides to set one condition. This isn't something that should ever be mentioned. But, since it's you, Lady Sjina, I'll tell you everything if you swear to keep it a secret. Sjina declares her oath on her sword. Evan goes silent for a few minutes, trying to organize the chaotic mess of thoughts inside his head. He finally starts to open up. As you know, Lady Sjina, the Dubon Duchy went through a brutal civil war in the past. Thanks to my grandfather's heroics, that war finally ended, but the Grand Duke has always lived in fear that it would start all over again. Because of that fear, he used the duchy's information network to keep a constant watch on every powerful lord and influential family in the land. It worked for a while and the sparks of war almost vanished. But recently, that same network discovered some very suspicious activities. Sjina is immediately curious. Suspicious activities? Evan nods and confirms that her hunch is exactly right. The Grand Duke is terrified this is a sign of a new civil war, so he turned to his most trusted aide and ally. My grandfather, the Sword Saint, was asked to investigate. Sjina asks what he found. Evan suddenly goes quiet, his body tensing up. He reveals that a secret organization is behind everything. A group with power that's far beyond anything they could have ever imagined. Hearing this, Sjina starts to piece it together. Could it be that the master was... But Evan cuts her off before she can finish. My grandfather fell ill before he could even get close to that organization. They are definitely the culprits. Sjina's heart skips a beat. She's thinking that man was a legend I wasn't even sure I could beat. Age had slowed him down, but this feels different. Trust me, you and I are about to uncover the truth. You and I are jumping back into a world where age doesn't matter for a master, but even a veteran like Lord H was easily poisoned by this secret group. Sjina asks once more, what do you know about them? Evan nods. 2 things. First, they've been operating in the shadows for a long time. Second, they're targeting a royal treasure during tomorrow's imperial ball. Security will be tight, but since we don't know their strength, the ball is still a danger zone. I know it's a lot to ask, but Lady Sjina, will you attend the ball with me? I'm using this event as bait to lure them out and crush them once and for all, but I can't gather troops without being noticed. As a famous swordsman, I need your help. Now, pay attention here. This is where her dangerous double life starts to clash with her duty as a knight. But should she really get involved? She's on the run, hiding her identity. Heading straight to the Imperial Palace is a massive gamble. Still, considering her family's ties to the Chess family, she can't just walk away. Plus, if they don't stop this group, they'll target the one who healed Lord H. She won't let her master be in danger. If you can keep my identity a secret, she says, then I'm in. Cut to dawn. In an old town with mossy roofs, a beautiful bird rests under the soft morning sun. Sunlight streams through high wooden windows, dancing on white porcelain vases, filling the room with an air of noble quiet. The only sound is steady, peaceful breathing. Aias is sleeping soundly next to Sjina's sister. She wakes up groggy, feeling surprisingly cozy. Is it the fireplace? It's so warm. But when she opens her eyes, she's wide awake in an instant. She jumps up like a machine, ripping the blankets away while Sjina's sister just watches in confusion. Aias demands to know why she's there. The woman just leans on her hand. It was cold. So I used you as a heater. Not as good as Sir VU, but you're warm enough. I'm actually quite satisfied. Aias doesn't know whether to feel praised or insulted. Sjina's sister stands up, totally calm. Is there a problem? You were warm too, weren't you? Aias starts nodding to herself, lost in the thought. It was pretty warm. Then she snaps out of it. Wait, no, it wasn't soft like that at all. She turns away, blushing hard. She feels like her brain stops working whenever this woman is around. Later, Sjina's sister opens the window to the morning sun. Servio still hasn't returned yet. Aias asks if she's going to keep waiting. Looking out the window, she sighs. I'd love to, but I'm busy. I have somewhere to be today. Aias feels a wave of relief. She starts folding her pajamas, thinking she's finally free from this woman's chaos. But suddenly, Aias catches a look in her eye that makes her freeze. You and I both know that face, it means Ace is in for a world of trouble. She starts pouring on the flattery. My cute little boy, would you like to go on a date with me today? Aias turns into a literal stone statue. What did she just hear? Next thing we know, Aias is fully dressed but exhausted, gasping for air on the side of the road, while Sjina's sister walks ahead like a graceful noble. Aias wonders how much further they have to go. They've been walking for half a day. This is more tiring than the actual war. Are you tired already, weakling? The sister teases. Aias snaps back, asking how she isn't tired. Your stamina is lower than I thought. Are you sick? Ace forces herself up, trying to regain some dignity. I'm just wondering what you eat to stay like that. The sister starts listing off expensive, rare delicacies. No matter how busy you are, sleep well and train your body. Every day for 20 years. Aias hesitates. Are you a swordsman? The sister stops, looking genuinely confused. I know nothing about swords. Aias is baffled. If she's not a knight, why the hell is she training this hard? It's not just for strength, she explains. It's to maintain my beauty. So that's the secret. You and I were looking for beauty through pure, obsessive willpower. Wild, right? Let's dive in together. Aias is already feeling a crushing sense of inferiority. Sjina's sister quickly snaps back into focus. She steps up to the castle platform and gives the command. Hurry up and follow me now. Aias freezes in front of the shop. She stares inside, wondering why they are back at the same clothing store. Stepping inside, Aias stops dead in her tracks. She stares at the employee with eyes full of pure confusion. Sjina's sister steps forward and coldly explains the situation to the shop staff. This child is a bit shy, so please take care of her. The employee bows respectfully and says, yes. Aias flinches at the comment. She grumbles to herself, am I really the one being shy here? A swarm of uniformed staff surrounds Ace. The owner leads the way, saying, the dressing room is this way. Suddenly, two employees rush over and practically drag the poor girl away. They smile gently, telling her not to be shy. Aias panics and stammers, wait, hold on a second. Now pay attention, because we are about to see Aias undergo a transformation that changes everything. The room is magnificent with gold accents, blue velvet chairs, and silver tea sets shimmering under the light. The employee announces it is finished. Aias steps out, wearing a dress embroidered with incredibly intricate patterns. Light reflects off every fold of the fabric, radiating an aura of pure nobility and high class. Her innocent, pure face combined with that shimmering gown creates a legendary beauty that is simply unmatched by anyone else. Aias looks down at her outfit. A dress? Has she already realized I was disguised as a boy? Someone walks in from outside and asks, are you done changing into your new clothes yet? Aias turns around, flustered. What on earth are you thinking? Her face is pale with shock. Sjina's sister appears in a breathtaking gown, looking both regal and stunning. She is so beautiful that Ace can only stare in complete awe without blinking once. Finally, Sjina's sister speaks up to break the awkward silence. She says, "Sorry, darling, but I already have a lover. No matter how cute you are, I cannot take you. My beauty is truly a sin." Ice snaps back, "Who even wants to be your lover?" Sjina's sister just asks innocently, "Oh? Weren't you looking at me with such passionate eyes?" Ice is furious, but stays silent. She clutches her head in frustration, trying to calm her nerves. Meanwhile, the sister hands over an item and tells the staff, "Good job, take as much as you like." The employee bows deeply in thanks. Ice watches closely, realizing it is the legendary platinum seal. With that, one can withdraw unlimited funds. In some ways, it is more valuable than 36 treasures. That seal belongs to the Kaso Sanglu family, the wealthiest clan on the entire continent. You and I both saw that coming, right? She belongs to the legendary direct bloodline of the Sang-Hoa family. That explains her childish behavior perfectly. After finishing her analysis, Sjina's sister finally steps out of the shop. She asks the employees, "Is the carriage ready yet?" The staff confirms it is waiting outside. Ace follows behind, asking, "Wait, where exactly are we going?" Sjina's sister gives a playful reply, "You will find out when we get there. Just be patient." Ice snaps back, calling her a pretty boy. "How long are you going to keep calling me that?" Sjina is not having it. The sister retorts that boys should be called boys. Ice stares at her, lost in a confusing thought. Wait, does she still think I am a boy despite making me wear a dress? Even though she is arrogant and wild, for some reason, I just cannot bring myself to hate her. A magnificent castle stands under the starry night sky, its towers glowing with the aura of pure luxury. Gold-plated wheels roll over the cobblestones, shimmering under the lights and creating an atmosphere of extreme wealth. Inside the carriage, the sister tells Ace they have arrived. The girl hesitantly steps out behind her. Ace is stunned by the sight before her. She grits her teeth, finally starting to understand the situation. Seeing the girl frozen, Sjina's sister turns back to ask if it is her first time seeing the palace. Ice sighs in defeat. She never imagined she would be led to a ball. She should have refused. Then Ice looks up, suddenly pausing when she sees what Sjina's sister is doing. The woman is carefully placing an intricate, sparkling mask over her beautiful face. Ice realizes it's a masquerade ball. The sister admits she hates being recognized. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. You and I are about to witness how a high noble of the Kasur Songhua family, with status equal to an emperor, tries her best to dodge a massive scandal. While he is lost deep in those wandering thoughts, Sjina's sister calls out to him. She urges the pretty boy to hurry up and follow them into the gold-leafed halls of the castle. Inside, crystal chandeliers sparkle against the majestic ceilings, and a grand hall opens up with a staircase that looks fit for royalty. Noble guests in their finest silk walk through the brilliant light. Between the elegant gowns and the lively chatter, it is a scene of pure holiday magic. As the party starts to pick up speed, a stunning woman enters and instantly captures every man's attention. It is Sjina's sister, radiating beauty. Then, the cold-faced emperor makes his entrance. Behind him is a white-haired girl looking so innocent and sweet that she seems ready to cry. The crowd begins to whisper. They wonder why they are wearing masks when this is clearly not a masquerade ball. Ice lowers her head in embarrassment. She kicks herself for not wearing a mask too, feeling completely overwhelmed by the shame. Now pay attention here, because the arrival of this next man is enough to make the entire party come to a dead stop. A man brushes past the crowd, leaving Edward fuming so hard you can practically see the steam coming off his head. His partner is too busy staring at the girls to care. He does not even blink while telling Edward that the man has every right to be arrogant. He claims he has never seen anyone that beautiful before. Hearing that only makes Edward even more furious than he already was. Edward snaps back, calling it incredibly rude to turn down every single dance invitation. His friend quickly signals him to shut his mouth. He reminds Edward that the lady arrived with Lord Evan. He guesses she might be the rumored fiancée of that fallen clan. He warns Edward to back off, because touching Evan's people usually ends in a duel. Ace happens to overhear their conversation. She turns to watch them, remembering that the clan they mentioned belonged to a legendary swordmaster. She heard that swordmaster had a grandson. She wonders if that beautiful woman is actually the fiancé of the grandson. Suddenly, ice freezes when she spots a blue rose earring sparkling on the woman's ear. You and I saw it coming. Ice recognizes Sjina instantly, even as Sjina is tucked away in a pristine room feeling totally out of her element. A soft sigh echoes through the silence of the private room. Sjina is dressed in a magnificent gown, but she feels awkward and exposed. She mutters to herself that she would much rather be in her knight's uniform. She remembers her late-night talk with Evan. He had asked for her help specifically because she is such a well-known and skilled swordsman. Sjina reminds herself that if she wants to infiltrate a royal ball, she has to look the part of a noble lady. She knows she should not be doing this without her master's permission, but she really does not want her teacher to find out about her secret connection with Lord Evan. Her master is currently skipping meals to focus on healing, which luckily gives her the chance to prepare for the ball without being caught. It was a relief that the clan had a dress that fit her perfectly. With everything ready, she finally opens the door to leave. By chance, Evan is walking out of the next room. He smiles and remarks that the lady seems to be fully prepared. But the moment he sees Sjina, Evan is so stunned by her beauty that he completely freezes. Sjina nervously asks if there is something wrong. Evan snaps out of it and apologizes for being so distracted. He steps forward and holds out his hand to her. Lady Sjina. He bows low, his voice turning soft, as he asks for the honor of being her personal escort. Sjina looks at his hand with a hint of hesitation and helplessness. Once he takes her hand, Evan says it is time to go. Lady Sjina responds with a small, uncomfortable nod. Their golden carriage rolls through the sunlit square as the commoners watch the noble pair with nothing but awe and respect. Inside the luxurious carriage, the lady in white sits directly across from the majestic noble son. Both of them are wrapped in an atmosphere of elegance, grace, and a very clear, underlying attraction. Sjina looks out the window and realizes they are almost there. The royal guests enter through the outer palace, which is heavily guarded by knights. No matter how powerful an organization is, getting past that level of security is nearly impossible. The real opportunity is after the ball starts. There are fewer guards in the inner halls, giving Sjina two main objectives. She needs to watch for anyone suspicious in the ballroom and protect the high-profile guests if anything goes sideways. While she is lost in thought, Evan suddenly breaks the silence. He asks if she remembers what happened 15 years ago. Sjina is confused and asks what he means. Evan smiles and tells her he is talking about the very first time they met. That is where we leave them with a heavy sigh and a forced smile, leaving you and I wondering what really happened 15 years ago. All right, stick with me because this childhood promise is about to change everything. Evan asks if she remembers his week past. She replies, I do. He smiles warmly, recalling how Lady Sjina told him that if he just picked up a sword and trained with everything he had, he would eventually become strong. Sjina bashfully denies it, claiming she was just a naive child back then. She recalls her old mantra, weakness just means you have not trained enough. You are weak because you are not working hard enough. Thinking of her grandfather, she realizes she was just repeating his lessons. Now, she is absolutely dying of embarrassment. As the setting sun bathes the luxurious carriage in a romantic light, Evan confesses that her words inspired him to finally take up the sword. Through years of relentless, non-stop training, he eventually rose to become the prestigious commander of the Royal Knights. Sjina is stunned and asks him in disbelief, is that really true? She knows his family is not known for swordsmanship, making Evan's rise to the position of Royal Knight Commander a truly legendary achievement. She assumed he was inspired by Sword Saint Hale, never imagining it was her. Now, Evan whispers softly, reflecting on his own growth and current level of power. It is hard to say if I truly fit this position, but I feel no shame because I am proud of my journey. Now, pay attention here. This is the moment he has been waiting for. He grips her hand tighter, his eyes burning with intense hope. Evan finally asks, will you officially become my fiancé? Hearing the proposal, Sjina instantly freezes in her tracks for a long moment. She is completely shocked by his sudden proposal. Sjina panics internally, wondering what on earth she should do now. How can she tell him she already has someone else in her heart? To her, their old engagement is just a memory from the past. His intense, serious gaze leaves her completely speechless. Suddenly, a voice calls out, breaking the awkward tension between them. The driver announces they have reached the Imperial Palace. Evan coldly turns away but insists on getting his answer eventually. "I will wait for your answer later," he says. Sjina shyly responds with a soft, hesitant yes. Inside the grand banquet hall, the atmosphere is buzzing with lively chatter from the elite guests. Every single guest is dressed in their absolute finest, radiating an incredible aura of wealth. Sjina and Evan enter arm in arm, looking truly magnificent in their expensive, luxurious formal wear. They look like a couple walking down the aisle. While no one is watching, Evan leans in and whispers into her ear. "Lady Sjina, I must go check on the security detail. Please wait for me for just a moment." Sjina whispers back, "I understand." As the crowd looks away, the two of them quickly split up, heading in completely different directions. While she stands alone, a voice calls out to her. A man named Edward steps forward to introduce himself. "My name is Edward Houghton. If you do not mind, may I know your name?" The man beside him also looks interested. "Could we perhaps have this dance?" Sjina panics, realizing she has no time for these games and must find a way to politely refuse them immediately. With that in mind, she reluctantly replies, "Please excuse me, I am not feeling well today, so I must decline your dance invitation." Stung by the rejection, Edward turns and leaves in a huff. Sjina feels quite embarrassed and decides she should probably make her escape before even more people begin to gather around her. "Okay, I know what you are thinking, but wait until you see this." Sjina scans the room and suddenly freezes, her eyes lock onto Ace. Sjina wonders, why on earth is he here? Just then, a steward standing on the high steps makes a sudden, loud announcement. The prince has something to say. Tired and reluctant, Sjina bows her head with the utmost respect. She sighs, noticing that Ias looks completely lost and confused. The poor kid is looking around, wondering what he should do now. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs Ias. It is none other than Sjina's sister, the Empress herself. Without uttering a single word, she pulls him along. High on the steps, the man announces clearly, "Today is our year-end ball. I wish for everyone to enjoy themselves to the fullest." Ace takes advantage of the distracted crowd and whispers to Sjina's sister, asking if she already knew Sjina would be here. She glances at him and casually remarks, "If I guessed it, then I suppose I guessed it correctly. If I did not know, then I simply did not know." Ace frowns, trying to figure it out. "So, do you actually know or not?" Sjina is still staring intensely at them, her brow furrowed in deep confusion. How can this possibly be happening? Why is Ias with that person? What does this mean? Sheena's whole body is shaking as she tries to steady her nerves. Stay calm. Do not lose your head. Why is this happening? If the person who brought Ace here discovers his true identity, it will mean absolute destruction for her entire family. While they are talking, Sjina's sister suddenly points toward the stage. A man stands there, loudly announcing for everyone to come and behold this grand object. Behold the legacy of an ancient, evil organization that once ruled the entire world. Hearing this revelation, Ice is instantly stunned and begins to wonder. And trust me, we are just getting started with these insane secrets. Many groups tried to rule the world, but most failed miserably. Even a top-tier kingdom only has enough power to rule half the continent, and the empire itself barely manages 28 nations. But you and I are about to see a legendary organization that once ruled the entire world for 1,000 years. Led by 13 apostles and superhumans rivaling grand mages, they crushed the Tower of Truth with overwhelming force and wisdom. They dominated the whole planet, but their sheer arrogance eventually offended the gods themselves. Cursed by the divine, the organization vanished without a single trace. They were the Dark Star. Now, the ultimate treasure among 36 artifacts is the Dark Star's last legacy, though all clues are incredibly vague. The Book of Evil is finally right there. Back at the royal banquet, the butler examines a list with a thoughtful gaze. He asks if Cain is a servant of the Chep family. Cain bows deeply and gives a very respectful response. The butler follows up, asking if he's mastered the traditional etiquette of the empire. Maintaining his humble stance, Cain replies that he has worked for the royal family since he was very young. Truthfully, he once worked as a high-level servant for the Black Slave, a secret organization that secretly manipulated the entire imperial family. It's no lie to say the black slave's secret rituals are actually the foundation of royal traditional etiquette. The butler adjusts his glasses, asking if it's true that Cain can actually speak 8 different foreign languages. Cain thinks to himself that he knows 35, but decides to stay humble and claims he learned them for proper service. The butler is thoroughly impressed and praises him for being absolutely outstanding. He orders Cain to the White Eye Palace to guide the foreign guests. Cain is secretly thrilled by the news. He's celebrating on the inside, but on the outside, he keeps a straight face and obeys his new superior. The White Eye Palace is the main hub for foreign VIPs. Go straight that way and you'll see it. Yes, sir, Cain replies, knowing that's exactly where the most linguistically skilled servants are usually stationed. He angrily curses under his breath, thinking if it wasn't for that annoying old man, he wouldn't be forced to play pretend as a servant. Recalling the night by the hospital bed, Heiho explained the item was far too dangerous to keep around casually. So, he hid it in the safest place he could possibly imagine. Now, watch closely. This is the moment our hero realizes exactly how much trouble he's in. Cain slumps against a wall, wondering why the old man couldn't just keep it on him instead of the palace. He chose to hide it here? Because of him, I'm stuck in this royal ball mess. He starts plotting his moves around the upcoming royal festivities. Knowing prestigious families send servants to support royal events, he asks the old man to send him as a representative for the upcoming ball. Heiho seems to like the plan and asks Cain if he wants to make a formal deal. Cain recalls entering the palace through that deal, though he never expected the old man to set such annoying conditions. Currently, his temporary servant status means the inner palace and the main ballroom are strictly off limits. The clock is ticking, so he used a special secret room technique to fake his presence at the mansion while he sneaks through the palace. Inside that room, Heiho watched Cain rummage around in confusion, asking what he was doing, only for Cain to tell him to stay out of it. Based on his setup, he only has one single day to pull this off before his cover is blown. Let's pause for a second. This is the ultimate race against time, and one wrong move ends everything. He hears someone shouting that no servants or personal guards are allowed inside the main ballroom today. The guard apologizes to Evan, explaining that for the palace's safety, there can be absolutely no exceptions. Even for the head of the Lot family? Cain listens in, sensing that something is definitely not right. Why is security so tight tonight? The sun is setting, so there might still be some time left to find it. The sun is down and I still have to deal with this noble, Evan thinks while Bzee looks quite annoyed. Bzee decides to ditch the escort but complains about having to carry his own luggage as a family head. Evan compromises and offers to assign a palace servant to assist the noble instead. Bzee is satisfied with the gesture of respect and agrees to the compromise. Evan smiles and offers his thanks. Evan orders Cain to serve Lord Lot during the ball, and with a bow, he agrees. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see our main character forced into the most embarrassing job he has ever had. He is just a temporary servant, but he bites his tongue and says thank you as the butler hands him a box. Cain follows behind the noble as ordered, carrying this mysterious gift while keeping up his humble act. They step into the grand hall, where the luxury is off the charts and everyone is busy gossiping. Suddenly, the noble turns and warns him that the item in his hands is a priceless treasure they risked everything for. If even a scratch touches it, he threatens to end him right there, making Cain bow and promise to protect it. He says he will guard it with his life, but inside, he thinks it is just some tacky gold statue. So now, he is stuck dragging himself through this endless party, forced to carry that heavy box like it is sacred. Every fiber of his being is annoyed, but he has no choice but to follow orders and play the part. Watching the noble work the room, Cain realizes this guy must be high-ranking based on the crowd around him. He spots the escape route he heard about, but it is too clunky to make a run for it with this box. Now, stick with me here, because he is planning to ditch this gift and vanish, but the sight in front of him stops him cold. His heart drops and he starts sweating bullets, barely able to breathe as he gasps out in pure shock. A woman slowly turns and walks away from the crowd, and he is left staring at her, feeling she looks familiar. There is no way that leopard girl is here, especially since the odds of her wearing a dress are practically zero. If that white-haired beast is here, does that mean the blonde hero is lurking around somewhere too? Suddenly, a voice booms through the hall, announcing the Archduke, and everyone in the room bows their heads in respect. The ruler stands on the platform and welcomes everyone to the ball, telling them to enjoy the festivities. Cain just rolls his eyes, thinking the whole speech is nothing but a boring waste of time. While everyone else is busy partying, he is focused on the prize, watching the noble crawl on the ground to greet the king. The duke prostrates himself, claiming it is an infinite honor to be invited to a banquet hosted by his glorious majesty. The king seems to love the flattery, laughing and telling the duke that he is laying the praise on too thick. From the sidelines, Kain can't help but admire the hustle, thinking this fat noble is a master at brown nosing. I guess to lead a great family, you have to know how to manipulate the weak and worship the powerful. Then, the noble announces that luck brought him a sudden treasure, and he wants to offer it to the king. Cain slowly carries the box forward, still convinced it is just a dumb statue of the duke himself. But then the noble explains that he bought this from an explorer who found it in ancient ruins. It came from a dark organization that once plunged the entire world into absolute chaos and darkness. The king looks at the box with growing curiosity, wondering what kind of legendary treasure could be hidden inside. Cain is skeptical, thinking an old evil organization couldn't possibly have anything valuable left in their ruins. But the noble is vibrating with excitement, claiming that every scholar in the world has heard of this specific item. Among all the artifacts on the continent, this one stands at the absolute peak of power. Cain starts getting a bad feeling, wondering what the hell this guy is actually talking about. You and I are about to see the exact moment his jaw hits the floor. Watch his hand as he opens the box. The moment the lid clicks open, Cain freezes in place, his entire world turning upside down. The noble screams out that it is the Book of Evil, the legacy of the group that once ruled the world. Cain's hands are shaking as he stares down at it, his mind racing with pure panic and confusion. It is real. The Book of Evil is sitting right there in front of his eyes. The second the name is spoken, someone drops their wine glass, and the sound of shattering echoes like a gunshot. A terrifying past comes rushing back, the memory of the only organization that ever managed to conquer the entire planet. The strongest and most wicked group to ever exist, the Dark Star, and this is their final legacy, the Book of Evil. Suddenly, Sjina's sister lets out a chilling laugh, mockingly asking if that is really the famous book. She is standing far away in the shadows, but Cain recognizes that voice instantly. Then, the Emperor himself steps forward with heavy, confident strides, speaking directly to the Archduke. And that is where we leave it. The Emperor wants that book. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when you insult the most powerful woman alive. Bzi spins around, screaming at her for being disrespectful to the Grand Duke, making Sjina's sister pause. She realizes she completely forgot she was still wearing a mask. Then, the stunningly beautiful Empress decides it is finally time to take it off. A face of unmatched beauty is revealed right in the center of the lavish party. Yet, somehow, Bzi still has no idea who is standing right in front of him. He coughs loudly and gives her a stern warning. Where do you think you are? Do you think you can use your beauty to insult the Grand Duke? As Urot's loyal attendant, I swear on my family honor that I will not let you get away with this disrespect. The Empress cleverly hits back. My beauty is indeed wonderful, but I have much more than just a pretty face. Isn't that right, Grand Duke? As soon as she finishes her question, Bzi startled and looks over at Urot. He whispers to the Grand Duke with a hint of growing fear. Urot slowly walks down the stairs. He and the Empress meet eyes directly in the middle of the party before he respectfully drops to one knee. He performs a formal bow, announcing her as the ruler of the sacred Western Mountain Range. I bow before the ruler of 28 lands and 7 oceans, the one and only master of everything under the heavens. Urot's face is covered in pure terror as sweat pours down his forehead. He respectfully calls out, Your Majesty, the Empress. Now, watch this part carefully. The whole room is about to change in an instant. Everyone at the party immediately drops to their knees, bowing in unison to greet the Empress. Bzi finally realizes his terrible luck. Out of 8 billion people on this planet, he somehow managed to cross paths with the literal Empress of the Empire. She looks at him with a cheerful smile and asks a simple question. With my authority as Empress, I do not think there will be any more problems here, right? Bzi hears this and trembles even more, completely speechless from fear. Within 5 seconds, Bzi collapses right in front of Cain and the crowd. He is so terrified that he actually starts foaming at the mouth. Sjina's sister mocks him, saying she will take his silence as agreement. Then she turns to the Grand Duke, asking for his opinion on the matter. Urot remains in a respectful bow, his eyebrows furrowed as he thinks deeply about his response. He declares that everything he owns belongs to her, and he will follow her every command. Your Majesty, it must be this way. The Empress is the absolute ruler of almost this entire continent. No one in the Empire can oppose her. And the Grand Duke is no exception. After hearing his words of total submission, the Empress feels quite satisfied with the situation. She tells him she values his loyalty and it would be wrong not to reward him. Next year, the duchy is exempt from all imperial tribute. Urot thanks her deeply. Cain also bows his head, thinking to himself that this is an incredibly massive reward for anyone to receive. You might be thinking, what I am, is that reward enough? But for the value of the Book of Evil, it actually makes perfect sense. Sjina's sister turns to leave, giving one last reminder. Now, this uninvited guest will take her leave. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the ball. Urot stammered in confusion, asking how she could be an uninvited guest. She mocks him, saying she came without an invitation, so she is uninvited. Urot can only stutter in response. Sjina's sister walks away coldly while giving the Grand Duke one final warning. From now on, I want to enjoy my reading in peace, so I do not want anything disturbing my quiet time. He bows his head and accepts the order. Her cold eyes then flick upward as she gives a command to Cain. You over there, pick up that box and follow me. Inside, his heart is racing and he is silently cursing his luck. He wonders if he has been caught yet, terrified of being arrested. Externally, Cain keeps his cool and simply answers, yes. The ballroom falls into a stunned silence after the shock, as it stares at the woman in front of her and gasps. Oh my God, she is actually the Empress. Sjina approaches from behind and asks Azit if she is okay. The young girl just stares at her sister and calls out her name. Is that woman really the Empress? Sjina looks at her and confirms that it is the absolute truth. Azit realizes the greatest enemy of the kingdom was never some explorer or temple priest. It was always the Empress, whose power was enough to conquer half the continent. The Empress, who was already ruling over 2/3 of the continent back then, is an incredibly dangerous woman. Sjina then steps forward and asks if Azit really came here with Her Majesty. The girl answers casually, yes, she found our house last night because she was looking for you using the autumn map. Sjina is surprised she was being searched for. Azit nods her head. She secretly wonders if the Empress really came just to see Sjina or if there was another reason. With the Empire's massive intelligence network, there is no way she did not know exactly who Sjina was living with. What if the Empress's true target was not Sjina, but the person living with her? Azit suddenly remembers and says she has something to deliver. Azit hands an item over to Sjina, who opens it with a look of doubt and suspicion on her face. As the scroll unfurls, Sjina completely freezes at what she sees. She is visibly shaken as she tells her sister, Azit, that she has to leave immediately. Sjina walks away coldly without saying another word. Trust me, you and I are about to see her whole world change in an instant. Night falls as the bright moonlight pours through the palace windows. All right, you and I are diving into a royal meeting where even the smallest mistake could mean death. Sjina suspects Ias was telling the truth about being tracked. Whether as a master swordswoman or her sworn sister, it makes zero sense for the Empress to come all this way just for her. So what is the real reason? That note in her hand only said 3 words, I will wait. Walking down the corridor, Sjina is suddenly blocked by 2 guards. Their cold blades cross, barring her path. The guard booms. The Emperor is resting. Come back later. Sjina simply hands him the note and says, I was summoned. The guard takes the paper and unfolds it. He needs to be sure this is legit. He recognizes the royal seal immediately. They pull the doors open and invite her in. Please, enter. Now pay attention to this scene because the vibe in this room is heavy. Her sister, the Empress, is sitting there, quietly watching the moon. Beside her, Cain is on his knees, offering up the box containing the Book of Wicked Wisdom. The moonlight hits her face perfectly, making her look absolutely stunning, almost like a goddess. But it cannot hide the heavy thoughts weighing on her. Sjina freezes, wondering why the Empress looks so stressed. She has never seen her look like this before. Panicked, she realizes she is staring and bows quickly. Without a second's delay, She drops to her knees to report her arrival. Sjina Javane, loyal servant of the Empire, bows before the ruler of 108 sword families and 3,600 others, the only true master. Under the dim moonlight, her respectful voice echoes. Meanwhile, Cain is kneeling right there, muttering to himself. Praying to 99 demons that bless the villain, he holds up the box while mentally screaming, "If you want to kill me, just get it over with. I am seriously done with all this praying stuff. No matter how good of a villain I am, I would rather be in a chaotic war than deal with this." Wait, did she just say that? Let's see how Sjina handles this. The Empress asks, "Do we really need such formal language between us? Etiquette is absolute for the royal family. A humble servant like me cannot speak rudely to your majesty." Cain scoffs internally. Usually, that is the right answer. But with this queen, it is definitely the wrong one. By now, the Empress has stood up and walked right over to Sjina. She lifts her chin. "Your logic makes sense, but remember, I am the Emperor and nothing binds my will." Cain bites his lip, totally agreeing. There is no rule or tradition that can hold this woman back. That was the very first decree she issued right after taking the throne. 20 years ago, at just 10 years old, she passed a law that sent shockwaves through the entire empire. Countless citizens used tradition and laws to beg her to take it back, but she never changed her mind. Since she held all military power, nobody dared to rebel. Just like that, the court officials were forced to pass her decree. That moment gave birth to the only ruler in history with absolute power. Cain gets lost in thought, thinking how secret groups like Black Slave used tradition to manipulate the royals before her. Sjina softly says she will remember. This humble attitude makes the Empress visibly pleased. "You are learning. Part of your charm is that stubbornness. So I will overlook your rudeness this time." Sjina tensely replies with a thank you. Watching them, Cain cannot help but wonder what is really going on. Anyone else would have lost their head. Is the queen getting nicer, or does she just really like this girl? Suddenly, the Empress changes the subject. "Forget that for now. I just heard some very interesting news." Sjina quickly apologizes for her ignorance. She bites her lip, wondering if this is about Ice. The Empire's intelligence has weakened over 20 years, but there is no way they missed the rumors. They definitely know about the ice demon Ice. Sjina is terrified of how she should answer if she is asked. Now watch closely. The Empress calmly asks if she is really getting engaged to the young master of the dead family. Is that true? Sjina's cheeks immediately turn bright red. Cain, sitting far away, only catches a few words. He curiously mutters to himself, "Engaged? What is this? She actually has a fiancé?" The Empress continues. "I heard you chose a child from a side branch as your heir and passed down the stone sword. At the time, I wondered what you were thinking. But looking at it now, I think I understand. You want to merge the two families together, do you not? All right, you and I are diving into a political game where every move could start a war." Cain is eavesdropping, realizing that if two sword saint families unite, they will become the most powerful clan on the entire continent. Since the Duban Duchy sits on the far western edge of the continent, having a loyal swordsman clan there is strategic for the throne. The empire could finally expand its influence out west. The queen definitely loves this plan. Then, the emperor's slow voice breaks the silence again. "Joining forces with a prestigious family like yours is a great move for everyone. You have my sincere congratulations on this union." Sjina interrupts, sounding flustered. "Sister, about that." Suddenly, the emperor's voice turns sharp and cold, making Sjina jump in surprise. "That is right," she smiles. "To celebrate your engagement, I will give you a gift." Ca. In thinks, is she joking right now? A treasure from the legendary 36 is not just something you give away, especially since this specific item is ranked at the very top. How can she just hand it over for a subordinate's engagement? Sjina bows politely, saying, "Your Majesty, this gift is far too much for me." The emperor cuts her off. "Why refuse? We are sisters, are we not? I must give a gift like this just to maintain my own dignity." Sjina hesitates, still feeling conflicted. "But sister..." The emperor does not let her finish. Speaking with a totally calm and casual tone, "Pay attention here, this is the play. Don't worry about that demon girl living with you. After the engagement, I will protect her under my name. With my absolute power backing her, she will never have to spend another day running for her life. She can live a quiet life in some remote village. If you want, I can even provide her with a family and a house of her own." Sjina's face tightens with stress. She frowns, thinking to herself, she is right. Her Majesty has the power to make all of this happen. Opposing the Empire leads to total destruction, so no one in this world would ever dare harm a person under the Emperor's absolute protection, not even the 12 temples. Thinking about this, Sjina grips the hem of her skirt tightly. She believes if she marries, the girl won't have to hide anymore, and her teacher won't have to sacrifice himself to protect her. Plus, if that evil book is real, it might finally heal him. Sjina looks up, her mind still a whirlwind of doubt and hesitation. But the moment she sees the Emperor, her eyes go wide with shock. The ruler is now radiating an incredibly heavy and forceful pressure. The Emperor growls, "Is this still not enough for you?" Sjina is stunned. "Please, let me be wrong. Let me have misunderstood her intent." The look in the ruler's eyes is clear. She will not accept any form of resistance or defiance from anyone. Sjina lowers her head, whispering to herself, "I have to stay silent. I have no choice but to give up." She forces out every single word. "This gift is as vast as the ocean, and I am deeply grateful to receive it." The Emperor is clearly satisfied with this answer. "If you are happy, then I am happy too." With that, she waves her hand. "We are finished here. You may leave now." Sjina nods quickly in salute. She mumbles to herself, "This was my very last chance to change the path of my life. If I walk away now, there is no turning back." But in the end, Sjina submits. "I will follow your imperial will." The Emperor watches Sjina walk away. She painfully reminds herself that she could not refuse because it was the Emperor's direct command. As silence returns, Cain winces at the scene he just witnessed, finally letting out a long breath of relief. You and I both know he is playing a dangerous game. How did she dare look that queen in the eyes? Is she crazy? Suddenly, the Emperor giggles. "What a cute child. Don't you think so too?" Cain immediately raises a fan to hide his face. He expertly disguises his voice to respond to the question. How could a lowly person like me dare to judge the head of such a great family? Cain cannot help but smirk. He is thrilled with himself. That answer was smooth, flawless, and absolutely perfect for his current role. The secrets of the Black Slave and the Golden Rule are working exactly as intended. This is the essence of etiquette mixed with demonic laws, the absolute peak of human psychological analysis and research. It creates a perfect servant who can perform any ritual flawlessly. This is one of my most powerful ability combos. His words leave the Emperor pensive. Her eyes are full of deep thought until she finally lets out a heavy sigh. Her next words make Cain freeze in awkwardness. "I thought you kept her around because you liked her." CA. And quickly lowers the fan. He thinks, She knows I am actually living with that girl. The queen even speaks to him with such familiarity. The Emperor slowly steps closer and repeats, "Is that not it?" Cain grimaces in frustration. Talking to her while in this disguise is becoming a massive headache for him. Finally, he stands up straight. "How exactly does your Majesty know the truth about me?" The Emperor smiles calmly. A servant who knows the ancient traditions so well, only a few exist even in the palace. So how could a perfect servant who performs imperial rites with such mastery just happen to be here in the Dubon Duchy? Cain starts sweating. He has to admit it. Even the perfect disguise has a flaw, and you and I just saw her find it. You and I are watching a butler whose every tiny movement controls the entire room. Every breath and look must be controlled to suit the vibe. That is why the Black Slave organization manipulated the royals, using nothing but tradition and law. That was until a certain emperor came along, smashed those traditions, and sent the entire organization packing in one go. And right now, the person standing right in front of me is that very same emperor. She is also number 2 on my list of most dangerous people. Damn it, I really thought I was safe after hiding for all these years. Suddenly, the Empress speaks. Since her face has not changed at all, how could I possibly not recognize her? Just a few more wrinkles? Cain blushes hard in embarrassment. Really? Did she change that little? Thinking this, he quickly covers his mouth. Wait a second, didn't I disguise myself to look younger specifically so I would not get caught? The Empress continues. It has been 20 years, right? Cain frowns and replies. Actually, it has been 22. She smirks and corrects him. Not from the day you vanished, but from the moment I mobilized the entire Imperial Intelligence Network just to find you. Kain's brow furrows in pure stress. He mutters to himself, the Empire's intelligence network is actually terrifyingly powerful. Even if their power has weakened recently, there is still almost no organization on the continent that can match the Empire. And she used that entire massive network just to hunt me down for 20 long years? Now pay attention, because you and I can see there is absolutely no way he is escaping this Empress. Making friends with the Casal Sanglik family, and even becoming sworn sisters with that stuck-up woman. Holding secret meetings with the Dark Church and gathering the Masterless Knights, those guys even started a whole new Knight Order. Every word hits him like a lightning bolt. Kain screams internally. Huh? The Empress continues in a low, cold voice. Plus, to find you, I had to defeat all my royal knights. When I go back, I will have to hear them nagging for 10 days. Kain's face turns pale as a ghost. This is definitely not a joke. It is clear she knows almost every organization I have joined. She was not kidding about using the Empire's full power. Until this very moment, I have done everything in my power to hide my true identity. But now, I need to know something. Kain risks it all and asks, why search for me? I was just a simple butler. Sure, I might have used the power struggle back then to steal a few treasures for myself, but I never touched the books or the art. Please do not tell me you hunted me for 20 years just for that. The Empress pouts and clears her throat. Just a butler? You taught me politics, linguistics, leadership, and so much more. A butler and a scholar all in one. Each word feels like an arrow piercing straight through Kain's secrets. He tensely mutters to himself, I did not have a choice. Hiring tutors for you was way too expensive. The Empress continues. It is not just that. You also personally stopped 13 different assassination attempts by yourself. Kain breaks out in a cold sweat, remembering just how terrifying those professional assassins really were. Half tried to trap me, the other half tried to kill me. I was just defending myself. If I got blamed for assassinating royalty, it would be over for me. But then, the Empress suddenly interrupts his frantic thoughts. Even with our full power, tracking you for 20 years was like finding a needle in the ocean. She looks down at him. Just a butler. You and I both know that a heavy silence like this usually means something big is coming. The Empress suddenly speaks up. Fine. Let's forget about all that. Kain feels like screaming his head off inside. If you are going to ignore it, then do not list every single one. He tries his best to calm down. Okay, stay calm. A veteran of 10,000 faces cannot lose his cool. He bows. Your Majesty's grace is as vast as the ocean. But before he can even finish his sentence, she cuts him off. But you're my butler. I cannot accept you leaving without my permission. Kain is so stressed, sweat drips down his face. The Empress suddenly smiles. Do not worry. I will not make you pay for the theft or even torture you. Or let you rot in a cell, or make you a slave in the mines forever. Kain cries internally, that is an obvious threat. Right? Now is not the time to hesitate. If I delay any longer, my life is officially over. Thinking this, Kain swallows hard and closes his eyes. The King's eye. Fully unleashed. Here it comes. He asks directly, what does your Majesty want from me? The Empress smiles and speaks softly. Kain, just become mine. Kain's mind is suddenly filled with a million question marks. And there it is. You and I just witnessed the ultimate trap. Now, do we think he is actually going to say yes? All right, you and I are diving into a story where even an emperor will beg for your loyalty. You will enjoy eternal pride and endless glory. Kain gritted his teeth and thought to himself, wait, let me process this. I need some time and a little oxygen for my brain. Naturally, the emperor didn't care at all about his internal struggle. She bowed and continued. As I told you, Your Majesty, there is no need to worry about that little devil child anymore. No matter how strong the priests are, they won't dare touch a child under my protection. If you are worried, let her live here. Hearing this, Kain narrowed his eyes, sensing a trap. The Empress's true intentions were clearly shining in her eyes as she spoke. Kain cursed in annoyance, but couldn't understand what she was planning. Damn it. He bit his lip in deep thought. Now, pay attention here. Kain is about to make a move. After a long silence, he spoke, "Could your majesty give me time to think?" The emperor rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "Fine. I've waited 2 years already. Waiting a little longer won't hurt." Cain was satisfied and thought to himself, "What a relief. I didn't even think before I spoke those words. I didn't expect her to agree. I need to get out of here fast." He knelt properly and asked for permission to leave. With that, Cain quickly turned and walked straight out. The emperor tilted his head, watching his retreating figure. Cain smirked and thought, "Great, now I just need to make my escape." But suddenly, the emperor's voice called from behind. "By the way, I hope to get an answer today. Even if you run away again, I won't destroy the Jervu family or that girl. But you understand what might happen if I actually get angry, right?" Cain cried silently inside. "This is bad." The empire's night fell into a quiet hush under the glowing moonlight. A small figure was still walking in the courtyard. Ias clenched her fists, her face full of displeasure. The little girl bit her lip and wondered, what is the emperor's true goal in all of this? Ias looked up and thought, more importantly, is that evil book of records the real thing? Those 36 artifacts are legendary treasures. Among all those treasures, rumors about the evil book are especially unclear. Some say it lists the 13 apostles, while others say something else. Some say it holds invincible power, while others claim it contains records of every future event. But since the Dark Star and 13 apostles have vanished, there is no way to know which rumors are actually true. However, one legend passed down through generations is very clear, yet harder to believe than any other. You and I both saw that coming, right? Ace finally remembers her secret weapon. She'll just ask Zebus and get her answers. No matter the side effects of black magic, I have his mana control ring now. I completely forgot about that demon. A true all-knowing mystery. Ias peeked around and thought, now that I remember, I should call him out and ask him quickly while no one is here. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. What? Could that be Lord Cain? Ias quickly turned her head and saw 2 servants whispering. One stroked his beard in admiration. Oh my, the great swordsman and Sir Evan? The other person laughed and explained. They entered the ballroom together, and I heard they looked like a perfect match. The man nodded. Well, they are both swordsmen. Plus, they are around the same age too. Ias silently listened to their conversation. They said no couple could be a better match than those 2. It's a shame I didn't see it myself. There might be good news soon. The little girl bit her lip. That is ridiculous. Sjina wouldn't get engaged. If she did, she would have to leave me and the house. It seems Sjina didn't realize, but I suddenly stopped and looked around, calculating if she could summon Zebus here. Suddenly, Ace noticed something and her expression darkened. Standing opposite her was a slender silhouette. The air was completely still, as her golden hair swayed gently in the wind. Sjina clenched her hands, looking up with eyes filled with frustrated tears. Just then, Ice called out her name. Sjina turned around quickly. Eyes ran over worriedly. Sjina, are you crying? Sjina hesitated. This is just. Ias asked in a deep voice. Tell me who it was. Who made you cry? Sjina was stunned by her question. She looked down and smiled softly. She spoke up. Ice, you were happy being with him, right? Ice was confused. Sjina sat on the edge of the fountain and explained. You might have heard that my family arranged a fiancé for me. Yesterday, the place I went for a checkup was actually the mansion of my fiancé's family. I came to this ball as his partner because he invited me. And trust me, you and I are going to want to hear her answer. All right, you and I are diving into a story where duty and love are about to collide big time. Ias brings it up again, but why ask that now? Without another word, Sjina suddenly stands up. She went to see the king before this, and he made her a specific offer if she officially agrees to marry Lord Evan. Then the king will personally protect both Ace and Cain under his own royal name. Hearing this, Ice is only left more confused than before. Sjina does not want this marriage, so why accept just to protect them? Sjina sighs that part does not even matter. The king gave his order, and he never changes his mind once his word is law. Ias clenches her fists, hesitating. Sjina. The girl looks her dead in the eye and asks, isn't it Cain that you actually love? Even I can see it. The way Sjina looks at Cain. It is completely different from the way she looks at anyone else. Ias's blunt words leave Sjina thinking so. That is it. That is why the thought of him knowing about my fiancé hurts so much. But I really do not want him to find out about my relationship with Lord Evan. The reason why I cannot believe his time is running out. The reason I was so incredibly angry with Ice before. And why my heart feels like it is shattering right now. Sjina's eyes well up with tears. It is all because of him. Then, Ice speaks up, shattering her thoughts. So you are just going to give up now? She screams, face twisting. You are really just going to let go? Faced with this, Sjina bites her lip, trembling. She lowers her head in a long, heavy silence. Watch closely here, because she is about to say something that breaks both their hearts. Suddenly, she laughs. I am so jealous that a demon like you gets all of his love. How could a hero like me ever truly be family with a demon? I was only ever pretending for his sake. Ace is stunned. Sjina's voice turns ice cold. Ace, you do not know me at all. I am not who you think I am. I am not kind or fair. I have my own selfish ambitions. I am simply doing exactly what I want to do. Inside, Ace curses, you idiot. You are really trying to play the villain right now, aren't you? Forget this wicked person and live happily with him. Ice watches her. Heartbroken is that happiness. With that pained expression on your face, Ice frowns in deep thought. Sure, following Sjina's plan might bring happiness, but that is not what I want at all. She remembers their past, her heart torn with doubt. Then, Ice suddenly shouts, You absolute idiot! She spins around and marches away. Ice grinds her teeth, swearing that Emperor who caused all of this. I will never forgive you. Silence returns to the scene. Sjina sits frozen, staring at the door that just slammed shut in front of her. She looks up, thinking yes, this is for the best. As long as he can live the rest of his life in peace. Suddenly, a noise rings out from up ahead, startling her. She wonders, did Ice actually come back? Now pay attention. Look who just stepped out of the shadows. It is Cain himself, walking forward with cold, focused eyes. Sjina jumps up in a panic. Her mind is racing. What is he doing here? Why now? When the king mentioned the fiancé. When I accepted the decree. How did he really hear every single word? Cain takes another slow step toward her. Sjina clutches her chest, praying silently, please, don't come any closer. I cannot stay by your side anymore. But then, to her total shock, Cain reaches his hand out toward her. Sjina looks up, completely stunned. He stands firm, hand extended, silently waiting for her. Why? She gazes at his hand, hesitating in this impossible situation. Finally, Sjina slowly places her hand in his. Suddenly, he speaks, stand up straight. With that, Cain pulls her close by the waist. Under the romantic light, the two of them begin to dance. Cain reminds her, lift your head and look at me. Their eyes lock. He whispers, just relax. He speaks softly, just let your body go with the flow of the music. Fragrant flowers and shimmering lights fill the garden air. Sjina's dress sways beautifully with every turn, caught in the perfect rhythm while the full moon shines bright above them. Cain and Sjina lose themselves in the moment. She gazes up at him, completely dazed. Cain frowns, looking incredibly tense. He bites his lip, cursing under his breath and fighting back the tears. Damn it. His boots click against the stone. Just a few minutes ago, he was walking alone. Damn it, what do I do now? That queen found me out. Getting out of here is going to be impossible. If she calls in the military, I will be caught within a day. Cain wanders through the gate, rubbing his neck in frustration. There are so many more important problems to deal with. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Right there at the fountain is Sjina, lost in her own thoughts. Cain flinches, quickly covering his mouth. Why is she here? He stands frozen. Should I stay? Trust me, you and I need to see what is next. All right. You and I are diving into a moment where our hero has to survive a situation that's spiraling out of control fast, and his face shows it. Cain senses someone else is hiding here, and trust me, it's not just one person. This is getting dangerous. It feels like a blade is pressed against his neck. He can't panic if he loses his cool. His head is as good as gone. He tries to turn around naturally, but then snap. Cain accidentally steps on a dry leaf, making a sound that echoes loudly through the silent and heavy night air. Cain screams internally, curse his luck, because of course, Sjina spotted him at the exact wrong time. His position is totally exposed. There is no point in trying to hide anymore, he thinks miserably. The queen's loyal attendant won't let him escape that easily. Plus, the surrounding enemies have already noticed him too. The situation is reaching a breaking point, and he has no choice left. With that in mind, he slowly walks towards Sjina to blend in. He doesn't know who those hidden enemies are, but if he stays close to her, they might hesitate to strike. Now watch this part. Sjina suddenly stands up, making Kain break into a cold sweat. He wonders what he did wrong to deserve such an intense and terrifying look. Maybe she noticed the others too? It makes sense. There is no way a knight like her would miss their presence, unless her mental state is totally unstable right now. Kain frowns as that thought crosses his mind. But there is one major problem. He doesn't know if she even has a weapon, and there is no sword in sight anywhere near them right now. If they get attacked, he actually plans to use her as a human shield and just bolt. Kain stops before her, slowly reaching out while calculating his every single move. In this tense atmosphere, he can't just ask her to cooperate out loud. He can only hope she understands his unspoken request for them to work together. Just as he hoped, Sjina gently places her hand in his. They begin to move together in a rhythmic dance. Kain whispers in a low voice, "Straighten your back. Look up and keep your eyes on me." Is it because they are unarmed and surrounded? Her movements are incredibly stiff and awkward. It is so obvious that she is just trying to act natural, but she is failing miserably. He tries to calm her down, telling her to just relax and let her body follow the flow. Suddenly, Sjina goes completely limp. Kain panics, thinking she relaxed way too much. The night is quiet, with garden flowers sparkling brightly under the soft and silver moonlight. Without saying a single word, the two of them dance together in perfect, graceful harmony. Kain glances around, estimating there are at least 5 or 6 enemies hiding in the shadows. Even if he was fully geared up, he would still want to avoid a fight with those numbers. If things go south, he is definitely going to use this girl as bait. There is no reason for them to target him. He is just a temporary servant, so they probably won't even attack once he is away from her. For an imperial knight, the safety of the monarch always comes before everything else. Kain quickly tells her he will handle the rest and she should go to the monarch immediately. He calculates that pretending to be bait will lure her away, giving him the perfect chance to vanish quickly into the night. Kain frowns as he continues his act. He tells her not to worry about his safety because he is not that weak. Hearing his kind words, Sjina stands frozen, biting her lip and realizing she wants to be by his side and make him happy. She wants to stay with him and bring him happiness with her own 2 hands. You and I can tell those are her true feelings. Sjina listens to Kain and leaves immediately. Kain sighs in relief, thinking he is finally safe since the enemies will surely go after her instead. He feels like something big is about to happen, but it is the perfect chance to escape. Now, he just needs to slip away slowly and very quietly. Suddenly, something blurs past his face with incredible speed, catching him off guard. He panics, praying to the 99 demons of villains as a group of people suddenly rush out and surround him completely. He curses them internally, while the moon shines brightly over the scene. The night sky is hazy, and the silver moonlight illuminates everything around him with a ghostly glow. Meanwhile, on the balcony, the Empress is lost in thought when a feathered wing suddenly appears high above her. The Empress notices it instantly, and her eyes become razor sharp. Her pupils shrink as she watches Ias descend to the ground. Ias grimaces when the Empress calls her a cute little boy. Ias snaps back, asking how much longer she plans to call him by that name. The Empress smirks and asks if she should call her the Demon King of 72 requests instead, making Ias freeze. Ias stares at her, shocked, and demands to know exactly when she found out about her true identity. The Empress calmly replies that it would be strange if the ruler of the empire didn't recognize her. Ias realizes she is right. A monarch must know their enemies, and not recognizing the Empress was her own mistake from the start. In just 3 years, she gained enough power to sweep through half the continent. And trust me, you and I are about to see how this world of legendary heroes and constant war gets even crazier. You definitely don't want to miss what happens next. You and I are jumping in. Intelligence was focused on the battlefield, not on the Empress herself, because the only information I had about the Empress was a portrait from 10 years ago when she first took the throne. I failed to recognize her. Thinking this, Ice finally speaks. You said you were Sjina's sister, right? The Empress answers coldly that she is indeed her adoptive older sister. Ice immediately shouts back, telling her to take back what she said to Sjina. The Empress asks for a reason. It is because Sjina does not want this. That answer makes the Empress laugh as she asks what it matters. Why would that have any meaning? The Empress continues, saying the young master is a good man who was loyal for 15 years. Men that faithful are hard to find these days, and he would surely make her live a very happy life. None of those words reach Ice, who just curses under her breath about how it is all total nonsense. Ice screams in anger, asking why she is doing this. Why try to force these two together? The Empress calmly says it is simply because she wants to. Now watch her. Her expression is overwhelming as she says only her will matters. Just because of your own greed, you forced Sjina into an engagement? The Empress nods, saying, that is one way to put it. This attitude makes Ice sick. Even if you are the Empress, do you really think you can just do whatever you want? The Empress responds in a flat, steady voice. In this world, there is absolutely nothing that I cannot do. Ice is confused. The Empress walks slowly, saying even luxuries that shake the empire are within her right to enjoy. Whether it is removing loyal servants or suppressing religions, there is nothing that I am not allowed to do as the ruler. Finally, she growls out that there is simply nothing in existence forbidden to her. Ice questions her bitterly, but the Empress simply growls out a reminder that she is the absolute ruler of this entire empire. Ice asks if being Empress means she has a duty to lead and protect the people of her empire. The Empress answers coldly that there is no such thing. Ice is left in complete and utter shock. Turning away, the Empress says many people misunderstand that power and duty must always exist together in this world. The ruler must rule, and the ruled must be ruled for the ruler to even exist. From the moment a ruler's existence is accepted, the people have already handed over the right for that ruler to do anything to them. Of course, the ruled can also blame the ruler, or even try to dethrone them, so the ruler must satisfy them with what is called duty. What a ruler must do is simply wrapped up in that fancy word called duty to make it sound better. If they dislike my reign, they can try to drag me off the throne. That is their right to try. But as long as I am ruling as Empress, there is nothing that I am not permitted to do. Ice clenches her fists tightly, sweat pouring down her face as she realizes the life and death of thousands is decided solely by this woman's totally insane logic. How can anyone actually believe in such a mad and twisted theory? Did our kingdom of Shot really fight against a monster like this? Ice cannot hold back and screams that she is nothing like her, and she never fought for her own selfish gains. The Empress asks if she still does not understand that such noble ideals are exactly why her kingdom was destroyed. You believed it was for the people, but in the end, it was just your own personal ambition and nothing more. Let's pivot here. Deep in the courtyard, a group of assassins is frantically searching every corner for their target. Hiding behind a distant tree, Cain watches them while sweat rolls down his face in pure terror. He bites his lip to stay silent, wondering how on earth something like this could be happening. Even in a small nation, how could a group of assassins just wander through the royal palace like this? And why are they so obsessed with killing a temporary servant like him? It makes no sense at all. Cain decides the answers do not matter right now. He needs to find the royal knights immediately. Unless those knights are completely blind, they cannot possibly ignore a pack of assassins chasing him through the halls. Minutes later, he is crying inside. Where did all the knights go? Is fighting his only choice left? Without any weapons, his only hope is to set a trap and lure them all into it. Making traps while hiding from a group of assassins is never easy, but as a veteran villain, he can definitely create something effective in any situation. Cain watches carefully as his preparations are finished. It is time to make his move. Trust me. You and I are about to see if his desperate plan works. All right, you and I are about to witness one hell of a desperate escape as assassins hunt down Cain. He races through the woods, desperately aiming for a rope tied to a tree. A split second later, a massive boom echoes through the air, sending dust and leaves flying into the dark sky. Hearing the screams behind him, Cain smirks with pure satisfaction. He thinks to himself that his plan worked perfectly. Those idiots with a blast that loud, half of them must be down already. You really shouldn't be reckless while running in the dark. Suddenly, Cain freezes. His pupils shrink as he senses a lethal presence. He spins around just in time to see a blade swinging at his throat. Caught completely off guard, Cain can't dodge in time. He lets out a sharp yell and slams hard onto the forest floor. Struggling to his feet, he curses under his breath. Damn it! He quickly bolts, not giving the mysterious attacker a chance to strike again. He wonders who that guy was. That sword technique, it was a bit clumsy, but it was definitely the shadow cut style. But the Purple Shadow sect was wiped out 10 years ago. Could this guy be a lone survivor from that dark group? Now he's in trouble. He's unarmed. His traps are all gone. And there's no way he can win a direct fight right now. In a final act of desperation, Cain shields his head and crashes through a castle window. He hits the floor hard, covered in jagged glass and bleeding from dozens of cuts. He bites his lip, cursing the stinging pain that's flaring up all over his body. Now pay attention, the assassin isn't letting up, charging in for the kill. Cain scrambles back, his feet treading over the blood-soaked bodies of 2 dead royal guards. He reaches down and rips a sword out of a fallen soldier's stomach. A heavy sigh of relief escapes him. That was way too close. Another assassin lunges from the shadows. Click, and clicks his tongue in annoyance, standing his ground as the pressure mounts. He finally has a blade, but he's completely surrounded and at a serious disadvantage. No time to hesitate. Cain charges, trading fierce blows with the man in front while keeping a sharp eye on the threat creeping up behind him. He spins, swinging his blade in a desperate defense before gritting his teeth and delivering a powerful, horizontal slash.